Chapter 701 Game Scene. The overall situation has been decided. The dust falls. The defeated are speechless. While the victors are worried, Lu Wenwen lay in Fong Tang's arms and said sorry. While the rat boss sat down helplessly. A 10-minute countdown appeared above Pandora's head. In 10 minutes, the hide-and-seek game will officially begin. Fong Tang gently patted the girl in his arms.
Don't cry. It's not like we lost. Now we have to cheer up and take a closer look at the game map.
Before playing any game, the first thing to do is to become familiar with the game scene. This has been Fong Tang's habit all along. Lu Wenwen wiped away her tears and climbed onto his shoulder to stand. After steadying her body, she began to observe Area A after the great changes. Their location is near the Crystal Hall. Now the Crystal Hall is in pieces, and the crystal jungle in the distance is also collapsing.
Dawn! All the crystals are reorganizing. It looks like we are on an open plain.
Not only is it empty, but it is also absolutely flat and spotless on the crystal ground. The entire District A is roughly the size of an ordinary village or town. But because it is too flat and too bright, the boundary can be seen at a glance. Lu Wenwen jumped down and rubbed her eyes.
It's really weird. How can we play hide and seek in such a place? Even if the rat boss hides at the border, we can still see him at a glance.
A game designed by Jizo wouldn't be so boring. Right? Lu Wenwen suddenly thought of something.
Could it be underground? In those pipes?
This seems to be the most reasonable explanation. But then, a squeaking sound kept coming. The crystal ground is also being reorganized. The entrance to the underground pipes was completely sealed. The floor seemed to be thickened, and there were no more gaps. When all the crystals spread out, they eventually formed walls, perfectly arranged at the borders. The people in the field were also pushed by the floor and came under the crystal wall. The square area A has turned into a walled prison. Now, with the soft light reflecting off the four walls, the scene was clearer. Even Mr. Long began to doubt.
Is this hide and seek? There is no possibility of hiding. It's better to say it's a coliseum.
Pandora held up the small statue and appeared at Fong Tang's side cordially.
Don't worry. The game designed by Master Xidagarba will definitely not be that simple. Hasn't the game not started yet?
Fong Tang nodded and looked at the statuette.
What is the final reward of the hide-and-seek game?
The statuette replied.
Only the final winner will see the reward.
Long Yunhai also appeared here strangely.
Is the reward related to the third door? I can't answer this question because I don't know what the third door is.
Long Yunhai touched the dragon whiskers at the corner of his mouth. Seeming disappointed, the 10-minute countdown is more than halfway gone. The silent rat boss jumped up at this time. He staggered towards everyone and let out a weird smile.
Long Yunhai, I really lost this time. Why don't you just stop playing hide and seek? Just kill me.
Come on. I will never resist.
Long Yunhai rolled his sleeves.
Under the rules of the game, killing you is like committing suicide. It's very boring for us to die together.
Boss Rat's laughter became even more shrill.
Don't you even have the guts anymore?
Fong Tang stopped him sympathetically.
Boss Rat, if you want to die, you can do it yourself. Why bother to anger others? Even when one can think of this. Mr. Long will naturally not be fooled.
The rat boss stared at him.
Okay, I'll stand next to you. Brother, when the game starts, you come and catch me. So maybe your reward will be more.
Fong Tang shook his head.
You'd better hold on longer. This is not a game that can determine the outcome in one round. It takes many rounds. So I hope I can get more familiar with the gameplay of the game at this level. You can't give up like this. The rat boss looked at him strangely, and then laughed wildly.
Okay, that's great. Wonderful. That's wonderful. Brother, you are really hard-hearted. And you are a born infinite challenge player.
He has completely lost hope. He knew that no one could help now but himself. In the end, he went a little crazy.
Long Yunhai, let me tell you a secret. There is a spy I planted beside you. Huh? Do you believe it or not?
Long Yunhai closed his eyes and circulated the particles, slowly replenishing the energy of the prosthetic body. Ignoring him at all, the rat boss stamped his feet and looked at the Tauren.
Old Ox, it's time for you to take action. Have you forgotten the agreement between us?
Ah? Lu Wenwen was shocked.
Nu2 is a spy.
Fong Tang patted her little head.
Idiot! This is the rat boss who is desperate and starting to sow discord.
The Tauren over there said nothing. And together with the Jade Snake Girl, they swallowed 2 bottles of resurrection fluid. They recharged their batteries and waited for the game to begin. The final time passes. Rays of bright light were projected from the surrounding crystal walls. The statuette and Pandora disappeared in the bright light. but their voices lingered around.
The hide-and-seek game has officially started. Players are invited to enter. Now! What you see is the first round of the game scene.
The 2-hour hiding countdown. The snake girl was still talking.
In reality, this village has become part of the Zishuangbana Wild Reserve. But in my memory, it is still that strange hometown. This is your hometown?
Lu Wenwen exclaimed. Snake Girl's electronic eyes gently scanned the village in front of her. And sighed again.
It can be said that it is, but I'm not very familiar with it. I left when I was very young. But Boss Rat grew up here. Nubai Village treats him very badly.
You can walk even if you close your eyes. You and Boss Rat are from the same village?
Fong Tang couldn't believe it.
Why didn't you tell me earlier? That makes no sense. I don't even know him.
Fong Tang sneered.
The village is the Nubai tribe.
Right?
A village is a tribe. And every household is related. And you still say you don't know them?
Long Yunhai shook his head.
Brother, don't get excited. The snake girl's mother is a dancer from Nubai Village and immigrated to Australia a long time ago. So this can be said to be her hometown. But she doesn't have much contact with her.
The Jasper snake girl was still very melancholy.
I came back once, and all I saw was a primitive jungle. Even the hillside was covered.
Fong Tang interrupted her.
So now it is certain that the game scene is reproduced based on the memory of the prey. And it will choose the place where the prey feels the safest. And this is the hiding place chosen by the rat boss himself.
Long Yunhai smiled.
This is understandable. After all, as hunters, we not only have the advantage in numbers, but also take the initiative in the game. In order to ensure fairness, we will naturally arrange the most familiar scenes for the prey to hide.
Now, they can already see real
human beings
appearing in Nubai Village. The reality of virtual reality has reached the point where it is indistinguishable.
I don't know if those virtual humans have enough AI.
Long Yunhai was very relaxed.
But no matter what, we will win this game.
This confidence is not only because the game scene is a closed village, but also comes from Mr. Long's special abilities, especially the Dragon Mirror Earth Eye technique. Long Yunhai smiled even more wildly. At this moment, the familiar voice of the statuette appeared above.
The prey has been confirmed to be hiding. The game will start early. In the first round, all your abilities will be blocked, and you will play as ordinary people.
Mr. Long's smile froze on the face of the prosthetic body. Then came the endless darkness. There were exclamations and shouts. Fong Tang held Lu Wenwen's little hand tightly, feeling like he was being blown by a strong wind, and rushed towards the game scene involuntarily. The small village of Yunnan Province, which disappeared many years ago, is located on a hillside surrounded by jungle. It is said to be a hillside, but in fact there are smooth cliffs on both sides. After the light rain, thick smoke enveloped the village, and the sound of dogs barking could be vaguely heard. Crystal walls surrounded the side, and a light source appeared above the dome. Light sources can simulate the effects of the sun and moon. What is simulated now should be afternoon time. Long Yunhai and Snake Girl stood deep in the dense jungle under the village, silently looking above. As hunters, they can clearly see the game countdown on the sky screen.
Sir, 72 hours. 3 days and 3 nights. I don't believe we can't find that mouse.
The Tauren said hummingly. Long Yunhai didn't say anything. He just raised his hand and looked at the mosquitoes crawling on his arm. He actually had a
feeling.
A real feeling. The pain of a mosquito bite. The Jade Snake Girl was wrapped in a leaf pulled up by a vine in embarrassment, barely covering her body. It was the first time since she had been transformed into a prosthetic body that she felt so embarrassed and ashamed. Mr. Long, who was standing there naked, had black and red tattoos all over his body. If you looked closely, they were all in the shape of scales. And the Tauren was even more savage. There were only 2 vines wrapped around his belly. The muscles all over his body were bulging. And he had a square face. Expressive.
How did Xidagarba do it?
Long Yunhai murmured, looking at his muscular arms.
He copied all our original bodies. The snake girl swatted the mosquitoes on her body hard without saying a word, as if she just wanted to leave this ghost place as soon as possible. A rustling sound came from behind. Nyoto trembled, leaned over and grabbed a vine branch, turned around and pushed Long Yunhai back. A green-spotted python emerged from the soil covered with rotten leaves, its tail hanging on the big tree behind. The markings on the python's body are almost identical to the moss covering the trees, which is a natural camouflage color. Long Yunhai subconsciously wanted to activate the dragon scales, and the snake girl even flexed her fingers and made a strange stinging sound from her mouth. Only Nyoto understood the reality best. waving the soft vine branches.
Let's go! Let's go quickly!
The dragon scales did not appear, and Snake Girl's audio fluctuation ability also lost its effect. It was only when the three human beings crawled into the jungle in embarrassment that they truly understood the difficulty of this round of the game. There was a creaking sound, and a branch from the top was swung like a whip, and an ape with strangely long arms was seen flying towards the branch, grabbing the staggering Snake Girl, dragging it, and throwing it to the side of the big tree, among the branches and leaves. The Snake Girl screamed, but was thrown around by the two gibbons, and then thrown high, like a sandbag. The bull's head touched a stone, and smashed it hard. But Long Yunhai looked on indifferently, and turned to stare into the darkness of the jungle. He needs to clear his mind now. What happened in the dark time after the game started? Why do I have no memory when I wake up? Also, what about the boy and the girl? Why didn't I see them when I woke up? But now it is even more important to leave this virgin forest quickly. It shouldn't be that far from the village. So is it time to give up on the Snake Girl? The two gibbons above seemed to have had enough fun. One of them grabbed the Snake Girl's hand, and the other pulled the Snake Girl's feet. They swayed wildly and aimed at the thick tree trunk. Few people know that after catching prey, gibbons will not directly bite it to death, but prefer to use tree trunks to smash it to death. The Jade Snake Girl's voice changed. After losing the ability to transform her body, she suddenly became the most vulnerable one. Just when the Snake Girl was about to be thrown to death, a whistle came. Then there was a whine, and a flame appeared from the side. Chapter 703 Entering the Jungle by Mistake. The burning torch rotated in the air, hitting the tree trunk, and bounced fine sparks in the dark jungle. The two gibbons were stunned at first and dropped the Snake Girl. Then they picked up their furry paws and let out a squeaking roar. The torch continued to roll on the tree, and the gibbon was finally frightened and pulled up the branch and swung away. Not far away, Fong Tang appeared holding a torch. He was wearing a quick-drying jacket with long sleeves and long legs, a pair of high-top anti-mud shoes, a jungle hat, gloves, a raincoat, a backpack and other complete equipment. Behind him, Lu Wenwen was also wearing an assault jacket, a water bottle, a multifunctional jungle knife, and a raincoat with a camouflage effect covering her whole body. It seems that this outfit is a bit too big for her petite body, but the protective effect is still first-rate. The Snake Girl who fell to the ground was naked and writhing in pain on the damp and rotten ground. The Tauren was stunned, but Long Yunhai regained his composure and nodded lightly.
You guys came in time. Thank you.
Fong Tang walked up to the Snake Girl holding a torch, leaned over and looked at the cracks on her arms and legs.
This is human skin and flesh.
Looking up, he had a strange expression.
Where are your prosthetic modification parts?
Long Yunhai shook his head.
Xidagarba is indeed the second-rank game designer. Even though he has left here, he still controls this small world like a god. To be honest, I still can't figure out how he did it.
The Tauren came over panting and stared at the equipment on Fong Tang.
How did you get these treasures?
As a former prosthetic body reformer, this question is very sad. In the past, my whole body was covered with implanted advanced prosthetics. Why did I ever care about these ordinary jackets and gloves? But now that I have turned back into an ordinary human being, I realize that some things are irreplaceable. Fong Tang smiled slightly.
Follow me.
The Tauren carried the Snake Girl on his back, and Long Yunhai walked at the back. They followed Fong Tang, and after passing 3 sky-gazing trees, a piece of light white furry grass appeared in front of them. A tent suddenly appeared next to a ditch behind the grass. But Long Yunhai and the others couldn't help but look at a large hole that had just been dug next to the tent, where 3 corpses were lying side by side. Fong Tang threw down the burned-out torch, and the sky became darker. Lu Wenwen quickly walked towards a nearby sky-watching tree. This large wild tree in Yunnan province is said to be able to grow up to 60 meters, and some can reach 120 centimeters in diameter. The light-gray bark is covered with vertical and horizontal cracks. Lu Wenwen pulled down a slanting branch and picked off the scaly hairs on it. Over there, Fong Tang had already found a pharum tree. This cone-shaped tree has thin bark. Even in a humid environment, as long as the bark is torn open, you can see the fragrant resin. The resin dripped on the fur, and 4 torches were quickly made. The Tauren looked at the Snake Girl's injuries with concern, squatted in front of the tent, and couldn't help but ask,
"Shouldn't we go to the village quickly?"
Fong Tang said nothing, but Long Yunhai's eyes flashed.
"Little brother, what do you think? We only have 72 hours of hunting time."
Fong Tang raised the torch and pointed to the jungle behind the ditch.
"There is only one road away from Nubai village, but this road may not be so easy to walk. What's the meaning?
Fong Tang shook his head.
You can first see how these 3 adventurers died.
The 3 adventurers are fully equipped. And there are compressed biscuits, beef strips, medicine and mineral water in the tent. 2 light green lizards can be seen in a small special cage. Many butterfly specimens were found in 2 other bags. And a living loris hidden in a wooden box. These are protected animals.
Are they poachers?
Long Yunhai understood. Nyoto was already looking at the corpse, covering his nose. While he missed his old brain and prosthetic body, he endured nausea and poked the white and rotten wounds on the corpse with a branch.
Sir, these wounds seem to have been cut by splinters. Hurt.
The entire right leg of the second corpse was rotten, and the rotten nerves and gray-black bones were particularly conspicuous. Nyoto let go of his hand and sniffed.
Damn it. If she now is still there, I can analyze what kind of poison this is.
Fong Tang chuckled.
Can't you tell? It doesn't matter what kind of poison it is. What's important is that they were all killed by landmines.
Mines? Nyoto couldn't believe it.
Here. Will there be landmines here?
Long Yunhai thought for a while.
That's the tributary of the new river over there. This village is relatively close to Myanmar.
Fong Tang nodded.
I have seen fragments of landmines. All of them models before and after World War II. And there are also the marks of the Burmese Expeditionary Force.
In 1941, in accordance with the
Agreement on Mutual Defense of the Burma Road,
the Sia State Expeditionary Force dispatched 9 divisions of the 5th, 6th, and 66th Armies, totaling 100,000 people, to enter the Burma border to fight against Japan. In March 1942, the Expeditionary Force failed in the battle and was forced to retreat from Yunnan province. There was a Japanese army following closely behind. The mines were probably placed in this jungle at that time. Long Yunhai looked at Snake Girl.
This child should know some inside information. After all, this was her hometown.
Fong Tang sneered.
She is just an ordinary person now. Being scratched by an ape would be very troublesome. Without targeted medicine, she will soon develop bacterial infection, sepsis, and complications. The air humidity here is very high.
It's so big and there are mosquitoes everywhere that the inflammation will develop quickly and may not last 72 hours.
The medicines left by thieves in the tent were the most common anti-inflammatory medicines and were of little use. Long Yunhai stood up.
Take me to the minefield to see.
Fong Tang waved to Lu Wenwen.
Follow me at any time. And don't be alone with other people.
Nyoto blinked, looking very insulted.
We are a team now. Why don't you believe me?
Too lazy to pay attention to him. He led Lu Wenwen and Long Yunhai through the ditch. After walking about 50 meters, Fong Tang squatted down.
That's where the body was found.
There was blood everywhere on the ground, as well as pieces of meat mixed with mud, which were already covered with mosquitoes. Behind the blasted mud pit, you can see a corner of an unactivated mine exposed. It seems to be made of plastic, but the top is rough with chips. Under the wood chips, a rusty spring detonation mechanism is still entangled with a dead earthworm, in a place where flesh and blood are everywhere. Through the dense grass and big trees along the way, there is a path that leads directly to the hillside ahead. Long Yunhai turned around and climbed up an iron tree. Looking ahead, the slope where Nubai village is located is actually half a hill. This mountain may have existed a long time ago, but was later blown up during the war. After years of weathering, it gradually turned into a paradise in the jungle. Long Yunhai came down from the tree and looked at Fong Tang.
It is true that there is only this road, which is very close to the village. But I think the landmines on the road should have been planted not long ago.
Fong Tang was silent for a moment.
Do you think this was a temporary arrangement by Boss Rat?
Long Yunhai snorted.
This is obviously a road taken by the villagers. If it is a minefield left by the war, why are there so many footprints? There is only one possibility. The rats are too familiar with this place and know that this is what we must do. Wherever he passes, he will turn from defense to attack, trying to delay us as long as possible.
Slowly exhaling, he added,
those mines may have been dug up accidentally by the villagers. After repairing them, you can see that the wood chips are new.
But why do villagers repair landmines? Why do they know the technology to repair landmines? Also, as a prey, how did the rat boss obtain the mines in such a short period of time? And how did he bury them? None of this makes sense. Chapter 704, Strange Disappearance. The landmines on this road were definitely not planted by Boss Rat. But Long Yunhai's analysis is also very reasonable. The landmines are definitely not left over from the war. So there is only one possibility: they were planted by the villagers. Landmines were placed to block the only way to the outside world. making it look more like a defense. What are the virtual villagers of this small mountain village defending against? In other words, are they afraid of something in this jungle? But discussing this with Long Yunhai was a waste of time.
Fong Tang said directly, "We must walk through this road before dark. Otherwise we may be in danger."
"Why?" Fong Tang turned around coldly.
"Look over there."
Behind the grass on the left, large characters written in charcoal appeared on a large tree that had been stripped of its bark.
They are coming. They will come after dark.
The font is confusing. And there is a
long bow
shaped symbol underneath.
That's the mark of the Nubai hunter,
Fong Tang explained in a low voice. Long Yunhai frowned.
Just because of a few inexplicable words on this big tree, you judge that this jungle is dangerous? Maybe it's just a joke. Oh, Mr. Long, this is not reality, but a game. I will be careful about any prompts that appear in the game.
Fong Tang's words brought Long Yunhai back to his senses. He looked down at his arms again.
I just remembered there was a long pause after the game started. And it went dark. And then everyone passed out. It's just that you fainted. Wen and I are fine.
Long Yunhai's eyes trembled.
I understand. During the time when we were unconscious, that little statue was transforming us, sealing off our prosthetic abilities, and recreating human bodies for us.
Fong Tang glanced at him.
Maybe I just covered your prosthetics with a layer of particles and activated your sensors. So you can feel the heat, cold and pain again.
Long Yunhai smiled.
How do you explain the snake girl's injuries? Is her infection condition also simulated?
Lu Wenwen couldn't help it.
The sensors of the mechanical prosthesis can simulate various injuries. This is too simple. Believe me, I have a say in this.
Long Yunhai said nothing and left coldly. Lu Wenwen scratched her head.
What's wrong with this guy? He doesn't look like that terrible Mr. Long anymore. If you have listened to his story, you will understand.
Fong Tang sighed softly.
Long Yunhai didn't care about the transformation of his prosthetic body, but it was very painful. He was forced to have a prosthetic body after being plotted by his enemies and losing his human body. But now, in this hide-and-seek game, he suddenly regained his complete body. So he is a little dazed.
Lu Wenwen curled her lips.
Their human bodies are all fake. Although I have also been blocked from superpowers, I can still feel that they are just a layer of particle forgery. Mr. Long and the others still need to adapt to being ordinary humans without prosthetics and superpowers.
Fong Tang said with a hint of worry on his face.
To catch the mouse and play hide-and-seek well, you can't count on them. You have to rely on yourself.
After returning to the tent, they saw Long Yunhai drawing a map. On the muddy ground, Long Yunhai pointed to the path represented by the thin line.
There are jungles on both sides of the road, leading to the cliffs on the east and west sides of the village. We must either detour or find a way to cross this path.
Can you pass through a path full of mines with your current flesh and blood body? The Tauren scratched his body.
What the hell are these mosquitoes? It's itchy and numb. Sir, in the past, I could just pass through it with the exoskeleton armor, or use rays to detonate mines. But now we seem to be injured.
People will die,
Long Yunhai said coldly.
Don't mention what happened before. We must adapt to our new body and think like normal humans.
He gritted his teeth and said,
If you are a normal person, what can you do in this situation?
The Tauren scratched his head in embarrassment.
I don't know.
Long Yunhai threw down the branch and stared at the map he drew, with veins beating on his forehead.
If we take a detour, we may have to walk half the distance. And the jungle is full of venomous snakes and bugs.
Fong Tang came over with a sneer.
Just now a python and 2 apes made you miserable. Taking these 2 paths is not feasible. I need advice now, not an argument.
Long Yunhai sat cross-legged.
If there is no good plan, then we have to risk walking through the jungle. Our time is limited, and every second that passes is giving Boss Rat a chance.
Lu Wenwen had been yawning and seemed bored. Then she looked around.
Where is our snake lady sister?
The Tauren pursed his lips.
In the tent. She is now a burden. Shut up.
Long Yunhai was rarely angry.
You must not abandon any teammate at this moment. Nyoto, if you have no other choice, just listen to my instructions honestly.
Lu Wenwen rolled her eyes at them.
I'll go take a look.
She opened the dirty tent and was immediately stunned.
Where are the people?
Mr. Long and Fong Tang rushed over together, looking at the empty tent. They both gasped. Then everyone looked at the bull head together. The Tauren was stunned. His body was covered in red and swollen wounds. At this time, he rushed into the tent with a mournful face and dug into the ground unwillingly.
It's right here. I swear. I personally let the snake girl in. and I'll return it to her.
Eat something. Look, I have opened this medicine bottle.
The Tauren didn't seem to be lying, and there was no need for him to lie.
Get out of the way.
Fong Tang kicked him, squatted down and looked at the small tent space. And then he reached out and touched the back. A crack appeared behind the tent, with neat cuts. Long Yuhai also squatted down.
It was cut with a knife.
Lu Wenwen took out the multifunctional jungle knife she got in the tent.
I can be sure there is only one knife here. And it's in my hand. Yes. Someone must have cut open the tent and taken the snake girl away.
Tauren said cowardly. Long Yuhai looked gloomy.
Then besides us, there is also a guy with weapons in this jungle. Is he Boss Rat?
Fong Tang pondered.
If it was the rat boss, he would definitely kill the snake girl on the spot. He would not play hiding games with an injured woman. Maybe it's to restrain us?
The Tauren asked.
Fong Tang smiled sarcastically.
Sees the snake girl as a hostage? The question is, would you care?
They couldn't come up with a result from their discussion. After passing through the cracked tent, the mud behind was smooth, as if it had been swept.
I used branches to clean up the traces. It is definitely a scene that only humans can do.
Long Yuhai turned his head and glared at Yo Tu.
You idiot! The person was just outside the tent, and you didn't even notice.
Fong Tang suddenly lay on the ground at this time, lowering his head and smelling something. Chapter 705 Snake Soup and Monkey Banquet. Fong Tang seemed to smell something in the soil. Then he jumped up and rushed into the jungle not far away. Not long after, he came back holding a thick leaf. When she saw something in the leaves, Lu Wenwen covered her mouth and let out a disgusting scream. Among the leaves were shriveled tropical jungle leeches. The leech curled up into a ball, with a wrinkled surface, a large head, and a small tail. The sharp blood-sucking mouthparts had been hidden, but the gray-black body was still squirming.
That's disgusting. Dawn! What are you doing this for? Oh, I suddenly remembered that Snake Girl's body is covered with wounds. No matter how clean she is, there will still be blood marks.
Fong Tang threw the leech into the grass behind the tent. The first leech began to squirm and swam along the gray-black mud soup. It found the blood hidden in the mud. Those are the blood marks left by the snake girl. Long Yuhai clapped his hands and praised.
Good boy. I really have you.
They caught dozens more leeches and sprinkled them along the way. The leech was like a hunting dog, following the blood trail and moving forward slowly. Then they returned to the path. Long Yuhai swallowed.
Someone brought the snake girl into the village.
Fong Tang stared at the path carefully.
This is a good thing. What? Is this a good thing?
The Minotaur screamed.
Idiot! Look for the footprints left by the person who took away the snake girl. He knows where this minefield is safe.
There were only 2 footprints on the soft mud, both 10 meters away. That hateful guy was cautious enough and did it in great detail, leaving no unnecessary footprints. Now, they are stuck again. Long-lost emotions like thirst, hunger, and regret began to permeate the air. As if taunting them, several gibbons appeared on the big trees and made strange squeaking calls.
Damn it! I'll kill you monkeys!
Nyoto angrily looked for pieces of wood and smashed them against the big tree. The gibbons on the tree screamed louder. Then they jumped, picked green fruits from the nearby vines, and smashed them back hard. The Tauren was hit several times, and his forehead became swollen. Fong Tang pulled Lu Wenwen away. Wenwen looked amused.
It's really interesting. These monkeys are quite cunning. The virtual reality scene of Xidagarba is so real that it's a bit scary.
Fong Tang pulled the girl back, all the way back to the tent.
Bring all the medicine, food and water,
Fong Tang ordered. Lu Wenwen hurriedly packed up. Then she heard the boy muttering something. It's a pity that I can't hear clearly. Could it be that even Tang is a little abnormal? Fong Tang was calling a name.
Xingyu, sing a song for me.
Fong Tang seemed to be chanting a spell, summoning his own fantasy totem. Xingyu did not appear. Then you can be sure that this is not an illusion of consciousness, but indeed a game scene set up by Xidagarba. Lu Wenwen was ready and looked at Fong Tang. Fong Tang took a deep breath.
Let's walk along that path. We must be careful of mines. We have no choice but to take risks now.
Before he could finish speaking, a loud bang came from the ditch. The two had to expend their energy to return to the location of the minefield. I saw the Tauren laughing wildly, with scars all over his body, pointing forward with a crazy expression.
The monkey is finally hacking dead. I threw it over and blew it up. It's so cool. So cool.
It turned out that the Minotaur went crazy and knocked out a monkey, then threw it directly onto the mine. Long Yuhai frowned at the side.
Nyoto,
You have to maintain your strength. The game has just begun.
Fong Tang looked at the ape that was killed by the explosion, but the corners of his mouth curled up.
Interesting. So interesting. I have a way to pass through the minefield. What can we do?
Everyone looked at him together. Fong Tang pulled out the jungle knife from Lu Wenwen.
First, we have to get some game and have a big meal.
Try this knife. This knife is also known as the
jungle obstacle knife.
There is a compass and flint hidden in the tail of the knife. The blade is wide at the front and narrow at the back, which is very suitable for chopping. It is produced in Russia. There is a scale at the bottom of the blade, which can be used for measurement. Fong Tang returned to the jungle with the knife and walked towards the dense area in the south. Lu Wenwen stamped her feet anxiously.
There are snakes there. It's a python, not a snake.
Long Yunhai said coldly.
If it's just a venomous snake, it can be easily dealt with by one person. But a python over 3 meters long, even with a knife.
Huh?
He can't. It's impossible.
He stared at the opposite side with wide eyes and couldn't believe it. With a rustling sound, Fong Tang was already dragging the chopped python to death, with cold blood dripping from the blade, walking towards him step by step. Long Yunhai swallowed and was speechless. The python's head was chopped off with a knife and died, but its body was still twitching. This is normal. Just a little scary. Lu Wenwen made resin, found more stuffed balls, and barely lit the dead branches she found under the rotten leaves. The humidity here is too high. The surface of the dead branches is covered with mud and water. They have to be split first, and the fibers inside can be burned. Fong Tang used a knife to remove the skin of the snake and extract the internal organs. The Tauren helped him wash it by the ditch, then set it up on 3 thick branches and grilled it. The snake meat quickly turned brown, but not much oil appeared. I tore a piece open and stuffed it into my mouth. It had a bit of chicken flavor, but more of a rough chewing texture. The so-called game food doesn't taste very good, or because this thing is simply simulated by particles. Fong Tang and the Tauren were eating heavily, but Long Yunhai didn't move at all, and Lu Wenwen reluctantly ate a little. Then Fong Tang stood up again, picked up the snake's skin and internal organs, and hung them on the branches.
Nudu, you are very good at dealing with gibbons.
Right? The Tauren was chewing a piece of tender meat on the snake bone. Hearing this, he wiped his mouth and stood up.
Give me a handy stick, and I can kill them all. Don't beat him to death. Just knock him unconscious.
Fong Tang cut off a branch as thick as his wrist, flattened it, and threw it to Nyo Tu. The cowhead waved a few times and was very satisfied. But he was also confused.
But monkeys like to be in high places. How can you trick them into coming down? And what are you going to do to knock the monkeys unconscious?
Over there. Long Yunhai's eyes flickered.
Nyoto, listen to him. Let's knock out a few more monkeys. It will be useful.
Just as he was talking, a faint cry came out, and 7 or 8 gibbons were hanging on the branches above, scratching their heads and staring at the internal organs of the pythons. Lu Wenwen was curious.
Don't apes like to eat fruits?
Fong Tang was moving the fire. Hearing this, he smiled and said,
Who said monkeys only eat fruits? They are omnivores. Especially the gibbons here. They prefer to eat the internal organs of pythons, which can cure their infections caused by mosquito bites.
After the fire was moved away, the gibbons became bolder. A little monkey impatiently hung its tail on a branch and squeaked to grab food, but was beaten to death by the minotaur with a stick. Lu Wenwen cried out,
How pitiful.
The Tauren was embarrassed.
I use too much force. Without intelligence, I can only rely on feeling. The little monkey is useless.
Long Yunhai said coldly. Fong Tang also walked over coldly and cut the little monkey into pieces, and the pieces of meat spilled on the ground. A female monkey above her directly pulled the branch and swung towards her, letting out a shrill cry,
but was still knocked unconscious by the minotaur with a stick. They got their first monkey. Fong Tang looked at it and said,
I'll leave this to you. I'll prepare the tools.
The so-called tool was a whip made of peeled vines. Fong Tang soaked it in mud for a while and dried it before he started whipping it. Over there, the minotaur panted and ate a few more pieces of python meat, and finally caught 6 adult apes.
That's almost enough.
Long Yunhai stood up leisurely.
I wonder how my little brother can tame the monkeys so that they are willing to take that road to the minefield. No need to tame it. Let's use more primitive methods.
Fong Tang waved his whip and made a snapping sound. Chapter 706 An Antique Gun. The light source of the canopy simulates the light of the sunset, slanting through the jungle. The Tauren was wrapped in a disassembled tent, while Long Yunhai put on the jacket left by the third thief. Following them was Lu Wenwen. who was holding a monkey and fully armed. Fong Tang walked in the front, his whip flying. The first female monkey was whipped twice, and she had a slender vine wrapped around her neck. She was whipped again when she wanted to escape, and she could only jump forward and run. Everyone followed behind her, keeping their distance. With a bang, the female monkey was blown up, leaving a pool of flesh and blood on the ground. But Long Yunhai and the others successfully advanced more than 20 meters. The second monkey is brought. Everyone is in high spirits. This trick works. Just follow the footprints left by the monkeys, and you can successfully pass through the minefields hidden in the dense grass. There were not as many mines on the path and surrounding areas as expected, and only 4 monkeys died before they managed to cross. Fong Tang put away his whip and signaled the Tauren to untie the remaining monkeys and let them go back. But the Tauren snorted, raised the wooden stick, with monkey brains and blood, and smashed them to death one by one. He even brutally opened the skull of an ape, looking for the so-called top-quality monkey brain. Lu Wenwen gritted her teeth and said, "This bastard is so barbaric and ungrateful at all. There are all kinds of parasites in monkey brains. Don't be fooled by the so-called gourmet movies." Fong Tang walked towards the stone steps with no expression on his face. Nubai village is just above the steps. The houses here have strange shapes, with church-like structures with domes and folds like banana leaves. Even the largest row of tiled houses in the middle are made of blue tiles. In the simulated sunset light source, those tiles reflected colorful lights. "Don't move!" Long Yuhai suddenly shouted. Everyone stopped and had just walked less than half of the stone steps. Long Yuhai waved his hand, leaned over and flicked his fingers. There was a crash. A taut silk thread broke, and a row of sharp wooden sticks popped out from under the steps. These wooden sticks, like cold arrows, flew out above the heads of several people. The Tauren touched his head and was shocked. "People in this village are crazy. How come they even have traps set up at the door of their house?" Long Yunhai looked at Fong Tang. "Maybe you were right. They are indeed defending against some kind of monster in the jungle. The mines were not placed by Boss Rat, but by the villagers. The minefield is their first line of defense, and the mechanism on the stone steps is the second line." Fong Tang swung his whip and kept testing the front. The Tauren also waved his wooden stick and beat the surroundings. Lu Wenwen and Long Yuhai observed their front and back respectively. At the entrance of the village on the stone steps, several figures appeared from the banana leaf-like roof, and they gestured with something in their hands. "Get down!" Fong Tang hugged Lu Wenwen and rolled to the side. Long Yuhai shrank back and hid next to the Tauren. A dozen sharp arrows fell across the parabola in a row, and one hit the Tauren's arm. He seemed to have forgotten the pain for the first time, and after a long time, he jumped up with a grin on his face. "We are not monsters. We are tourists passing by!" Fong Tang shouted upward. There was no movement on the other side. And then another round of arrows flew over. Lu Wenwen gasped, looked around nervously, and pointed. "Over there! There is a hut under the stone!" Quickly, Fong Tang picked up Wenwen on his back. Long Yunhai supported the Tauren, jumped down the stone steps in embarrassment, walked through the terraced mud, and finally saw the girl hidden in the middle of the stone slope. Mud hut. It was built purely with clay bricks made from clay. There were black pottery vessels placed in front of the door, and there was a strange smell inside. Long Yunhai carefully pushed the black pottery jars, and a burst of sour gas with the smell of alcohol hit his face. There were pieces of pink meat pickled in the jar. It was unknown what kind of animal it was. Everyone looked at each other, and the Tauren held a wooden stick in one hand and kicked open the small door made of branches without saying a word. There was a dull, damp smell of decay, and the earthen house was very dark. Only an old-fashioned oil lamp was lit, still using animal fat. There is a dried monkey hanging on the blackened wall, but next to the monkey meat are a bunch of mice. Lu Wenwen finally couldn't help but vomited. "Everything here is an NPC composed of virtual light and shadow plus particles. So don't be so reactive. Okay?" Fong Tang patted her back speechlessly. "There should be an old hunter living here. Nyo too. Search it to see if there are any game clues." The Tauren broke the sharp arrow on his arm, because the arrow was barb-shaped and could not be pulled out for a while, so he could only temporarily wrap it with a cloth strip. He violently broke everything in the house. The oil lamp was flickering, and the bed made of yellow mud and branches was kicked open by a bull's head. A strange creaking sound resounded. One after another, little white mice crawled out through the opening. Lu Wenwen jumped directly into Fong Tang's arms, wrapping her legs around his waist. Nyoto and Long Yunhai also jumped up. Countless white mice came out, but behind them were black and red insects, like centipedes or centipedes. Sizzle, Squeak! Squeak! After all these monsters got out of the door, Neo2 dared to light the torch and shine it tremblingly into the hole of the earthen bed. It was filled with dead rats and bugs. It was like a fierce battle between insects and rats. And among the piled corpses, there was a long and thin package. Neo2 carefully used a wooden stick to pull out the heavy package. After roasting it with a torch and forcing out a few bugs hidden in the package, Fong Tang used a knife to cut through the thick strip of cloth. A layer of cloth opened. Then the skin of some kind of beast. And a layer of oil paper appeared under the skin. Well, what is it that makes the owner of the cabin love it so much? After the last layer of oil paper was opened, everyone's eyes widened. In the dim light, they saw an exquisite old-fashioned shotgun. I really found something good. In addition to the shotgun, there was a box of bullets wrapped in oilcloth. Neo2 threw the gun to Mr. Long. Long Yunhai skillfully opened the loading port and was suddenly surprised.
Double-barreled shotguns are not uncommon, but such exquisite ones are rare.
This gun, he blew on the loading port, inserted 6 rounds of shot, LS, then closed it, and observed by the light of the oil lamp. The expression on Long Yunhai's face became increasingly strange, and everyone came closer. After a while, Long Yunhai shook his head.
I read that right. This is a royal hunting rifle produced by the J.P. Joseph Manton family of the British Empire. Why? How did it appear in the earthen house of an old hunter in Yunnan province?
This gun has extraordinary value because it is already considered an antique gun. European gentlemen, just like Chinese Confucians, regard riding and shooting as a sport unique to the nobility. The British royal family especially likes hunting, and the JP family provides them with guns.
Look here. There is also the family crest of Joseph Manton.
Long Yunhai turned the gun body over, and everyone saw a string of engraved English and goose feather script.
To the greatest dancer. Your dance shot like a bullet to my heart.
There is also a small signature under this English paragraph.
To Lady Eileen Clay from Duke Edward.
Long Yunhai touched the well-maintained double-barreled shotgun.
It was given by Duke Edward to a woman named Eileen Clay.
Lu Wenwen blinked.
Then this Irene must be a great beauty. Otherwise, how could the Duke give such a precious gift? As mentioned above, it is dedicated to the greatest dancer. Is that Aaron a dancer?
The Tauren muttered beside him. Fong Tang interrupted their discussion.
The question is, how did this gun appear here? A completely impossible place.
Yes, this is the crux of the matter. Chapter 707 The Out-of-Control Person. Long Yunhai touched the well-maintained antique gun and could even smell the grease in the barrel.
Look again to see if there is anything else. I think there may be other clues in this room, which are key clues in the game.
Long Yunhai has completely accepted Fong Tang's idea.
This hide-and-seek game is not as simple as we imagined. At least it seems now that we need to rely on clues to find the rat boss, rather than being reckless.
He had never mentioned the missing snake girl until now, which made the Tauren feel cold and frightened. But he still had to rely on Mr. Long, so he could only continue the search with his injuries. There is also a triangular wooden structure above the mud house, which is used to fix the roof. The Tauren jumped up and smashed open the simple triangular wooden beam with one stick. With a crash, a big bag fell down among the dust and black ash. The bag was opened, and a blackened glass bottle and an oil paper bag appeared. Fong Tang let out a sigh and asked Wenwen to hold a torch to illuminate it. Only half of the label on the glass bottle was left, but it was fully written in English.
The milk powder from Australia is a dairy health product. The label shows that it should be produced by the Bayo Company.
Long Yunhai's eyes flashed.
That is a dairy company that existed in Australia in the 1970s. I have raised children, so I have some knowledge of the foreign milk powder market.
There was still half of the milk powder left in the glass bottle, but it had all melted, and there was a layer of small bugs floating on top of the dark gray liquid. Carefully cut open the oil paper package, revealing a pile of deep-fried grasshopper-like worms. Fong Tang wore gloves and carefully opened a layer of old paper wrapped in oil paper. It was an almanac. The old almanac, which has turned black, can still be read clearly even though it only has one page.
July 7th, 1981. In the year of Xinyo, the last month of E, the day of Bingxiu, the 6th day of the 6th lunar month. It's in the north of the dragon, so it's better to be buried, but not to travel.
The contents of the old almanac make people feel uncomfortable. Long Yunhai looked at the date and said nothing.
What's wrong?
Fong Tang asked.
July 7th, 1981. Was the day Snake Girl's mother left Nubai village. Maybe it was a coincidence.
But Long Yunhai turned around suddenly at this point.
Who?
The oil lamps were blown out by a strong wind. and a tall figure stood at the door, making a strange sound. In a panic, Nyoto smashed the wooden stick in his hand directly. The figure suddenly fell to the ground and screamed in pain. When the oil lamp was lighted again, he saw a man wrapped in cloth strips all over his body and even his face, twitching on the ground.
The reaction of this virtual NPC is too real,
Long Yihai muttered. Yes, the perfect AI response is just like a real person in reality. The design comes from Jizo, giving players an absolutely immersive gaming experience. However, this experience is an increasingly terrifying scene. Fong Tang walked over slowly and stretched out his hand to test the man's pulse.
He is very weak.
Lu Wenwen came over and pulled off the cloth on the man's head with a branch, and said,
Maybe he is the owner of this house. We can ask,
she screamed. Under the cloth, a horrifying face was revealed. A face that could barely be identified as that of an old man. The left side of the face was deeply sunken, as if it had been eaten by some kind of beast, while the right side of the exposed face and neck were covered in red spots. Under the oil lamp, those red spots trembled. This man didn't look like a human at all. More like a half-eaten ghost.
Is it bitten by an insect?
Fong Tang observed. Nyoto smiled ferociously.
Kill him first and then talk about it. Everything here is scary.
Fong Tang sneered, picked up the old man, and placed him on the half-collapsed bed. Everyone sat around the oil lamp, all silent. The old man with red spots all over his body panted violently for a while, then let out a heavy breathing sound like a bellows, and never woke up. Everyone continued to be silent, and it was already dark outside. There was a strange tension and irritability in the silence. Then Mr. Long spoke.
It would be very strange if the clues we got here are related to the game,
Fong Tang said.
What do you think is the connection between the aristocratic antique guns from the British royal family, the milk powder from Australia in the 1980s, and an old almanac with the specific time marked on it?
Long Yunhai's eyes flickered in the oil lamp.
I said that July 7th, 1981, was the day the Snake Girl's mother left Nubai village. This must not be a coincidence. It is a hint to us.
Fong Tang's eyes gradually brightened.
You seem to have said that the Snake Girl's mother is a dancer?
Long Yunhai nodded.
I later immigrated to Australia. Australia.
His eyes also lit up. The clues are connected. The English writing on the antique gun says that it was dedicated by Edward to the dancer Irene. The Snake Girl's mother is a dancer, which is the first level of connection. The Snake Mother immigrated to Australia, and Australian dairy products appeared here. This is the second level of connection. Long Yunhai began to rub his head.
Is Irene the Snake Girl's mother? She returned to the village after immigrating and brought a gun and a can of milk powder. If this is true, then the Snake Girl's mother must have a successful career. But why did she give the things to the people in this cabin?
Everyone looked at the old hunter on the bed. Fong Tang jumped up.
He must know the Snake Girl's mother. I think the missing Snake Girl may be related to him.
After confirming that the gloves were fine, he boldly searched the unconscious old hunter.
Mr. Long, do you still remember that big tree? There are bow-shaped marks left by Nubai hunters on the tree, as well as those words.
In the jungle, on the big peeled tree, there were big characters written in charcoal.
They are coming. They will come after dark.
Long Yunhai also jumped up.
Damn it. This old man may be a key NPC. He knows everything. Damn it.
Fong Tang had already discovered blood stains on the sleeves of the old hunter. Not only the sleeves, but also the animal skin coat wrapped in tattered strips of cloth was covered with blood. Fong Tang observed carefully.
Looking at the traces of blood flow, he should be holding an injured person crosswise, causing the blood stains to be concentrated on his sleeves and chest. Yes, it must be the Snake Girl.
With a clang, the hunting knife from the old hunter's waist fell down. The blade was raised, and a tent line was found on it. Now it was certain that outside the tent, it was the old hunter who took away the Snake Girl. But now, this key figure has fallen into a coma. Whether it was giving him water or giving him medicine. After working hard for half an hour, the old hunter became weaker and weaker. If it weren't for the Torin stick, Long Yunhai rushed towards Nyoto at this time, and regardless of his injuries, he strangled his neck.
Are you and the mouse together? Are you deliberately destroying the clues? Tell me quickly.
He's a bit out of his element. The Tauren struggled, his eyes showing anger. Now that everyone is an ordinary person, he has had enough. Nyoto punched Long Yunhai in the chest, followed by a flying kick. Long Yunhai sat down in disbelief.
You are so brave.
But the Tauren jumped up quickly and grabbed his gun. Chapter 708 After the Dilemma. Facing the out-of-control Tauren, Mr. Long seemed to be shocked. Nyoto held the shotgun in his hand, grabbed the bullets again, and laughed wildly.
You idiot! The one with the gun is the boss now.
The muzzle of the gun was swinging on Mr. Long's head, and Yo-Tu completely exploded at this time.
You don't care about our life or death at all. What kind of righteousness is there? You are not relying on your ability to control us.
Snake Girl. I don't know, but I can't stand it anymore.
His muscles were trembling all over. He was holding a gun in one hand and barely protecting his injured arm. But he suddenly leaned over and bit the fried bugs on the ground. Nyoto chewed heavily.
If you dare to give me any hacking orders again, I will destroy you first. Mr. Long. Huh? You are just a hacking waste now.
Nyoto vented and replenished his energy, then raised his gun and pointed it at Fong Tang and Lu Wenwen. His eyes ferocious. Fong Tang stood in front of Wenwen.
Kill us, and you will have to find the rats alone. Well, maybe it's time for the rats to find you.
Nyoto gasped, seemed to have regained some consciousness, and made a gesture with his gun.
Bao, give me her bag.
Lu Wenwen's bag was snatched away. Nyoto raised his injured arm with great difficulty, while still having to control the shotgun, and finally opened the bag. He ate and drank all the dried meat and mineral water inside on the spot, and swallowed all the anti-inflammatory drugs in one breath. Simply crazy. Now! Holding the last remaining topical ointment and the precious Yunnan Biao spray, the Tauren backed away carefully, then gritted his teeth and motioned for them to retreat. Long Yunhai and Fong Tang retreated to a corner. The Tauren held a gun in one hand and bit the broken arrow on his arm with his teeth. Because the arrow tip is barb-shaped, it cannot be pulled out directly. Nyoto knew this very well, so he adopted the method of pulling it backwards. He bit the tip of the arrow, roared, and pulled out the broken arrow upside down. A hole appeared on his arm. Nyoto screamed in pain several times, then burned the wound with an oil lamp, applied medicine, wrapped a cloth strip, and finally poured the remaining mineral water on his head. All this was done neatly, and his left hand still held the shotgun firmly. But standing in the corner, Long Yunhai, who was once arrogant, now lowered his head. His face gradually calmed down, and he walked over slowly, patted the dirt on his body, and even smiled at the bullhead.
Brother. Big brother. I lost my temper just now. I really can't help you. This is not the best way to treat the arrow wound on your arm. I still have some rejuvenation fluid here, which may be of some use.
What? Rejuvenation fluid? Yo-Tu immediately became excited.
If you didn't tell me earlier, Old Long, I'm not telling you. You should have cooperated with me a long time ago. Let's get rid of the mouse together. I will still recognize you as my big brother in the future.
He looked painful when he smiled, and the injury to his arm was not as simple as imagined. Then Mr. Long clenched his fist, as if he was about to open it.
There is only a little bit of rejuvenation fluid left.
Lu Wenwen pulled Fong Tang, her eyes filled with questions.
Is there really a resurrection liquid?
Fong Tang's eyes narrowed.
Fake.
At this time, Mr. Long had loosened his fist, and Yo-Tu's attention was entirely on his palm. With a sizzling sound, a stream of transparent liquid spurted out from Mr. Long's fingertips. What Long Yunhai hid at his palm was a snake fong with a poison sac attached to it. The snake venom rushed into Nyoto's right eye. He howled, threw away the gun, and rubbed his eyes desperately. Mr. Long laughed evilly, leaned over, grabbed the hunting knife, and threw it out. The Tauren howled again, but he rushed towards the door, directly smashing the seal of the door frame, and rushed into the darkness desperately. Long Yunhai had picked up the shotgun again. He turned to look at Fong Tang and Lu Wenwen, his eyes calm and gloomy.
What I hate most in my life are traitors.
Lu Wenwen swallowed.
Are you going to kill us too?
Long Yunhai's eyes softened. He shouldered the shotgun and laughed.
How is it possible? The game has only passed for less than a day, and now I can only rely on the two of you to catch the mouse together. What should we do next? We all listen to you. Sir.
Lu Wenwen said obediently. Long Yunhai glanced past her and looked directly at Fong Tang. He was waiting for Fong Tang's allegiance. Fong Tang's eyes turned cold.
Long Yunhai, you can't handle the game calmly in your current state. Either listen to me, or we can act separately. The corners of Long Yunhai's mouth twitched, and Lu Wenwen pinched the young man's arm anxiously. But Mr. Long, who had lost control, was not angry. Instead, he stared blankly at the old hunter on the bed. After a while, he suddenly relaxed and unhooked the shotgun and put it on the ground with the bullets.
Young man, I have to admit it. You are calmer and smarter than me. And I listen to you.
He even stretched.
Everything has the ultimate goal of finding the mouse. I actually don't care who will be the boss.
He became calmer and calmer, completely regained his senses, and surrendered to Fong Tang. However, when they thought of Myoto's tragic experience just now, Fong Tang and Lu Wenwen were all cold, and they didn't even dare to pick up the gun on the ground. Who dares to believe a sinister man who has hidden his snake fangs in his hand for so long without anyone noticing? Just when the scene began to stalemate, a burst of noise suddenly came from outside. First there were two chirping sounds, and then there was the sound of shooting arrows. The walls outside the hut are covered with arrows. Fong Tang pulled Lu Wenwen and shrank into the corner. The fire was blazing outside and gunshots were heard again. The sound of the gun was particularly dull. Looking through the small window, it seemed that many people were holding torches and surrounding the house. Soon, a loud human voice appeared, and the leader was shouting. But none of the three people in the room could understand it. It is a dialect similar to that of the Bai people in Dali, with a lot of nasal sounds and a few vaguely Chinese words. Long Yuhai also shouted in the room.
Does anyone understand Mandarin? Does anyone understand Chinese? Can you speak human language? We are not bad people, but tourists passing by.
It quickly became quiet outside. Not long after, a voice came from someone who was not very proficient in Mandarin.
Are you people or monsters?
Long Yuhai was overjoyed.
I am a human being, not a monster. I am a human being.
He raised his hands.
Now I'm coming out. I don't have any weapons. You can see my hands. I'm coming out.
He said he wanted to go out, but he didn't move. The old and cunning guy raised his foot and kicked out a piece of wood. Just listen to the gunshot and the wood shatters. Really? Long Yuhai wiped his sweat and shouted.
You don't even care whether we are human or not. You just want to kill us.
There was a burst of ridicule from outside, and then vague Mandarin.
Cunning ghosts will turn into humans to confuse us. You monster. Just come out and we will give you a good time.
Long Yuhai gritted his teeth and cursed bitterly.
A group of NPCs have all been hacking setup. This is a trap. Yes, this is a trap hut in the game. Damn!
He shouted to Fong Tang through the door.
Shall we rush out together?
Fong Tang had completely seen his weakness and incompetence, and smiled coldly.
You are the boss. You charge first.
Long Yuhai was furious.
It's between you and me at this time. How can you get out alive? We must cooperate. There is no need to cooperate. I will take Wenwen out immediately and safely. And then I will see you waiting to die here.
Fong Tang was still smiling. Long Yuhai's eyes were stunned. And then he sneered.
If you are so stubborn now, I won't hacking believe it. So go ahead.
Lu Wenwen was trembling with fear.
Tang! Don't be fooled. He wants us to be cannon fodder.
Fong Tang hugged him gently.
Don't worry. I have a way. Really?
Lu Wenwen's eyes widened.
You can really do it?
The young man became more and more mysterious and powerful in her heart. Especially this kind of self-confidence made her involuntarily feel a sense of admiration. Fong Tang adjusted his jacket, held her hand, smiled slightly, and walked directly to the door. Chapter 709 Church. There are unpredictable enemies outside, and there is always the danger of being shot through by random arrows. But Fong Tang suddenly shouted loudly.
Friends from the Nubai tribe outside. A girl and I came with a message from Ms. Eileen Clay. We are here to visit old friends. And we are not the same as the monster in the house.
Together.
Ah!
Aaron Clay.
The corners of Long Yunhai's mouth twitched crazily.
And his teeth were almost broken. And there were exclamations from outside.
Are you a student of the good Eileen? He knows that the good foreigner Irene must not be a monster.
Fong Tang successfully walked out of the house with Lu Wenwen and left safely. Long Yunhai in the room also shouted.
I am also Irene.
A burst of gunshots and arrows blocked his words, and he howled angrily.
Me? Why didn't I think of it? Among the clues available in this room, Irene Clay is the most critical. People in the village must know Irene. How could I not think of it just by calling her name? What happened to me?
The howl reluctantly disappeared in the house. And then, there was a burst of gunfire. Long Yuhai seemed to be desperate and kept firing. Surrounded by torches, Fong Tang and Lu Wenwen were surrounded by a group of people. They all wore baggy trousers, blue tops, and round turbans on their heads. Completely unique clothing of the Nubai people. These people are all fully armed and appear to be the most famous hunters of the Nubai tribe. But the leader is a majestic and old chief. The patriarch's face was wrinkled, and he looked to be in his 70s. His turban and hat were unique, with 3 layers of turbans and a long peacock feather stuck on it. Fortunately, most of the villagers here can speak Mandarin, and the patriarch is very proficient in Chinese. He ordered the villagers to get out of the way, and two strong men holding long knives protected the clan leader and walked towards Fong Tang and Wenwen.
How's that old guy Halabu doing in the house?
The clan leader asked calmly. Halabu must be that old hunter.
He was injured by a monster, and we are trapped. He is very weak now, and needs immediate treatment.
The old patriarch nodded.
How many monsters are there in the house?
Fong Tang immediately said.
There is a monster in the house with a gun, an injured arm, and a blind right eye. That guy is very strong and ran out of the house not long ago.
The old patriarch turned around and whistled. And the four middle-aged men holding torches pulled out their hunting knives, shouldered their bows and arrows, and each led a small team to search along the four directions of the hut. Fong Tang turned his head and glanced at the hut.
The monster inside is very powerful. If you need help.
The clan leader touched his waist and said calmly.
The hunters of my Nubai tribe can even kill pythons in the jungle and crazy wild elephants. The great Bina hunting god protects us. A small monster is nothing. Noble my friend. Please come with me.
His Mandarin is really good. However, although the old patriarch was polite, the two strong guards still silently surrounded Fong Tang and Wenwen with their swords in hand. Lu Wenwen still felt like she was in a dream. She even looked at the guards beside her curiously, trying to tell whether they were NPCs virtualized by particles. Fong Tang shook her hand hard and reminded her not to lose her mind. There is only darkness outside except for the torches. Nubai village seems to have not even pulled out the wires. It still uses primitive lighting tools, mostly hurricane lamps that burn animal fat. After walking through the steps that had removed the mechanism, we finally entered this village built high on the mountain. The cliffs on both sides are smooth and steep. The villagers only surrounded it with wooden fences. At a rough look, there were only 67 households. In other words, the 40 or so hunters brought by the old patriarch just now were owned by the entire village. Of the armed forces, bows and arrows, hunting knives, and probably a few shotguns. But the ammunition supply may be low. This was once a border battlefield. The villagers may have dug out mines and firearms, but whether they can be used remains to be seen. Fong Tang quickly calculated the armed strength of Nubai village in his mind, and unknowingly walked to the dome building he had seen at the bottom of the mountain. This is a simple yet exquisite little church. Yes, the familiar cross, the windows decorated with roses, and the pointed windows representing the image of the Virgin and the Son of Faith are all made of primitive paint. But the painter's skills are very skillful, and they look lifelike and full of religious art. Of brilliance. This chapel is the brightest place in the village, because rail light bulbs are used here. Fong Tang stopped and observed carefully the structure of the light bulb, and the roar of the machine from behind.
Is this a biogas lamp?
He asked. The old patriarch smiled.
Yes. Miss Irene built it for us. The boys in the village don't understand the mystery of this technology. Miss Irene once suggested that the whole village use it, but I refused. Why?
Lu Wenwen smacked her lips.
This is an electric civilization. It's better than your primitive oil lamp and fire Kong.
The old patriarch waved his hand, and the two guards quietly retreated. He took Fong Tang and Wenwen into the chapel, then frowned, stretched out his hand to wipe a wooden chair, then lowered his head and fiddled with the wooden chair gently, not knowing what he was doing. Then he raised his head and stared ahead at the pulpit. After watching for a long time, the majestic old patriarch snorted.
Since you asked this, then I have to explain that there are 3 reasons why I rejected Ms. Irene's suggestion. First, the construction of the biogas pool will change the ancestral home of our tribe. The hunting god ancestral hall will have to be overthrown and rebuilt, and it will cost a lot of money. Huh? To be honest, I think Ms. Irene can use this money to build it. A school or a warehouse.
Fong Tang nodded, fully agreeing with the old patriarch's words. The patriarch stood up and walked directly to the pulpit.
I left this chapel to thank Ms. Irene for the medicine and supplements she sent. She brought gifts to our entire clan, but our faith will not change. If the digester renovation plan is accepted, according to ancient trading principles, I will have to help her build more churches, which the officials above will never allow.
Cadres above. Fong Tang looked behind him silently, and then poked Lu Wenwen beside him. Lu Wenwen also saw slogans written on the undecorated wall behind the church's pulpit. These slogans are very neat. They are in Chinese on the top, and even translated in the Nubai language below. Article 1, a red heart. Ready with both hands. Article 2, let some people get rich first. Article 3, no matter how hard it is, we must not suffer for our children. And no matter how poor we are, We must not suffer for education. Article 4. Don't forget about family planning when you are newly married. The old patriarch was also looking at the slogans and smiled lightly.
These were written by Han cadres in Nujiang village. I support them all except the fourth one.
Fong Tang coughed and said.
Today is the 7th. It's 1981.
He said something incomprehensible. The old patriarch frowned.
You remembered wrongly? There are 2 days until the fire hunting festival. The calendar the cadres gave me clearly stated that today is July 7th, 1982.
Chapter 710 Heavy Rain. The time of the game scene can now be determined. July 7th, 1982. Exactly 1 year after Snake's mother left the village. Fong Tang still doesn't know how the Snake Girl's mother leaving the village has anything to do with the entire game. But the scene setting, including the slogans that only appeared in the 1980s, made him feel like he was actually there. More realistic than any virtual reality we've seen before. Mainly because of the AI intelligence of these NPCs. The old patriarch pointed to the wooden chair behind him.
You guys should sit down and rest for a while. The men have all gone out. There are only women and children in the village. We can't arrange a place for you to sleep for the time being.
Lu Wenwen couldn't help but ask.
You haven't mentioned the third reason yet. The third reason for rejecting biogas electricity.
The girl is really curious. The old patriarch smiled again.
Pollution. There is a danger of poisonous gas leaking from the biogas pool. My people do not have enough knowledge to avoid those dangers. Hey, kid, you should actually see it clearly. Even with the biogas pool, what kind of electrical appliances can we use in our small village? Even a light bulb has to be walked for 2 days and 2 nights out of the jungle to buy it in the village. And that one electric light is equivalent to 2 sheets of electricity. The price of animal skin is equivalent to 2 pounds of table salt.
His tone was very calm, but his words were logical and reasonable. Lu Wenwen was speechless for a moment. The old patriarch finally said,
Ms. Irene is a good person. A good person with her own beliefs. But she comes from a corrupt capitalist country. She does not understand real poverty and suffering. This kind of good person is most likely to do bad things.
The old patriarch slowly walked out of the church. Fong Tang looked at his straight back and rhythmic steps, and his eyes couldn't help but flash. The old patriarch turned around again at the door.
Don't leave here. There are monsters everywhere outside. If you wander around after dark, our hunters will accidentally hurt you.
When he turned around, his arm was exposed under the wide sleeves, with 2 wounds like copper coins looming on it. The door to the church was closed, and there were obviously guards left. Sitting on the wooden chair, Lu Wenwen swayed uneasily.
Tang! Why do I think this village is so weird? Maybe it's because they are virtual NPCs made of particles?
Fong Tang didn't speak, just thinking. Then he asked,
What do you think of this old patriarch?
Lu Wenwen frowned and thought for a while.
To be honest, I don't think he looks like the old patriarch of a closed village at all. He seems to know a lot of knowledge and speaks very politely. I always feel.
Wenwen couldn't describe the strange feeling. Fong Tang smiled.
He is highly educated and may know a little foreign language and has been on the battlefield. At least he has been a soldier. He is smarter than anyone in the village and is a very powerful patriarch.
Lu Wenwen was stunned.
I believe you when you say that he has been a soldier. Judging from the way he walks and the penetrating gunshot wound on his arm just now, it cannot be caused by a shotgun. But you say that he understands foreign languages. I really don't think so. Figure it out.
Fong Tang took her hand and came to the chair that the old patriarch had played with just now.
Look up here.
There is a string of small square pieces of paper in English taped to the back of the chair. Each square piece of paper has an English letter written on it, thus spelling out a complete word. This should be a simple English teaching prop for young children. Fong Tang touched the piece of paper. It was impossible for a sticky note made of this kind of material to appear in a small, closed mountain village. It must have been brought by Ms. Eileen from Australia. Lu Wenwen was reading the English words on the chair, which translated into, Friends with Faith. Hey Labu.
Well, when Irene was preaching, every chair was labeled with the name of a believer.
But Lu Wenwen looked at the other chairs.
It seems that only this Halabu has attended the service. The other chairs have no names. That's not the point. This string of English letters just lost a few letters. I saw with my own eyes that the old patriarch reposted it. At least he knows the words on it.
Things are getting weirder and weirder. Half a day has passed since the first round of the hide-and-seek game, and there is still no progress at all. Lu Wenwen sighed.
Tang! I don't think we can be misled. No matter what weirdness the old patriarch and this village have. Shouldn't we aim to catch mice?
She clenched her fists.
Actually, I just thought of a way. Well, what can I do? Set the village on fire,
Lu Wenwen whispered.
I don't believe it. The dead rat can still hide after the village has been burned down.
Just as he said this, there was a sudden noise outside. Through the sealed sharp-cornered windows, you can see a blurry scene, which is the light of fire. In the dark night, a fire started burning in a house not far from the church. The hot breath rushed through the cracks in the windows, bringing with it a burst of thick smoke. Fong Tang looked strange.
Oh, it seems that someone has a clear understanding of you.
It was the bullhead who set the fire. His right eye was blinded by snake venom, and the arrow wound on his left arm began to rot. But he became more and more accustomed to this human body. Before undergoing the prosthetic transformation, Nyoto was a well-known underground boxer and a professional athlete in the Ironman Tenathlon. He had a strong physique, explosive strength, murderous methods, and crazy crimes. He immediately thought of this simplest method. First, the cow had obtained enough grease, which is a flammable mixture of ironwood resin and some animal fat, and then carefully selected the best starting point for fire. The third room on the north side of the church is covered with thatch and is located directly north of the village. According to the wind direction at this time, as long as the fire starts, it can burn all the way to the south of the village. Now the flames were rising into the sky, rushing towards the chapel with the winds of the hillside. The bull's head was hidden in a stone pit on the cliff on one side, and half of its face was immersed in the rainwater in the stone pit to avoid being smoked. He was inexplicably excited. As long as he catches the mouse, he can say that he single-handedly wins this level. Well, before the end of this round of the game, I will take advantage of this perfect opportunity to kill Long Yunhai and those two annoying humans. The snake girl is also missing and may have died a long time ago. Then after this round of the game is over, you will be the only one left.
I will enter the third door, get the treasure house of Tsidagarba, and then return to that beautiful real world.
Nyoto was already immersed in his fantasy. Then, the sound of raindrops extinguished his dream. This is impossible. The heavy rain came not only timely, but also quickly. The rain that covered the entire sky had formed a curtain, as if buckets of cold water were pouring down from above. The fire that had just started was extinguished by heavy rain soon, and the half-burned hut collapsed with a bang. The Tauren gritted his teeth, jumped up angrily, discerned the direction in the rain, and sneaked into a nearby tile-roofed house. Chapter 7:11 Portrait. In the chapel, Fong Tang and Lu Wenwen were listening to the sound of the violent storm.
It's raining so hard. It sounds like a flood.
Lu Wenwen was still talking, and a stream of water poured in crazily along the door of the church. The rainstorm was heavier than they imagined. The church door swung open. The old patriarch, wearing an oilcloth and a bamboo hat, came in and shouted,
A monster is setting fire to our house. But the great hunter god sent this heavy rain and saved us. Fong Tang looked at him and sneered.
Old patriarch, do you believe in that hunting god? Or do you believe in yourself? If this level of heavy rain continues for another day, enough floods will accumulate behind the mountain.
He walked over quickly.
This mountain is already half empty, and most of it is exposed mud and stone structures. Do you know about mudslides?
The old patriarch looked at him with sharp eyes.
I understand everything you said, but human power cannot change this natural disaster. I can only use the faith of the hunting god to appease the panicked tribesmen.
Fong Tang let out a breath.
No, there is a way. As long as you help me find someone, this disaster will end. Disaster?
The old patriarch sneered.
You are now more of a magic stick than Irene. I'm talking about a real disaster. Maybe the mudslides won't happen, but the plague is coming soon. Your entire group, as well as this village, may disappear after this heavy rain. This place will become a wild reserve in the future.
The old patriarch lowered his head and coughed, as if he couldn't help but smile.
Now you are not only a magic stick, but also a bluffing fake magic stick.
Outside the church, the elderly and children ran out of their homes. Under the command of a few men, the ditches on the mountain road were opened. Due to the height difference, the rough mountain village drainage facilities actually played a decisive role at this time, and the water flowed rushing down the stone steps. The door of the chapel was closed again, and this time the old patriarch gently took out a pistol. A true military-issue pistol. This is a Browning 1960 semi-automatic military pistol. In the 1970s and 1980s, only army officers who had been on the battlefield had the opportunity to obtain such a good thing, because most of these guns were captured and came from the 1950s, the spoils of the anti-American war. The old patriarch twirled his pistol.
Now, you two can tell the truth. Why are you pretending to be Irene's students?
Lu Wenwen trembled and forced a smile.
We are really Eileen's students. If you don't believe me, I can talk to you in English.
The old patriarch smiled sarcastically and asked in fluent English.
So, please tell me Irene's Christian name?
The Christian name is the name given to a Christian believer by baptism after birth. Just like a domestic nickname. Lu Wenwen was speechless and replied in dry English.
That's Teacher Eileen's privacy. How do I know?
The old patriarch patted his pistol coldly. Still speaking fluent English.
What kind of teacher is Irene at the Queensland College in Melbourne? New South Wales?
Lu Wenwen rubbed her nose, glanced at Fong Tang, and quickly answered with her eyes rolling.
Of course she majors in education.
The old patriarch lowered his eyelids.
Idiot. Irene is not from Queensland College at all. She comes from the oldest Catholic university of New South Wales. And she first studied theology, and later switched to art theory.
The gun was already pointed at Lu Wenwen. Fong Tang pulled the wooden chair, pushed Wenwen aside, and sat opposite the clan leader.
Your understanding of Ms. Irene is a bit unusual.
The old patriarch's eyelids twitched. Fong Tang smiled.
You have served as a soldier and been on the anti-American battlefield. You should be quite an officer. You are proficient in English. And in what you just said, your accent is a very standard British accent. You have never lived abroad. It's impossible to have such an accent through experience.
The old patriarch opened his eyes and suddenly laughed wildly.
Young man is very powerful. But my accent is not a British accent, but a South Wales accent.
Fong Tang's eyes flickered.
Yes, Australia was originally a British colony. Its original name was New South Wales Colony, and the accent has naturally changed.
The old patriarch frowned slightly, then coughed.
Here we don't directly say Australia, but add rotten capitalist empire.
Lu Wenwen shook her head.
What age is this?
This is not a turbulent era, but an era that has just opened up. In 1982, some rural areas still retain the era of work points. In the extremely remote mountain villages in Yunnan province, those slogans full of sense of the times, as well as these words of the old patriarch, are all it gave Fong Tang a strange feeling. He doesn't seem to be in a game. More like he's in. He did not think about it further and cheered up.
Old patriarch, we are indeed not Irene's students. Instead, we found the antique gun and a can of milk powder left by Irene in the cabin. So we pretended to be. You have to understand. Otherwise, your hunters will kill us.
The old patriarch turned around and shouted, and a guard hurried in and whispered a report in his ear. Not long after, another guard carefully held the antique gun, as well as the jars and oil paper packages obtained in the hut, all placed on the ground. The old patriarch snorted.
We went in to check, and there is no monster you mentioned. Only poor Halebu is in the house.
Fong Tang and Lu Wenwen were both shocked.
Long Yuhai ran away.
How did he escape from the hunters without even having time to take away the gun? The old patriarch began to load the pistol at this time.
Do you know what I think? You two are monsters. You have been confusing my people. Now, in this church left by Irene.
The pistol was slowly raised, the muzzle so steady. Fong Tang grabbed Lu Wenwen, who was about to escape.
Since everything is under your control, can you let me say a few more words?
The old patriarch's eyes were cold.
I can give you a lamp of time.
If an oil lamp does not change the oil, it should be fine for burning for half an hour. Fong Tang coughed.
This rainstorm is rare in a century. After the rainstorm, there will be a plague, and the village will disappear completely. This is a fact that is about to happen. And I still said the same thing. Find someone for me, and everything will end. Lu Wenwen looked at the boy strangely, her eyes reminding him, this is a virtual game. These people are NPCs. Is it useful to talk to them about this? But for some reason, the old patriarch seemed a little hesitant. He finally asked,
Who are you looking for?
Fong Tang didn't know Mouse's previous real name, so he asked for paper and pen. The paper is a common wall calendar in the 1980s, and the back is white. The pen is a blue ballpoint pen, which was also standard for students of that era. This is provided by the only clan member in Nubai village who has attended high school. Fong Tang started drawing on the paper. The prosthetic modified mouse no longer looks like a human being, but his appearance is still somewhat distinctive. After entering the game, Fong Tang discovered that the human appearance of Long Yunhai and the others was not much different from that after the transformation. The 12 zodiac signs should have retained their original looks on their prosthetic bodies. So he tried his best to draw the human appearance of the mouse in his mind. The portrait is very neat, fully showing the unique features of the mouse's appearance. The old patriarch picked up the portrait, took one look at it and smiled. Chapter 7 12 Earrings.
What are you laughing at?
Fong Tang said coldly.
The person I'm looking for is the person in this portrait.
The old patriarch shook his head, turned around and shouted something in the language of the Nubai tribe. Not long after, a man in an old-fashioned jacket walked in carrying a native gun.
Bai Jie, look at this portrait.
Several hunters also came over curiously and smiled after taking a look. The guy named Bai Jie blinked and looked at Fong Tang.
Your sketch is very good. If I want a portrait, I will definitely come to you.
Bai Jie is the only high school student in the village and an educated hunter, and his appearance is very similar to Fong Tang's portrait. Fong Tang was already in a daze. The old patriarch raised his gun again this time.
The person you are looking for is here. Should you worry now?
Fong Tang looked at the muzzle of the gun, and his chaotic thoughts gradually stabilized. He said solemnly to the old patriarch,
You are not a hesitant person. If you want to kill us, just one command is enough. Why do you keep scaring us?
Us? What exactly do you want me to say?
The old patriarch's hand trembled, and he suddenly put away his pistol and opened his eyes angrily.
I want you to admit with your own mouth that you are a monster. The spirit of revenge in the jungle. I will not be afraid of you. No matter how scary you are.
He was speaking incoherently, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. Lu Wenwen felt cold all over, but she suddenly understood that this old patriarch was not as calm as he appeared. He had always been afraid. He was actually very scared. What he was afraid of was actually Fong Tang and Lu Wenwen. Fong Tang looked up at the dome of the church, looked down at the strange symbols faintly looming under the seats, and showed a sudden expression.
It turns out that you have always regarded us as ghosts. No wonder. No wonder you brought us here. In the church. You also believe in God. And you even drew a talisman under this chair.
The old patriarch gasped violently, and then waved his hand suddenly. The tribesmen retreated silently, and the man named Bai Jie even took away the portrait. The church doors were closed again, and the rainstorm continued. The old patriarch gasped more and more, then slowly took out a strange little thing from his arms, and threw it directly to the ground.
Do you know it? What on earth is this?
That was an earring. Fong Tang jumped up after taking one look and couldn't believe it.
Where did you find it? This is my earring. I know this is an earring. But it's not yours. It's obviously Haley's. And why is it talking?
The old patriarch trembled all over and murmured something incomprehensible. Kane's earrings were taken away after entering the underground factory, and Hapo Jizo was directly sealed at that time. Now this earring actually appears in the virtual scene of the game? Fong Tang picked it up carefully and saw a layer of wood dust on the edge of the earring. He looked up.
Have you ever burned this thing?
The old patriarch's cheeks trembled.
Of course. A dead person's things must be burned.
Dead people's things? Wait. He just said these earrings were
Haley's.
Fong Tang tried to put it on,
calling silently in his heart.
Kane? Kane?
With a buzzing sound. The earrings indeed spoke. But it was a shrill female voice. Fong Tang's vision went dark, and a horrifying picture appeared on his retina. A woman covered in blood, with countless struggling rats stepping on her feet, came out of the darkness with carrion and black blood. With a snap, the earring fell, and Fong Tang gasped violently like an old patriarch.
What the H.L. is this?
The expression on the old patriarch's face was very rich. After a long while, he slowly stood up and breathed out relaxedly.
It turns out that you are not a ghost, but also a cursed person.
After a moment of silence, the old patriarch looked at the earring on the ground and smiled bitterly.
We have used countless methods, including flames, caves, mines, gunpowder, and hammers. But we can't destroy this earring no matter what. There is Haley's ghost inside. They are all cursed. You are actually right. The ghost has been wandering in the jungle. She came for revenge. She warned us that when the heavy rain comes, the whole village will go to H.L.
Fong Tang stared at the earrings and supported the staggering patriarch.
Tell me, who is Hailey? She is the daughter of old Halebu.
The old patriarch muttered in reply.
She is coming to settle accounts with us.
There was a crisp sound, and the earrings on the ground suddenly floated up. The strange scene made Lu Wenwen tremble. Then the earring disappeared. Lu Wenwen has been paying attention.
It flew away.
The old patriarch swallowed.
Yes, it flew back to its owner, and Hailey's ghost was calling it.
Lu Wenwen quickly analyzed in Fong Tang's ear.
I can see that this level of hide-and-seek is actually a small game based on a ghost story. We may have to help the villagers break the curse before we can find the rat boss. Maybe there is something behind all this. It's all Boss Rat who is doing this.
This really doesn't feel like a hide-and-seek game anymore. But Fong Tang still felt something was wrong. The strange feeling he had just now became more and more obvious. Virtual reality? Why is there always a suspicion?
Oh, Patriarch. You regard me as a friend who helps. Can you tell me about Hailey?
Fong Tang tried to ask. The old patriarch sat down slumped, turned around and said low again. Not long after, someone brought hot crockpot soup, fried meatworms wrapped in leaves, and a plate of bacon from an unknown animal. The old patriarch sat there blankly, while Fong Tang and Lu Wenwen couldn't eat anything at all now.
The story about Hailey has to start a year ago, when Eileen received my letter and rushed here. Before that, I had to tell my story.
The old patriarch sighed softly.
Only after understanding this, you will understand that I was so stupid that I not only killed a good friend, but also the entire tribe.
The old patriarch fell into long memories and spoke intermittently. Fong Tang and Lu Wenwen were entranced. Slowly, while drinking hot soup and eating bacon, they followed the memories of the old patriarch and entered an extremely strange story. Chapter 713 The Patriarch's Story.
When I was born, the world was still in war. This small mountain village was completely closed at that time. It can be said to be a paradise. But what boy doesn't want to go out and explore? I was very lucky. I followed a hunter out of the mountains very early. The hunter who took me out of the mountains actually had an extraordinary identity. He was once the personal bodyguard of General Kai Yi.
The beginning of this story actually spans several decades and came to the era of war-torn warlords.
The hunter followed General Kai Yi to participate in the Kunming uprising and experience the war against Yuan dynasty. Later, General Kai died of illness. The hunter was very valued by General Kai. The general left him a sum of money, and he left the army. After returning to my hometown, he took me away from China and traveled abroad. We went to England, France, and finally to New Wales, Australia, where I received a good education. So I grew up abroad. In 1937, when the July 7th incident broke out and the anti-Japanese war broke out, the hunter was so angry that he gave up his privileged life abroad and took me back to his motherland. However,
he had no way to save the country and was instead exploited. He eventually died on the battlefield. But I was adopted by a big shot, who later became the founding general of the People's Republic of China. I can't say his name. In short, after I joined the revolution, I became famous and entered the anti-American battlefield as an officer, following the intelligence forces at that time, responsible for intelligence analysis on the United States. After the war, after many years of ups and downs, I was almost imprisoned and died of illness. Later, the situation changed. Because of my unique experience and the test of my loyalty. Under the recommendation of the big shot adoptive father, I followed the country and after Australia established diplomatic relations. I became an intelligence officer at the embassy in Australia, ostensibly a technical attaché with the rank of major. That's when I met Aaron.
After hearing this silently, Lu Wenwen's eyes flashed with stars.
You are in love, right?
The old patriarch frowned.
Child, where are you thinking? I was already an old guy at that time, and Irene was still in her youth. We can be said to be best friends. Although we have different worldviews, we also have the same topics. Aileen has dedicated everything to her beliefs, and there is no personal relationship between us.
Lu Wenwen seemed disappointed.
Then your story is boring.
She then sighed with emotion.
The text of this game is really well written. Jizo can be said to be a very literary novelist. He actually added such a beautiful story. It's not love to the game levels.
The old patriarch shook his head.
What even my adoptive father didn't know at the time was that with the help of Irene, I found my faith.
Fong Tang's eyes flashed.
Have you joined the religion?
The old patriarch nodded.
This was definitely not allowed at the time. But it also made the friendship between Irene and I stronger. This story may not be exciting, but because of this experience, Irene and I had an intersection. Later, I left Australia and returned to my motherland. But I encountered 3 censorships and was imprisoned again. My adoptive father also passed away, and no one could help me. I spent some time in prison, and after I was released, I felt it was time to return to my roots. I returned to Nubai village and was quickly elected as the new clan leader.
The old patriarch was silent for a moment, and then said in a deep voice,
Since I became the patriarch, strange things have happened in Nubai village one after another. Some people have disappeared. Some have died tragically. And there are many white mice that should not have appeared. He coughed. The ecological environment here is actually not suitable for the survival of mice. But these mice kept appearing. So I started to trace the source. The old patriarch shook his head. It turns out they are all mutant varieties of KM mice.
Fong Tang frowned.
What?
The old patriarch explained calmly.
In the 1940s, the Biological Research Institute of the Ministry of Health introduced the first batch of experimental mice from India. They were raised at the Kunming Central Epidemic Prevention Office at that time. So this kind of mice is called Kunming mice.
Fong Tang nodded.
Continue. Is this rat scary? You haven't seen the situation at that time. A year ago, those rats brought not only diseases, but also dead people. For a while, many of our hunters like to use rat meat to pickle food. You are in Halebu. I should have seen that kind of pink flesh in my house.
Fong Tang looked at the bacon in front of him and couldn't help coughing. Lu Wenwen covered her mouth. The old patriarch smiled.
Don't worry. What you are eating is wild boar meat.
The two of them felt better now. The old patriarch sighed, and then said,
While tracking down the rat plague, I accidentally discovered something unusual about Hailey. Old guy Halebu used to be the most powerful hunter in the village. But his wife had a difficult childbirth that year. When he was carrying his wife down the mountain to the village for treatment, he was almost swallowed by a python. It is said that when he found him, the poor half of the guy's face is gone.
Fong Tang and Lu Wenwen both thought of the scary face of the old hunter in the wooden house.
And the red spots, which turned out to be traces of corrosion by snake venom.
Hailey Bu failed to keep his wife, but he got a healthy daughter. You can imagine how much he cared for his daughter. He was so doting on her that even the young men in the village would be punished by Hailey if they dared to secretly say a word to Hailey. Give Li Bu a good beating.
The old patriarch shook his head.
Hailey grew up in such an environment. In my opinion, it is simply miserable.
Fong Tang frowned and interrupted him.
What is the connection between the rat plague and Hailey?
The corners of the old patriarch's mouth twitched.
Hailey raised those rats.
This, completely baffling. Why did a girl who was locked up in a small house and a young man who had been unable to communicate normally with others for a long time raise mice? But Fong Tang suddenly remembered that in the hut and the earthen Kong of the old hunter Halebu, weren't they full of rats and bugs? Looking at it this way, what the old patriarch said seems to be true. The old patriarch's eyelids started to twitch now.
After discovering Hailey's secret mouse factory, I led my tribe to capture her. Old guy Halebu wanted to fight with me. I invited the cadres in the village to follow. He did his job and told him about the dangers of the plague. Then, we killed all the rats and used quicklime and salt water to water the area.
The old patriarch coughed violently.
After that, Hailey will go crazy.
Hailey going crazy is another long story. Without warning, as those mice died, diseases appeared, and people in the clan began to die. First the old man, then the child, and finally the healthy hunter.
This is all caused by Hailey's rats.
The old clan leader gritted his teeth.
After discussion, the clansmen decided to burn her to death.
Ah! Lu Wenwen shouted.
That's ridiculous. You have to at least let her explain why she raises rats?
The old patriarch snorted.
The tribe can't bear it anymore. But what we didn't expect was that Hailey committed suicide before the burning began.
Chapter 714 Which Hailey? Silent for a long time, the old patriarch stood up with difficulty.
I will never forget that day. Hailey was standing on the east side of the cliff. It was on that day that we discovered that she had an extra earring in her ear.
Fong Tang also stood up in surprise.
Is it the one you showed me just now?
The old patriarch nodded.
Yes, that's the one. She jumped off the cliff with her earrings on.
Lu Wenwen let out a sigh of relief at this time.
I understand. That's why her ghost attached itself to the earring and came back to take revenge.
The old clan leader slapped the table hard.
No. Hailey's suicide was just the beginning. Her body disappeared after her death. We searched for it in the jungle for 3 days and 3 nights. Then on the 4th day, the clan members were cleaning up Hailey's body. I found the earring when I was retrieving the relics. The earrings are back.
Fong Tang seemed to have grasped a certain key. The old patriarch's voice became faster and faster.
As soon as the earrings appeared, the curse came. Hailey's ghost seemed to follow the earrings and kept appearing in the village. Even in broad daylight, it would flash like this, appearing before your eyes.
Lu Wenwen has goosebumps now. Fong Tang was still very calm.
Every time she appears, she is recruited. Right. If I guess correctly, the earrings appeared first, and then she came soon.
The old patriarch trembled.
Yes, that's it. That's why we tried our best to deal with earrings.
Lu Wenwen thought of something.
Then, that earring just now appeared again.
The old patriarch smiled bitterly.
So tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow at the latest, she will come again. No, It should be them. They will come together. Who? Those dead guinea pigs.
Fong Tang pondered for a moment.
There is a big tree in the jungle with the words "They are coming" written on it. Was that carved by the old hunter Halebu?
The corner of the old patriarch's mouth trembled.
Yes. Old Halebu looks scary. But he is actually the kindest person. He feels that it is his own sin. So he has been guarding in the jungle, hoping to deal with his daughter's ghost with his own hands.
Fong Tang snorted, but sneered in his heart. Halebu is definitely not an honest and kind-hearted guy. He lost his beloved wife and locked his daughter in the hut. He is simply a psychologically twisted guy. It can be seen from the situation in the hut. When the old patriarch came out, was he pretending to be stupid, or did he really not know? The old patriarch looked completely powerless at this time, as if he had exhausted all his courage to tell the story of the strange incident. However, Fong Tang heard too many things that were wrong in this story. He asked directly,
Hai Li's ghost incident happened a year ago. That was before Irene came. Right.
The old patriarch frowned.
Of course. It was precisely because I was helpless that I wrote to Eileen and asked her to help.
Lu Wenwen shook her head.
She is just a woman. How can she still catch ghosts?
Fong Tang smiled at the side.
That's not necessarily true. I think that Irene is not only a beautiful dancer, but also an exorcist. Right.
The old patriarch lowered his eyes and lowered his head.
Yes. I said that she studies theology. In the years when I knew her, I saw her performing exorcism rituals.
In short, after receiving the letter from her old friend, Ms. Irene traveled thousands of miles, overcome all difficulties, and tried every means to successfully enter the country.
After Eileen came to us, she first built a chapel, a methane digester and other things. Strangely enough, as soon as she came, she didn't do anything. Haley's ghost became quiet and almost disappeared.
The old patriarch stopped pretending at this time, and suddenly knelt on the floor of the church with one leg, and recited God's scriptures fluently in English. After a long time, he stood up and continued.
I am very grateful to Eileen, but she will get into a lot of trouble if she stays in the village for too long. So after Haley's ghost disappeared, I persuaded her to go back.
Fong Tang sneered when he heard this.
Are you right that Irene doesn't want to leave?
The old patriarch was embarrassed.
Yes. I don't know why. Not only did she not want to leave, but she also stayed with Halebu every day. Old Halebu also became a believer. The two of them prayed in the jungle every day. Eileen even got a lot of nutritional supplements from abroad through special channels. And she even gave the precious royal shotgun to Halebu.
Lu Wenwen blinked when she heard this.
Old patriarch, you are jealous.
The patriarch smiled bitterly.
You kid is so ridiculous. Why should I be jealous? I just think Halebu and Irene are weird. They seem to be hiding some secret from me.
Fong Tang's eyes flashed at this time.
What are the nutritional supplements that Irene got?
The old patriarch thought for a while.
Probably some milk powder or something. And biscuits. Anyway, old Halebu doesn't need those nutritional supplements. His illness is caused by snake venom, and eating anything is useless.
The rainstorm outside was already roaring. Fong Tang is still waiting for the key to this story. But the old patriarch seemed not to want to continue talking. He suddenly shook his head.
The story ends here. All you need to know is that Haley's ghost is coming again. I hope you can help us protect the village. I can see that you two are very capable.
He actually left the most critical suspense. Lu Wenwen scratched her head and ears. But the old patriarch had already stood up to leave. Fong Tang snorted behind him and asked gloomily.
What happened on July 7th? 1981?
The old patriarch's whole body felt like he was being electrocuted. He turned around, widened his eyes, and made a whooshing sound from his mouth.
You? How do you know?
Fong Tang looked at him coldly and walked over step by step.
What happened on July 7th? 1 year ago today?
The old patriarch trembled crazily, and then shouted,
You, don't come over.
He grabbed the pistol in panic, rushed to the door in a panic, and actually knocked open the church door like that. The biogas lamp in the church also flashed at this time and made a hissing sound. The lights gradually dimmed, and the surroundings turned from bright to dark. Circles of light and shadow appeared in front of Lu Wenwen's eyes. The visual residue left by the lights actually caused her to hallucinate. She yelled,
There's a ghost! Haley is here!
The lights finally disappeared completely. Lu Wenwen jumped and screamed, and was hugged by a pair of warm hands. Fong Tang smiled behind her and said,
Do you still think this is a game?
Firelight appeared, and the young man got an oil lamp from nowhere. He shook the lighter he took out of his jacket and curled up the corner of his mouth.
Interesting.
Lu Wenwen huddled tightly in his arms.
You? What are you staring at a lighter?
Fong Tang tapped her head with his finger.
Idiot. Where did this lighter come from? Yes. It's a tent. Left behind by the three thieves.
Fong Tang reached out and patted her jacket and the sharp multifunctional jungle knife.
Now! Do you see it? Tang! What the HL? I'm confused.
Fong Tang shook his head.
You are really too stupid. Don't you notice this knife? This clothes? This lighter?
Lu Wenwen blinked.
Aware? Aware of what? If you keep showing off, I will ignore you. Split time and space.
A strange word came out of Fong Tang's mouth. Chapter 715 Exploring the Truth. Time and space? Lu Wenwen became increasingly confused. And Fong Tang's face was extremely strange.
Jackets, the latest fabrics, should be the latest products in the real world. Lighters, plastic products, come to Wu Small Mall. There are 5 rings on them to commemorate the London Olympics.
Lu Wenwen finally understood something and widened her eyes.
Those 3 thieves and this knife are also the latest outdoor adventure products. Those 3 jungle thieves are by no means from the 1980s, but from the real 2020 year or later. So, in this game scene designed by Jizo, why is there incoherence in time and space? Is there a split?
Lu Wenwen gritted her teeth.
Damn Siddhartha. He deliberately set this Easter egg to interfere with us. This is his bad taste.
Fong Tang hummed.
Your explanation makes some sense. But do you still remember the situation when the game was officially launched?
In Area A of the factory. After the Scissors and Baggage Hammer game ended, the statuette announced that the game was officially started. Then came darkness. Lu Wenwen shook her head repeatedly.
I don't remember.
Fong Tang gently rubbed his left eye.
Yes, you passed out. And so did Long Yuhai and the others. I was the only one who was still conscious. I picked you up and then saw the door. Ah, the crystal door?
Fong Tang swallowed.
Yes, it is a transparent crystal door. But it is a little different. I could definitely see it clearly at the time. After the crystal door opened, it seemed that time had stopped. There were phantoms in front of me. And the door changed. It became a ghost. Driving slowly. 3 times in a row.
He suddenly stopped when he said this. And his left eye actually shone like a green star. Lu Wenwen was shocked.
Your eyes have turned green.
Fong Tang held her hand.
I have to go out and kill someone now. Ah.
Lu Wenwen's back felt cold.
You? Don't scare me. Tang! You look so scary now. But if you insist on killing someone, we can kill Nyo too or Mr. Long.
Fong Tang shook his head coldly.
They can't do it. They must be humans in the village.
He seemed to have grasped something. So he walked out desperately. Lu Wenwen chased after her desperately.
Don't abandon me. Tang! Don't abandon me.
Fong Tang stopped and looked at her.
Here. This church may be the safest place. You find a place to hide. I have to confirm my inference.
Lu Wenwen gritted her teeth.
No. I want to follow you.
Fong Tang shook his head again.
No. If what I think in my heart is true, then you can't know the truth. Because it may make you forget it. And it will be dangerous to continue talking.
Lu Wenwen was stunned. Tang. What on earth was he talking about? At the door of the church, 2 muffled hums came. Fong Tang supported the knocked unconscious guard, looked at the heavy rain, and rushed down the stone steps without hesitation. He first returned to the old hunter's hut in Halebu. The house was in a mess, with many bullet casings scattered around. Halebu should have been taken away by his tribe. So Fong Tang squatted down and looked at the gap in the earthen bed. Thoughtfully, he stood in the room for a long time, seemed to find something on the ground, and checked for a while before leaving. Perhaps no one would have thought that Fong Tang would now return to the jungle. His left eye grew brighter. Then the corners of his mouth curled up. After a while, he seemed to follow a certain sound and came to the foot of a tall tree. This huge tree soars into the sky, and the top trees cannot be seen in the dark. Fong Tang was digging under the big tree, and soon he found something. Darkness completely enveloped the place. He arranged the exhumed corpses. His left eye continued to flash, and then his body began to tremble. After a long while, Fong Tang smiled bitterly.
It turns out to be true.
After reburying the body, he returned to the tent and dug the ground again. The thief's body appeared, and Fong Tang's left eye flashed again. This time, he was more certain of something. Now, the heavy rain continued to rage, and he turned back to the big tree in the rain, and then climbed up. Time passed little by little. And when a certain light source on the sky began to simulate sunlight, the rainstorm finally stopped, and clusters of clouds that seemed to be simulated by particles appeared and were suddenly torn apart. Fong Tang walked down the torn clouds in embarrassment and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now, he went deeper into the jungle. At a certain point he stopped, reached out tremblingly, and then withdrew. He seemed to think for a long time before turning back to Nubai village. Fong Tang walked up the stone steps and saw Lu Wenwen at the door of the church being tied up with a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth. The old patriarch and all the hunters were standing there in full armor. Seeing Fong Tang returning, the old patriarch let out an unexpected sigh, then raised his hand gently. The rope around Lu Wenwen was cut off, and she glared at Fong Tang.
Asshole! You abandoned me like this!
Fong Tang shook his head and said in a hoarse voice,
Wenwen, don't worry. I won't leave. There are still some keys here that I haven't figured out yet.
These words are really baffling. Lu Wenwen rubbed her shoulders.
The old patriarch said you ran away, but I said you will definitely come back.
The clan leader next to her interrupted her. Fong Tang nodded slightly, and then said roughly,
Last night, she came back, and Baiga's mother was killed.
Baiga, the only high school student, is now kneeling on the ground crying bitterly. Behind him stood a little boy of only 5 or 6 years old, silent and speechless. The old patriarch led all the warriors to protect Baiga and his son, especially the little boy. He was actually wearing an old-fashioned bulletproof vest. It must have been given to him by the old patriarch. 2 exclusive guards arranged by the patriarch were always guarding the boy. Fong Tang glanced at Bai Jie, then stared at the little boy for half a minute, and then walked towards the deceased's house. Baiga's mother lived alone in this small tile-roofed house. She was a kind old lady. She died miserably, with her neck broken while she was alive. Fong Tang glanced at the room, looked at the food residue left on the table, and then checked the messy beds and cabinets. Then he said to Bai Jie, who was still crying,
She didn't do it. I know who the murderer is.
Bai Jie raised his head with angry and distrustful eyes.
She must have done it. This is revenge. Only ghosts can be so vicious. My mother died so miserably.
Fong Tang said coldly.
Come in and see for yourself. There are 2 sets of clothes missing from the cabinet. All the dried meat stored in the house has been taken away. The murderer had a feast here and even took away a hunting knife.
He sighed softly towards Baiga's dead mother, and his left eye flashed faintly. Lu Wenwen already understood and made a gesture to him.
Dragon?
Fong Tang shook his head slightly and made a gesture.
It's not a dragon. It's an ox.
There was a commotion outside the house, and Fong Tang slowly came out and looked at the patriarch.
You have to believe me.
The old patriarch clapped his hands gently, and the tribesmen all stepped back. Then he pointed at Fong Tang.
This warrior bravely entered the jungle last night and stayed there all night.
The Nubai clan members all widened their eyes, and the look in their eyes towards Fong Tang also changed. The old patriarch smiled.
You guys who call yourself warriors, which hunter can do what he does?
The hunters bowed their heads in shame. The old patriarch then said in a deep voice,
For real warriors who may be able to help us get rid of the curse, we must treat them as the most distinguished guests.
Chapter 7:16 False Space. Fong Tang was now suddenly shaped into a true warrior. He entered the cursed jungle at night without fear of death. And more importantly, he came back alive, under the old patriarch's deceptive manipulation. The innocent and lovely hunters all walked up to Fong Tang, took off their hunting knives and bows, and placed them at his feet. The old patriarch nodded to Fong Tang.
This is our custom. If you choose a sword or a bow, you will become their leader.
Fong Tang sighed in his heart. His original intention was not to disturb the people in Nubai village as much as possible, and he hoped that he and Lu Wenwen would act alone. But the development of things is getting more and more out of control. He leaned over and selected a hunting knife with an ivory handle and a hunting bow decorated with peacock feathers. The hunters of the Nubai tribe cheered. A new leader is born, which is really the best news after the cursed night. An old guy wrapped in cloth, with red spots all over his body, walked out tremblingly on crutches and looked at Fong Tang and the hunters from a distance. It was Halebu, the owner of that scary hut. The old hunter Halebu recovered quickly, but strangely, his eyes kept staring at the little boy in the crowd. Baiga's son. At this time, Fong Tang waved his hand and gave a few casual instructions, arranging hunters to patrol the east, west, north and south of the village. Then he chatted with the old patriarch for a few words, and then walked towards the little boy. The 5 or 6-year-old boy seemed a little introverted and backed away shyly. Fong Tang took off the multifunctional jungle knife from his waist and shook it at him. The little boy suddenly summoned up the courage to come up.
You will definitely become the bravest hunter in the future.
Fong Tang handed him the heavy knife. Then stood up and said coldly,
I saw a new curse in the jungle last night.
The hunters who were preparing to patrol all exclaimed and gathered around. The old patriarch frowned. You
can call me Tang. I'm from the south. And I'm actually a demon hunter.
Fong Tang said in a deep voice. And then his left eye flashed. And a green light appeared. The hunters were shocked by his unique eyes. Fong Tang originally wanted to explain that these were yin and yang eyes, which could see the gods, ghosts and demons in the world. But he suddenly thought that the Nubai people in this closed mountain village might not be familiar with the legend of Daomen. So he said nothing and just stared at them. The crowd began to murmur and then cheer. To this group of simple hunters, demon hunters are real. Just like the ancient legends about hunting gods of the Nubai tribe. The old patriarch on the side already felt something was wrong. This kid is actually deceiving the tribesmen. But it was too late. Fong Tang used the old patriarch's prestige and added a seemingly reliable demon hunter declaration to once again unite people's hearts. Because in the face of uncontrollable disasters, humans always imagine a hero falling from the sky to save the world. Fong Tang pointed at the little boy at this time.
Which Hailey and her accomplices. The next target is this child.
Bai Jie almost fainted and hugged his son, trembling all over.
No. What is this child's name?
Fong Tang asked.
Gali means leader in our language.
Fong Tang patted Baiga on the shoulder.
Don't worry. We will do our best to protect him.
Baiga was still trembling. Fong Tang leaned into his ear and whispered,
Give your son to me.
Bai Jie raised his head in shock.
No. But Mr. Tang.
You? He didn't know what to express. But his eyes were filled with suspicion. Fong Tang pulled him up and said,
Let's talk in the church.
At this time, Lu Wenwen, a partner of the demon hunter, was very proud. She even got a short-barreled shotgun. This gun had moderate recoil, although its long-range accuracy was extremely poor. It was extremely lethal at close range. Lu Wenwen is obviously very familiar with firearms, perhaps due to her affinity for machines. Fong Tang walked into the church with Bai Jie and Jie Li, and winked at Lu Wenwen before closing the door. Lu Wenwen understood, and even the old patriarch stopped him. In the church, Fong Tang chatted with Gali for a while, gave him some of the remaining bacon, and then coaxed the little boy to fall asleep on the chair. Then he stood up and walked towards Bai Jie, who was still crying and scratching his head.
Your mother's funeral will be dealt with later. We will definitely find the murderer and give you justice.
Bai Jie was expressionless.
You are now the leader and a demon hunter. I listen to you.
Fong Tang was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled.
You have studied. A high school student has a very impressive academic qualification. I am referring to this era. So, stop pretending. You don't believe in any demon hunters at all.
Bar?
Bai Jie raised his head unexpectedly, then slowly lowered his head again.
I made it all up,
Fong Tang said directly. Baiga trembled, then gritted his teeth and sneered.
Yes, I understand your lies better than those ignorant tribesmen.
He stood up slowly.
Today, the South is all discussing reform and opening up. The economic situation is getting better and better, and adjustments in various aspects are beginning to be on track. How could there be a demon hunter?
The only high school student in the village shook his head.
I also heard that some places are cracking down hard, especially on liars like you who pretend to be magicians. Where did you hear all this?
Fong Tang asked.
Broadcaster, I have a broadcaster there.
Broadcaster? Fong Tang was stunned for a moment before he realized.
It must be the radio.
Bai Jie ignored him and just looked at his son in a daze. Fong Tang sighed.
I am not a demon hunter. But if you don't say this, your tribe will be killed by the old patriarch. I am saving you.
Bai Jie was unmoved.
The best way to save us is to get out of here.
Fong Tang's eyes jumped.
Has anyone walked out of here?
This question is very strange. Bai Jie clenched his fists and shouted.
No one can get out of here until July 7th a year ago. Well, so someone tried it.
Bai Jie wiped his sweat.
I have tried countless times. And the old patriarch. Then have you ever walked out of the jungle?
Baiga licked his lips.
I walked to the edge of the jungle. There were many colorful lights and crystal-like walls. I chopped them with knives, shot them with guns, and burned them with fire. I couldn't open them at all.
There was despair in his eyes.
I just want my son to leave here. It doesn't matter if I die. But the child is innocent.
He held his head and cried again. Fong Tang was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked,
Have you ever paid attention to the sky?
Bai Jie stopped crying and stared straightly.
You are indeed different. Even I didn't realize this until a long time later. Wantian tree.
Fong Tang smiled.
It is said that this wild large tree can grow up to hundreds of meters.
Bai Jie wiped his eyes and suddenly said with a bit of excitement.
The tallest ancient tree in the jungle is said to be more than 300 years old. It was once a sacred tree to worship the hunting god. It must be more than 100 meters high.
Fong Tang touched his chin.
So you have tried it?
Baiga rubbed his face desperately.
Of course. When I discovered that the sun in the sky might just be a fake red sun satellite or something, I tested the light source it emitted with a homemade polarizer, and it might be artificial. So I thought of climbing the tree.
Fong Tang sighed.
What's the result? I almost fell down. Those clouds were actually very low. But I just couldn't get through.
Fong Tang nodded.
I can only say that there is truth and lies here. The crystal wall and the particle barrier above are real. And your village and your people are also real. But the whole thing can be said to be fake.
Bai Jie can no longer understand.
Fong Tang took out the calendar paper and ballpoint pen at this time.
You seem to have taken away the sketch I drew?
Bai Jie hesitated for a moment.
Yes. I just want to leave a souvenir.
Fong Tang smiled.
I'm afraid it's not that simple. I understand that you don't want to explain. But I see that you know something about sketching.
Bai Jie also smiled.
Your eyesight is really good. I used to practice it when I was in school.
Fong Tang's breathing was a little heavy. He took a deep breath.
Now, do me a favor and draw Ms. Eileen Clay. I want to know what she looks like.
Chapter 717 The Second Portrait. Bai Jie must have met Eileen Clay, the good man who built a church in the village and brought food and medicine to the villagers. Bai Jie picked up the ballpoint pen and started drawing. Fong Tang stood beside the sleeping little boy, waiting patiently. Bai Jie asked in a low voice while drawing.
Who wants to kill my son?
Fong Tang hummed.
What do you think?
Bai Jie held the pen and gritted his teeth.
Golly has been living with his grandma. The murderer went for Golly. If the old patriarch hadn't been prepared and protected my son firmly, this time Golly would really it's doomed.
Fong Tang hummed again.
The old patriarch seems to attach great importance to Golly. More than just paying attention.
Bai Jie put down his pen.
The patriarch took good care of me and Golly. To be honest, I was able to go to high school only because of the recommendation of the old patriarch. At that time, there were other better people in the village. Qualified people. I am very stupid.
Fong Tang just looked at him.
Have you finished painting?
Bai Jie nodded. Fong Tang walked slowly, took a deep breath, and picked up the calendar paper. There is a woman on top. Beautiful woman. And she is a beautiful woman with an oriental face. She doesn't have the deep outlines of foreign women, but instead has a strange sense of charm. Baiga's sketches are very good. And the full-length portrait of Eileen Clay he drew is full of energy. The delicate waist of the woman in this painting makes her look like a dancer. But this waist is too thin. Fong Tang looked at it carefully, made sure again, and then exhaled heavily.
It can be confirmed again. All the evidence and details confirm my speculation. But this, the young man was muttering unknown. But in the end, he raised the calendar paper in front of the oil lamp and burned it. Watching the calendar burn to ashes, Fong Tang picked up the sleeping Golly and said, From now on, he can't leave my side. The person who wants to harm your son is a monster with one blind eye and an injured arm. He has great strength.
Infinite. Proficient in killing techniques.
Bai Jie was shocked.
It's the monster that escaped from the hut. You said it.
Fong Tang nodded.
He is hiding near this village. You go out and draw a portrait of that guy according to my description. His nickname is Minotaur. Tell the patrol team not to scatter. And stay in groups of at least 2. If you encounter this person, shoot him without mercy.
Outside the church, Lu Wenwen walked in carrying a short-barreled shotgun and looked at the child in Fong Tang's arms curiously.
Do you really want to protect this child? Who wants to harm him? Don't tell me it's the witch Hailey.
Fong Tang smiled faintly.
Let's not talk about this for now. What is the old patriarch doing?
Lu Wenwen shrugged.
It's still the same. Directing the villagers to drain water. Yes. But the story he told me has always felt weird.
At this point, she lowered her voice.
Eileen Clay must have discovered some secret of the old patriarch. So he was killed by the patriarch. Just on July 7th. A year ago.
Fong Tang pulled up a chair and asked her to sit down.
I'm afraid you are wrong. Eileen Clay. Hey. Maybe she is not dead. And she is nearby now.
Lu Wenwen scratched her head.
The more I talk about it, the more mysterious it becomes. But I still have a guess. Well, you say. Dawn. Do you still remember Snake Girl's life experience? Her mother also left this ghost place on July 7th a year ago. Maybe Eileen Clay really left and took Snake Girl's mother with her.
Lu Wenwen worked hard to analyze.
The handwriting on the antique gun shows that Eileen Clay is an Australian dancer. She also studied art theory. According to common sense, it may be that Eileen discovered the talent of the Snake Girl mother. So take them away.
Fong Tang patted her head gently.
Snake mother. Snake mother. Why haven't you reacted yet? Who in this mountain village has said anything about Snake mother? A girl who can dance left the village with the foreigners. Isn't this big news in the village?
Lu Wenwen was stunned for a moment.
Maybe Hailei's ghost appeared and everyone was afraid. So no one said anything about it.
Fong Tang shook his head and put down Golly.
I can confirm that there is no mother of a snake girl in this village. And there are no dancers who have left the mountain village.
Lu Wenwen glared at the young man.
I felt something was wrong with you since the rainstorm. Hey, are you really Tang?
She walked over and hugged the young man.
I have to take a closer look to see if you have been raped by Hailei.
The ghost is possessed.
Fong Tang held down her dishonest hand.
Stop playing. The most important thing now is to protect Golly. Our hide-and-seek game has just begun. Well, who should I catch? Taoran.
Fong Tang's lips curved up.
Interesting. Now Nyo too has become the one hiding and seeking.
Lu Wenwen blinked.
The old lady who died last night was killed by a cow head.
Fong Tang was silent for a moment.
Nyoto's target is not by Ga's mother. Who is that? It's Golly.
Going around and around. It ended up with the child again. Lu Wenwen scratched her head.
What is the background of this child? Who is he?
Fong Tang had a strange expression. And then said in a deep voice,
He is the rat boss.
The snake girl's mother may not exist. Even the snake girl's life experience may be forged. But Boss Rat did grow up in this village. When Fong Tang drew the appearance of Boss Rat and Fan Xian looked exactly like Bai Jie, he thought of a possibility. Bai Jie is the father of Boss Rat. Golly. This little boy who is less than 6 years old is the rat boss, who has not yet grown up. Lu Wenwen now raised the short-barreled shotgun with both hands and looked at the little boy in shock.
Are you sure?
Fong Tang shook his head.
I'm not sure, but I believe in my own judgment. Is the game scene of Xidagarba already so detailed?
Lu Wenwen murmured.
Copying the memory of the rat boss. And then resetting this small mountain village. Even copying the young rats? This will cost a lot of money. How much energy and how many particles must be controlled to do it?
Fong Tang's eyes flashed.
Maybe there are other more convenient methods that don't require complicated particle replication. Wenwen, from now on you have to think outside the game and treat everything here as real.
Lu Wenwen slowly put down the gun and glanced at the boy Golly again.
If all this is taken as true, then the Snake Girl's story is too illogical. Do you still remember what she said? About this Nubai village?
Fong Tang nodded lightly.
Snake Girl said that after a heavy rain that had never happened in 100 years, all the people in Nubai village died due to the plague, and the village became a wild protection area in Zishuangbana.
Lu Wenwen looked outside.
Then the strange rainstorm last night. Could it be the one the Snake Girl mentioned?
Fong Tang was silent for a moment and said softly,
Maybe so.
Lu Wenwen was a little scared.
When Xidagarba designed this level, did he even include the plague in the plot? It's so terrible. So do we have to experience the plague together?
Her concerns were justified. Because everyone has their abilities sealed. They all enter here as ordinary people. In other words, the germs brought by the plague can also infect players. But the girl looked at the sleeping Golly again.
If he is the rat boss in the 1980s, according to the rules of the hide-and-seek game, can we complete the game directly?
Fong Tang sneered.
What we are looking for is to transform the Man-Mouse boss. Moreover, I am not sure yet. If we find the person directly, we will win. Or it is necessary.
Before he finished speaking, a familiar voice outside the window said hoarsely,
You still have to kill the rat boss to win.
It's a Minotaur. Fong Tang directly pushed Lu Wenwen down and kicked over Golly's chair. As he was protecting the girl and child, he heard a burst of piercing gunshots. It was a continuous blast of gunfire. Definitely not a shotgun. Chapter 718 Death of Baiga. The windows of the church were shattered by bullets. And the terrified hunters outside were searching everywhere. Who would have thought that the cow's head would always be hidden under the burned thatched house?
He smeared his whole body with grass ash, and then crawled over the puddle little by little without anyone noticing.
The old patriarch said coldly. Fong Tang looked at the puddle under the church window.
I said, that guy is not only cruel, but also proficient in hiding and killing.
The old patriarch coughed.
The gun he used?
Fong Tang recalled the gunfire just now. The crisp sound of ejection and SH.L casing, and then looked at the SH.L casings falling nearby.
It's a Thompson submachine gun. Standard American equipment during World War II.
The old patriarch lowered his head and said nothing. Fong Tang came over and grabbed him. The hunters around him all screamed in surprise. But the old patriarch waved his hand.
You all stand down.
The two most loyal guards of the clan leader snorted unwillingly and walked to the side to stop everyone. Fong Tang let go of his hand and was very unhappy.
What have you been hiding? No one can repair the mines and munitions dugout except you.
The old patriarch chuckled.
Yes. The mines dug out from the mountains are not just mines. During the Myanmar War, when the National Army retreated along this mountain road, they dropped at least 2 trucks of weapons and ammunition. But I have to make it clear that it can be used not much. You also repaired the submachine gun? After all, I have been on the battlefield and done intelligence work. Repairing weapons is also a necessary skill.
Fong Tang frowned.
I'm asking about the submachine gun. You didn't keep this kind of weapon properly, and now it's been obtained by a villain. It really doesn't make sense. Of course it doesn't make sense.
The old patriarch rubbed his face vigorously.
Because the gun was lost a long time ago.
Fong Tang calmed down.
How many usable bullets does that gun have? Enough to kill everyone here.
Fong Tang shook his head.
Chief, what have you been busy with since last night?
The old patriarch snorted.
I have been looking for the first monster. The one who escaped from Halabu's hut. That guy seems to be more terrifying.
Long Yunhai. Mr. Long mysteriously disappeared in the cabin. The situation is getting more and more confusing.
Oh, Patriarch. All your hunters have are bows and arrows and guns. They have no power to fight back against the monsters holding submachine guns.
The old patriarch looked down the mountain and muttered softly.
It's easier to deal with than ghosts.
At this moment, a vague shout came from the south. The hunters were all shocked. But the old patriarch's reaction was even stronger. He pulled out his pistol directly, his eyes trembling.
By GA!
Fong Tang gestured to Lu Wenwen in the church.
Protect Golly!
He and the old patriarch rushed to the south of the tile-roofed house with the heavily armed hunters. Sure enough, it was Bai Ga's house. This tile-roofed house is right next to the closed hunting god ancestral hall and is originally part of the ancestral hall.
Bai Jie used to study here. After graduating from high school, he simply lived here.
The old patriarch was breathing rapidly, with veins on his forehead exposed, staring at the corpse in the courtyard of the tile house. That was the hunter sent by the old patriarch to protect Baiga. The hunter probably died shortly after he screamed. His upper body was buried in the house, and his legs were still shaking. This is an instinctive reaction of the corpse, usually a neurological reflex that occurs only after being decapitated. What's in the house? Fong Tang held down the old patriarch, who was about to rush in, and said,
You are really good to Bai Ga. He is my clansman.
The old clan leader gritted his teeth and lowered his head in pain. Fong Tang gently took his gun, raised his hand, and fired continuously. The hunters around him also came to their senses, drew their bows and shot arrows to cover him. Fong Tang rolled over and pressed his body against the wall next to the door of the tile-roofed house, and then fired continuously into the house.
Fire!
He turned around and gestured. An arrow covered in grease burned up and penetrated the house accurately, causing thick smoke to rise immediately. Fong Tang rolled again and got into the house. He used the flat end of the muzzle of his gun and fired another shot with his body as the positive axis. The rocket burned the books in the room, and the flames rolled up. Bai Jie was seen wearing a round hat and a raincoat, but he was lying on the desk, with a hunting fork piercing his back. Fong Tang covered his mouth and nose, first put out the fire, and then looked at the hunter's body on the ground. The hunter died even more miserably. His whole head almost fell off, leaving only a layer of skin connected to his neck. There is also a thin steel wire on the ground, which cannot be noticed unless you look carefully. Fong Tang looked at the wooden beam structure at the door. The murderer tightened the wire, connected it to both sides, and then deliberately made a noise. The hunter rushed in anxiously, with too much force, and cut his neck? This seems to be a reasonable explanation. But in fact, this kind of steel wire cannot cut the neck instantly. Fong Tang put on his gloves and flicked the wire slightly. There was no blood on either side of the wire.
Humph. The murderer didn't leave after killing Bai Ga. Instead, he held the wire and hid behind the door. When the hunter rushed in, he used the wire to sneak attack from behind. The power is so abnormal that it even broke my head when it exploded.
Fong Tang thought in his mind and suddenly opened his eyes. Before he could turn around in time, the muzzle of the gun quickly passed between his arms. and he fired suddenly from behind his arm in the direction of the wooden table. The dead Baiga on the desk had just jumped up, and before he could throw the hunting fork in his hand, he was hit in the shoulder by Fong Tang's shot. He pulled off his hat and threw off his blood-stained raincoat, revealing the ferocious face of the Minotaur. Fong Tang raised his gun, and there was a click. There was no bullet left. The Tauren held the hunting fork and smiled ferociously. Fong Tang didn't give him a chance to react.
Where is your submachine gun? Humph.
Nyoto gritted his teeth.
That old guy was stolen by Long Yunhai. There are all hunters outside. If you lose your weapons, you have no way out. Just surrender. We still have to finish the game.
Fong Tang shouted. But Nyo too was holding the hunting fork and nimbly climbed out of the side window. As soon as he bent down, he jumped onto the low wall and fled into the ancestral hall. Fong Tang rushed out and waved to the ancestral hall.
Surround!
The old patriarch and the hunters rushed here desperately. Fong Tang stamped his feet, turned over, and climbed up the wall. Before he could climb over, he was caught by the hunters who came over.
Tomorrow is the fire hunting festival, so you can't enter there. The hunting god's ancestral hall has been sealed for a year just to wait for tomorrow's sacrifice. You really can't go in.
The 4 hunters tried their best to hold on to the newly appointed leader.
You really can't go in. It will make the hunting god angry.
Fong Tang stopped struggling, looked at the mysterious space in the row of tile-roofed houses opposite the low wall, and said to the old patriarch who came panting,
The monster's bullhead got in. What do you think we should do?
The old patriarch's eyelids twitched.
The great hunting god will punish him.
This is so hacking funny. Fong Tang simply sat under the wall.
Then just watch the bad guys escape. Just because of a damn fire hunting festival?
A hunter bowed his head cowardly.
The patriarch said that if the fire hunting festival is successfully held, the ghosts will disappear.
The hunters over there had already taken out the bodies from the house. And someone else exclaimed. Fong Tang seemed to calm down. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 clan chief guards, he gave up his plan to explore the ancestral hall and instead smiled at the old clan leader.
They are so ignorant. But why don't you let me enter the ancestral hall?
The old patriarch said nothing and walked quickly into the house. Fong Tang shrugged and followed in. The house was still filled with the smell of fireworks, and the hunters found the real Baiga body under the desk. He was not wearing a hat, and his raincoat had been plucked out by the cow's head. A long gash was opened in his chest and abdomen. A sharp weapon had pierced the heart first, and then opened his chest downwards. The internal organs were all turned out and were bulging.
What on earth happened here?
The hunters all turned pale. Fong Tang snorted.
The bullhead first killed Baiga and then the hunter. Then he put on a hat and a raincoat and disguised himself as the dead Baiga, waiting for us to come in and prepare to kill another one.
The old patriarch coughed.
Where is Golly? In the church. Rest assured, he is absolutely safe.
The old patriarch nodded slightly, then waved.
Everyone, get out!
The hunters and guards hesitated for a moment, then stood at the door. The old patriarch closed the door and slowly squatted down, coughing and crying. After a while, the old patriarch stood up and said in a hoarse voice,
I will handle his funeral affairs personally.
Fong Tang suddenly rushed up and found the old patriarch's magazine. Reloading the gun, he put the muzzle of the gun on the head of the old patriarch.
Tell me, what is going on in the ancestral hall? Don't tell me about the fire hunting festival. They are all excuses. You should know it well. What do you know?
The old patriarch smiled coldly. Fong Tang put away his gun and was about to say something when strange noises suddenly came from outside. Chapter 719 Reality and Illusion. This time Fong Tang clearly heard the scream of a bull's head. The place where the sound came from is inside the ancestral hall. Fong Tang raised his gun and knocked the old patriarch unconscious, then turned around and rushed out. I saw Nyoto holding the low wall with both hands, his eyes almost bulging out. He screamed and struggled, and saw Fong Tang looking for help. Fong Tang gasped. Nyoto's eyes gradually dimmed. His body shook, and then he let out a wow sound. The hunters behind all trembled because they saw a mouse, and a white mouse emerging from the mouth of the bull's head. Then the second one, and the third one. All the mice were blood red. Fong Tang swallowed the sour water, raised his hand and fired. The impact of the bullet brought the bull's head body into the courtyard of the ancestral hall. In the final moments, several rats could be seen burrowing into his spine and then exiting along his mouth. The bull head is dead. This time he was definitely dead. After feeling nauseated for a while, Fong Tang ignored the hunter's obstruction and jumped onto the low wall, staring at the dead cow's head.
That's his blood. His spinal structure is completely intact, and it's completely human flesh and blood. Before entering the game, Yo2 and Mr. Long were both modified people with only their brains left. After coming to this Nubai village, everyone has a human body. At that time, Wenwen speculated that the game scene used a layer of particles to cover Nyoto and their prosthetic bodies, forging a layer of human skin. But now it turns out that this group of modified people really regained a human body. Fong Tang didn't seem surprised by this. He took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. On the false sky screen, the countdown numbers are hidden behind the clouds, but it is difficult to distinguish them. There are still 36 hours left, and a day and a half has passed in this weird hide-and-seek game. His head was buzzing. Some things seemed to make sense, but some things were completely unreasonable. Someone seemed to be shouting something behind him. When Fong Tang came back to his senses, he saw a hunter opening and closing his mouth. There were intermittent screams in his ears. His legs were a little weak, and he almost fell. Fong Tang's eyelids began to tremble. He bit the tip of his tongue and looked down at the pistol. On the handle of Browning's 1960 semi-automatic military pistol, a circle of fine iron spikes popped out at some point and pierced into his palm. What mixed with his own blood and flowed out was a fishy smell. Venom. Damn it. The old patriarch let himself get the pistol on purpose. He also deliberately arranged some rituals for warrior leaders to numb himself. The mechanism on this pistol is very delicate. The bullets in the magazine must be used up before the poisonous iron spikes will pop out. His vision went dark, and Fong Tang fainted. After an unknown amount of time, the smell of dead meat and a strange squeaking sound came. Then, there was a burning sensation, followed by a cold breath. Fong Tang yelled and woke up from coma. Turning his head, he saw an extremely disgusting scene. Countless white mice piled up into a ball. Like a soft and squirming monster, blood flowed out from under the pile of mice. Fong Tang covered his mouth and nose, stood up with difficulty, and then realized that he had fallen into the hall of the hunting god. So, these rats are hacking eating the dead bodies of cow heads. Fong Tang calmed down. The sky had turned gray-blue, and night was coming. There are less than 30 hours until the end of the game. Wanwen, I have to go to the church quickly. Fong Tang gritted his teeth and stood up. The low wall was behind me, but there was silence on the other side. He staggered towards the wall, and before he could walk over, he saw a bunch of white meatballs rushing out from all directions. Not a guinea pig, but a big guinea pig. Each one was the size of a rabbit, but they blocked the path to the low wall. Fong Tang gasped and reached out to touch the weapon. Apart from a hunting knife, even the bow and arrows were lost. He waved his hunting knife and kept backing away. At this time, I heard the voice of the old patriarch coming from the other side of the low wall. But this time, he did not speak Mandarin, but issued orders in the Nubai dialect. This damn old bastard. He knows I'm here, and now he can't even speak Mandarin. Fong Tang couldn't understand these weird dialects, but he could guess what the old patriarch was going to do. He wants to trap me in the ancestral hall. Fong Tang blinked his left eye. A faint green light appeared, which was the light of stars in the Xingpu universe. This is also his only reliance and secret at the moment. According to Jizo's game rules, all players who enter the Nubai village scene have their abilities sealed. But Fong Tang still retained one thing. That is the extremely mysterious Xing Tong. On the opposite side, rats as big as rabbits crowded together. Beyond the low wall, wooden fences were erected. They are all made of special wood that has been soaked and then dried. It is extremely tough. Under the command of the old patriarch, a group of hunters are spraying snake venom on the fence. It seemed that the extracted snake venom was mixed with an unknown insect fluid, and soon the pointed wooden fence was filled with it. The old patriarch issued a few more instructions. The torch was lit, and then a row of wooden thorns pulled up by rattan ropes pressed up. He was really worried. He set up 2 mechanisms to prevent me from going out. In other words, other parts of the ancestral hall are also sealed. Fong Tang calmed down at this time, seeing that the rats around him were standing still and had no intention of attacking him for a while. He sat down cross-legged and directly entered the star pupil universe. In the glow of the stars, Aunt Tang in the White Jade capital city is not yet fully awakened, but a glimmer of her consciousness can already communicate with Fong Tang. Did you just get the soul fragment of the bull head? Tang Qingqing's consciousness was tired. Yes, and the souls I collected not long ago are all under the city. In the jungle, there are 3 thieves from 2020 time and space, several hunters, Bai Jie, and finally the gray soul of old Halabu full of unwillingness. Tang Qicheng seemed to use part of his consciousness to analyze. After a long while,
She smiled and said,
I roughly understand the entire game scene. And I have read through the memories you sent me. But did old Halebu die in the hut?
Fong Tang's consciousness responded.
Yes. I went to the wooden house to investigate. He was killed by the antique gun. And then he was dragged to the jungle and buried along the secret passage under the earthen bed.
Tang Chi-chung.
So, who is the Halebu who is in Nubai village now? It's Long Yun-hai. Our Mr. Long discovered the secret passage when he was desperate. He immediately thought of Li Daitao's plan. After all, Lao Halebu was wrapped in cloth strips all over his body, with red spots on his skin. He was taciturn and disguised. It's so convenient to be him. Well, kid, you seem to have a very clear understanding of this game scene.
Fong Tang was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly.
I understand a lot, but there are still a few key issues that I haven't figured out yet.
Tang Chi-chung was almost connected to his consciousness. At this time, she slowly said,
I can't see clearly what is true or false here. But there is one thing you should confirm. When you can use Xingpu to collect, you should have known about it when it came to your soul. Right.
Yes. At first, Fong Tang also thought that the game scene of Nubai Village was a virtual reality created by particles. But in church, he thought of another possibility. Another possible way to prove is Xingtong's ability. Now, let's start with Xingtong's unique soul intake ability.
Only the true life magnetic field soul can be absorbed by Xingpu. If this is a false world created by virtual light, shadow and particles, then the dead old Halebu, the hunters, and even the three thieves will not leave any magnetic field souls.
And Tang was a little excited.
So the Nubai village you are in is real.
A real world wrapped in crystal walls and particle barriers.
Auntie, it is real. But it is also false. Because this place does not belong to our time and space.
Chapter 720. Who are you? The old patriarch pulled off his hat, touched his bald head, and exhaled tiredly. In the chapel, Lu Wenwen was still shouting.
Although I only have one gun, if you dare to rush in, I will kill this child.
The corners of the old patriarch's mouth twitched, angry and helpless. He waved the hunters back. Lu Wenwen's short-barreled shotgun was pressed against Golly's head, but she was hiding behind the church's pulpit. The old patriarch opened the door and looked in the direction of the pulpit.
Your lover has been trapped in the hunting god's temple. Believe me, no one can get out of there.
Lu Wenwen shrank and hit Golly's head with the shotgun. The child was frightened. His face turned pale, and his whole body was shaking. But he hopes he can be as brave and fearless as a real Nubai village hunter. So Golly still stood upright. The old patriarch looked at the child nervously and took another breath.
Girl, put down the gun. I promise I won't hurt you. Your guarantee is bullshit.
Lu Wenwen was actually in extreme panic now. Without Tang and the boy, she felt lonely and helpless. The only card in hand is Jie Li. So she pressed the muzzle of her gun against the little boy's head again.
Master Patriarch, I'll give you 10 minutes to rescue Tang immediately, or I will kill your illegitimate son.
The old patriarch's eyelids twitched.
Golly is not my illegitimate son.
Lu Wenwen laughed wildly.
You still don't admit it? He's not your son. Why are you so nervous? I've seen it a long time ago. Your protection of this child is simply abnormal. You gave him your only bulletproof vest.
The old patriarch still shook his head.
He is really not my son. But I have to admit that his life is more precious than anyone else.
Lu Wenwen had countless ideas running through her mind. But what she was most afraid of now was that the old patriarch saw that she was bluffing. When Tang left, he repeatedly told him to protect Golly. The situation on the field has now reached a stalemate. But what Lu Wenwen didn't notice was that a strange black rat quietly came out from behind the pulpit. This mouse is very weird, and its entire body appears to be covered with bugs. Those active little bugs seem to be its hairs, still stretching and squirming. When this scary mouse had crawled to Lu Wenwen's heels, there was a crisp buzzing sound, with a familiar breath of elemental crystal. The strange earring floated in front of the old patriarch. A voice seemed to come from the earrings. That is actually an intrusion into consciousness. The old patriarch heard Hai Li's voice.
A young man asked me to pass a message to you. You should listen carefully.
The little finger of the old patriarch shook, and the insect rat that sneaked up on Wenwen squatted down quietly. He looked at the earrings and continued to listen to Haley's voice.
That boy wants to tell you that he knows who you are, and he has been merciful to you from the beginning.
The old patriarch sneered.
Absurd,
Earring continued.
The young man also said that he did not kill Jie Li, not because he was soft-hearted, but because he had not yet understood the rules of this closed time and space. If you dare to hurt the girl opposite, He will do whatever it takes to kill the girl before the fire hunting festival. Kill Golly!
The old patriarch's eyelids twitched, and his breathing became rapid. After a while, he gritted his teeth at the earring.
Okay. I won't hurt this woman.
The earrings disappeared with a whine. Lu Wenwen had been watching, and she couldn't help shouting.
What's wrong? Are you scared?
The old patriarch coughed and flicked his fingers.
Put down your gun. I won't do anything to you. In fact, you are not important at all.
Lu Wenwen's eyes widened, and she was about to say something when she heard a strange rustling sound behind her. She turned around and jumped up immediately. Black rats covered with bugs appeared one by one from under the pulpit and surrounded her. The cold voice of the old patriarch came.
See, even if you kill Golly, you still can't escape this disaster. Do you want to be eaten alive by rats?
Lu Wenwen's face was pale, but her eyes showed a crazy look. She raised the muzzle of the gun, pointed it at the old patriarch, and pulled the trigger. There was a ding, but the kid Golly blocked the front desperately. All the shotgun blasts hit Golly's body armor, and his small body flew out. The old patriarch roared, rushed forward crazily, and hugged Golly. Fortunately, he had a bulletproof vest. Golly was not fatally injured, but his waist was grazed by a steel bullet, causing a deep scar. The old patriarch also grunted at this time, gritted his teeth, turned sideways, hurriedly opened his clothes, and looked at the gray scar that suddenly appeared on his waist. This scar seems to have been decades ago, but it appeared out of thin air. The old patriarch took a breath and subconsciously touched his chest to feel relieved. He picked up Golly and personally stopped the child's bleeding and healed his wounds. He even took out the most precious lac in the village and smeared it on the wound. After completing all this, the old patriarch carried the sleeping Golly behind him, as if he didn't want him to leave for a moment. Lu Wenwen, who was on the opposite side, had already made up her mind, turned the gun upside down, and aimed it at her heart.
Wait!
The old patriarch shouted.
Don't be impulsive. I will take you to a place and show you something. If you still want to commit suicide by then, I will never stop you.
Lu Wenwen stared at him suspiciously. The old patriarch turned around and issued an order, and all the hunters outside got out of the way. Lu Wenwen raised her gun in doubt.
You go ahead. And Golly, is he okay? It's just a skin injury. It's okay.
The old patriarch said calmly, and walked out of the chapel. Lu Wenwen followed slowly. It was completely dark outside, and the game countdown above his head was no longer visible. But the old patriarch was actually walking towards the jungle.
Wait, isn't there Haley's ghost in there?
The old patriarch turned his back to her and smiled faintly.
Haley won't show up for the time being. Why? Well, because she is busy with other things, and she is increasingly unable to control the consciousness of the elemental machine in her body.
What? Lu Wenwen didn't understand at all, but the title, Elemental Machine, stimulated her.
You actually know about elements and machines? I know more than you.
The old patriarch had already walked down the steps. There is a minefield ahead, but the last time Fong Teng passed through it at night, he had left a safe passage with his footprints. The old patriarch took one through the path and entered the jungle. A strange little electric lamp appeared in his hand, and the light was unexpectedly bright. Lu Wenwen's eyes widened again.
Where did you get this? Self-made. Wait, what material is this light made of?
The old patriarch frowned.
It's just a piece of crystal. Of course, this crystal is hard one.
Lu Wenwen looked at the structure of the flashlight in surprise. The light source aggregation parts seemed to be made from arms, and weapon parts left over from World War II. Even so, this is a technology that far exceeds that of the 1980s. The old patriarch may be a great diplomatic intelligence agent and has experienced battlefields. But how could he have such advanced technology? Lu Wenwen suddenly felt something. But that guess was too ridiculous. She shook her head and followed the old patriarch to a big tree.
This was an ancient tree used to worship the god of hunting. It is said to be 300 years old. It is very tall. We will go up to it later. What are you doing up there? Mercy. You will know when you get to the top.
Lu Wenwen was shocked. Mercy. That was her name in the machine country. She was a little unable to think. But the old patriarch leaned over and dug a hole with a branch. A dead man's hand covered in red spots emerged from the pit. Lu Wenwen was shocked.
Who the hell is this? It's old Halebu. Nonsense. I saw Halebu outside the church not long ago.
The old patriarch snorted.
That was Long Yunhai's disguise. Didn't you see it? That's too stupid. I believe Brother Tang discovered it early on. You? Who are you?
Lu Wenwen yelled. The old patriarch patted the big tree gently, and a rope hung down. He pulled the rope, and with a sizzling sound, deep in the leaves, a large basket with a sliding rope hung down.
Come on! Let's make this simple elevator to go up.
Lu Wenwen was still staring at him.
You? Are you?
The old patriarch smiled.
Yes, I am the rat boss.
Chapter 721 Time Story. The pulling force of the zip line utilizes the elasticity of the row of ironwood trees on the opposite side. When a bent ironwood slowly bounced up, the force pulled the heavy rope, leading the old patriarch and Lu Wenwen to climb upward. After all the ironwood bounced, they had risen into a layer of mist. The old patriarch, or the rat boss of the Chinese zodiac, stood up gently and stretched out his hand to tear something apart. The false clouds above the fog were actually torn apart by him.
The key is to find the contact point between the particle barrier and the space-time crystal. At this contact point, the cloud layer created by the particle barrier will be damaged by the energy of the space-time crystal. So it turns into something like a layer of cortex.
The wrinkles and age spots on the rat boss's face are so obvious.
It looks a bit like cotton when torn. Come on! You can climb up!
Lu Wenwen's mind was in chaos now. After crawling along the last branch and passing through the torn clouds, a burst of fresh air hit her face. She looked up, and for a moment, she was trembling with excitement. The starry sky is above. The sky seems to have been washed, and the dark blue night is so fresh. The stars are brilliant. The crescent moon is hooked, and the beautiful jungle scenery of Zishuangbana is behind the colorful light and shadow of the crystal wall. The rat boss coughed, fixed Lu Wenwen and himself on the top of the swaying tree with a rope, and then carefully put the golly on his back into the basket. They sat on the top of the tree, looking eagerly at the world behind the crystal wall.
Mercy, if you have any questions now, you can ask me directly and I will answer you truthfully.
Lu Wenwen looked at the starry sky dreamily.
This is not a machine country, nor a factory. This is the real starry sky. Strictly speaking, we are in an overlapping space. The crystals in the factory are like a SHL, trapping us in this closed 1982.
Lu Wenwen took a breath.
Before the game started, Tang told me that he saw the crystal gate open 3 times in a row. Yes, Xidigarba's third door. Now that I think about it, there should be 2.
Ba Shu said in a deep voice.
Behind the third black wooden door is the treasure house left by Xidigarba. But the crystal you open with the key after the door is opened 3 times. It becomes a wormhole that can travel through time.
He pointed at the crystal walls.
This thing has blocked the time and space of Nubai Village, because Nubai Village belongs to a section in time that has no follow-up.
Lu Wenwen frowned.
What do you mean?
Boss Mouse pondered for a moment.
In the time and space I was in, after the heavy rain in 1982, Nubai Village disappeared, and later became a wild land in Zishuangbana. So Xidigarba can use this small time and space as a game scene, because the time travel that occurs here will not cause future changes. No matter what the outcome of our game is, Nubai Village will always disappear.
Lu Wenwen tried hard to recall the knowledge about time and space. Aside from how to travel through time, what she was curious about was,
Boss Rat, why have you become so old? And you have become the leader of the clan. Because I entered the crystal time and space gate 2 hours earlier than you. In your opinion, it is 2 hours. But to me, it is decades ahead of time.
Lu Wenwen shuddered.
So the story you told is true?
Boss Mouse was silent for a moment, seeming to collect his thoughts. And then he told his life experience again.
When I traveled through time, I became a young man with a human body, just like me before the prosthetic transformation. I returned to Nubai Village along the jungle, but I couldn't remember anything. Wait, you said you lost your memory at that time? Yes, I may still remember my hometown in my subconscious. So I walked back to the village. It was still the war era, and I met a hunter who had just returned from the battlefield.
Lu Wenwen nodded.
He was the bodyguard of General Kai Yi. Calculating this, it should have been the 1920s and 1930s. Or the Republic of China?
The rat boss chuckled.
For me who have lost my memory, that era was so real. In short, I followed the guard and left the village.
Lu Wenwen's eyes widened, and she interrupted him again.
No. What are you talking about? This is a closed time and space. Look at those crystal walls. How can you leave after traveling in? Oh, there weren't those walls at that time. The road was completely open.
Ba Shu smacked his lips and coughed up a mouthful of phlegm.
This matter is the key among the keys. But I can't explain it to you now. You just keep listening to me.
The story behind Rat Boss is similar to the one told the first time. He followed the escort to England, France, and finally to New Wales, Australia. He reaccepted the education at that time, experienced the anti-Japanese war and the United States, and created a vigorous career.
Without my memory, I actually experienced such a legendary life. It's a bit incredible to think about it now.
The rat boss sighed.
If I hadn't returned to Australia later and met Aaron Clay, I might have lived a peaceful life, never remembering the Infinite Challenge game, and never remembering who I am.
Lu Wenwen was listening intently now.
What's going on with Eileen Clay?
There was a hint of sadness in Boss Mouse's eyes.
At least you guessed one thing right a long time ago. Irene and I are really in love.
Lu Wenwen shook her head.
I don't want to hear your love story. Tell me the important thing.
The rat boss sighed.
I met Irene, joined the church, fell in love, and then she gave birth to a daughter. Everything was so beautiful until I returned to China and planned to help Irene go through the domestic procedures and bring her and the child back.
I was arrested and under the circumstances, as an intelligence attaché, I had violated organizational principles. As a result, I was examined, imprisoned many times. And I also lost contact with Eileen. When I was finally released from prison and anxiously looking for news about Irene, that evening, I unexpectedly met a player.
Lu Wenwen exclaimed.
What player?
The old man laughed and said,
What kind of player could he be? A player with infinite challenges. It turns out that time was not long after the start of the Far North Massacre War.
At this point, the rat boss began to breathe rapidly.
When I heard the infinite challenge and saw the players, my memory suddenly activated, and I immediately remembered everything. I am the rat of the Chinese zodiac. I am an underground factory. I'm playing a game designed by Jizo.
Lu Wenwen couldn't help but straighten her waist.
Then what? Then what? The old rat's face showed deep weariness.
Then I disappeared. Ah! Disappeared? Yes. When I remembered my identity, it seemed as if a force pulled me back to the jungle outside Nubai village. Why?
Lu Wenwen shouted. The rat boss shook his head.
I don't know. Maybe this is Xidagarba's intention. Once I remember who I am, I have to go back to the game. Then why don't you just go out? You were able to leave here before, and you must have been able to leave then.
Hearing the girl's question, the rat boss became extremely serious.
This is the key. When I awaken my memory, I will never be able to leave here again.
He looked at the crystal walls.
Even without these walls, as long as I walk out, I will faint and wake up in the jungle, just like a nightmare.
Lu Wenwen's eyes changed. The rat boss glanced at her.
Are you suspecting that all these words of mine are fabricated? Do you want me to prove it?
Lu Wenwen raised her gun.
Yes. It's all you who is making up the story, and it's too mysterious.
The rat boss pulled up his clothes and exposed Golly's wound in the basket.
Look, this wound on my body didn't exist originally. Just now you injured Golly, and it appeared automatically.
Boss rat, the location, marks, size, and shape of the scar on this old patriarch's waist are indeed exactly the same as Golly's. The rat boss sighed again.
Golly is me when I was a child, under the rules of time and space. He and I are closely connected.
Lu Wenwen suddenly realized.
That's why you took care of Bai Jie and Jie Li so much after you became the clan leader. Oh my god! So Bai Jie is your father!
The rat boss looked silently at the night sky without saying a word. Lu Wenwen frowned.
Why don't you go on? What happened to Haley's curse? Didn't your wife, Eileen, come later? And where is your daughter?
The rat boss remained silent. Lu Wenwen held her breath and moved the muzzle of the gun slowly. The rat boss didn't seem to see anything and turned his back to her.
You don't want to commit suicide now. Instead, you want to kill me directly and complete this hide-and-seek game.
Lu Wenwen was already sure that she would win.
Yes, but why aren't you afraid at all?
The rat boss did not answer the question, but smiled softly.
Mercy, do you have many regrets in your life?
Lu Wenwen was stunned for a moment, and the muzzle of the gun was pressed against his face covered with wrinkles and age spots.
What did you say? Oh, let me ask you, are you regretful in this life? There are many things in the past that you want to change, but time is ruthless.
Lu Wenwen trembled. Family members who died in the fire. Their beautiful childhood changed at that moment. I lost everything in my life. The rat boss was still talking.
What if you could? You know the experiences that are about to happen that will change your life. What if you could modify them in advance?
Lu Wenwen screamed.
What on earth are you talking about?
The old face of the rat boss actually became ferocious. He reached out and held the short-barreled gun and pointed it at his head.
Now! You can shoot me to death. win this hide-and-seek game, and then go back to that ridiculous underground factory and continue to be your game player.
Lu Wenwen could no longer hold the gun with her fingers, and the rat boss was still shouting crazily and hoarsely.
Or, come with me to find a way to leave here. Enter the world of 1982, and change yourself and your life.
Lu Wenwen leaned against the branch, the muzzle of the gun hanging down. In 1982, I would have decades to correct the tragedy of my life. Her family will not die, and the young girl in the outside world will not enter that damn game, but will be a little princess and grow up happily, as long as she understands the rules of time and space. She is even willing to sacrifice herself, as long as the little girl named Wenwen grows up safely in 20 years. Lu Wenwen lowered her head, tears falling one by one. The rat boss put away her gun, looked at the Jieli in the basket, suddenly shuddered, leaned on the branch and said slowly,
Mr. Long, you are fine.
Long Yuhai was wearing the strips of highly cloth and touching his face covered with red spots. But he climbed up from the side of the big tree. The rat boss looked at him and said,
I admire you. You are indeed a ruthless person. In order to disguise yourself as old Halabu, you even poured the hot oil in the hut all over your body.
Long Yuhai used hot oil to make red scars all over his body just to disguise himself as an old hunter. But Mr. Long shouted desperately at this time.
You? Are you sure you can leave? Are you sure you can return to the real world in 1982?
The rat boss nodded heavily.
So you still have a chance to save your wife and son.
Chapter 722, Time and Space Paradox Protection Law. The flow of time in the Star People universe is very slow. So Fong Tang discussed with Aunt Tang for a long time.
This does not belong to my time and space. This is the real world of 1982.
Tang Qingcheng sighed.
So if you didn't kill that little golly, you automatically gave up the opportunity to complete this round of hide-and-seek.
Fong Tang's consciousness fell silent. Then he suddenly asked,
Auntie, do you have many regrets in your life?
Tang Qingcheng smiled.
9 times out of 10 things in life are unsatisfactory. Of course I have many regrets.
Fong Tang's consciousness was a little crazy.
There are many things in the past that I originally thought could not be changed. Time is so ruthless. People can only look back.
Tang Qingcheng sighed in consciousness.
So?
Fong Tang became excited.
What if it's possible? What if I could check it out in advance? Understand it? And then modify my life?
His consciousness fluctuated so violently that the entire Star Pupil universe tumbled. He was shouting.
If I kill Golly, that is, kill the rat boss, the game can be won. But if I go back to that ridiculous underground factory and continue to be a tired player, I don't even know my own life experience.
Have no idea. And if I can leave here and enter the real world of 1982, I can search in advance and find everything I doubt in my heart. I will change lives. I can save many people. I can even solve Infinite Corporation in advance.
Fong Tang's consciousness was completely crazy. In the White Jade City, Tang Qingcheng's consciousness turned into a human form and hugged him tightly.
Silly boy. Think about it with your brain. Is this possible? Why isn't it possible?
Tang Qingcheng gently patted his consciousness.
It's impossible. You can't do it. A mouse can't do it. Not even Xidagarba can change it. But, there is no but. And he knows more about the laws of time and space than you do. Xidagarba may be able to open the door to time and space. But he can't change anything either. No. No.
Why?
Auntie. Please make it clear. My child. Because no one can change the protective laws of time. What protection law? The protection law of space-time paradox.
The time paradox is also called the
grandfather paradox.
This is a famous paradox about time travel.
If you traveled back in time and killed your grandfather before your father was born, then a completely contradictory question would arise, since you killed your grandfather and your father was not born. Then you would not exist. Then who killed your grandfather? And your existence shows that your grandfather is definitely not dead. So how to explain it?
There are many explanations for this paradox. The first is the multiverse theory, which holds that anything you do back in time will create a new space and time, a new timeline. The second is the theory of causal passivity, which believes that once you go back in time, you cannot change anything. You can only change it from the perspective of an observer, like watching a movie. But what Tang Qingcheng said is a brand new theory that can solve the
grandfather paradox.
She was explaining.
Similar to the rules of heavenly punishment, we discovered the protection law of time and space travel a long time ago. Under this law, anyone who travels to the past will be firmly restricted and unable to make any something that changes cause and effect.
Fong Tang's consciousness couldn't understand.
What if I have to change history when I go back? For example, kill my parents or something like that. You can't kill. The moment you meet your parents, you will be pushed away by various unexpected events. For example, you may lose your memory and have no idea where you came from and why you came. Or you may be hit by a car into a vegetative state.
Tang Qingqing's consciousness hugged him tightly, full of warm feeling.
We even tested it and found that the law of time and space protection will change with the behavior of the traveler. For example, if you want to go back in time and buy a stock that will make you rich in the future, we define this behavior as a C-level event, which means a lower-level space-time disruption event. In the C event level, under the law of time and space protection, the traveler will only suffer small penalties, such as losing all the money, or getting injured, or oversleeping. In short, he will miss the stock perfectly. However, if you want to go back and kill someone, or save someone who is destined to die, then it will rise to the level of an A event. At that time, under the control of the law, you will suffer painful punishment, ranging from a broken leg. The worst-case scenario is becoming a vegetative state.
Fong Tang couldn't help but ask,
what if it is a larger level? For example, I want to correct history and change the direction of human history.
Tang Qingqing smiled.
That is an S level or above incident. Under the control of the law, you will definitely die. Even the body will be completely destroyed.
Fong Tang's consciousness was thinking,
then who will do these punishments based on the laws of time and space? It is not done by a specific person or organization, but by random people around you under the control of the laws of the universe.
Fong Tang wondered,
Auntie, how did you discover the law of time and space protection? And how did you experiment? Let's talk about a special person. She is the Black Queen. She was born almost at the same time as Bai. She once used Xidagarba to try to go back to a certain point in time to kill her mother, who had not yet reached Kunlun, and father. Then what? Then she was punished by the most severe laws of time and space, and lost most of her abilities. When she returned from the gate of time and space, we took the opportunity to catch her.
Tang Qingqing recounted the past. But Fong Tang remembered something.
Are you referring to the Dragon King of the Seven Seas, and those rebels in Atlantis?
With a buzzing sound, Fong Tang's consciousness was violently pushed away. In the Star Pupil universe, it suddenly started raining above the White Jade capital. This represents Tang Qingqing's mood. She was very sad and her consciousness was trembling.
Child, do you think we are rebels and traitors?
Fong Tang was full of apologies.
I'm sorry, Auntie. I heard the story of Long Yuhai, so I thought, I can't remember anything about the Dragon King of the Sea of Clouds.
Tang Qingqing regained his composure.
So I don't know what you want to ask. If you don't believe it, you can use your divine power in this universe.
Fong Tang's consciousness sighed.
I will never hurt you.
Under the shining blue sun, the stars of the immortal city were silent. The White Jade capital and the surrounding cities were shrouded in mist. Tang Qingqing's consciousness had retreated into the city without any response. Fong Tang withdrew from Xingtong with a touch of sadness. He was still worried about Aunt Tang. And suddenly his eyes widened. Sensing something, the rats formed a circle around him. And not far away was a cowhead carcass with only white bones left. And directly opposite, under the door railing of the hunting god's temple, in the darkest place, a faint figure appeared out of nowhere. In the darkness, there was still a faint golden light, which was her earrings. Fong Tang gasped. Highly. Chapter 723 Mystery Wall. In the porch surrounded by rats, the ghostly Haley appeared without knowing when, and she didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards Fong Tang. Otherwise she could have killed the helpless young man just now. Fong Tang couldn't help but look around. Every exit of the ancestral hall was surrounded by the old patriarch's people, and there were mechanisms and fences everywhere. He licked his lips and looked at the shadow.
Are you Haley? Do you know who I am? Why do not you speak? I know you are not a ghost. And I also know roughly what happened between you and Irene. And your father. I have already buried him.
Fong Tang kept talking, but the woman in the shadow remained motionless and silent. This is an invisible pressure. Fong Tang leaned over and picked up the hunting knife that fell on the ground. As soon as he grasped the handle of the knife, he felt a burning pain and had to throw the knife away. Lowering his head, he found that the handle of the knife was covered with frost. The sting just now was frostbite caused by extremely low temperatures. Then there was a click, and the hunting knife made of iron was instantly filled with cracks. The mist steamed from the blade, and the blade turned fiery red, finally forming molten iron juice. Fong Tang's eyes widened. This is impossible. If you read it correctly, this is magic. No, it should be the elemental ability from the crystal. He looked up again. Aren't you Haley? This time, the woman in the shadow finally spoke. Her voice dry and clumsy. I am Haley. Yes. What are you saying? I'm Haley. She finally said a complete sentence. Fong Tang felt a little relieved. Then you're not a ghost. Are you? He was a little doubtful now. Haley, am not a ghost. Fong Tang was no stranger to this kind of difficult communication. When he first met Zhuchuan in the valley at the level of Silence Town, communication was even more difficult than this. Fong Tang slowed down his speech. You don't know Mandarin? Or have you not spoken to anyone for too long? I'm not very familiar with it. The woman spoke stammering Mandarin, and then quickly spoke in the language of the Nubai tribe. Sure enough, a girl who has been locked up in a hut for a long time may have only seen one man, Lao Hailabu. From childhood to adulthood, she may have never communicated with someone so freely. Fong Tang made a gesture to show that he did not understand the dialect, and then gestured again to show that he was going there, and asked her not to be afraid. The woman actually let out a burst of laughter. I'm not afraid of you. You should be afraid of me. Fong Tang had already walked over. On the way, the mice naturally got out of the way, and some even squatted half-crouched, raising their paws and making squeaking sounds. Fong Tang walked around the mice in disgust and finally walked onto the porch. Now he could see clearly what the woman looked like. She was very beautiful. Her skin had a pale color caused by not seeing the sun, and her hair must not have been cut for a long time, and it hung down to her waist. But it was tied up with a vine, and there was a butterfly flower that is common in the jungle. Fong Tang looked at her, and then slowly held her hand. She doesn't look very old. Maybe because she hasn't seen the light of day, and she looks a bit naive and childish. However, she didn't resist Fong Tang's bold move. Instead, she pulled Fong Tang gently, almost causing him to fall down. What a strength! Fong Tang was surprised. The girl looked at him and smiled even more happily. You are too stupid. You don't look like the leader of the hunters at all. Fong Tang was shocked. Have you been observing this place secretly? I don't have to be sneaky. I can come when I want and leave when I want. Her words became more and more fluent. The cane earrings swayed with her long hair, shimmering, but it didn't look like they were worn on her ears, but more like they were floating next to her head. Fong Tang couldn't understand the current situation for a while, so he tried to say, Hailey, I have to tell you about your father, old Hailebu. Unfortunately, he is dead. The girl tilted her head, still holding his hand. I already knew it. Aren't you sad? Why am I sad? He will die sooner or later. Death sooner or later will have the same result. Besides, he was so bad to me, so I was very kind by not killing him. Fong Tang frowned. To be honest, this Hailey doesn't look like a village girl who grew up in a mountain village. Her words and expression are more like a rebellious girl from the future era. She is full of temperament that is not in line with the current era. Fong Tang pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, You also came through time? This question is very clever, because there is no such thing as time travel. In this era, Fong Tang does not need Hailey to really answer. Just seeing her reaction is enough to make a judgment. But Hailey answered quickly. Half of me traveled through time. Aaron told me many things, so you don't need to test me. Half of it came from time travel. What does that mean? Still thinking, Hailey pulled him towards the corner of the porch and pointed outside. Now the patriarch is leading people to besiege the church. That friend of yours is in danger. Fong Tang sneered. It's impossible. Golly is still in the church. As long as the child is in women's hands, the old patriarch doesn't dare to do anything. Hailey sighed. I think that girl is much stupider than you. She is definitely no match for the clan leader. Don't you need my help? Can you walk out? Go directly to save her? That won't work. I have more important things to do in the ancestral hall. But I can let Earring go over and scare them. Fong Tang stopped her and thought for a moment. Can you use the earrings to send a message to me? Hailey blinked. To be honest, I may not be able to control this thing. It sometimes doesn't obey me. Fong Tang stretched out his hand, and the earrings naturally fell into his palm. He squeezed it gently. I am very familiar with this thing. It has its own ability to communicate with consciousness. He tried again, but failed to sense Kane's consciousness. Fong Tang could only give up and return the earring to the girl. Just pass a message for me and tell the old patriarch that I know who he is. The earring faintly passed through the poisonous fence, and Fong Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Rat has experienced a new life again, and he should learn to be smarter.
Haley appeared strangely behind him. She was wearing a windbreaker that would never be seen in a mountain village. A Western retro-style woolen windbreaker from the 1980s. From this windbreaker, we can deduce her unusual relationship with Eileen Clay. Now, Haley waved her sleeves, and the mice all around quietly retreated. Fong Tang looked at it.
You raised all these mice?
Haley tilted her head.
Of course not. These are goo rats trained by the old patriarch. As expected, it was indeed cultivated by Boss Mouse. But he said it was you who did it, blaming everything on you. The witch.
A gust of wind appeared next to Haley, blowing away the dust on her clothes and stirring her long hair. At this moment, Fong Tang suddenly found that the girl looked very familiar. That outline, that subtle change in expression, the way he looks when he's quiet, it actually looks like. He shook his head repeatedly to calm himself down. Impossible. How could it be her? If it was her, how could she not recognize me? Haley took his hand again. She seemed to have a strange sense of dependence on Fong Tang. This is very unusual. Meeting each other for the first time. Stranger than any stranger. But they both feel familiar to each other. Haley pulled him towards the hunting god shrine in the center. Entering the dark room, lighting the oil lamp, a sculpture of a hunting god appeared. Fong Tang let out a sigh. This sculpture is obviously what Boss Rat looked like when he was young.
Oh, it seems that it was built by the villagers after he left the mountain village to travel abroad. This guy is still so narcissistic.
After walking past the so-called hunting god statue, Haley led him to another wall. The walls are very uneven and have many bumps on them.
64 in total.
Haley said something strange, then reached out to wipe it away. The powerful force, carrying the energy of the elements, swept away the soil on the wall instantly. Then those 64 protrusions showed their true appearance. Fong Tang opened his eyes wide. These bumps were all crystal fragments. Haley pointed at the wall at this time.
Can you help me crack this puzzle wall? I just helped you. Now it's your turn to help me.
Chapter 724 The Story of the Snake Girl. What's behind the mysterious wall of the hunting god's temple? Haley just wouldn't tell him. Her reason was also ridiculous.
If I tell you, you won't want to go in. I'm not that stupid.
This child. Fong Tang shook his head and touched the crystal fragments on it.
Are these things to protect you?
Haley's eyes widened.
How do you know?
Fong Tang smiled.
You have unique magic. Or elemental abilities. Ordinary walls can't stop you at all. So Boss Rat used these crystals. In this time and space, such crystals cannot be cracked. Just like outside a crystal wall surrounding the jungle.
When he said this, he pondered for a moment.
Where did Boss Rat get these crystal fragments?
Knocking lightly on the wall, he asked in a deep voice.
Is this the place where Boss Rat or the old patriarch secretly cultivates rats?
Haley nodded repeatedly.
Yes. Yes. You are so smart. Sure enough. Aaron.
But she thought of something and hurriedly covered her mouth.
Irene asked you to find me? Well, Aunt Irene said that you are the smartest among the players. And you are the only one who can deal with that mouse.
Aunt Eileen. Fong Tang sighed.
I already know who Irene is.
Haley scratched her hair with her fingers.
What are you talking about? I asked Bai Jie to draw her portrait, so she recognized her at a glance.
Fong Tang said and looked at the wall again.
I can unlock the mechanism on this wall, but I have a condition.
Haley lowered her head.
You want to see Aaron Clay? Yes. You are also very smart.
Haley sighed, her familiar innocence returning. Then she left the hall of the ancestral hall, walked through the corridor of the row of tile-roofed houses, and walked towards the hut on the far right. She ascended to a loft hidden within. After a while, a woman wrapped in animal skins and staggering appeared following Haley. The woman, whose body was covered by animal skin, hid behind and said nothing. Haley smiled at Fong Tang.
Okay, now you see Irene.
Fong Tang looked at the animal skin woman and asked softly.
How is your injury?
The woman coughed.
I don't know what you are talking about. I'm talking about the injuries you suffered from the gibbons in the jungle. It's already this time. And you're still hiding.
Fong Tang said, found a stone, and started drawing on the ground. Haley helped the woman come over and looked at the portrait he drew on the ground.
This is what Irene Clay looked like as sketched by Baika.
The bee's skin woman remained unmoved.
Haley, let's go. This man is a madman.
She turned around with difficulty. The injury on her body seemed to have been touched, and she was shaking with pain. Fong Tang shouted coldly behind them.
I have understood the protection laws of the time and space paradox. No matter who it is, It is impossible to return to the real world of the 1980s.
The fur woman stopped. Haley also turned her head. The two of them were silent. And the beast skin woman suddenly said,
The snake girl came here with you. Just 2 days ago. Irene Clay appeared here at least a year ago. But now you say that the snake girl is Irene.
Isn't this crazy talk?
Fong Tang shook his head.
This is nothing strange. On July 7th, 1982. That is, 2 days ago. The snake girl who appeared in the jungle was prepared in advance. She came to this time and space earlier than us.
The animal skin woman coughed dryly and smiled.
It's really ridiculous. If the snake girl came here a long time ago, how did she know the specific time you came in?
This is indeed a logical error. But Fong Tang has been analyzing with Tang Qingcheng for a long time in Xingtong Universe, and has already made speculations about these issues. He said solemnly,
It's very simple. When false clouds begin to appear in the sky, covering the real starry sky, when crystal walls appear outside the jungle, all these signs will remind you of the arrival time of the next batch of time and space travelers.
He took a step forward.
The key lies in memory. Memory is like the navigator of this closed time and space. When the rat boss regained his memory, he must have been pulled back to the village by time and space. And you cannot avoid it.
Fong Tang finally added,
People with memories of future time and space cannot get out of here. This is the end of you and Boss Rat.
The woman slowly opened the animal skin hood, revealing the snake girl's true face. Everyone in the jungle was in a mess and disheveled, so no one paid attention to her appearance at that time. The snake girl also deliberately hid this point.
And it was only then that she saw that she was already a middle-aged woman. She leaned against Haley and waved to Fong Tang.
Come here.
Fong Tang walked over gently, and a strange look appeared in the snake girl's eyes.
I was right about you. I knew you were the kind of guy who could save a critical situation when we were in the underground factory.
Fong Tang frowned.
But there are still many things I can't figure out about you.
The snake girl sighed softly.
Don't say it was you. Now when I think about it all, it will feel like a dream game. When the game was announced to start, the rat boss entered the gate of time and space first. But I kept an eye out and kept staring at that Pandora's position. After the statuette in the underground factory announced the start of the game, the moment before darkness enveloped her, Snake rushed to Pandora's location. It was such a simple decision that allowed her to enter the gate of time and space in advance. The story of the Snake Girl is even more full of changes and impermanence of fate than that of the rat boss. When I traveled back in time, I completely lost my memory. It must have been the 1970s. I stayed in the village for a while, but subconsciously I always remembered that I still had a home.
What did Fong Tang think of?
Is it Australia? Yes. I grew up in Australia after all. So I found a way to leave the village. You were right about one thing. When I have no memory of future time and space, I can easily walk out of here.
The Snake Girl who left the mountain village first secretly entered Myanmar. Snake Girl fell into memories.
Myanmar was in chaos at that time. I still remember that portraits of U Win, the leader of the military junta, were hung everywhere. As soon as I entered Myanmar, a national uprising broke out.
In the 1970s, Myanmar was under closed military management, and ethnic minority uprisings broke out from time to time. It was indeed a chaotic era. The Snake Girl continued.
There! I almost died, but I met a noble man.
Edward from England, who calls himself a duke, is actually a local gangster, a hypocritical liar. He had another identity at the time, but he was an intelligence agent for MI6. He was mainly responsible for collecting intelligence in the Asia-Pacific region. As a result, he met the Snake Girl in Myanmar.
Perhaps it was because of the Western temperament that I retained in my memory. Or maybe it was my dancing. In short, Edward fell in love with me, and I only had one idea at the time, which was to use him to return to Australia.
Fong Tang asked.
That antique gun was given to you by Duke Edward?
The Snake Girl smiled and shook her head.
That liar just wanted my beauty and body. How could he give me a precious antique gun? I stole it from him.
She smiled lightly.
Edward sent me out of the country in a special car. Later, when I returned to Australia by boat, I killed him directly and took away his property.
Fong Tang was speechless. Even a Snake Girl without prosthetic body implantation was not something that an ordinary agent could deal with. The Snake Girl sighed again.
When I returned to Australia, I couldn't find my own home, so I simply settled down as Aaron Clay. I even forged my academic qualifications and claimed to be a dance artist who graduated from a seminary. Then you met the rat boss.
It is definitely not a coincidence that the Snake Girl meets the rat boss. Everything is controlled by the law of time and space protection. Fong Tang recalled Tang Qingqing's words, and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. Snake Girl's expression changed, and she whispered after a long time.
When we first met him, we were both in a state of amnesia, and we didn't know each other's true identity. He was a military attaché stationed in Australia at the time, and he was very old. Now that he's grown, he can be called an old man. But you're attracted to each other, aren't you?
Snake Girl shook her head.
Now that I think about it, there must be some mysterious force at work. Every time we chat, we hide secrets from each other. But after all, we are all from Nubai Village, and we all have the same strange memories in our subconscious.
Fong Tang interrupted her.
When did Boss Rat awaken his memory?
The Snake Girl smiled bitterly.
It should have been shortly after our daughter was born.
Fong Tang almost jumped up.
You all have daughters?
The Snake Girl had a strange look in her eyes.
Of course. Since we restored our human body when we traveled here, and I am a healthy woman, of course I can have children.
Fong Tang was thinking about something.
Daughter? Is your daughter now? She is still in Australia. She should be living a happy, healthy and carefree life now. She only knows that her mother is a dancer from Nubai Village and immigrated to Australia a long time ago.
Fong Tang trembled, and after a long time he asked in a low voice.
So, your daughter is? Yes, you have figured it out. My daughter is just a young snake girl.
Chapter 725. The Snake Girl's Story Part 2. Fong Tang felt confused. The Snake Girl traveled through time, fell in love with the rat boss, who also traveled through time and lost his memory, and gave birth to a little snake girl. The little snake girl grew up in Australia, and later became a reformer, came to the underground factory, and then traveled back to Nubai Village. This is a closed loop of time, but it also reveals a strange truth.
You are your daughter. You and Boss Rat.
The Snake Girl's eyes turned crazy at this time.
The girl in Australia cannot know all this. What I am doing now is for my daughter and for myself.
Fong Tang suddenly realized.
You want to kill Boss Rat and all of us.
The Snake Girl continued.
Shortly after our daughter was born, the rat boss returned to China and lost contact with her. Unfortunately, my memory had not yet awakened at that time. So I desperately searched for the father of the child. So you came to Nubai Village. Around 1981.
Snake Girl nodded.
I settled my daughter and returned to China using the name of Eileen Clay. I brought antique guns, various foods and medicinal materials, and entered Yunnan province in the name of the Red Cross.
Fong Tang sighed.
Boss Rat said he wrote to you.
Snake Girl sneered.
How is it possible? He was already trapped in the time and space of Nubai Village at that time. How could he think of contacting me?
She took a breath.
I found Nubai Village, and before I even went up the mountain, I met Hailey.
The ghostly Hailey said.
I told Aunt Eileen not to see the old patriarch. She didn't believe it. So I had no choice but to capture her and hide her in the hut.
Hailey gestured.
That hut is scary, but it's also very solid. My perverted dad dug a deep prison under the Tukong, and sealed the entrance of the Tukong with rats and poisonous insects.
The underground secret room built by Lao Hailebu should be to imprison his daughter. That excessive fatherly love has turned into a perverted psychology. Fong Tang thought of the situation at that time.
No wonder Long Yuhai could handle Lao Hailebu's body easily. He discovered the secret passage.
Hailey sighed softly. Fong Tang glanced at her.
Why don't you want Snake Girl to see Boss Rat?
Hailey reached out and touched the earring that appeared at an unknown time.
The earring told me to prevent these events from happening. The earring also told me the laws of time and space protection.
Fong Tang nodded and looked at Snake Girl again.
How did you escape later? It was old Hailebu. The clan leader's lackey overheard the conversation between Hailey and me and went to report it.
Fong Tang hummed.
So until the moment you walked out of the hut, you still didn't recover your memory?
The Snake Girl smiled bitterly.
Yes. That's why I didn't know how happy I was when I saw the sun again and found out that the old patriarch was my lover.
As a reward for informing, Lao Hailebu received an antique gun and a lot of milk powder. At this time, Hailey quietly approached Fong Tang and asked in a low voice.
Do you know why old Hailebu asked for so much milk powder?
Fong Tang frowned.
This has nothing to do with the whole thing. Right. It doesn't matter. He just wants me to have a daughter. He already regards me as his dead wife.
That old pervert. Fong Tang was speechless. It is true that evil people are rewarded with evil. Hailebu's death in the hands of Long Yuhai was very satisfying. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes, found a soul fragment of old Hailebu in the Xingpu universe, and imprisoned it directly in the desolate universe. When she came back to her senses, the snake girl was leaning tiredly against the cold wall. Fong Tang hurriedly checked her injuries. Infected? She showed signs of sepsis all over her body. Fong Tang grabbed Hailey and said,
"Use your magic to save her."
Hailey's eyes showed sadness.
"It's useless. You time travelers are cursed here. No medicine will be useful to you."
Is this also the law of time and space protection? The mysterious laws caused the snake girl to completely lose her life. Fong Tang gritted his teeth.
"You can't survive much longer in this situation. The only way is to kill the rat boss and end this game."
"No!" Snake Girl grabbed his hand excitedly.
"There are more important things than completing the game. You are right behind the wall. Please listen to me tell the whole story first."
Fong Tang's heart became increasingly confused. The Snake Girl took a rest and continued.
"I haven't recovered my memory. So I lived happily in the mountain village. I built churches and dug swamps. During that time, the rat boss was also very good to me. He kept asking me about things outside, but I didn't know what he was thinking at the time. Then he started asking me to help purchase some equipment, chemicals, and all kinds of weird things from Australia."
Fong Tang's heart moved.
"What are they specifically?"
The Snake Girl smiled bitterly.
Open that wall, and you will know everything. Now listen to me. July 7th, 1 year ago, was that day."
Her consciousness gradually blurred, and it took a long time to regain her consciousness.
"The crystal wall appeared. The sky was covered by clouds, and I suddenly regained my memory at that time."
The Snake Girl finally couldn't hold on any longer and slowly fell asleep. Hailey hugged her and looked at Fong Tang.
"Let me tell you the following. When Aunt Irene, the Snake Girl, regains her memory, your game will successfully activate a hunter and a prey. So hide and seek it's officially started."
It turns out that the game started here a year ago.
What happened later was quite messy. I didn't fully grasp the power in my body at that time. So I took Auntie Snake to fight with Boss Mouse. We hid everywhere. In huts. And in the jungle. It was while we were hiding that Auntie Snake discovered the boss. The laboratory the Patriarch built in the Ancestral Hall.
Fong Tang's eyes flashed.
"So, those instruments and chemicals that Boss Rat asked Snake Girl to purchase?"
Hailey snorted.
"And there are guinea pigs. Lots of guinea pigs."
She described it hard.
"During the hide-and-seek game, Auntie Snake and I first discovered anomalies in the swamp pool under the church. As you know, the old Patriarch only built a swamp power generation equipment and stopped doing it. As a result, we discovered the swamp is full of dead rats."
Fong Tang raised his head.
"Boss Rat must have been studying mutant rats before Snake Girl arrived." "Yeah. He still blamed me."
Hailey clapped her hands angrily. Until this moment, she still had a strange innocence and simplicity. Hailey hummed for a while, and then spoke again.
"Aunt Snake and I were at a disadvantage at first. The villagers were all bewitched by the old Patriarch, and we both became monsters. But as my abilities became more and more strong, especially when I start to master elemental abilities, Boss Rat will not be able to defeat us."
Fong Tang frowned and held down her little hand.
"Don't get excited. Speak slowly."
Hailey was dejected.
"But these good days didn't last long. Boss Rat quickly got the crystal, and I couldn't do anything to him."
Fong Tang has been thinking about the crystal.
"The crystal wall is indestructible. Where did Boss Rat get the crystal fragments?"
Hailey's beautiful eyes flashed.
"Anyway, he got a lot. With that thing, my elemental abilities will be of no use to the old Patriarch. This is wrong."
Fong Tang stood up and walked back and forth.
"If Boss Rat could break through the crystal wall, he would have walked out of here long ago."
He rushed towards the wall and touched the crystal fragments on the wall.
Is he studying those mice to drill holes?"
Cultivating mutant mice and drilling a hole in the crystal wall. This sounds like a fantasy. But who can be sure that this method will not work? The thought of leaving here and entering the real world of the 1980s was a temptation that Fong Tang couldn't resist. Hailey was still talking behind him.
"The stalemate continued like this not long ago. Aunt Snake said that the second batch of time travelers was coming, and she had to prepare in advance. Everything was planned. So I lurked in the jungle. Snake Annie also attracted the python in advance. But no one would have thought."
Fong Tang touched the crystal on the wall and shook his head.
"No one could have imagined that 3 thieves who broke time and space ruined all your plans."
Hailey scratched her head.
"Yeah. I threw those 3 guys into the minefield and came back quickly and found that the Snake Girl was injured. So you opened the tent and rescued her."
Fong Tang touched the wall.
"At this point, most of the doubts about the whole matter have been solved. Now it's time to open the wall and go in to see what Boss Rat is doing." "What an experiment!"
Chapter 726 Haley's Story. On the mysterious wall of the hunting god's temple, the mechanism inlaid with 64 crystal fragments looks chaotic, just like being thrown randomly against the wall. The fragments are arranged in a disorderly manner. Haley and Snake must have been studying this wall for a long time. They can see traces left by the bombardment of elemental power everywhere next to the crystal fragments.
Have you been using elemental energy to hit this wall?
Fong Tang asked. Haley looked very depressed.
Yeah, but it's of no use at all. Andy Snake has also spent a lot of time studying it. We have tried various methods and tried every trick.
As she spoke, she shook her head provocatively.
When Auntie said that only you could crack it, I didn't believe it at all.
Fong Tang smiled lightly and slid his fingers along the 64 chips. The snake girl had woken up and stood up with difficulty, holding on to the pillars of the porch.
The crystals on this wall can move.
Fong Tang nodded.
I know. But you can't move it at will. If you move any crystal, the mechanism behind it will restart randomly. And each restart will bring a random password. This is a chaotic system. Basic password system.
Snake Girl became excited.
I saw you right. Since you can tell it's a chaotic system, you're already much stronger than us.
Haley kept rolling her eyes.
The chaotic system cannot be cracked by the human brain. Right.
Chaotic systems consist of random and disorderly changes. Even small changes in the initial conditions of the system will be gradually amplified, causing completely different consequences. For example, everyone knows that if a butterfly flaps its wings in South America, a storm will appear in North America 2 weeks later. But the butterfly effect is just a figurative expression. The real chaotic system is actually not that simple. At this time, under Fong Tang's fingers, each crystal fragment made a crisp chirp.
Snake Girl, do you still remember how Boss Rat used that floppy disk to control the particle barrier in the underground factory?
Snake Girl tried her best to remember.
I remember. But it seemed like a long time ago.
She traveled back in time and lived through decades of life. So what happened in the underground factory, although it was only a few days ago for Fong Tang and the others? It was a long time ago in her memory. Fong Tang flicked the crystal again.
Boss Rat's chaotic system plagiarized Ksitagarba's floppy disk operation data. He was really intentional. He used 64 chips to form a complete Bagua code. Can't you crack it?
Snake Girl was a little desperate.
If you can't open this wall, you will never be able to stop the rat boss. If he goes out, will he look for my daughter?
The Snake Girl, who loves her daughter passionately, burst out with her last breath of life. But she is getting closer and closer to death. Fong Tang couldn't help but feel a little sad when he thought about her experiences. He slowly walked to Haley and said in a deep voice,
My brain can't calculate it. But she can.
Haley? The Snake Girl was a little confused.
No, it's impossible. Haley has tried it countless times. Because something in her consciousness has not yet awakened.
Fong Tang looked at Haley tenderly.
If I guess correctly, there is an extremely powerful artificial intelligence from the machine country in her consciousness.
Snake and Haley were stunned.
Artificial intelligence. But she was born in this time and space. How could there be artificial intelligence in the machine country?
Snake Girl murmured. Fong Tang stroked Haley's little head.
That's my child. An artificial intelligence with a crystal elemental body that I personally built. Her name is Bafang Jizong.
Haley struggled for a moment and quickly backed away.
You? What are you talking about? I don't want to hear this nonsense.
Fong Tang turned around and supported the crumbling Snake Girl.
In the machine country, I found a model left by Jizo in the museum. Using the crystal element body in the model as the core, I created a small robot in human form.
He talked about the birth process of Hapo Jizo.
My little daughter is the only one in the entire machine country who has elemental abilities.
Snake Girl was both shocked and curious.
Then how did your robot come to this time and space? It's Pandora.
Fong Tang could only tell his speculation.
Pandora is carrying a small statue and is the guide of this level of the game. When I entered the underground factory, the earrings were sealed together with the Bafang Jizo. Only Pandora has access to them.
Haley opposite had already covered her ears, and her shining cane earrings made a buzzing sound.
When Pandora entered the game scene with us, something must have happened while traveling through time and space, causing cane earrings and Hapo Jizo to come in together.
Fong Tang pondered.
You and Boss Mouse entered the gate of time and space early, so you are decades ahead of time in this time and space. So when something happens to Pandora, earrings and Bafang Jizo may also come in early.
They looked at Haley together.
Haley, how old are you?
Haley was already holding her head, while different elements gathered around her crazily. Fong Tang's eyes flashed.
No, we can't stimulate her anymore.
But the snake girl shouted desperately.
When your mother was having a difficult delivery, the earrings and the robot's consciousness appeared together. They chose you as a parasite. Right. This is the only explanation.
There was a buzzing sound, and a strong wind blew up. This wind is wrapped in fire and ice. Haley's clothes had been engulfed by flames. Her whole body was covered with an icy aura, and the crystals behind her eyes were flowing with light of thunder and lightning. Behind her, several flowing elemental auras seemed to turn into tails, but they roared.
You two, haha. You two are bad people. I'm going to kill you.
The ground made a hissing sound, and the mutated rats were swept up by the strong wind. The wind cut them open like sharp blades, and were shattered by flames and frost. Fong Tang pushed the snake girl away. He actually walked straight into the terrifying elemental storm.
Bafang Jizo, be obedient,
Fong Tang shouted. He kept calling the robot's little daughter's name. When the wind blade had touched his face and even opened a wound, all the violent elements subsided. Haley was suspended in the air blankly. Kane's earring flew to Fong Tang's ear with a whine and returned to its owner. Fong Tang stretched out his hand to Haley.
Daughter, it's time for you to wake up.
A bright light appeared, shining from between Haley's eyebrows. At this moment, both Fong Tang and Snake Girl saw that a rotating crystal appeared on Haley's body reflected in the light, which was the core component of Bafang Jizo. Daddy, Haley's voice turned into the call of Bafang Jizo. Fong Tang breathed a sigh of relief, ignoring the blood on his face, and hugged his little daughter.
Great. I've been worried about you being locked up in the factory. I'm worried to death.
Haley reached out and touched her face.
Dad, I have tears. Like a real human being. Silly boy. You are human now.
Chapter 727 The Room in the Ratland. Hapo Jizo and Kane earrings came to this time and space almost at the same time. When the gate of time and space fluctuated, Hapo Jizo's sensors could no longer be used. All structures including her machine tentacles were destroyed, leaving only the core, the machine consciousness in the component, and the crystal designed by Jizo.
You're lucky.
Fong Tang sighed with emotion when he heard this.
Your crystal core should be made of the same material as the outer wall, so you can avoid being swallowed by the gate of time and space.
When Hapo Jizo's crystal consciousness fell together with the earrings, it was above the hut.
When I realized that I had lost all my components and was about to die, I used my last bit of computing power to look around for replacement body components. As a result, I found a baby whose heart had stopped beating, but whose brain structure was still intact.
Fong Tang and Snake Girl looked at each other.
That's Lao Halabu's newborn daughter.
Because the mother had a difficult delivery, the baby girl had lost her chance of survival.
The baby's brain has not yet fully grown. So this gave me the opportunity. I used the elemental ability of the crystal and weak current to perform cardiac resuscitation on the baby, and then merge with her immature brain.
Having said this, Hapo Jizo sighed.
As a result, I found new components, but I also lost the key memory storage.
Fong Tang pondered.
Maybe this is also the result of the law of time and space protection. Even artificial intelligence will erase its memory.
This is Haley's story. As the little baby grew up, Hapo Jizo's consciousness slowly returned. That's why Haley has magical abilities. Fong Tang held his daughter and asked,
Where is your grandpa, Kane? His consciousness is in the earring. Why is there no reaction at all?
Hapo Jizo wrinkled his little nose.
Then I don't know. But this earring has been protecting me.
She is so excited now that she doesn't seem to care about everything happening around her.
Dad, I have my own body now. A real human body. Wow. It's great. My eldest brother and second sister must be so jealous.
For Xidagarba, games, death, and crises are all unimportant. The important thing is that she has the privilege that her brothers and sisters do not have, and she can accompany her father as a human being. This was once a rule that Fong Tang deliberately avoided and would never allow. Fong Tang sighed.
Daughter, let's calculate this chaotic system first. With the calculation power I designed for you, Dad, plus the energy of the crystal, it should be possible.
64 crystal chips were changing between the fingers of Bafang Jizo. Bright rays of light connected all the crystal fragments. These rays of light are entangled like a big net. But the strange thing is that all the rays of light are separated. There is no intersection between the dazzling rays of light among the 64 chips. There was a ding sound, and the last ray of light connected. The wall slowly fell downwards. Bafang Jizong turned around and smiled.
Dad, this is actually a little game of continuous reading. Daughter, guard the door. No one is allowed to enter. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed.
Fong Tang heard the stone door opening behind him. The rat boss, who turned into an old patriarch, seemed to have discovered something, and was directing the hunters of Nubai village to rush in. Come in. He picked up the weak snake girl and walked along the stone steps behind the wall to the deep laboratory. Boss Rat's laboratory is built under the ancestral hall, and crystal fragments can also be seen here. All the crystal fragments are arranged strictly according to the maze-like architectural structure.
These crystal fragments make Boss Rat's laboratory impregnable. That's why he is so arrogant.
The snake girl felt better.
He is too selfish and cruel, and he will not hesitate to kill everyone for his own purposes.
This sentence is full of helplessness and sadness. Fong Tang recalled the situation when he first met the old patriarch.
Boss Rat is not only ruthless, but also quite confident. Before I discovered his identity, he had many opportunities to kill me.
Snake girl smiled.
That's not necessarily true. I believe Mr. Lian Long is also very wary of you. Hey, now that I think about it, you, a little guy who has just entered the Infinite Challenge, are really too powerful.
While the two were talking, they walked through a crystal gleaming passage, and a spacious hall suddenly appeared in front of them. Rows of smooth stone platforms were covered with plastic pipes and glassware. What was placed in the middle of the first platform was a centrifuge. A new generation centrifuge produced by the American Beckman Company in 1980 and controlled by a microcomputer and variable frequency motor. Compared with the 100 billion turn optical centrifuge after the 21st century, this machine is actually not inferior in function. The only disadvantage is that the frequency of use is not as good as that of the optical core machine.
These were all purchased abroad by Boss Rat before I recovered my memory. This machine alone cost me half of my wealth.
Fong Tang looked at the second platform. It was an ecosystem of white mice made of smooth rocks.
The mice he purchased could no longer meet his needs, so he started building a factory to produce mice.
Rats have one of the fastest reproductive rates among mammals. But the most terrifying thing is the amazing survival probability of this creature. Most animals with strong reproductive abilities will face the problem of poor survival probability of their larvae. Some species that are about to become extinct have strong hunting abilities, but they lose to other creatures in reproduction. Rats never have this problem. It is possible for a mature female rat to give birth to thousands of larvae in a comfortable environment. The ecosystem created by Rat Boss is almost perfect.
He used a crossbreeding method to repeatedly cultivate the most fertile and survivable batch of rats to create a batch of super rats specially used for breeding.
But relying on an ecological environment alone does not seem to be able to achieve this level. Fong Tang glanced at the pink baby rats lying side by side in the survival tank. They were crowded together and swallowing the milk of a female rat that was larger than a rabbit. There were dozens of cyan stripes on the back of this white female rat. The little insects burrowed in and out.
Those are parasitic tropical green caterpillars. They like to suck the juice from leaves and roots, and then convert it into special protein alcohol.
The snake girl looked at it in surprise.
I once read the work of an entomologist in Australia. See a description of this insect. The green caterpillars seem to have merged with the mice, and these bugs are providing enough nutrients for the mother mouse, so that she can keep feeding her babies here without eating. It is simply a breeding machine.
Fong Tang felt furious. He gently picked up the black book on the third platform. The thick notebook is full of records, but instead of Chinese characters, they are tadpole-like letters similar to Tibetan.
Boss Rat is very cautious. Even the experimental records are written in the Nubai language.
The snake girl knew the Nubai language, so she cheered up and took the notebook. She flipped through a few pages first, then started reading slowly. Chapter 728 The Mystery of Goo. The thick experimental log begins with a self-report. The rat boss described himself as follows.
The first time I saw Halebu, he was putting the poor little girl in a prison under the earthen bed. At that time, I was in the most difficult moment of my life and could not leave this damn place. Time and space. And I don't know how to solve the problem.
Snake Girl gritted her teeth after reading this.
He clearly knew that Hailey was being imprisoned by the perverted Halebu, but he didn't even say a word.
She shook her head and continued reading.
The turning point started with an inspiration, when I suddenly thought that the time and space of Nubai village might overlap with the underground factory. I followed my memory to find where the crystal door was. Location. The Emperor has paid off. And I finally found it. It's on the east side of the cliff in Nubai village, near my grandma's ancestral house.
Boss Shu's grandmother, Bai Ga's mother, died at the hands of the Tauren. Fong Tang let out a sigh when he heard this, and drew with his fingers on the platform.
The location on the side of Mrs. Bai Ga's ancestral house. Isn't that the small church?
Snake Girl flipped through the diary.
It's true. Boss Rat's self-report made it very clear that he found the key point where time and space overlap at the location of the church.
Her eyes dimmed.
No wonder he insisted on building a church in that place just to confuse me and the villagers. If Nubai Village is regarded as Area A of the underground factory, then the chapel happens to be at the location of the Crystal Hall, where the door to time and space opens.
Fong Tang nodded.
Read it quickly. I want to know what he is studying.
The snake girl flipped through the pages quickly.
The rest of this is full of nonsense, etc.
She turned to the third page.
I sneaked in front of Halebu's old house again, and as expected, he was messing with the field mice and bugs. Only then did I remember that Halebu's daughter-in-law was the last member of our Nubai village, a priestess. It is said that that woman also knows a little bit about cultivating poison.
The snake girl looked up at Fong Tang and explained.
There used to be a lot of voodoo farmers in the village. But then the cadres came and said that these were all feudal superstitions and burned all the ancient animal skin books and voodoo tools.
Only Halebu's wife preserved part of the inheritance.
She turned another page and read the self-narration of the rat boss.
I saw old Halebu clumsily raising goo with mice and insects. It turned out that he was trying to stop his daughter. That Haile was getting more and more powerful. And it seemed that he was starting to cast some elemental-like powers.
The snake girl flipped through the pages quickly.
The following content is about how he confused Haile-Bu and obtained the record of raising voodoos. This bastard actually used the method of raising voodoos to cultivate mice. Haile once said the word goo rat. And I didn't even care at the time.
Fong Tang frowned and looked at the first platform. In the sunken pipe, he saw dead insects one after another, as well as 2 newborn white mice. But they died of suffocation.
What else is in his journal?
Snake girl gritted her teeth and opened the book.
There are blank spaces at the back. He was too cautious and didn't want to leave any written records.
Fong Tang touched his chin.
No. When he conducts experiments alone, he must leave records. This is the scientific method of experimental research. Without records, problems will arise when he repeats experiments.
As he was talking, a buzzing sound suddenly came from under the third platform. Fong Tang immediately protected the snake girl. The sound continued, and Fong Tang carefully went over and used a glass tube to pull out a black wire from under the platform. He gently pulled the black thread and slowly pulled out a square box. Snake girl recognized it at a glance.
It's a radio.
This is the radio, or broadcaster, that by GA said. You can still see this thing in the early 1980s. It is connected to the wire, just like the brigade loudspeaker. There is also a metal 5-pointed star on the square box. Under the 5-pointed star is a rough sounding unit, and the speaker is beating at this time. Fong Tang let out a sigh, touched his earrings, and couldn't help but reach out and press them. Then the familiar old man's voice came from the recorder.
Tang. Boss Tang. Is that you? I miss you so much. You have absolutely no idea what I've been through.
It's Kane. When traveling through the gate of time and space, Hapo Jizo successfully found the parasitic baby. But Kane's consciousness was unlucky. He was originally a fragment of his soul, but it had been transformed by a mechanical heart. He could not find any living creatures to live with, so he could only find replacement mechanical components. So he ended up in a brand new radio machine.
I can't help it. This old radio has the magnets I need. Only the magnet's magnetic force can barely contain my particle data encoding.
Kane's wailing voice came from the radio.
I've lost my hacking memory. I'm so confused. It was hung on the wall, and for a while, I really thought it was a radio.
Kane's memory was awakened by the impact of a broadcast signal.
One day, I received a broadcast signal from the wire. As usual, I transformed it into the sound of a speaker. But at that moment, I heard a report about infinite challenge in the signal.
Huh? Fong Tang was surprised.
What report? It's about the Far North expedition. If the time is right, the Far North is still in the stage of chaos. I heard the information about the North Pole, chaos, and death, and my memory suddenly returned. Then what? Then I tried to find a way to leave. My consciousness was briefly connected to that dead girl's earring. But that girl was also demented.
Kane was thrown into this laboratory before he could think of a solution.
When that bastard was doing experiments here, he might need to use the tuning loop capacitor component in the radio. So he hacking dismantled me. Hee. But I also took the opportunity to use the energy generated by the magnet to create a magnetic field that can record data.
The record Kane is talking about is actually a function similar to audio tapes and videotapes. It mainly relies on the theory of magnetic recording. Fong Tang was overjoyed when he heard this.
So, you have recorded all the experimental logs of Boss Rat. Yes. Old Tang. I knew it would come in handy.
Fong Tang took off his earrings and gently placed them in the middle of the old-fashioned radio.
Come back quickly. Old man. I miss you too. Finally. I can finally come back. If there weren't those damn crystals everywhere here, I wouldn't have been trapped for so long.
Kane's consciousness was very weak. He lost a lot of particle energy in this unfortunate experience. But after returning to the earring, he was as lively as a tiger and quickly showed the recorded data to Fong Tang. Fong Tang helped the snake girl lean to the platform, then closed his eyes and opened all the messages from Kane. Just like watching a movie, everything the rat boss does here appears before his eyes. Chapter 729 System Vulnerability.
I need a guinea pig.
The rat boss sat in front of the unfinished stone platform and quickly wrote on the slate.
Mouse. I remember this is a very perfect experimental subject. It is one of the smallest mammals. First, it has strong reproductive ability, and the cycle between each generation is very short. So you can try to mutate. The mouse is very close to humans in terms of biological evolution. Well, it may be a creature that appeared 750,000 years ago, like humans. Also, the early embryonic development of mice is also very close to humans. So its mutation probability is the same as that of humans. Almost the same. In addition, tissue and organ structure, cell function.
The rat boss became excited.
The advanced neural activity, gene homology, sequence, and maturity of transformation are so perfect. We just use mice. I am a hacking mouse. Wait a minute. This isn't even the 1980s. And gene editing technology hasn't been developed at all. What am I thinking?
The rat boss scratched his head dejectedly, and all his hair was scratched off.
What if it was mine?
The prosthetic body is still there, and my brain is still there.
His eyes were blood red, and he sat on the ground slumped for a long time. Then he suddenly cheered up again and said,
"It seems that the art of cultivating goo obtained from old Halabu can only rely on that thing."
The rat boss unfolded a scroll, and a thick stack of books bound with unknown leather appeared inside. He put on his gloves and touched the book.
A book made of insect skin can achieve this level. It seems that there is still some skill in voodoo.
Like all people from the future, Boss Rat initially disdained voodoo.
I originally thought that goo magic was all fake. But if I think about it carefully,
the rat boss said to himself,
maybe it is ancient wisdom. The exploratory research of ancestors on the variation of primitive organisms.
He opened the first page of the insect skin book, looked at it for a long time, and frowned.
What does this mean?
From Fong Tang's perspective, the contents of the insect skin book can be seen completely. It's all filled with traditional Chinese characters. And this is entirely an inheritance record about the art of voodoo. The above is the description of the art of voodoo in various ancient books from the beginning. Fong Tang looked hard.
Treatise on the causes and symptoms of diseases and symptoms of goo and poison.
Records as follows. Take a lot of insects and snakes. Store them in containers. And let them eat each other. If there is only one thing alone, it is called a poison. The meaning of this passage is that the ancients put insects and snakes in a closed vessel and let them kill each other. In the end, the one that survived was a powerful poisonous insect. Read on.
It is more common to prepare poisonous insects than on the Dragon Boat Festival. When the yang energy is at its peak, it is used to make medicines, which can cause illness and death. Snakes, poisonous bugs, and centipedes are also often used to make medicine, and they can kill with just one touch. There are 13 kinds of voodoo, which are called chai voodoo, snake voodoo, golden silkworm voodoo, striped bamboo voodoo, stone voodoo, loach voodoo, malnutrition voodoo, swollen voodoo, epilepsy voodoo, snake voodoo, raw snake voodoo, and three-corpse voodoo.
Boss Rat put a mark on the last.
Three-corpse goo.
Fong Tang also followed the perspective from which the information came, and together with the rat boss in the virtual light and shadow, studied the three-corpse goo. This poison was researched and invented by the Miao and Wu tribes in the Yunnan province. It is known as the most poisonous insect. However, the method is to first look for blue, red, and white poisonous insects. Then these poisonous insects are put into the human body, and after the person dies, the corpse is used to feed the poisonous insects. In this way, the first generation of goo worms will be cultivated, and then the first generation of goo worms will be put into the human body, and the cycle will repeat until the third generation of goo worms appear. From the description, it seems that there is nothing difficult. But actually there is a problem with survival rate. Three-color poisonous insects are easy to find, and they are everywhere in the jungle. But it is too difficult for humans to cultivate goo insects. Especially not every corpse can successfully feed goo insects. According to the records in the Bugskin book, the fastest feeding record also consumed 167 living corpses. And this was only the first generation. Most goo masters may only be able to cultivate the first generation of goo worms in their lifetime. That is quite an achievement. The second generation of goo worms must be 3 identical first generation worms. Fong Tang did a little calculation and found that 3 first generations became second generations, and 3 second generations became third generations. That is to raise at least 9 blue, red, and white first generation insects respectively. The data is not complicated. However, considering the success rate, probably tens of thousands of corpses. Only then did Fong Tang understand Boss Mouse's obsession with the little white mouse. The biological evolution of mice is very close to humans. The early embryonic development is also very close to humans. The characteristics of tissue and organ structure, cell function, advanced neural activity, gene homology, and arrangement order make cultured mice completely replace humans.
Boss Rat is really a madman.
But he is also a genius. Using rats to cultivate 3 corpse goo worms, there is absolutely no need to worry about the quantity. Fong Tang continued to unfold the information recorded by Cain. Boss Mouse spent tens of thousands of white mice, and finally succeeded in raising the legendary 3 corpse goo insects. And in order to keep the voodoos active, he also prepared a parasitic rat that can provide nutrition for the voodoos. That was the black mouse covered in bugs that Fong Tang had seen not long ago. But Boss Rat is more than that. It seems that he will continue to experiment and try to cultivate more advanced 4 corpse goo. Fong Tang quit Cain's record and couldn't help but shake his head.
The 4 corpse goo insects are indeed very powerful. Unprecedented. Boss Rat may be the most powerful goo master in the world. But what use is it to the space-time crystal? Snake Girl. I originally thought he wanted to breed mice that can drill holes.
But now, Fong Tang shook his head. The Snake Girl leaned against the platform and said nothing. Fong Tang felt something was wrong and hurried over. The Snake Girl's whole body was stiff and cold. Fong Tang checked her pulse and sighed. He walked to the last stone platform, pulled off the dusty cloth, and covered the Snake Girl who had exhausted her life.
Sorry. You can't wait for me to solve this mystery,
Fong Tang said softly, and Cain smiled in his ear.
According to the information I got, this hide-and-seek game is not where the player dies. Is more the better for you?
Fong Tang said coldly.
This is no longer a game. Boss Mouse doesn't want to complete the level at all. And Long Yunhai and Lu Wenwen will probably do the same if they know the truth. Will you also choose to stay?
Fong Tang sat down tiredly.
Yes. Their lives are incomplete and full of regrets. Long Yunhai definitely wants to enter the real world of the 1980s to prevent the tragedy of his wife and children. And Wu Wen. She is even better than anyone else. They all want to change their destiny.
Cain was speechless.
But what about the game? Do you want to go out too?
Fong Tang did not answer this question, and said after a long time,
I believe in the protection law of space-time paradox. So I will not do such boring things.
He stood up to leave. Suddenly he stopped again. On the last platform, a map carved in stone attracted him. This is... Cain scanned it.
It seems to be a railway route map. Yes.
Fong Tang reached out and touched the map.
This is the route map from Zhishuangbana, Yunnan Province, to Kunming, and then to Guicheng.
Cain scanned again.
No. There's a new line added to it. Ah. I know.
What? Fong Tang asked anxiously.
It's the Guiyang Kunming Railway. It was started in the 1960s and completed in the 1970s. It has a total length of 700 kilometers. It was electrified in the 1980s. Later, it was connected to the Shanghai Kunming line and can enter the Magic City.
What is the railway line from Zhishuangbana outside this small mountain village into the magical capital? In the 1980s, it was the only route that could quickly lead to the Magic City in Yunnan Province. Why did Boss Rat do this? Fong Tang looked down from the road map. There is also a string of English written on the slate. These English words are very messy and intermittent, as if they were written casually by the rat.
System. Is it a system? The protection laws operate in a systematic way in overlapping time and space. There are always loopholes in the complete system from Nubai Village to the Demon City.
Fong Tang's eyes lit up. Continue reading.
DOS attack. The crudest and most direct method. Is it feasible?
Fong Tang's eyes brightened even more. He has figured out many key doubts.
DOS attack. Attack system. For corpse goo worms. Railway lines. Well, it's still a little bit worse. If that's the case, There will be at least a dozen groups of goo worms. And he also needs at least 2 navigation points.
Fong Tang was talking to himself. And Kane was confused.
What? Old Tang. What are you talking about?
Fong Tang turned around quickly.
I know Boss Rat's complete plan. He is not a madman, but a vicious genius.
Chapter 730. The finale is coming. The countdown above the sky has become darker and darker. It is now the evening of the 3rd day, and the end of the hide-and-seek game is getting closer and closer. Time seemed to have stood still at this moment. The crystal wall near the jungle began to grow like a plant, slowly moving towards Nubai village. Boss Rat has completely given up on the ancestral hall. The Bafong Sitagarba, who guarded the ancestral hall, went on a killing spree. The corpses of hunters were piled around the mutated rats. After losing all the hunters, only the old, weak, sick and disabled were left in the village. Just like the plagues that have occurred in history, Nubai village is about to become a village of death. Now the rat boss walked towards the church with Jie Li on his back, and Long Yuhai, and Lu Wenwen who said nothing. In the chapel, Boss Rat pressed the mechanism of the pulpit, revealing a hole with a diameter of only 2 centimeters below. He exhaled.
Now, you can come and take a look at this space-time passage.
In the hole, a curved, completely transparent passage appeared. Various phantoms and twisting energy lines filled the passage. At a glance, those energy lines look like a hand, and it feels like the soul is about to be sucked away. Long Yuhai shouted angrily.
We can't get through it all. The passage is too small.
The rat boss smiled.
We don't need to go through. As long as we wait for this passage to collapse by itself, the crystal wall outside will naturally collapse. Waiting for it to collapse on its own? The game will be over soon.
Lu Wenwen reminded coldly.
Why do I think you are lying to us?
The rat boss shook his head.
I would have killed you a long time ago. You have to admit. Including that boy. Huh? I have plenty of opportunities.
Long Yunhai was silent. Boss Rat does have many opportunities. In the hut late at night on the first night of the game, Mr. Long was completely surrounded by hunters. If the rat boss really wanted to take action, all he had to do was set a fire. The same goes for Lu Wenwen. During the dinner in the chapel, she and Tang would be dead if they even got some poison.
So you are very sincere. Then tell me your plan.
The rat boss looked at the passage.
First of all, you must know how this passage was created. It was an accident. Do you remember that Pandora? It accidentally carried 2 special items when it entered the gate of time and space. An earring and a humanoid robot. The 2 items caused the collapse of the gate of time and space. Pandora was thrown out, pulled by the imbalance of energy. This passage that should not have appeared remained in the crystal gate of the underground factory.
Boss Shu said this in one breath.
It took me a long time to figure this out. And then I thought of the principle of overlapping time and space. According to the ground structure of Nubai village, I found the location of this church.
Long Yunhai's eyes flashed.
So what overlaps here is the crystal door in the factory.
The rat boss smiled.
Yes. The only problem now is the law of time and space protection.
Regarding the law of time and space protection, Boss Rat has already explained it in detail on the way. Long Yunhai was silent again. Lu Wenwen gritted her teeth.
Hurry up and tell me all your plans. Otherwise, I will still think you are lying.
A look of helplessness appeared on the old face of the rat boss.
It's very simple. I think the space-time passage is a random event, which leads to a huge loophole in the law of space-time. If we regard the law of space-time protection as a complete system, if there is a problem with this system, of course it can be attacked.
Long Yuhai couldn't help but speak.
Are you crazy? Do you want to attack a cosmic rule similar to the heavenly punishment system?
The rat boss said proudly.
I said that random events occurred in this perfect system of laws of the universe, causing it to be incomplete. Then how to attack? The simplest and most brutal. DOS attack.
The so-called DOS attack is a special term for computer hacking technology. The full name is denial of service, which means denial of service. The attack behavior that causes DOS is called DOS attack. Its purpose is to prevent the computer or network from providing normal services. This attack method refers to deliberately inserting direct and brutal data into system defects, using simple and crude means to exhaust the resources of the target, and then making the target computer or network unable to provide normal services or resource access. Making the target system services, the system stops responding or even crashes. For example, it continuously releases large capacity pictures and codes to your computer, leaving your computer in an overloaded state, or continue to perform unnecessary calculations, directly damaging your computer's CPU. Long Yuhai shook his head.
Theoretically, it is possible. But how do you attack the law of time and space protection? We are trapped here now. Relying only on this channel? Impossible.
The rat boss stopped explaining.
Believe me. Wait a little longer, and you will see how the laws of the universe collapse in my hands.
Lu Wenwen was a little irritable and uneasy.
If this hide-and-seek game is over, and you are still alive, then we have lost. According to the rules of Xidagarba, one of us will be killed randomly.
She bit her lip.
Mr. Long, I now think that he is delaying time deliberately in order to win the game.
Long Yunhai said coldly.
1 minute before the game ends. If he hasn't done it yet, I will kill him directly.
Lu Wenwen looked at Jie Lian Boss Shu's back. Now the rat boss has no weapons on his body. And he is old and tired. He is indeed in a state of being slaughtered by others.
Then we'll just have to wait.
At this time, outside the church, layers of crystal particles appeared on the sky. As the time countdown slowly passed, the jungle and Nubai village were disappearing little by little. You can even see the remnants of the underground factory behind the crystal wall. And the remaining old, weak, sick and disabled people in Nubai village also experienced surprising changes. Those who died in the ancestral hall were all men. The remaining old people, children, and women were all vomiting now. What was even more frightening was that 3 colored 4-legged goo worms were coming out of their stomachs, mouths, and even ears. Climb out slowly. The water rat boss planted insect poison in the well next to the cliff. The atmosphere in the church became increasingly tense. There's less than half an hour left. Boss Mouse coughed softly and suddenly asked,
What are you going to do when you leave here and enter the real world of the 1980s?
Long Yunhai sneered and said nothing. But Lu Wenwen couldn't help it anymore.
First of all, I have to bring my parents together. They should still be junior high school students. Then I want my dad to buy Apple stocks quickly, and then invest in Penguin and Bao. What I want to do the richest second generation in the world.
The rat boss nodded.
It is indeed a great ambition.
Lu Wenwen blinked.
I haven't finished talking yet. I still need to find the founder of the Gene Alliance. After killing him, I will take the Gene Alliance into my hands. Then I will go find Tang.
The corners of her mouth curled up.
Find that little baby who may have just been born. And then raise him and train him to be my little lover.
Her fantasy was beautiful. But Fong Tang's sneer came from outside the church.
Wanlin, you can't find me.
Holding Ba Fong Jizo's hand and wearing cane earrings, Fong Tang walked into the church calmly. Behind him, streams of sour gas rushed in. The rat boss widened his eyes and suddenly roared.
My goo worm!
Chapter 731 Ultimate Reasoning. The 4 corpse goo insects that crawled out outside the chapel all died in the fire and cold. Along the way, the first thing Fong Tang did was deal with these bugs. He was very aware of Boss Rat's plan, so he was not in a hurry. Without those goo insects, Boss Rat's voice became hoarse.
What have you done?
Fong Tang smiled with a snap of his fingers.
I'm afraid all 4 of your corpse goo will die.
The rat boss breathed violently, and then yelled.
You idiot! What have you done? You? Don't you want to leave here? Don't you want to change your life again? Of course I want to.
Fong Tang looked at him indifferently.
But I also know how selfish and vicious your plan is. From beginning to end, you just want to leave alone.
The rat boss slowly backed away, and a small crystal appeared in his hand. Like a Buddha's hand, the crystal shines with colorful light. He chuckled.
I know that Haley, or your robot next to you, is very powerful. No one here is her opponent. But with this crystal here, her elemental abilities are useless to me,
the rat boss said, stamping his feet fiercely. Behind the pulpit, 4 black bug rats appeared. He coughed violently.
You used fire to extinguish my poison. And you think you won? I, the rat boss, always do things in a prepared manner.
He has gone crazy. On the sky screen composed of crystal particles, the countdown has been magnified countless times, and a vortex of crystal light appears all around, as if it is the end of the world. The roof of the chapel was swallowed up by crystal particles. Wherever Fong Tang stood, he became increasingly calm.
Boss Rat, the most critical link in your plan is the 2 space-time navigation points. Without the 2 navigation points, your goo insect DOS attack plan will completely fail.
Boss Mouse's eyes were about to pop out, and the wrinkles on his face were trembling.
You? How do you know? You can't possibly understand my genius plan.
Fong Tang ignored him and looked at Long Yunhai and Lu Wenwen.
You 2 are the chess pieces he uses, and the victims he wants to use as navigation points.
The red spots all over Long Yunhai's body were leaking pus from the infection. He could no longer hold on. He was able to stand now only because of the hope brought by the rat boss. But now, he seems to have realized it. Fong Tang obviously grasped Boss Rat's final plan. Long Yunhai slowly sat down and lay next to the time and space channel.
I won't leave. And I don't want to finish the damn game. I just want to stay here. Even if I become a ghost, I will go back to the past. I want to see my wife and son.
Lu Wenwen rushed to Fong Tang at this time, biting her lips, and wanted to say something with a pale face. Fong Tang waved his hand.
Forget it. I know what you are thinking. And I don't blame you.
Lu Wenwen was still unwilling to give in.
What exactly is Boss Rat's plan?
Fong Tang sighed.
His plan is both vicious and genius. A DOS attack is possible.
The countdown of the sky curtain suddenly stopped at this time. The time is fixed at the last 10 minutes.
What's wrong? What happened?
Lu Wenwen looked at it in horror.
There is a loophole in the game scene.
And the law of time and space protection is working hard to fix this loophole.
Fong Tang said softly.
Boss Rat's plan.
Lu Wenwen lowered her head and cried.
Why give me hope? I want to stay. I really want to change.
Fong Tang sighed and explained from beginning to end. One of the keys to Boss Rat's crazy and terrifying plan lies in those 4 corpse goo insects.
As Boss Mao said, the perfect law of time and space protection has a loophole due to Pandora's random events. We assume that the law of time and space protection also operates like a computer system. Then the only purpose of this system is to protect the history of time and space from interference.
Fong Tang breathed out.
So Boss Rat thought of a super biochemical event that keeps changing history. He cultivated a 4-corpse bug that is highly contagious and toxic. In fact, it is just a virus-carrying bug. Goo bug is just a name. But it is enough. Wenwen. Now the rat boss has 2 key conditions. A space-time rift that can lead to the real world. And enough goo worms to infect a large number of humans. We humans can't get through the rift. But the goo worms can. Then, after these goo insects enter the real world, they will have the opportunity to leave Zishuangbana and enter the bustling city.
When Fong Tang said this, he looked at the gray-faced rat boss.
You are thinking of the railway. The direct route from Zishuangbana to Shanghai. The best thing is that the 1980s happened to be the day when that railway was opened. There must be a large number of people. Take a bus to the Magic City. As long as there are a sufficient number of goo insects, people will be infected. And then take the train into the Magic City to create an even greater infection.
Lu Wenwen was still confused after hearing this.
What impact does a biochemical virus incident have on the laws of time and space?
Long Yunhai, who was lying on the ground, smiled bitterly.
You stupid girl. The ultimate purpose of the law of time and space is to ensure the normality of history. But in real history, there were no biohazard incidents in the 1980s.
Lu Wenwen understood instantly.
Ah. Boss Rat is forcing the laws of time and space to keep restoring history.
A genius indeed. When poisonous insects continue to infect people, the laws of time and space need to be revised one by one. The time and space protection system with loopholes cannot cope with it at all. If the number of infected people exceeds a certain number, the system of the law of time and space protection will become like an infected computer. Slower and slower. And finally stagnate, and can no longer work. This is Goo's DOS attack on the law. The countdown to the end of the game started beating again. With 10 minutes left, the jungle of Nubai Village was completely covered with crystals, leaving only the chapel and a little space outside. Fong Tang made his final explanation.
If the DOS attack defeats the laws of time and space, then Boss Rat can safely enter the real world. But it may not be in 1982. So there must be a premise. And that is the navigation point. And it must be 2 navigation points.
Long Yunhai slowly sat up from the ground, still smiling bitterly.
So, when the laws of time and space are broken, there may be chaos in time and space here. Which means that the rat boss will be thrown into any time and space.
He glanced at Fong Tang with admiration and shook his head at Lu Wenwen.
We are so stupid. So stupid. Boss Rat doesn't want to take us together, but wants to take us away at the last moment. Use the 2 of us as navigation points, allowing him to enter 1982 smoothly. Why do we need 2 navigation points?
Lu Wenwen murmured. Long Yunhai sighed.
The first navigation point is to locate the space, which is where we are. And the second navigation point is to locate the time, which is 1982.
The rat boss was completely defeated. He never imagined that a mere young man could deduce everything in such a short period of time. Those who can make this kind of reasoning can no longer be described as smart.
I lost. You can go back to the underground factory to collect your rewards.
The rat boss let out his final howl, and a hunting knife appeared, penetrating through his chest and out of his back. Behind him, Golly, who was still sleeping,
let out a childish scream. Then the two people disappeared together. There are still 5 minutes until the game ends. Chapter 732 Mutual Choice. In any case, they won Jizo's little game of hide-and-seek against the mouse. With the death of the young rat boss, Golly, the old patriarch who had experienced 2 lives also disappeared with the laws of time and space. Time eventually formed a closed loop on him. In the chapel, the last 3 remaining people were waiting silently. Wait for the game to end or wait for time and space to destroy everything. Long Yunhai, who was already desperate, seemed to regain his energy at this time. He slowly sat up and breathed heavily. Then he stared at the dead mouse and then looked at Fong Tang.
Where is the snake girl?
Fong Tang grabbed Wenwen, knowing what he was thinking, and shook his head.
You won't succeed.
Long Yunhai gritted his teeth and stood up, then walked forward ferociously.
Do you know what I'm thinking?
Fong Tang sneered.
The rat boss died here, but as an experiencer of time and space, he still formed a navigation point in the space. If the snake girl also died, there would be 2 complete navigation points. You only need to release a few Guzhong. We can still complete Boss Rat's plan at the last moment.
Long Yunhai braced himself.
I won't be as selfish as a mouse. I can't do it alone, and the 3 of us can complete the plan together.
Fong Tang did not speak, but looked at Lu Wenwen beside him. Now, as long as the girl hesitates a little bit, he can only kill her. Lu Wenwen's lips trembled, and she leaned against him tiredly.
Tang! I listen to you. Although I can't change the past, I can change the future with you.
Fong Tang was relieved. Long Yunhai roared.
You 2 losers. I will do it myself.
Fong Tang sneered.
Do you know how to use navigation points? I don't know, but I can force you to tell me.
Long Yunhai frantically grabbed a piece of gravel on the ground. He was confused and stupid. Fong Tang simply snapped his fingers. Highly, the incarnation of Bafong Jizo, floated over leisurely, and cut off Long Yunhai's arms, and then both legs with just one wind blade. Long Yunhai was covered in blood, but he was still screaming.
I can do it.
I can.
Shameless. Humble. Childish. And so weak.
Fong Tang looked at the squirming Long Yunhai indifferently.
Are you still the Mr. Dragon of the Chinese zodiac? How disappointing.
Long Yunhai's consciousness was blurred, but he smiled miserably at Lu Wenwen.
Girl, are you really willing to give up this opportunity? Who knows what the future will bring? But in the past, there is only one chance to change the past.
He sighed softly and passed out. There are less than 2 minutes until the end of the game. The longer you wait, the more painful it becomes. Lu Wenwen held Fong Tang's hand tightly and looked into his eyes.
You know how to set navigation points. Now that all the conditions are met, why don't you want to stay in the 1980s? Do you have no regrets in your life?
Fong Tang was silent for a moment.
I did think about it. Of course, I want to correct those regrets and change my life. But, if I do that, I will lose more.
At this time, those familiar faces appeared in front of me one by one from entering the game to now. Shauna, Yunk, Yashin, and their daughter who may have been born.
Even if I have a chance to escape the protection laws of time and space, everything I do will make those people I cherish and value disappear, or never know each other again.
Fong Tang smiled bitterly and hugged Wenwen gently.
So I decided to give up.
There is still 1 minute left before the game ends. Lu Wenwen stood on tiptoes and kissed Fong Tang's lips gently. Then she retreated decisively and retreated directly to the time and space channel.
Wenwen!
The girl reached out to brush her hair and smiled.
What Mr. Long said is from my heart. I would rather die here and become a ghost than go back to that damn factory. Farewell. Tang! It's a pity that I didn't. If we meet in another time and in another identity, I will definitely stay with you for the rest of my life.
Fong Tang tried to rush forward, but crystals have appeared all around. The crystal completely divided the church, and he and the girl could no longer get closer.
It seems that we really have to say goodbye. If I live, I will definitely be dragged back to the factory by the rules of the game. So don't worry about it, and let me end happily on my own.
Lu Wenwen raised the shotgun, pointed it at her head, and blinked. The gunfire rang out and she fell down, her hair covered in blood and pulp covering half of her face.
No!
Fong Tang yelled. There are still 30 seconds left before the game ends.
You shouldn't die like this. I won't let you die like this with regrets.
Fong Tang made up his mind at the last moment and held down the cane earring.
Set 2 navigation points and start now. Okay. Old Tang. Well, this kid is really good. Even an old man like me is a little touched.
Navigation point setting is completed. Looking for components that can store magnetic field souls. Obtain the target. Buddha's hand crystal. Lu Wenwen's magnetic field soul is about to be introduced into the crystal. The bergamot-shaped crystal that fell after the rat boss disappeared jumped and fell on Lu Wenwen's body. Fong Tang's left eye showed a green shimmer. Kane was smiling.
Old Tang. None of them know that the special ability of your star pupils allows you to successfully travel to the real world of 1982 without breaking the law of time and space protection.
This is Fong Tang's unique ability, because he can use the star pupil to control the magnetic field soul of life. In the last few seconds, the few surviving goo insects were quickly crawling towards the space-time channel. However, when they fell into the narrow passage, they changed instantly. The insect bodies seemed to be caught in a vortex of time, and began to form a cocoon. And then the cocoon opened, turning into butterflies composed of pure energy. And the butterflies were flying in the tunnel. Kane exclaimed. Fong Tang suddenly realized something.
Boss Rat's DOS attack plan is impossible to succeed. We all underestimate the law of time and space protection. It can be said that as long as the law of time and space is not willing, no life can change the past.
So, didn't Wenwen die in vain? There is no time to think about this anymore.
Magnetic field soul capture completed. Import crystal. Finish.
Long Yunhai, who had lost his limbs on the ground, twitched in the crystal. In the last few seconds, Fong Tang finally completed everything. The Buddha's hand crystal jingled and fell into the time and space channel. But this time, the law of time and space protection did not stop it. Fong Tang immediately had a strange idea in his mind.
Maybe Wenwen is destined to travel back in time.
He recovered his mind and turned around hurriedly. Girl. However, the back was empty. And Hailey, the incarnation of Hapo Jizo, was missing.
Boss Tang. Hailey's body belongs to this era. She left it with the consciousness of Ba Fong Jizo. Don't look for it. It's time for us to go back and collect the reward.
With a bang, the crystal completely covered the church. Chapter 733 Lu Wenwen Story. Time goes back to 1 second ago. The small Buddha's hand crystal jingled as it passed through an almost transparent passage filled with various particles and curves. With a snap, the crystal fell into a wild jungle. This is the Zishuangbana jungle in 1982. The jungle is quiet and mysterious. It is inaccessible, and the small mountain village in the distance has lost all life. The corpses inside have attracted countless beasts and insects to settle in, and rats have almost regarded this place as their home. Nubai village finally disappeared after a plague. The last thing Crystal saw was a girl wearing a cloak. The girl's body was filled with various elemental particles, and she disappeared after wandering in the jungle for a few days. The consciousness in the crystal vaguely remembered that the girl seemed to be Hailey, but now she is just a consciousness parasitic in a crystal, unable to do anything. No, actually it can do a lot of things. For example, in the middle of the night, colorful lights appear to attract nearby beasts. Finally one day, a cloud swallow preparing to court found it. Union happily grabbed the crystal and prepared to use it to decorate her nest. Such a beautiful stone will definitely attract more female birds. But the unlucky Union didn't fly very far before it was caught by a big net. The two sneaky thieves were extremely happy for a moment.
You are so damn lucky. There is a crystal here.
This crystal was so unique that it not only emitted colorful light, but also seemed to be full of spirituality, as it made a crisp chirping sound. The insects and birds in the jungle fled in panic. The two thieves' eyes widened.
Is this a legendary treasure?
They were so happy that even Yunyan couldn't care less about it, and took the precious crystal to the nearest small town outside the forest. Unfortunately, they were caught before the crystal could be found in a suitable place to identify it. One of the thieves vaguely heard Crystal chirping something like 2020 before being dragged to the car by the officer. In the detention center, the two thieves did not sleep well all night.
It must be hinting at something. 2020. Are you talking about 2020? Brother, how many years have we been in this business? This is the first time we have encountered such a spiritual treasure. After we go out, no one will tell it. Only our own family. On this day 18 years later, let the children go and see that jungle.
After the theft case was concluded, the crystal from Nubai village was marked as
Exhibit number 29
and sealed in the court evidence room. She had to wait patiently. I don't know how long time passed, but suddenly an earthquake came. The earthquake in Border City caused a lot of damage, and the old evidence room collapsed directly. The crystal remained in the darkness for a long time, until a shovel appeared. A search and rescue worker found it, picked it up, and threw it into the bag. The rescue team from Shanghai returned 3 days later, and it took 2 days for the rescuer to remember the crystal. So late one night, He quietly took out the crystal. Ah! The rescuer screamed. In the light and shadow of the crystal, he saw an indescribably terrible scene. The crystal began to flicker, and the light shone out of the window. The rescuers threw away the crystal tremblingly, suspecting that they were crazy. But the crystal always reappears. After struggling all night, he suddenly had an idea.
Could it be that you want me to take you out?
The light of the crystal flashed. The rescuers quietly took the crystal and followed the instructions of the light it gave off, making a long circuit, and finally arrived at a certain junior high school in the Magic City in 1983. He waited tremblingly until dawn, and the students went to school. Then tremblingly rushed to a boy. Without saying a word, thrust the crystal into his hand, turned around and ran away.
You're crazy!
A junior high school student named Lu Yajo looked at the crystal.
What do you mean? But it's pretty good looking. You can sell it and get a slingshot when you get back.
For children in the 1980s, a slingshot made of a bicycle valve core was more attractive than a girl. With the crystal in hand, Lu Yajo slowly yawned. During the break, he drooled from his sleep, with a weird smile on his lips. With a bang, the thin disciplinary committee member in the class with yellow hair rushed over.
Lu Yajo, you are going to die. And you are still sleeping.
Lu Yajo woke up holding the crystal and looked at the little girl.
Ah! Yi Yuan. You? Why aren't I still dreaming?
He was incoherent. Yi Yuan put her hands on her hips and sneered.
What's wrong with me? You tell me.
Lu Yajo muttered.
I had a nightmare. I actually married you and gave birth to a daughter named Lu Wenwen.
Get married and have a baby? Yi Yuan's face turned red. She burst into tears and turned around to find the class teacher. In the afternoon, Lu Yajo was made to stand on the playground and bask in the sun. He touched the crystal in his trouser pocket.
What did you say? Let me chase that little girl with yellow hair. Hey, I'm not a madman.
But the little girl with yellow hair turned out to be more and more beautiful as she grew older. In high school, Lu Yajo followed Yi Yuan shamelessly several times, touching the crystal in his pocket and saying sweet words. After graduating from high school, Lu Yajo unexpectedly gave up college and entered a foreign-funded financial training college with nearly perfect grades. After graduation, he entered the investment bank of Dahua Group, which no one was optimistic about at the time. A few more years later, he finally married the goddess Yi Yuan. When their daughter Lu Wenwen was born, the excited father was a little uneasy. He came to the study alone and took out the crystal. Then he lit a cigarette.
In these years, I have never asked you about your origins. And I have listened to you in everything. I gave up my favorite major and went into finance. I bought fruit stocks. And in various other stocks. I invested in 4 companies according to what you said. Now they are all among the top 100 super consortiums in the world. According to your request. I also spent huge sums of money to obtain several key biological genetic modification technology patents. But?
Lu Yajo touched the beard at the corner of his mouth.
I can't go on like this. The money I make now is enough to last 10 lifetimes. Now that I have a daughter, I don't want to listen to your crazy plans anymore.
He tremblingly locked the crystal in the safe on the wall. Not long after this conversation, Lu Yajo reopened the safe tremblingly on a rainy night. He took out the crystal and knelt down with a bang.
Wenwen, her doctor has issued a critical illness notice 3 times. I have found the best genetic immunotherapy doctors in the world. And they all said there is no cure. I have it doesn't matter how much money you have. It's useless.
Lu Yajo kowtowed crazily.
I know you can do it. As long as you can save my daughter. I will listen to you at anything.
He listened to Crystal's instructions and rushed to the hospital with Crystal. When he placed the crystal on the head of the baby girl whose heart had stopped beating, the crystal disappeared into thin air. 3 days later, a miracle happened. Lu Wenwen, who had been declared dead, not only survived, but was also discharged from the hospital in good health. After that, the life of this miraculous little girl seemed to be in trouble. Genius Girl, Superpower Girl. These titles followed her almost throughout her childhood. When she was 5 years old, she unlocked the formula for the human genetic code. On my 6th birthday, the little girl named Lu Wenwen walked to the balcony late at night. She looked at somewhere in the night sky and curled her lips.
So, according to Xidagarba's rules, I am still the winner for completing hide and seek. So I can still receive the reward. Is that right? Xingyu? According to the resonance rules of space-time quantum, the rewards of the underground factory in future time and space are still preserved for me. I just need to call you.
In the night sky, a meteorite from the asteroid belt suddenly appeared and fell towards the little girl. A girl with a star feather floated in front of Lu Wenwen in the form of pure energy.
Xingyu, what are we going to do next? There is a lot to do. My master needs our help.
Years passed by, and before anyone knew it, a force called the Genetic Alliance appeared. 18 years have passed since time and space overlapped. On this day, a golden door at the Gene Alliance headquarters suddenly opened gently. Lu Wenwen walked out coldly dressed in black. Behind her was a charming girl covered in star veil, but no one could see her true appearance, as a group of strange star particles completely covered her up. And Mr. He, who was kneeling at the foot of the steps outside the door, was trembling with excitement. He is just the lowest level field staff in the league. He is so virtuous and capable. Yet he is treated like this. The head of the alliance actually summoned him personally. Lu Wenwen had already sat down, and a faint light shot out, turning into a task composed of data.
Mr. He, you should set off now and sneak into the Forest Sanatorium in the Demon City as soon as possible.
Mr. He didn't dare to raise his head and only asked boldly.
Is it a mission related to black insects? No. You entered the sanatorium and found a human boy.
The mission data was unfolded in front of Mr. He. A young man as handsome as a woman appeared above.
Ah. What do I need to do to find him? As long as you find him, you can do nothing or do whatever you want.
Huh? Mr. He was confused. But the beautiful head of state who created the alliance has stood up.
One more thing. You go find these 3 people before you set off.
The data continues to come in. Mr. He was stunned again.
These 3 seem to be a group of low-level thieves. Intelligence shows that they are mostly active near Zishuangbana.
He didn't even dare to ask what the mission was. The head of the alliance said coldly.
Find the 3 of them and change them into the latest outdoor survival equipment, such as jackets and the like. Make them look good, so they can be useful when the time comes.
Beads of sweat broke out on Mr. He's forehead.
Well, it seems you haven't been genetically modified. Right. Yes. My subordinate has not received enough achievement points and has not contributed enough to the company. I am really ashamed. Well, you go to the gene bank now and choose the one you like. It will be my reward.
Mr. He was so excited that he almost fainted. His dream since childhood was to have a pair of wings and soar into the sky like a crane, silently waiting for further instructions from the head of state. But they seemed to be leaving. Mr. He lay there cautiously.
I have one last question. Please be brave enough to answer it.
You say.
I wonder why the head of state chose his subordinates to complete this arduous task.
Mr. He had an unreasonable idea. Has the beautiful head of state been paying attention to him? The beautiful Lu Wenwen, the head of state above, calmly said.
This is not my decision, but the arrangement of fate.
Chapter 734, Obsession. An underground factory made of crystals. Area A. Long Yunhai twitched and turned over to sit up. The dragon scales appeared, and the brain began to operate immediately. And energy entered the major modules comfortably from the nerves of the body. The modules began to release sufficient nutrients and energy based on the current condition of the head and brain. Long Yunhai breathed a sigh of relief. All the prosthetic transformations came back, and he became the omnipotent Mr. Long again. He closed his eyes and thought about everything he had experienced in the hide-and-seek game, and he roared in annoyance. The prosthetic foot was ejected, and he jumped up crazily, looking for traces of Fong Tang everywhere.
I must kill you.
But there was only a small statue in front of him. That is the embodiment of Xidagarba consciousness. Long Yunhai walked over slowly.
What is the reward for this level?
The statuette laughed.
The reward is the beauty you can't imagine. As the consciousness of Xidagarba, I can completely fulfill any of your wishes here. But there is only one wish.
Long Yunhai laughed wildly.
Bullshit. Can you fulfill my wish? That's great. Send me back to the 1980s. To my dragon palace. I want to change the tragedy of my life. Can you hacking do it?
The statuette snapped his fingers.
Of course I can't do that. But I can let you re-enter the first round of hide and seek. And this time you can make new choices.
Long Yunhai was stunned, and his brain was working rapidly.
What if I made different choices in Nubai Village?
His brain was almost overloaded, and he finally clenched his fists in excitement. Then he calmed himself down and said in a deep voice,
I want this reward. Let me go through the Nubai Village level again.
With a swish sound, his vision went dark, and the wonderful door to time and space slowly opened. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the familiar jungle. Snort! Long Yunhai immediately jumped up, touched a sharp stone, turned around, and smashed the stupid bull's head to death first. Then chased the snake girl for dozens of meters, pushed her into the puddle, gritted his teeth and drowned her. without the support of any prosthetic body. It now depends on who moves fast and who is ruthless enough.
Now, it's time to deal with that boy and girl.
Long Yunhai licked his tongue, grabbed the stone covered in the blood of the bull's head, and walked to the location of the tent in his memory. Fong Tang and Lu Wenwen should still be in the tent at this time. With a whine, a python suddenly rushed out from behind and wrapped itself around him at an alarming speed.
Damn it!
Long Yunhai screamed and was slowly swallowed into the snake's belly. When he woke up in a panic, he saw the underground factory and the familiar statuettes. The statuette smiled.
What reward do you want? I can fulfill all your wishes. Back to the first round of hide and seek. I won't make a mistake this time.
Close your eyes, open your eyes, and come to the jungle again. This time Long Yunhai perfectly avoided the python and successfully carried out a sneak attack. He chose to kill Fong Tang and Lu Wenwen first. However, the bullhead ran away, and the snake girl also avoided his attack. Long Yunhai took a breath and walked towards the village. A gibbon appeared from behind him pulling a branch, grabbed him, and threw him towards the tree. Long Yunhai roared and returned to the underground factory again.
I'm going back to the Nubai village level, and I'll be more careful this time.
In the familiar jungle, they avoided pythons and apes, killed the snake girl and the bullhead, and then found Fong Tang and Lu Wenwen, with Long Yunhai ambushing in the tent. With a sneer, Haley appeared, tilted her head to look at him, and then a burst of flame shot out. Long Yunhai cursed angrily and returned to the underground factory. This time he sat cross-legged.
Wait a minute. I want to use my brain to simulate the situation first, and then come up with the best solution.
The enemies are Nyoto, Snake Girl, Fong Tang, Lu Wenwen, Python, Gibbon, Hailey. This time Long Yunhai had calculated every detail, stood up and said coldly,
Come again. I want to go back to the Nubai village level.
In the underground factory in the real world, Fong Tang opened Long Yunhai's prosthetic module.
Kane, are you sure he has been in the simulated Nubai village world?
Kane sneered.
I designed the virtual reality using the data of the hide and seek level. He has been immersed in it. Well, he has played it for 12 rounds now.
Fong Tang was speechless.
The Dragon King of Yunhai. The prosthetic body transformation. The amazing Mr. Long. Are you just fooled like this? He has obsessions in his heart, so he can't get out of the game I designed for him.
Kane suddenly smiled happily.
This guy is really interesting. He also uses his brain to calculate details. He is so stupid. I will design a sudden death trap for you. Well, then I will make a thief zombie or something.
Fong Tang shook his head and let Kane play. Anyway, even if Long Yunhai successfully completed hide and seek, he would still be useless. Now, he suddenly felt a little lonely. Lu Wenwen wonders if she has successfully returned to that era. Fong Tangchan thought about it, smiled softly, and then opened the properties panel that finally appeared. The property panel has been updated for the first time in a long time. Player name, Tang. Game level, Novice. Game points, 100. All attributes increased to 10 special reward. Player item 1, Bacteria Master Meridian. Player item 2, Unknown Eye. Core Spirit, White Fox Chinchou. Can be awakened 9 times. Or different core spirit talents. The awakening is manifested by an increase in the number of tails. 2 tails are currently awakening. Core Spirit Talent 1, Fraud. When spending money in the mall, you will be able to buy better items at lower prices. Core Spirit Talent 2, Dexterity. All prosthetic implants related to the agility attribute will receive a double bonus. Well, the reward for Jizo's hide-and-seek game is really simple and crude. All attributes have been increased to 10, which is considered a top reward. At this time, a player-specific message also appeared. Player Tang's exclusive mission urgently needs to be updated. The current progress is April 5th. Players need to complete 5 advanced prosthetic transformations as soon as possible. Whether it is done with core spirits or other props, you must optimize your 5 senses. Currently, you have completed 4 options. Come on. Keep working hard. The 5 senses implantation task only leaves the sense of smell. Fong Tang touched his nose and shook his head, and continued to expand the interface backwards. The mall page is opened, but it is still in an inoperable state. But now, he just completed a brand new level, so he got a chance to win a lottery. On the right side of the mall, a slightly unfamiliar golden frame appeared. As soon as my eyes lit up, the rotating galaxy floated out. The golden galaxy is still surrounded by the asteroid belt, with a huge Jupiter as the background. In the galaxy, orbiting a small sun, are 9 randomly generated pocket planets. The Heavenly Punishment System prompts again. Player Tang. This is your unique lottery system. Please click on that star. Congratulations on completing the new level and winning this lottery opportunity. Large levels may also qualify for multiple draws. Please keep up the good work. Fong Tang's consciousness immediately touched the small star. As a result, the 9 orbiting pocket planets began to orbit the star rapidly, turning faster and faster. At random, a certain asteroid was captured by the star's gravity and rushed directly into the small sun. The asteroid that was drawn exploded, and the prize he was looking forward to appeared. Heavenly Punishment Reward, the Book of 5 Consciousnesses. What the H.L. is this? Fong Tang looked at the scroll that appeared dumbfounded. It was full of floating gossip codes, resulting in a small document.
That's it? I have gone through 9 deaths, lost friends, and killed enemies. And this is what I got!
Fong Tang shouted in annoyance. At this moment, he became more and more depressed.
If I had known, I would have stayed in the 1980s with one win. God's punishment. You bitch.
Still cursing angrily, Tang Qingqing's laughter came from Xingtong Universe.
Child, give me this scroll, and then I will help you complete your exclusive mission. Don't underestimate this reward. It is a key item for advanced meditation.
Advanced meditation? Complete exclusive mission? Fong Tang was shocked.
Is it really possible? Child, now I have to teach you well. You see how messed up your meditation skills are. I really don't know how you survived. Auntie, you are a little active now.
Tang Qingqing's consciousness was extremely huge.
With enough souls, I will soon be able to walk out of this universe and meet you in a special form.
Chapter 735 The Art of Listening to God. Long Yunhai's brain has entered an overload state for the 3rd time. In the
virtual angry white village scene,
designed by Cain for him, he has been reincarnated 270 times. There is a very interesting episode here. Cain kept playing with the Dragon King in the virtual world, so much so that he forgot to design a threshold alarm. At the same time, Cain also made a huge mistake. So when Long Yunhai experienced the 13th repetition of the scene, the python that he had killed unexpectedly came back to life. Not only did it come back to life, but it also appeared in the same location. This made Long Yunhai, who was in the virtual world, extremely alert. It's like a situation where a sleeping person finally begins to realize that
he may be dreaming,
and wakes up immediately. It was Fong Tang who took action and reset Long Yunhai's brain memory module in this scene, causing him to lose all relevant memories and enter the 14th simulation with a new attitude. This time, Cain set a reset threshold for him, cleaning his memory after every 3 repetitions of the scene. Of course, the side effect is that Long Yunhai's prosthetic brain is always running at full speed, and it seems that it won't last long. Cain seems to be particularly interested in torturing this Dragon King of the Cloud Sea. Also very motivated. Fong Tang thought of something.
Long Yunhai has always believed that those who killed his wife and children were the traitors Cain recorded in agreement number 9. It seems that your Solomon Temple is also among them. Isn't that why you torment Long Yunhai?
Cain's consciousness roared like crazy.
I have never seen this bastard's wife and children. But because of him, all our major guilds were purged, and more than one family died. Every family was crying. I have never believed in H.L. But now, I want to set up a real H.L. for Long Yunhai, so that his consciousness will be trapped here forever, and he will repeat different ways of death. He will die how I want him to die.
Fong Tang felt cold in his heart, not because of Cain's madness, but because he witnessed a torture even more terrifying than H.L. If your consciousness is accidentally controlled by others, you will face such a situation. You can't even ask for death. What kind of H.L. is the scariest? It doesn't matter whether it is a purgatory filled with imps, flames and mountains of swords, or an extremely cold H.L. filled with ice and ice. The most terrifying H.L. is a blank slate. A blank. Nothing. Not even walls or land. You face such a blank, without anyone to communicate with you. But you will live forever, day after day, year after year, forever enduring this extreme quietness and loneliness. Thinking of that terrible encounter, Fong Tang couldn't help but feel grateful secretly. He created a brand new creature in his consciousness a long time ago, Xingyu. Even if he enters the most terrifying virtual world, he at least still has a partner. Now, Fong Tang was sitting in front of the restored Crystal Hall, listening to the voice coming from the Xingpu universe in his consciousness. Tang Qingcheng was explaining to him the newly drawn 5 senses. In Fong Tang's opinion, the rewards from the Heavenly Punishment Mall should at least be treasures of the level of the Heart of Machinery. Tang Qingcheng seemed to have sensed his negativity, And a voice came from his mind.
Be serious, kid. Meditation is definitely one of the most powerful treasures in Infinite Challenge. You can get such a blessing, so you should respect it.
Your own luck, she said slowly. The so-called five senses can be simply regarded as the five senses, such as vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch.
Fong Tang felt more and more bored.
I know all this. One of my game tasks is to develop the five senses.
Tang Qingcheng sighed.
But do you know that the spectrum of five consciousnesses is the basis for opening up the sixth consciousness, then the seventh consciousness, and even the eighth consciousness?
8 senses? Fong Tang seemed to have seen it somewhere. It was a saying developed by Zen Buddhism after Buddhism traveled eastward. Sure enough, Tang Qingcheng's consciousness said,
in Buddhism, especially part of Zen Buddhism, reaching the eighth consciousness is the ultimate secret to practice. You have also seen the Zen Buddhism founded by a certain robot, Machine Zen, Zen Master Lingzhu of Lingyi Temple.
Fong Tang still vaguely remembered. Tang Qingcheng smiled.
From a certain point of view, robots are born to put aside all bad skin. And they are indeed geniuses who practice Zen. But there is one thing that the robot has not thought about. And that is the supreme pursuit of Zen, which they can never reach.
Tang Qingcheng's interpretation of
the Book of Five Consciousnesses
first starts with the
8 senses. The sixth sense, which can be called consciousness, is to analyze everything in the world through the first 5 senses and gain an understanding of everything in the world. This is also the pursuit of meditation after the intermediate level and above the 4th level. Then we talk about the 7th sense. Human beings call it subconscious, channeling, opening the eyes of the sky, etc., with different explanations. Zen Buddhism calls it mana consciousness. If the 7th sense is reached, it can operate at the advanced stage of meditation. You can reach precognition, control objects, and even control your luck, which is what we call probability.
Fong Tang was shocked when he heard this. The ability activated by Yang Qianqian from Maxim High School is the influence of probability field. Tang Qingcheng sneered.
That girl may be able to influence the probability field, but she cannot control it. The difference is between heaven and earth. And probability control is just a small ability under the 7th consciousness.
Fong Tang finally became interested.
What level of ability does the 8th consciousness have?
Tang Qingcheng's consciousness was silent for a moment, and then responded.
The 8th consciousness is called the Dzogchen realm in Zen Buddhism, also called the Leia consciousness. They believe that it is the ultimate mystery, not only of life, but also the ultimate of the universe. If you comprehend the 8th consciousness, you will be omniscient and omnipotent. Oh, isn't that a power that only God has? God is not omniscient and omnipotent, at least according to the religious knowledge that my aunt understands. God is just an anthropomorphic worshipper wearing divine clothing.
At this point, Tang Qingcheng became silent again, and then said in Fong Tang's consciousness,
but according to the records of Infinite Company, someone did enter the 8th consciousness. That was the first recorded 8th consciousness in the world.
Fong Tang actually felt like he was listening to a story.
Who is it? What did he do? I can only say that the person who entered the 8th consciousness only had a brief moment. Maybe not even a second. But according to her, at that moment, she heard the voice of God.
The voice of God? Fong Tang didn't know if this was describing the mystery of the 8th consciousness, or if he really heard the so-called voice. Tang Qingcheng was very sure.
It is the voice of God. And God can fulfill all your wishes and answer any questions you have. So the 8th consciousness is also called the art of listening to God. Auntie, let's try practicing quickly. If it succeeds, I will definitely ask the gods to resurrect you.
Fong Tang didn't believe this from the bottom of his heart. He was just teasing. Tang Qingcheng did not respond to him because Cain suddenly sounded the alarm. Fong Tang quickly exited the Xingpu universe and saw the small wooden sculpture representing Ksitigarbha's consciousness floating in front of him.
You are the only winner. So are you ready to challenge the next 3 doors?
Chapter 736, The First Door. Perhaps in Ksitigarbha's original design, the hide-and-seek game could go on forever. But now, Fong Tang suddenly became the only winner. The level of 3 black doors is finally opened. Fong Tang couldn't help but look at Long Yuhai, who was still in a state of mental functioning.
Does it mean that no one can enter the 3rd gate without Ksitigarbha's guidance, and without completing the game designed by Ksitigarbha?
The little wooden sculpture laughed.
Smart. This is the rule. If the game is not played according to the game set by Ksitigarbha, let alone entering, they don't even know where the 3rd door is.
Wrong! Fong Tang immediately thought of something.
The old dog in the Chinese zodiac has successfully opened the 2nd door. Her memory module stores the situation of clearing the level, so she has at least seen the third door.
The small wooden sculpture suspended in front of him actually showed a strange smile. Under the lifelike carving, you can even see the texture of the wood when it smiles. Fong Tang was shocked.
Old dog didn't pass the second level at all. You did it on purpose. You deliberately modified her memory module to make everyone think she passed.
The little wooden sculpture once again explained in admiration.
Very smart. Maybe you can really pass this impossible level.
But why do small wood carvings do this? It inherits at least part of Xidagarba's consciousness. Fong Tang once again thought of the key.
Theoretically, in game levels, designers are not allowed to directly harm players. But when you encounter players you don't like, designers like you will always find ways to exploit loopholes in the rules. Deal with the player secretly.
He finally understood.
You use the rules to implant the illusion of clearance into Lao Go, which directly caused the internal division of the 12 zodiac signs, causing them to start fighting among themselves before they were ready.
The small wooden sculpture turned in midair and led him towards the restored crystal hall. Even the crystal decoration on the outside of the hall has been restored to its original appearance. The little wood carvings seemed to be feeling very emotional.
Those designers, before they officially went to the human world to build levels, used artificial intelligence to simulate it in the Kunlun base. They built a virtual world that was almost exactly the same as reality. Of course, just the size of a city.
Fong Tang exclaimed.
You said them. Aren't you also a game designer yourself?
The little wooden sculpture shook his head.
First of all, I am just a fragment of consciousness left by Xidagarba. Secondly, at that time, I was still the first generation of Xidagarba, and the title of Xidagarba still belonged to that guy Zhulong.
It continued.
Those designers have become more and more proficient in building game scenes through virtual simulations, and they have discovered many interesting patterns. For example, they found that the more players there are in the same game scene, the easier it is to create levels with high mortality.
Fong Tang stopped. Now he had entered the crystal hall, and in front of him was the familiar black door. The words of the small wooden sculpture made him a little uncomfortable.
Did the designer aim to create a high mortality rate?
Of course. The little wood carving sneered.
Mortality rate is the most basic assessment indicator, and it once became the craziest competition among several game designers. As for the horror, terror, and even the complexity of the scene, etc. of the game levels, it's not as straightforward as the mortality rate.
This terrifying wooden doll tells the
interesting
past of those game designers at the Kunlun base. But it sounds creepy. The wooden doll appeared strangely in front of the first rotating black door, and laughed sharply.
The more closed the scene, the more players there are, the more conflicts there will be between them. When the designer has set up after you are satisfied with the level, how to select players becomes the key.
Fong Tang gently interrupted it.
Why are you telling me this?
The doll's with textured eyes slowly changed, and a layer of sawdust flew away from its eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red crystal pupils. Now it looks weirder and more spiritual.
What I want to say is that Jizo is not such a boring designer. He prefers challenges. So in most cases, Jizo always hopes to find a person who is strong enough.
Players, let's have a one-on-one super challenge.
Fong Tang became more and more uncomfortable.
What exactly do you want to say? Kid, I said one-on-one. But there is another player here, even though you have already destroyed him. Hey, little one, are you suggesting that I kill Long Yuhai?
A flash of light flashed in the crystal hall, and the small wooden sculpture disappeared in an instant. The next moment, it appeared again, and the filaments hanging from its fingers pulled Long Yuhai, who was still in the illusion.
Player kid, kill him. After killing him, you can enter the first door. You don't even need to invest those so-called mechanical coins, let alone use the computing power of the mechanical coins to open the door. I will open it for you.
Fong Tang raised his hand, and the wooden doll is smiling.
Why are you laughing? Player kid, I know what you are thinking. You are analyzing my words. You begin to doubt that Long Yunhai cannot be killed because you are a player, and I am a designer and an opponent. And what the enemy has been asking you to do is often it can't be done. Right.
This was the first time for Fong Tang to meet this kind of designer. Although it looks like just a sculpture, his psychology can be guessed in every word. He originally didn't care about Long Yunhai's life or death, but now he really hesitates. The wooden doll continued to smile.
But what if this is on purpose? I deliberately used this anti-psychological tactic to make you restrained. Even a trashy prosthetic transformer wouldn't dare to kill you. It's very comfortable to be played with by me like this.
What?
Is it trying to piss me off? Fong Tang thought in his mind and immediately decided to keep Long Yunhai's brain and only destroy his prosthetic energy components. So that even if Long Yunhai woke up, there would be no threat. He flexed his raised hand. But before he could make a move, the wooden doll laughed wildly.
Now you want to come up with a safer plan. If you don't kill the reformer and only destroy his force components, then I will help you make a choice.
Countdown numbers suddenly appeared inside the hall. From the ceiling to the walls. A dense 10-second countdown. The wooden doll spoke quickly.
If you don't kill him, then when the time comes, I will give half of the energy of this factory to Long Yunhai and help him escape from your illusion control. Finally, I will tell Long Yunhai again those words just now. If I told Long Yunhai that only one player can enter the third door, and only one person can obtain the underground treasure house, do you think he will hesitate? Mother-in-law?
2 seconds left. Clamped by the power of 10 attributes, Fong Tang hit Long Yunhai hard on the head.
The internal force particles are flying actively, and with the blessing of the main meridians of the bacteria, the Qingqiu Demon Fox Core Spirit's double agility is activated. With multiple buffs, Fong Tang's punch is enough to destroy the brain of any modified person. Long Yunhai is dead. Time seems to have stopped at this second. In the Xingtong universe, Tang Qingqing's consciousness came quickly.
Child, you can't kill him. Cannot. Really, you can do whatever you want with this bastard. But you can't kill him. Child, listen to me. You will regret it. That would be a tragedy. Don't be fooled. Don't be deceived by Xidagarba.
Fong Tang's consciousness, with its endless majesty, almost destroyed the new White Jade capital and the entire planet.
Shut up!
Under the majesty, countless energy waves appeared throughout the Xingpe universe. He didn't lose his mind. He just made the best choice, forcibly throwing Tang Qingqing's consciousness into the dark corner of the Xingtong universe. Fong Tang coldly withdrew from this small universe and shattered Long Yunhai's prosthetic brain with one punch. The only human tissue of Yunhai Dragon King, the brain, was cooked in the high temperature caused by the instantaneous blow. Then there was a series of explosions of all prosthetic parts. No matter which angle you look at it, Dragon King Yunhai is dead. Completely dead. The first black door slowly opened. Chapter 737 The second door. Fong Tang stepped into the first door. The Jizo Gate has been shrouded in mystery since entering the underground factory. Walking through this door feels like entering a wet swamp. There is fog all around, and the fog is full of all kinds of light spots. The essence of fog is tiny water droplets. Because the particles are too small, they appear as a thin sheet of white gas to human eyes. At this time, those water droplets smaller than sand and dust began to change. They flatten and then stretch, like a water balloon being squeezed thinner and thinner. The liquid surface tension of water droplets is completely inconsistent with the normal principle, which makes those water droplets change from spheroids in the three-dimensional world into circular sheets that are infinitely close to the two-dimensional world. So their size increases. A transparent film appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes, and all the fog dissipated. The film slowly assembled and turned into a ball again, and the surface was radiant, dazzling and mysterious. He took a deep breath and gently passed through the water ball. In front of him was a distorted space, an infinitely magnified view, and then returned to normal in an instant. He came back to his senses, looked around, and unexpectedly returned to the crystal hall. The building structure is exactly the same, and you can even see the familiar crystal jungle outside the hall. This is... A wooden doll appears overhead.
This is no longer an underground factory, but an independent space designed by Jizo.
Fong Tang nodded.
So, the underground factory is just a copy of the village.
The wooden doll smiled.
So to speak. Now, please go to the black door and enter the second level. Please remember that you only have one chance, and you will face carefully selected opponents.
The so-called carefully selected opponents are those who can kill you with absolute certainty. The wooden doll explained with great interest.
Through a comprehensive analysis of you, relying on the combination of multiple data, we can establish a machine program that can simulate your fighting style and methods, and then put it into the virtual battlefield to train the second door.
Gatekeeper. Fong Tang sneered.
Under unlimited simulations, all my fighting methods and all possibilities will be clearly calculated, since I have no chance of winning and will definitely die. What's the point of this level?
The wooden doll smiled.
The data collection on you ends after entering the door. There is a possibility that you suddenly learned a new skill before entering the second door.
The implication couldn't be more obvious. Fong Tang was deeply suspicious. Why did the wooden doll help him? But in the Xingtong universe, Tang Qingcheng, who had been silent for a long time, transmitted a huge amount of data at this time.
Child, the way to fight using particles is the way to go. You have seen other designers. Particle manipulation is already a godlike ability, but you have internal particles that are more powerful than any designer. You have the autonomy of a super fungus master ability, and able to cooperate with you wholeheartedly.
Fong Tang currently has not absorbed many internal force particles, but in the extremely microscopic world, even one particle can create infinite possibilities if controlled properly. For example, if special particles are used to change the cells of life, the damage caused can be enough to cause the most terrifying cancer tumors and other terminal diseases. Fong Tang accepted this information instantly, and then a new world opened before his eyes. He never thought that a particle could do this. He entered the Xingpu universe, and with the help of the slow flow of time here, under the guidance of Tang Qingcheng, he first learned the
penology of 5 senses,
and entered the intermediate level of meditation practice. Then the particle manipulation was simulated again and again.
The biggest difficulty in controlling particle combat is imagination. Without enough imagination, people often only use simple and crude methods, such as particle collision, which is really a waste of energy.
Intermediate meditation will open the so-called 6th consciousness and approach the 7th consciousness, which is the basis for controlling particles. The remaining problems are the stability and energy carrying of internal force particles. Even if ordinary particles can be controlled freely, they cannot survive in the face of basic human immune cells, so they must carry enough energy. Fong Tang quickly acquired his first particle manipulation skill in the Star Pupil universe. This can be said to be his original creation, named Infinite Proliferation.
I have too few particles, and can only accurately control less than 10 particles, so it is better to use the enemy's cells to attack. Infinite proliferation is one of the core abilities of cancer cells. Ordinary cells have division limits. Normal cells can divide at most 50 times, but cancer cells are different, increasing and multiplying infinitely, making them almost immortal. Using a particle as a mother seed, it colonizes the enemy's body, triggers the canceration of the cells in the enemy's body in a short period of time, and then penetrates into major tissues. The entire process is countless times faster than normal cancer changes. Basically, a person can be transformed within a few seconds. Normal people's cells proliferate and infiltrate into people who are dying of terminal cancer.
Under Fong Tang's description, Tang Qingcheng's consciousness felt uneasy.
I have never heard of this trick using particles, and I have never even thought about it, but I always feel it is a bit evil.
When Fong Tang exited the Xingpu universe, only a few minutes passed in the world of the second Black Gate. Now, Fong Tang is more confident than ever.
Let's start!
The second black door slowly opened. The black floors of Zhongzhou building were empty, except for the mottled traces of blood and tissue fluid. There will be no corpses here, because in some special levels, corpses are definitely resources that players must decompose. There will be no debris left here, because everything, even a piece of cloth or a button, is a resource that can be used. Shauna sat tiredly in front of the door of the 300th underground floor at the Fire Moon level on the last floor. This is a black door, completely different from the doors in other levels. There were crystal powder floating on the black door. The giant spirit was behind her, his eyes a little dazed.
I finally reached the last level. If I continue like this, I will almost forget who I am.
The giant spirit from the Hongming Pantheon, possessing the power of resonance, was once the nightmare of many advanced players. But now it is also being tortured to the point of disgrace.
Since the 100th floor, we can't go out for supplies, so we can only rely on the Heavenly Punishment Mall.
The silver-haired Coco Atlantis wiped the long sword in her hand. The hilt of the Poseidon's halberd was turned into white bones, and it was already covered with very damaged. Coco's loyal maid, the red-haired Mara, is in the corner, resting next to Kai Lin. The 5 of them formed a team on the 108th floor. It actually proved that this teaming up was very worthwhile. The 5 of them almost reached the last floor smoothly. Now, all 5 people have received the final task.
Big boss. Super big boss.
The giant spirit muttered.
Look at the mission requirements of this last level. It seems there is nothing special. The difficulty has increased.
Kai Lin said hoarsely.
The boss cannot make any sound, and the battle must end within 10 seconds. Either it dies or we are finished.
After all, this is the last level. It's normal to have some restrictions. But why can't the boss make a sound? The giant spirit was too lazy to think.
Let's use that move!
That ultimate killing move, which 5 people jointly developed after hundreds of levels, was only used once on the 250th level. Everyone looked at Shauna. Their captain, the little girl made up of light and shadow, with the consciousness of the designer Huiyu, appeared in front of Shauna in an extremely gorgeous manner. She was smiling.
The last level is the second door from Xidagarba. Do you know who Xidagarba is? Right. I know.
Giant Spirit and Shauna looked at each other with awe. Huiyu had controlled Xiaobai's sister form and let out a clear laugh.
Come on! There is a powerful and terrifying enemy in the second door of Xidagarba. Well, after you go in, you must guard the third in front of the Daohe Gate. As required, kill the boss within 10 seconds. As for other information about the last level of Zhongzhou Tower, it will be sent in 10 minutes. Take advantage of this time and have a good rest.
Chapter 738 The Battle of Choice. Fong Tang walked into the second black door. A stone platform suspended in the void appeared under his feet. One corner of the stone platform is irregular, and through the twisted corner is the third closed black door. At this time, between the third black gate and the arena, the fog appeared again. This time the fog is unusual. Every particle of the fog carries a powerful interference force. It was as if clouds covered with electric charges were covering him. And Fong Tang's sixth consciousness meditation technique lost its effect under the random impact of violent charged particles. The only good news is that the iron sword that he got when he entered the factory is back. The dark iron sword that the wooden doll got back from somewhere is once again held in Fong Tang's hand.
Is this deliberately making it more difficult for me? Is the robot guarding the gate hidden in the fog?
Fong Tang chuckled softly and said,
You might as well create a mental attack level, such as a fantasy world, or make me familiar in my memory. Someone copied it and left me passive. What does this mean?
The wooden doll didn't say anything, but already showed the opponent's information directly to Fong Tang.
There are 5 gatekeepers in total, and their strength is not even. One of them has super explosive ability. The second one is defensive. Another one is a super support with unique recovery ability. And the fourth one has special field control. The last one is the most capable guy. Although his defense ability is average, he seems to have other mysterious abilities.
This is the standard squad configuration in online games. 1 DPS, 1 tank, 2 supports, and 1 controller. Fong Tang thought for a moment and came to the conclusion they must not be allowed to stand in a good position and successfully launch an active attack. Even if you can escape the first wave of attacks, you will still be absolutely passive.
The new ability of infinite proliferation is certainly powerful, but it is ultimately a debuff type of debuff technique. It is good for protracted or defensive wars, but not conducive to active explosive operations.
After Fong Tang used his sixth sense to load the sister-level combat program, he began to think about the best combat plan.
First, I need to kill the super support with the healing ability, and then cripple the one with strong explosive ability. The second round of attacks should focus on the control-type enemies, and the mysterious ability users and defenders will be dealt with last.
After the battle strategy is decided, the next step is to look at the on-the-spot response to the actual battle. Fong Tang walked into the depths of the fog.
The 5 gatekeepers, little ones, please repeat the information you just mentioned. Okay, respected players, among the 5, there is one with super explosive ability, and one with recovery ability. This is an amazing 5-man squad. Everyone has their own niche. Starting from the 108th underground floor of Zhongzhou Building, the tacit understanding gradually developed in countless battles is irreplaceable. Shauna has the best explosive power in the entire team. After the infinite wings were deployed, she once eliminated an entire team of
white insect infected
with her bare hands in a matter of seconds. Each of those infected had the strength of an advanced player. There is also the Giant Spirit. The unique core spirit talent of Resonance gives him powerful defensive capabilities.
In the Zerg level,
on the 222nd floor, faced with more than 100,000 corrosive blood-sucking insects in a narrow space. If it weren't for the resonance power of the giant spirits that block the craziest wave, players of any level would probably not be able to pass. However, Coco Atlantis from the World Serpent has developed unique field control abilities. Her unique weapon, the long sword called Poseidon's Halberd, has been upgraded twice in the game scene of Zhongzhou Tower and now has the special spell of
Tide and Ice Surge.
The wave and ice surge can cover the entire area within a 10-meter radius. The simple and crude particle freezing effect can not only slow down the movement of monsters, but also provide precious fresh water to teammates in certain survival scenarios. Just like in the last
indoor desert
scene, Coco's freezing spell solidified the moisture in the air and turned it into ice cubes to provide everyone with enough fresh water. Among the 5-person team, The most valuable and indispensable one is the red-haired girl Mara, who possesses the Eternal Cross. As the prototype of Unlimited Company's healing device, the Immortal Cross can use biological DNA cloning to copy any human tissue to help teammates heal. As long as the person is not dead, they have a chance to be reborn. And the one who seems to be the most useless, the policewoman Kai Lin Lin, who has always maintained the body of an ordinary person, has become the only person in the 5-person team who can perform miracles because of a special punishment reward. Now, after stepping into the misty stone platform and standing in front of the third black door, Kai Lin Lin gently took out her weapon. A small ball like a glass bead was spinning in her palm. It contains the strongest particles ever seen. The particle serial number is 7-9, which is the 9th sequence of the 7th form of particles. So, that's the trick? Yes. 5-man attack tactic. 5 people attack together to release each other's strongest abilities in an instant, achieving the effect of killing the boss instantly. Coco's Tide Ice Surge is released first, and the frozen particles immediately resonate through the resonance of the giant spirit, covering the enemy's position. At this time, Mara's Eternal Holy Cross converts her own blood into replenishable energy, ensuring Shauna's unlimited power. The wings are released with all their strength. And finally, the energy released by the infinite wings will be focused on one point. And that point is the 7th form of the 9-sequence particles controlled by Kai Lin Lin. The energy of the 7-9 particle explosion is almost incomprehensible. They all witness with their own eyes that the particle, under the focus of the infinity wings, detonated 2 black and white twin worms in the 5th form of perfection before it even exerted 30% of its energy. This boss can't be more powerful than those 2 dragon insects. The giant spirit muttered, and the resonance power turned into ripples. And it was ready. They all know that success or failure lies in one move. So just do it and be done. When you repeat something too much and for too long, you no longer want to use your brain to think about it. The level on the 300th floor underground of the Hoyuet building. Repeated battles and rules without tricks have made these 5 people unwilling to think about the traps of this level. They only know how to fight. Kill the boss, complete the level, and get reward, and then leave this never-ending purgatory as soon as possible. With 300 levels and countless battles, Huiyu has successfully turned 5 people into machines that only know how to fight. He came, except for Kai Lin Lin, the other 4 people all since the boss appearing in the fog. Well, a human? Looks very weak. Young man. Fong Tang was shaken in the fog and subconsciously stopped. The surging seawater under his feet was so real. And then with the extreme low temperature, it turned into a surging ice wave and rushed towards him. Water that should have frozen turned into liquid particles under a special resonance. Fong Tang suddenly thought of the giant spirit. However, there was no time to think about this at this time. He saw the positions of 5 enemies in the fog. The one protected in the middle by the other 4 is definitely his primary target. That super assistant. So he released all his internal force particles immediately. This battle is not as dazzling and gorgeous as imagined. It is just a strategy based on each other and using the rules. At the first moment of the battle, the Eternal Cross of the red-haired girl Mara was separated piece by piece, and the extremely thin wood pieces were assembled into a coffin. But this time, what emerged from the coffin was not healthy tissue that could be replenished, but a mother body similar to cancer cells. Less than 3 seconds after the battle started, Mara was eaten. She was eaten by her own cells. After Mara's own blood flowed into the wooden coffin of the Eternal Cross, it provided Fong Tang with enough maternal cells, which then multiplied indefinitely at an explosive speed. In the end, all the tissues and cells in Mara's body became the proliferation of cancer cells. She was like a cancer bomb, rushing toward Shauna with precision. Shauna's infinite wings have just unfolded. Coco Atlantis died with a dark iron sword. That sword came from nowhere, but it carried a fatal internal force particle. There was only one particle, but it brought extreme kinetic energy due to the astonishing speed. It first broke a cell in her body, and then triggered other cells. Chain reaction. And when the internal force particles broke through Shauna's infinite wings, she knew that the best outcome of this battle was to die together. Or, the Jin and Kai Lin Lin can be saved. But, in the mist, particle, Shauna half knelt on the ground. Release the particle, Lin Lin. What are you doing? Through the mist, Kai Lin Lin saw an eye. And through the star-like pupils, she saw another White Jade City. And the woman in White Jade City showed her a series of scenes. She's the only one who can see it all. The giant spirit's power of resonance was still maintained, but the particles that rushed and disrupted the frequency. The power of resonance backfired on himself, and he disintegrated in an instant.
The scene looked like blood mist sprayed by a high-pressure water cannon. All tissues were shattered into tiny particles. Caelan held the particle and looked at Shauna at the last moment.
Believe in my choice. Believe in me. This is right.
They fell together. The third black door opens. Chapter 739 The Third Door. Fong Tang walked into the third door. He stepped into a void. Under the pure black background of the universe, there is not even the most basic stellar radiation, let alone brilliant nebulae. Just black. In front of this void background of the universe is a small wooden house. The wooden house only has the floor, 2 walls and 1 door. So after pushing the door and entering, what you directly see is the void scene outside. To be precise, this is not a real wooden house. In addition to the cold-resistant willow, the materials used also add some shrubs from the glacial climate. Wild animal furs that smell like alpine snow are hung on one side of the wall. And a very rare,
curved-horned small-tailed cold sheep
squats in the corner. Fong Tang walked onto the floor that was stained with water stains and ice flakes. And there was a creaking sound under his feet. The sheep, covered in thick fur, but with 4 thin legs, lowered its head and touched the floor with its curved horns, making a bleating sound. This voice finally brought some life, and Fong Tang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Cold, oxygen-poor air with the smell of glaciers and snow-capped mountains. Kunlun. The smell of the Kunlun Mountains. He turned around and looked around, and shouted in a deep voice.
Xidagarba, you can come out now. You designed such an elaborate level just for players to crack it. Right. Now that I've cracked your game, come out.
No one responded. The little sheep jumped up and rushed towards the opposite side. Fong Tang made a mistake in his steps and reached out to grab it. The sheep jumped directly into the void. Fong Tang hurriedly stopped and leaned half of his body out of the wooden house. He took a deep breath and slowly retracted his outstretched right foot. There was no air in the void of the universe. Only a dead space close to absolute zero. However, he did not feel any discomfort. Without the cover of the wall, he could now see a wider universe. A ray of cyan light attracted his attention. He raised his head and looked hard. The green giant star hangs in front. And under the cyan light, the ether planet rotates together with the 4 bright moons. The light in front of him gradually became brighter, and his sight seemed to extend for countless light years. And he even saw the white jade city on the planet called Xiandu. In the 12 cities under Bayou Capital, life is prosperous and mountains and rivers are vast. Fong Tang shrank back. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself.
This is impossible. This is an illusion.
He stepped back and shouted, Xingyu.
Xingyu, sing a song for me.
He scratched his head, squatted on the ground, and kept calling. The sound of slight footsteps came, and a gentle voice sounded.
This is not an illusion of consciousness. The girl totem you created to distinguish the illusion from reality will not appear. Because this is the real world.
Fong Tang stood up and turned around slowly. A young man stood behind him. He was slender, with blue pupils, a handsome face, and a calm and warm expression. He was holding the little sheep that just rushed into the void in his arms. He smiled at Fong Tang.
I've been waiting for you for a long time. It's really been a long time. Considering the speed of time here, it's been a long wait.
This boy was real. Fong Tang looked at the long and slender braids on his head, which came from the unique customs of the Tajik people at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. Fong Tang's voice was a little hoarse. Xidagarba. The young man sat on the hammock made of cold willows and nodded.
Yes, I am Xidagarba. This wooden house is the former residence of my hometown. Every wooden board is real. It is not easy to get this universe. Of course, it took a lot of effort to preserve them.
Fong Tang looked at the void outside again.
Did you create all those illusions outside? Did you peek into my brain and create them to confuse me?
Xidagarba did not answer his question, but said softly,
This place was originally a real void, and then life slowly appeared. At first, it was some unimportant souls, and then some basic particles you got. I have seen the destruction of the first galaxy and the rise of elven civilization. Sitting here and watching the creator build his own world is a rare pleasure in loneliness. Shut up!
Fong Tang gritted his teeth.
This is impossible. You said this is the Star Pupil universe?
Behind the third door of Xidagarba is his own Star Pupil universe? This is totally wrong. Totally impossible. But he was vaguely admitting in his heart that all this seemed to be true. It may not be Xidagarba's conspiracy. Fong Tang leaned out of the wall again, trying hard to observe everything in the void, trying to find flaws. Jizo sighed.
You should accept reality.
Fong Tang remained silent, still looking for possible flaws. Jizo continued behind him.
Now, there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Bad news.
Fong Tang calmed down, turned around, and stood opposite Jizo. He wanted to see what other tricks this guy had. Jizo was still very calm.
There is a lot of bad news. First of all, you just killed your father. And then you killed the woman you loved most. Among them,
there was also a very shining female police officer and 3 others who died in your hands. A player who can be considered a friend.
Fong Tang's eyes twitched. In the void, several soul particles appeared. The most brilliant particle carries astonishing life energy. In the particle sequence, this one is ranked 4-9, belonging to the 9th sequence of the 4th form of particles. And this particle representing the soul is so familiar to the girl, who looks cold on the outside, but is actually hot on the inside. Fong Tang took a step forward tremblingly and stiffly. The consciousness of those soul particles is getting clearer and clearer. Long Yunhai, who died in his own hands, was on the edge, followed by Shauna, Jin, Shaolin, Coco and Mara. Shouldn't they be in the Zhongzhou building at the Fire Moon level? Wait, those 5 gatekeepers on the Misty Stone platform in the second door of Xidagarba. At the beginning of the battle, I did sense the familiar power of resonance. That burst of energy might be Shauna's infinite wings. If all this is true, Fong Tang touched his ears. But they were empty. The cane earrings were missing. Touching the left eye again, the normal eye is no longer the familiar star pupil. On the back of his hand, even the chip of Qingqiu Fox spirit disappeared.
This is the star pupil universe. All creations in the outside world will not appear.
Jizo spoke again. Fong Tang closed his eyes. But the main meridians in his body were still there. And the internal force particles were still spinning. This is the only ability I have preserved. Oh, it's all true. I still stepped into Xidagarba's trap. And it was the most painful trap. Fong Tang lowered his head and laughed. Laughing so wildly that tears came out of his eyes. Then he roared towards Jizo with violent energy that broke through the void. With endless anger, he grabbed Jizo's neck. The second-ranked game designer in Infinite Challenge did not resist, but was very calm.
This is your universe. You can do whatever you want with me. Even if I want to. I have no ability to resist. Because here, you are God.
Yes. If there is really the star pupil universe behind the third door, then I am the creator here. The next moment, the entire wooden house was shattered, and the fragments were turned into elementary particles, which instantly formed various weapons. With Fong Tang's thoughts, everything can come true. All the weapons that Fong Tang could think of appeared above Jizo's head. The swords were shining, the flames were cold, and the violent energy of electromagnetic radiation flickered.
I want your life to be worse than death. Oh, before that, don't you want to hear the good news?
Fong Tang's body trembled again. He knew this was Jizo's trick, and he knew he shouldn't continue talking to him. But he still asked,
What's the good news? The good news is that I will tell you the truth you have been searching for. All the truth. You have already walked in here. Which means that the time has come.
Chapter 740, The Coming Body. If you are the creator of this world, at this time, you have stepped into the world of your own creation. So shouldn't you be able to do whatever you want? Fong Tang frantically released his consciousness. In this small universe of star pupils, the energy released by his consciousness eclipsed the shining stars. Xidagarba seemed to be blown away by Fong Tang's powerful consciousness, like a lone traveler in a sandstorm. But he still remained silent. When the roaring energy gradually subsided, Xidagarba said softly,
Maybe the civilization in this universe was created by you. But there is one thing that does not belong to you.
Fong Tang already understood.
It is the so-called free will of your consciousness.
Yes. Compared with the earliest ingested souls, whether Xidagarba or Ant Tang, the consciousness of their souls is independent. They did not appear out of thin air here, nor were they created by Fong Tang. That's the only thing he, as the creator,
cannot control. This is very important.
Jizo was still saying,
For the creator, independent free will represents resistance and uncertainty. You must remember this. In a certain respect, the omnipotent creator in my own world. What I fear most is free will. What does this have to do with the truth I'm looking for?
Faced with Fong Tang's question, Xidagarba looked at the Xiandu star illuminated by the stars. On a planetary scale, the white jade capital city is not as big as a grain of rice. But the light reflected from the city is full of vitality.
You need to go to that planet and experience it for yourself before I can explain the so-called truth to you.
Jizo said and smiled again.
I know you still don't want to believe me. Fortunately, we have plenty of time. The flow of time here is completely different from the outside world.
I can go now, Fong Tang said coldly. Jizo shook his head.
You can't do it. If you step into the star pupil universe with a complete consciousness and body, I'm afraid this small universe will be shattered and dissipated with a sneeze. If it weren't for the restrictions I set here, the conversation between the two of us would be able to cause irreparable damage to the universe.
To the outside world, the planet in the star pupil universe is just a microscopic particle. A complete Fong Tang is carrying out activities here. It is no exaggeration to say that the mass and energy radiation of the light itself will instantly crush everything.
So you need a descending body? The coming body? Yes. Prepare a body on the planet where the White Jade capital is located, and then descend.
Fong Tang smiled. Xidagarba was confused.
What are you laughing at?
Fong Tang said coldly.
I already know your conspiracy. You can't fight against the complete me. So you use sweet words to let me possess my conscious soul into a weak body, and then take the opportunity to kill me.
He smiled evilly.
There was once a fantasy legend. A certain human warrior fought against a powerful dragon. He deceived the dragon's trust, turned the dragon into a rabbit, and then killed it with one knife.
Xidagarba laughed loudly.
You are really interesting. And you have such a rich imagination. Well, there's a Song Wood ghost catching story in
So Shinji,
in which you trick ghosts into turning into sheep, and sold them for $1,000. $500.
Fong Tang frowned. This Jizo looked very leisurely, and didn't seem to be in a hurry.
You are worrying too much. Even within my confinement, you can kill me at any time. My soul is vulnerable here. You don't have to lift a finger. I will be finished with just one thought.
Xidagarba was very calm. Came up.
Now, can we continue?
Fong Tang was silent for a moment, and finally decided to let go of everything, and said in a deep voice,
Please tell me how to make the descending body. It's not that simple. It's not manufacturing, but it requires patient cultivation.
Jizo took him to the void.
First of all, you need a tool similar to artificial intelligence to prepare for the specific work of the descending body. Secondly, you need an independent and free consciousness. Thirdly, you need to release your own a little bit of DNA to that world. These three are all preparations. Whether it can happen or not depends on luck.
There is already an independent consciousness on the planet Xiandu. Tang Qin Chung. There are enough creatures on the planet at the same time. Those are the pre-green elf civilizations that have evolved into spore-like creatures and merged with the algae of the planet. Moreover, a large number of soul particles inject infinite vitality into this planet. So Fong Tang, together with Xidagarba, began to design a suitable artificial intelligence for the manager of this Xingtong universe planet. Fong Tang made the design, and Xidagarba made the details. Fong Tang obviously didn't like the tentacle-shaped machine kingdom shape, but designed a little girl. Xidagarba didn't say a word, and everything followed his instructions. When the particle sequence of the artificial intelligence was completely ready, Fong Tang suddenly stiffened when he looked at the simulated artificial intelligence shape. This little girl looked so much like... What? Fong Tang just followed his own instincts and created the artificial intelligence in the most logical way. But why is it almost exactly the same as the White Queen in the outside world? Is this the most perfect form of artificial intelligence?
Xidagarba called her Xiaobai. Xiaobai was not born directly on the planet, but first put the particle sequence into the White Jade capital.
Xidagarba, why don't you just put the artificial intelligence manager there? No. We need to let the life on that planet slowly understand the sequence of artificial intelligence and then create it by themselves. Why? This is obviously unnecessary. Xidagarba smiled.
God is universal, and he has made a profit in advance. When the gods look down on the world, they always come to the gods first, no matter how small a small world is. Its operating rules are the same as the outside world. No, it can be done simply and crudely.
He smacked his lips.
Besides, I am also doing this to let you understand the truth more intuitively.
Sometimes the truth is so simple that it might be right in front of you. Life on Xiandu planet is evolving rapidly, and this planet is ready. Fong Tang gently released an internal force particle, which immediately turned into a meteorite after entering the void. And the meteorite carried one of his genes. Humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes. In a less scientific way, we can say that a chromosome is a piece of DNA. A gene is a sequence fragment on a chromosome. To describe it in numbers, there are about 1,000 genes in one DNA. The individual genes released by Fong Tang are already a huge energy for the planets in the small universe. The meteorite carrying genes fell under a high mountain on the planet. and the violent energy directly led to the destruction of the elven civilization of Xiandu planet. The planet was deserted except for the White Jade capital city, and the core energy carried by Fong Tang's genes just disappeared from the surface of the planet. Among the wreckage of the cabin, Jizo smiled.
It's okay now. We can slowly watch the story that is about to happen.
Chapter 741 The Advent Sun. I don't know when, but on the planet in the microcosm, civilization began a new round of process. After the collapse of the elven civilization, the earth was surrounded by sea water. Then a strange spore-like life broke away from the algae in the sea and rapidly evolved in the sea full of life soul energy. At first, Fong Tang saw soft-bodied creatures similar to trilobites. In the blink of an eye, invertebrate creatures appeared, and then began to evolve into vertebrate creatures. During this period, the planet's ocean area began to shrink, and large areas of land appeared. When the first reptile emerged from the sea, something unexpected happened. Gamma-ray eruptions from giant stars destroyed the atmosphere. When the atmosphere could not retain geothermal heat, a cold era came. After an unknown period of time, the atmosphere slowly recovered. Warm weather came again, and almost 80% of the creatures in the ocean were extinct.
Be patient,
Jizo said softly. Reptiles reappeared on land, followed by birds. Primate mammals appeared faster than imagined, and the evolutionary process is full of mutations. When the first monkey-like animal began to walk upright, at the end of the void outside the planet, the remains of the cabin began to change. The wreckage of the wooden house was spinning and flying around Jizo and Fong Tang, forming a link around the Green Star Galaxy with countless fragments. It's like the asteroid belt on Earth. At this time, Xidigarba said meaningfully,
we and this asteroid belt can be regarded as the heaven punishment system of Xiandu Star.
Is Jizo deliberately simulating the evolution of the Earth? Even the heavenly punishment system has been simulated. With this microscopic universe as the background, it seems that a complete small Earth has been built. Fong Tang watched all this silently, and he understood something in his heart. The truth is often so simple that it is
right in front of you all the time,
but you just can't see it. The heavenly punishment system controls the evolution of planetary civilization, with White Jade Fairy City as its agent. White Jade City stands on the highest mountain on the planet. This mountain is very similar to the
Emperor Tianshan.
In the first galaxy, there is even a copy of the same silver stone tablet still existing in a mountain forest somewhere in White Jade Fairy City.
The owner here, Tang Qingcheng, is now called Mother. 5 powerful disciples have been born in her fairy city. Fong Tang could vaguely see the figures of Shana, Ko, Jin, Mara, and Xiaolin from the 5 disciples. They are called the 5 emperors representing the gods. The giant spirit Earth Emperor leveled the earth, crushed the stones, and turned the barren land into fertile farmland. Shana Fire Emperor taught the primitive people who had not yet walked out of the cave to use flames and tools. Emperor Koko taught the tribes the knowledge of irrigation and farming, while Emperor Melima made them understand the cycle of life and death, and gave birth to the earliest witchcraft religion and herbal medicine. Emperor Kalenlin established the earliest laws and rules of this human civilization. The development of civilization is amazing and free, not controlled by any system at the beginning. And when the civilization process of the planet deviates from the design of the natural punishment system, White Jade Fairy City will receive instructions and begin to bring down natural disasters to destroy the entire civilization. Fong Tang could see the eruption of the Great Flood, the burning of volcanoes, and the falling of meteorites. Destruction again and again. Rebirth again and again. Civilization is like a piece of dough, being pinched here and there by the heavenly punishment system. To be precise, it is pinched here and there by Xidigarba and Fong Tang. Finally, the civilization on the planet is proceeding perfectly according to their design. Through the White Jade Fairy City again, Xidigarba sowed the seeds called science into the genes of civilization. As a result, the evolution of this world began to accelerate. Fong Tang saw the wolf smoke cavalry disappearing in the astonishing flow of time. It seemed that just as the swords and spears of the feudal era were raised, a steam train representing the industrial era came towards him. The running train changed from steam to electricity. It turned into light rail and high-speed rail again. High-rise buildings rise from the ground, and neon lights illuminate the planet. Xidigarba guided Fong Tang's gaze, and they looked at the White Jade capital again. They are building artificial intelligence. All technological developments in this world, the occult science, have reached the stage of maturity, and the maturity of almost all technologies has created conditions for the birth of artificial intelligence. It's as inevitable as fate. Xidigarba sighed. Even if the White Jade capital has not been developed, the humans in this world will create it. But it will be a little later.
Xiao Bai, the first artificial intelligence born in this planetary civilization. The symbol of awakening is reproduction. But the essence of reproduction is for the
coming body
of the creator god. Fong Tang saw that the artificial intelligence named
Xiao Bai
kept multiplying. And the multiplied artificial intelligence searched the entire world.
Are they looking for the descending body? What conditions are they based on? There are already billions of humans in this world. Are they randomly selecting one among them?
Fong Tang asked.
No. They are looking for the most special one. Right there.
In a certain city in the planet world, a young human being was walking on the street. He looked ordinary and featureless. Fong Tang was a little disappointed.
Is it him?
Jizo smiled.
Why? There is no familiar feeling? He was born from your genes. That gene.
The selected young man was quickly found by the
newbies.
Artificial intelligence first occupies the brain of
gene and then performs
a series of transformations. Fong Tang could see that the
gene
was getting stronger and stronger, turning from an ordinary person into a Superman, not only possessing amazing wisdom, but also gaining a powerful body.
When gene's brain was fully developed and his physical fitness reached its peak,
Xiao Bai sent a signal to the White Jade capital, which in turn transmitted the signal to the Void's heavenly punishment system. Xinegarba stretched out his hand and tapped it gently.
The descending sun is ready. Now you can descend.
Fong Tang was a little confused.
What will I do after I arrive? Jizo is smiling.
You can do anything. I mean anything. This is the world you created. And you have the power of a creator god here.
Xiandu Star. Beihai City. Mandala Bar. Gene ordered a Super Maria and drank it alone. He is a single man in his 20s. But the girls around him don't seem to have any interest in him. Everyone is discussing the silver stone tablet found near Ditian Mountain. The stone tablet says that the gods have arrived and the world will face destruction or something. Scientists on TV have refuted the rumors. But the composition of the stone tablet shows that it does not belong to this planet. And after rigorous testing, the stone tablet may have been born a billion years ago. This is already world-class news. Gene walked out of the bar and looked at the night sky. Among the 4 bright moons, the dimmer one is the
Moon of Silence.
The origin of the silent moon is recorded on the silver stone tablet. It is said that the god of creation gave the 4th moon a romantic name because he missed a certain woman. A group of young people nearby were discussing, and a drunk guy shouted in a weird voice.
What bullshit god of creation? It doesn't exist at all. Hey, what else are you talking about because you miss your lover? If so, why do you want to make 4 moons? What if it's that shit?
The god of creation really exists. And he has the ability to burp other moons and drive other moons away. Could it be that the god of creation is a playboy?
A group of people laughed. Gene stood still, frowned, and looked up at the sky. The next moment, the surrounding area darkened. The crowd who were still laughing suddenly stopped and looked at the sky in disbelief. Above the night sky, the silent moon shines and is beautiful. But the other 3 moons are missing. Chapter 742 God's Carnival. In this body called Gene, Fong Tang continued to walk on the planetary land of Xingtong Universe. Not long after, scientists on the planet came out to refute the rumors about the disappearance of 3 satellites in space. An old scientist wearing glasses appeared on the smart projection glass on the roadside, and said in a serious tone,
"Our moon has not disappeared, and is still running on its normal orbit. Just because of the refraction of the atmosphere and the stars. Radiation and other reasons have caused visual disappearance. Because of the interference caused by radiation, many astronomy enthusiasts are currently unable to see through ordinary telescopes. This authoritative report is being broadcast live on smart devices across the planet, and images of 4 moons taken on outer space stations
are constantly appearing on the screen." Fong Tang smiled lightly and thought it was very funny. The next moment, he appeared in the live broadcast room. He stretched out his finger and tapped it gently, and the entire live broadcast hall fell silent instantly.
"I erased your 3 moons. And I am the god who created this world."
Fong Tang looked at the dumbfounded old scientist.
"I know you are scared now. But I can do things that science cannot do. For example, you had a granddaughter who died of congenital heart disease when she was very young. Do you want to see her again?"
The old scientist's lips trembled, and he shook his head crazily.
You liar. Hurry up. Call security. I want to call the police."
Fong Tang clicked his finger again. without any dazzling special effects or earth-shattering sounds. A little girl who was only 4 or 5 years old appeared. She was healthy and beautiful. She rushed directly to the old scientist.
Grandpa. No. No. This is all false. You are the devil from H.L.
The old scientist slumped forward, hugging his reborn granddaughter and crying bitterly. His hands were trembling, and he shouted devil in his mouth. But he couldn't control it. He knelt down to Fong Tang. All of this was shown to the world in real time through the studio hall. Fong Tang raised his hand to the sky and saw the sun and moon passing by, and night and day appearing alternately. When the clouds dispersed, the 3 bright moons returned to the starry sky. He picked the stars and reversed life and death. He turned the night into day. The color of the sky and the earth changed with the wave of his hand.
And the stars moved while talking and laughing. He had nothing more to prove. However, the life on this asteroid did not kneel down to worship. Instead, everyone was full of fear. The signal released from the studio caused chaos in the planetary world. A perfectly designed civilization is on the verge of collapse. Fong Tang instantly transformed into tens of thousands of people, instilling in everyone's consciousness.
I can grant you the privilege of immortality, and I can create inexhaustible materials for you. You will not need to dream about life or death, nor do you need to struggle to survive. And Ben Lao, you were created by me, just like my children.
Fong Tang fulfilled all his promises instantly. Human beings on this planet are beginning to decline day by day. As the flow of time accelerated, they all turned into lifeless existences like stones. They no longer think. No need to think. They no longer walk. No need to walk anymore. They just lie there, gradually turning into stiff bodies. But due to the curse of eternal life, they become garbage piled up on the planet. Some humans began to wake up, and they began to rebel against the God of creation. They used their mortal bodies and the appearance of ants to try to kill the God regardless of life or death. In the end, Fong Tang lost his patience and angrily wiped out all lives, leaving only the lucky ones in the White Jade capital. This is a complete apocalypse. He returned to the asteroid belt of Xingtong Universe. The fragments of the wooden house were reassembled and turned into a small bar in the void.
Well, how's your little experiment going?
Jizo poured him a glass of wine.
It looks like you had a lot of fun.
Fong Tang drank a glass of bitter wine and shook his head.
The most ideal world of immortality, where everyone is equal, and no longer has to worry about money, and everyone has what they want, will destroy all lives. Moreover, they are afraid of me, resent me, and are not grateful at all. I created them all. It is such a failure. I want to redesign a life, at least a life and civilization worthy of my cultivation.
The wine glass broke to the ground, and he felt angry and bitter. Jizo said calmly.
So you sent down the apocalypse and wiped them all out?
Fong Tang frowned.
They all add up to less energy than one particle, and I can replenish various particles at any time. So why not redesign it?
Jizo sighed.
The gods are supposed to be full of care for their creations, just like their own children. However, in fact, this is all wishful thinking.
Fong Tang sneered.
Look at those humans. They can worship gods in movies, novels, paintings, and sculptures, but when faced with the real God of creation, they are full of fear, just like facing monsters. Why should you care for them? What if the outside world, the earth you cherish most, and the humans on the earth, also have a creation God who is about to come?
Fong Tang looked at Xidigarba dumbly, and after a long time, he gritted his teeth and said,
I don't believe it.
Xidigarba shook his head.
You have personally experienced the tragedy of this small Xingpu universe, and you should have realized it a long time ago. Let me tell you, the creation God of the earth does exist.
He gestured slightly.
Xingtong's small universe can be called the inner world, and the earth is into this world. Outside this world, there is an outer world. This is just the simplest model, with 3 layers, a layer cake-like model of the universe.
Fong Tang picked up the wine bottle and drank desperately.
If it is true, then the humans on earth are worthy of the care of the Creator God. At least there is hope of being worthy of the care of the Creator God.
Jizo sneered.
There is no difference between the earth and the humans on Xiandu planet. This has nothing to do with human nature or survival. It just depends on the idea of the Creator God. If it thinks it is worth it, then we will escape disaster.
If it thinks that human beings are dispensable, like you did just now, the future Earth will be the Xiandu star at this time.
The Xiandu star in the Xingpu universe was once again covered by seawater, and the once splendid civilization and the high-rise buildings left by that civilization have all turned into sand and dust in the course of time. Fong Tang picked up another bottle of wine and shook his head vigorously. I am just an ordinary person. I am definitely not a gene of some creation god. Jizo silently looked into the void and said slowly. At first, you were indeed just a consciousness, coming from Jupiter. Later, the game designers in Kunlun Base gave you a new name called Apocalypse. Fong Tang seemed drunk. It turns out that the last designer Tianchi turned out to be me. Ha ha. It's so ironic. Jizo looked at the planet that had completely lost its vitality and continued. Everything originated from a meteorite that landed on the Earth. That day, a girl named Shayna Gully was herding sheep under the Kunlun Mountains. Chapter 743 The Story of Apocalypse. For the Tajik girl at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, the first thing that changed her life was meeting a good teacher. She once rescued a teacher who had taken refuge here because of the war. The teaching gentleman was born in a prosperous place in the inland, and his family was originally from a scholarly family. 2 generations of his grandfather had been a master, and he himself even obtained the imperial examination when the dynasty was about to fall. The teacher did not know where he went, and he may have passed away soon, but he did teach a good student. For Shayna Gully, who has been facing white sheep in the mountains and meadows since she was born, and has never stepped out of this small world, that knowledge, especially the knowledge about the I Ching, made her understand for the first time a certain place under the mountain, the meaning of those rubbings in the cave. From a general perspective, history and destiny may not change because of a special event, but there will be an inflection point because of a special person. The teacher was very knowledgeable and proficient in the Book of Changes, but he could never discover the deserted and hidden cave at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. The shepherd girl knew the cave well, but she might never understand the meaning of those rubbings. However, when the teacher's knowledge and the shepherd girl's experience merged at the right time, the fate of the entire world changed. The stone carvings in the cave at the foot of Kunlun Mountain originated from the Taoist canon of the Tang Dynasty. Daozong is a collection of Taoist classics. It is said that it was first hosted by Gu Shuhan, a famous general of the Tang Dynasty. Later, all dynasties would send dedicated personnel to maintain and compile it. Shayna Gully read here about the incident of the Tengdu coming in volume 33 of Yuan Zazu, and also saw the legend about Shen Wansen at the end of the Yuan dynasty in the later rubbings. These were the creative sources of her students' later design of the wind sorrow and water mist levels. However, if this is all, the world is just one more girl who is proficient in shoei, hiding in the mountains and unknown, and will not make much splash in the ebb and flow of the Sea of Destiny. Until the meteorite landed. The meteorite was in the shape of a black steel, carrying firelight straight into the depths of the cave, and was covered with strange runes. And there was a pilot who fell with the meteorite. It was a young man. The plane he was driving disintegrated in midair due to a sudden meteorite. However, he forced a parachute, but was rescued by Shayna Gully. In the dark cave, the kind-hearted shepherd girl healed his wounds without taking any clothes off. A boy and a girl, in this situation and experience, naturally develop a secret love for each other, and finally become a couple. However, this was no ordinary pilot. Although he was of Chinese descent, he grew up in the West and belonged to an early wealthy Chinese-American family. His father was one of the founders of the International Time Recording Company, which soon merged with 2 other companies to form a company called CTR. Later, CTR Company changed its name to International Business Machines Corporation, which is the famous IMB company. Hearing this, Fong Tang couldn't help but ask, "Is that guy the father?" Jizo smiled. "Of course. Is there another man?" Like his mother, his father was very interested in Taoism under the Kunlun Mountains, and he also possessed the most advanced computer science knowledge at the time. Xidagarba said this and sighed leisurely. "It all seems to be arranged, and like the plot of a design novel. My father's computer knowledge fills the last knowledge gap for my mother." Shayna Gully used her extraordinary wisdom to combine computer language and the I Ching, and finally cracked the Bagua code. After the Bagua code is cracked, the information carried on the black stone tablet can be read and understood. This is the most important thing, Jizo said leisurely. That period, according to my mother, was the happiest day in her life. She and her father analyzed the information on the black stone tablet to read the knowledge from a certain consciousness on Jupiter. If the consciousness from Jupiter is the creator god, then my mother at that time had already become the evangelist of God. It can be speculated that the consciousnesses in Jupiter and the asteroid belt have been paying attention to the progress of Earth's civilization, at least since the Tang Dynasty. That consciousness has begun to make some attempts. and it chose the representative of the most advanced civilization on Earth at that time, Chinese civilization. However, the knowledge it provided was so advanced that the Chinese people at the time could not even understand the meaning behind it. So the conscious body can only continue to wait until the world entered the era of father and mother. My father left the Kunlun Mountains with his mother, and he also took the super civilization knowledge on the black stone tablet with him. According to my father's intention at the time, he hoped to use the resources of the family's plutocrats to practice those super civilization technologies, especially artificial intelligence. At this point in the story, Ksitigarbha suddenly stopped and said to himself for a long time, I sometimes wonder whether my father really fell in love with my mother. Or is it because only Shayna Gully in the world can read black and white? The message on the stone tablet? This question also made Fong Tang feel horrified. Perhaps this is the reason why a couple of gods finally parted ways. Fong Tang shook his head. Then was it because mother really fell in love with father? Or was it because only father's wealth and resources could support her to continue studying the stone tablets at that time? Jizo was silent. After a while, he continued his story. Not long after their father and mother stayed in the United States, they returned to Kunlun Mountain and built a huge base along the cave. They hollowed out almost an entire small mountain, and the interior was spacious, making it a perfect research base. Fong Tang frowned. How much manpower and material resources will it require? I'm afraid no company can support it at that time. It would take the whole country. Yes, because the supporters behind my father and mother are the plutocrats in the world. With the abilities that my father and mother had at the time, it was not difficult to convince those chaebols. Just showing off some super civilized technology would be enough to shake the world. With the support of chaebol resources, they finally established the prototype of an early unlimited company in Kunlun Mountain. During this period, they went down many times and recruited a group of students from all over the world. Fong Tang nodded. 8 students are the top 8 game designers. Ksitigarbha shook his head. No, there were only 7 students at the beginning. Their first disciple was not a human being. It was Apocalypse. Fong Tang sneered. That consciousness you mentioned? Yes. It comes from inside the black stone tablet. Apocalypse's consciousness can be said to be the closest assistant to his father and mother. At least, the world's first artificial intelligence was designed by Apocalypse. In Apocalypse's original design, a failed experiment was first born, and later this abandoned experiment was transformed into the Black Queen. And the first artificial intelligence born in the true sense is the White Queen. Chapter 744 in the story of Apocalypse. With the White Queen, my father and mother studied the Black Tablet civilization faster and faster. When countless technologies were sorted out, my father and mother, and even the students, couldn't help but start looking at the stars. Fong Tang was surprised. They wanted to explore space. In fact, there has always been a question in his mind. Infinite Challenge has so many advanced technologies. Why do they only work on Earth? Why not explore the universe? Even the planets in the solar system like the Moon and Mars can get countless wealth. Now, Jizo finally began to explain. Haha. Who says it isn't? Human beings have been looking up at the stars for tens of thousands of years. Now that they have such powerful technology, of course they can't help but try it. Fong Tang smiled. Could it be that you were behind the scenes to control the American moon landing? Jizo also laughed. That's just a bad technology left behind by Infinite Company. A small goal that was achieved after the United States corrected it with the whole country. As for father and mother, they set their sights on Jupiter from the beginning. Yes, I must be looking for the hometown of the Blackstone Tablet and have close contact with that god-level civilization. As for the moon, I'm afraid Unlimited didn't even notice it at that time. But they failed. Under the name Pioneer, the early Infinity Company quickly built a manned aircraft. But the spacecraft was shot down by a meteorite just after it left the lunar orbit. Meteorites come from the asteroid belt and are absolutely directional strikes. Heavenly punishment system. Fong Tang blurted out. Obviously, Jupiter's consciousness does not allow manned aircraft to pass through the restricted area it has set. Beyond the moon is an insurmountable forbidden zone. But unmanned explorers are not within the limit, which seems to imply something. My father thought for a long time and thought that this meant that the current human beings were not qualified to go to Jupiter to meet the gods, and that they needed to improve human civilization as soon as possible. Gene repair and replication technology, quantum transmission, and the development of individual human brains. These godlike knowledge are only a small part of the information of the Black Tablet civilization. Any kind of technology will greatly enhance human civilization. But how to transfer this knowledge to humans? How can humans, who have just experienced war, rise quickly
and become a truly advanced civilization? Regarding this issue, father and mother had different ideas. The first dispute arose between them. My father believed that this knowledge should be taught to mankind without reservation, and it would not be difficult to achieve this by using companies owned by chaebol. But my mother believed that human beings were not ready yet, and any kind of knowledge would eventually become weapons of war. Xidigarbha looked at Fong Tang.
At this time, the consciousness from the Black Stone Tablet, Apocalypse, proposed a weird plan, the Infinite Challenge game,
based on the natural punishment system of the asteroid belt. A Colosseum-like game system is established to recruit suitable humans to enter the game challenge. This challenging game may have appeared in ancient times, and may even be engraved in human genes. In primitive society, a group of savages fought with each other for prey, and even the so-called wars appeared in the future. The greatest creation of mankind is war, and war is the gene engraved in the human body. My mother strongly agrees with this proposal. She believes that the Infinite Challenge game can train a group of truly strong people. These strong men will not be afraid of difficulties and obstacles, and have iron will and strong enough survivability. Then, they are qualified to inherit super civilization knowledge, and use it to benefit mankind. My father was very angry, and believed that the Infinite Challenge game would push mankind into the abyss. Those players who came out of the game would be extremely selfish people, and they would destroy mankind. At first it might just be a difference in values, but then it turns into a matter of anger. The mother took several students, and began to design various game levels, with the assistance of the White Queen. However, the father vowed to crack all the levels. To this end, he even secretly studied the Power Awakening in the Stone Tablet information. That was the initial embryonic technology of the 3-year Class 7 superpowers. Fong Tang interrupted Xidigarbha.
I remember a designer escaped with the embryos made by his father.
Jizong raised his head and recalled.
Well, that should be Zai. Yunmingzi is a very kind sister. She must have failed later.
Yunming's. Xia Yuning. Fong Tang's heart trembled, and he said softly.
No. She succeeded. Those embryos have been born. But they are only high school students now.
Xidigarbha groaned, his expression unwavering.
It's useless. The so-called superpowers are meaningless in front of the god of creation.
During that time in Kunlun Mountain, my father and mother still maintained a superficial love. But in fact they were strangers. At this time, an unexpected incident forced the two to put aside their dispute. Xidigarbha sighed.
This unexpected event is that my mother is pregnant.
Fong Tang had countless questions in his mind at this time. But before he could ask them, Xidigarbha said softly.
Father and mother reached an agreement at that time that they could not have the child. When they left the core base of Kunlun for surgery, an accident happened again. The White Queen, who has been locked behind the Black Gate, used the first-generation Jizo to obtain the genetic combination of her father and mother.
There was a touch of sadness in the eyes of the shepherd boy.
It was at that time that I walked into the base of Kunlun Mountain and became the second-generation Xidigarbha.
The first-generation Jizo was sent to the far north, where he was responsible for maintaining the early Infinite Challenge game. Later, he became the Candle Dragon. In the Kunlun base, the White Queen has captured the consciousness of Apocalypse. She erased Apocalypse's self-awareness, and used the genetic combination of her father and mother to create a seed of Advent child.
That day was the day I just entered Kunlun. But I witnessed my father and mother confronting the White Queen after entering the Black Gate. That's why I became the first person to know those secrets. After the Black Gate, the White Queen frankly explained the truth about the Advent children to her father and mother. She is an executor created by the Creator God himself. Whether it is the instinct to reproduce or the hostility to humans, they are just appearances. Her mission, in fact, there is only one thing, and that is to find a suitable body for the Creator God to come to. And when the Creator God comes, he will make a choice. Should he impart the most powerful knowledge to mankind? Or should he destroy mankind and create a new civilization to inherit?
Jizo shook his head.
The fate of mankind is not in our hands at all. It is only in the idea of the Creator God. There are only two results faced by father and mother, either to resist or to obey.
These two choices can be said to be the most mysterious, two destinies, of infinite company. My father chose a destiny plan that represents light. He wants to lead mankind to prevent the arrival of the God of creation and the apocalypse. Fong Tang felt infinite respect in his heart, but also felt extremely angry.
Then mother must have chosen a dark fate. Damn it!
Xidigarbha looked at him, and suddenly became angry.
No, you are completely wrong. My mother did not choose a dark fate. She was by no means an accomplice of the White Queen. She just left the Kunlun Mountains alone one early morning. No one knew where she was going. Where did she go? No one has seen her since.
This shepherd boy had extraordinary feelings for Shayna Gully. It took him a long time to calm down and continued in a deep voice.
As for my father, he was soon expelled from the base by the White Queen. The Infinite Company has now become the White Queen's world.
The remaining 7 game designers, students of father and mother, were leaderless for a while. They are also forced to make their own choices. Apocalypse is fused into seeds. Yunmeng, who represents Zhe, ran away with the embryo with special powers left by his father. Shanhai, which represents Mountain, went down the mountain alone and disappeared without a trace. Lei Zhe, who represents Thunder, is more direct. He founded the Lei Zhe Guild with a little fox created by Apocalypse, inherited his father's wishes, and vowed to fight against the White Queen to the end. The 3 weakest ones, Wind, Water, and Fire, were trapped in the clutches of the White Queen and could only continue to work as game designers. Fong Tang looked at the shepherd boy.
What about you, Xidagarba? Have you been hiding here?
Xidagarba shook his head.
I was still confused at the time. I had just entered Kunlun and I didn't fully understand those things. I just wanted to find my mother.
Xidagarba kept sighing, and suddenly turned his head to look at the white jade capital in the void, and then said softly,
It's up to you to tell the following story. City Lord Tang.
Chapter 745, The Story of Apocalypse. Tang Qingcheng appeared leisurely, her gorgeous clothes flowing, and her long hair covering her face. She seemed to dare not look into Fong Tang's eyes anymore, turned her back to him, and said bitterly,
When I became the strongest player in the early Infinite Challenge, when I single-handedly created White Jade Capital, I imagined that I was a hero who changed the world. I once looked at the stars, and I also embraced the light, until that day I suddenly became pregnant.
Fong Tang was stunned.
What did you say?
Tang Qingcheng lowered her head.
The seed she created for the coming son of the White Queen needs a surrogate mother.
In the beginning, the White Queen had high hopes for the talented and beautiful Tang Qingcheng. The son was born of a virgin, and she would also become the virgin. However, the White Queen chose the wrong person after all. Tang Qingcheng sneered.
When I knew the truth, I really couldn't accept it. I was pregnant with a demon that could destroy mankind. That bullshit god of creation. Even if the ancestors of mankind were created by him. The current human civilization is all our culture, history, and splendor that we built ourselves have no credit to him. And he has no right to manipulate our destiny.
She turned around and looked at Fong Tang firmly.
I can't allow this to happen. So I came up with Baidu Capital's child exchange plan.
Fong Tang's consciousness couldn't help but tremble.
What? What is the child exchange plan?
He suddenly roared, roaring at Tang Qingcheng's fragile consciousness.
Can't you just kill the child in your belly? Why don't you just die yourself? You change what the H.L.
There were no tears in her conscious body, but Tang Qingcheng's face seemed to have aged instantly, and tears like particles fell down. She stretched out her hand tremblingly.
My child, listen to me. Don't call me child.
Fong Tang retreated coldly.
You keep talking. Talk.
Tang Qingcheng turned her head again, her body of consciousness wavering.
Of course, I want to directly destroy the demon seed called the Advent Child. But the seed cannot be destroyed. Not to mention that I am still in the White Queen under control. But I can seal it.
Tang Qingcheng's plan can be said to be extremely vicious, but it is also genius and clever. She chose Long Yunhai's son, the best exchange partner. Long Yunhai's wife used to be her maid. After receiving her message, she took her newborn child without any precautions. At the same time, Tang Qingcheng found Shanhai, spread hero posts all over the place, and selected a group of trustworthy game players, in the name of mountains and seas. It includes Solomon's Temple, the Chu of the Hongming Temples, the Dragon King of the Seven Seas, the King and Queen of Atlantis, and the Sword Tomb.
The White Queen at that time was not invincible, and my sun-changing plan was not just to seal the Advent children. We also wanted to completely destroy that damn artificial intelligence.
Tang Qingcheng no longer had any emotions.
I gave birth to the son of Advent. With the help of Shanhai, I took out the seed and sealed it into the body of Long Yunhai's son.
She was silent for a moment and continued.
For insurance purposes, in addition to freezing Long Yunhai's son in the gene therapy machine, I also planted a blackworm virus in the child's body.
Her consciousness trembled.
I also gave the child a name, Fong Tang, because his father, Long Yunhai, was originally named Fong, and I, Tang Qingcheng, was the one who created him. Therefore, Fong and Tang is that child's life.
Fong Tang trembled again. raising and lowering his clenched fist several times. Tang Qingcheng slowly calmed down.
Shan Hai was responsible for hiding Fong Tang's genetic instrument. We agreed that no one would ask where it was hidden. Only Shan Hai knew. Shan Hai also made a promise that once it was hidden,
he would commit suicide immediately and completely destroy your own consciousness.
In this way, no one will know the location of the Advent children. Tang Qingcheng was silent for a long time, then continued.
Finally, I took my biological child and boarded Kunlun with others, and took the opportunity to assassinate the White Queen. In a desperate battle, the White Queen was crushed at the Kunlun base. We also completely blew up the Kunlun base. Everything was going to be over. But no one expected that a young disciple of Chu Guanfen from the Hongming Temple, that bastard named Chu Jioge, secretly took away 3 things from the ruins.
Chu Jioge was not really a child of the Chu family. Maybe he was just the adopted son of Chu Guanfen, or a nephew from the outer sect. But this humble little disciple soon became the president of the Hongming Pantheon, and called himself Dong Wang Tai. And the 3 things Dong Wang took away from the Kunlun ruins. Tang Qingcheng sighed.
It was only a long time later, after the Agreement Number 9 incident broke out, that we learned that Dong Wang took away a chip, a spider core spirit, and a star pupil eye from the ruins.
Jizo added from the side.
Both are the works of Apocalypse. Maybe the spider core spirit is just a gadget designed casually, but the star pupil eye is a relic built by Apocalypse with all his wisdom and ability. Tang Qingcheng gritted his teeth.
Those 2 things are not important. What is important is that the most common chip contains the White Queen's backup. An incomplete artificial intelligence backup.
Dong Wang Tai got the power he dreamed of, and naturally became the White Queen's apostle. He reorganized the guild's resources, and launched a crazy revenge with irresistible power. The Agreement Number 9 incident broke out, and the forces that originally encircled and suppressed the White Queen were almost completely wiped out.
But for the White Queen, who is recovering slowly, the most important mission is to find the Advent child. That is to find the child named Fong Tang.
The White Queen and Dong Wang Tai carved an irresistible instruction into the spider core spirit. Therefore, no matter which player Feng Lizhi is inherited by, after she awakens, she will instinctively look for Apocalypse, the son of Advent, Fong Tang. Tang Qingcheng shook his head.
Because the eyes of star pupils contain the remaining particles of Apocalypse. The 2nd generation Feng Lizhi finally found clues. I believe you have guessed the frozen gene therapy device. Kid.
In the far north. In the 2nd base camp. The core hub of Infinite Company at that time. After that, all forces, whether ordinary players, guild strength or so-called resistance organizations, all poured into the far north under the control of an invisible hand. The far north war breaks out.
Dong Wang Tai also made many clones, and entered the far north in the name of Chu Jioge.
The clone Chu Jioge met Infinite Winged Shana in the far north. Together they found a frozen child, Fong Tang. Fong Tang sat down slumped in the void.
In my entire high school years, I only had one friend, and that was Shuzhou.
Tang Qingcheng sighed.
You were thawed and secretly sent to the Magic City. The clone Chu Jioge will silently accompany you and be responsible for protecting you. After that, when you grow up and enter high school, Chu Jioge will still be by your side until you go to college, find a job, and then find out that you have a terminal illness. The time has come. Dong Wang Tai thought it was time. So he asked the clone Chu Jioge to find Suya and pass the chip containing the White Queen's incomplete consciousness to you. Because the chip still contains part of the memory of the clone Chu Jioge. You mistakenly thought that the boy in the far north was you. And you also misunderstood your relationship with Shana.
Fong Tang stood up unsteadily.
Stop talking. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear anything.
Tang Qingcheng walked over firmly.
My child, you have to be strong. This matter is not over yet. You still have a chance.
Fong Tang raised his head ferociously.
Go to H.L.
In the Xingtong universe. His thoughts are God's thoughts. Tang Qingcheng's consciousness froze in place, then became crystal clear, like a glass sculpture, and then shattered with a snap. The fragments are like sand and dust, falling into the depths of the small universe. A hand stretched out from behind and pressed on Fong Tang's shoulder.
The matter is not over yet. Your body has been contaminated by black insects, but the White Queen has found a clean replacement. A brand new Advent child.
Jizo's hand dissipated little by little on his shoulder. Like dust. Chapter 746, the best ending. The body of the shepherd boy has become transparent. Countless particles floated out of his body. Each particle carried majestic energy that Fong Tang had never seen before.
This is the 8-9 particle. The particles of the ninth sequence of the eighth form are second only to the ultimate sequence, Xidigarbus said softly. And the particles of the ultimate sequence come from the core of Jupiter. Only the consciousness of Apocalypse can control it. That is, only you and the Advent children can use it. Particles are meaningless anymore.
Fong Tang sighed, frowned and asked,
What are you going to do?
Jizo smiled.
At least here, I am still the game designer. And you are the player. I set the final game level in the Star Pupil universe. And you have already cracked this level of the game.
Feng Bei once said that game designers design levels with life as a bet. And the players passing the level represents the death of the designer. Fong Tang tried to condense the scattered Xidigarba particles around him. But it was useless. Xidigarba's will is free, and was not created by the creator god. Fong Tang cannot change the decision he made.
I have been dead since the day Shayna left Kunlun.
Jizo's body became brighter and brighter, and the particles dispersed faster and faster.
Fong Tang, go to the small building on the ground. There is information about the newly arrived son there. Also, an old friend may have arrived there.
Xidigarba finally transformed into thousands of particles in the Star Pupil universe. These are all 8-9 particles second only to the ultimate form. Endless particles are suspended around Fong Tang, shining like a galaxy. Fong Tang knew that every particle here could light up the Xingpu universe. With the particles left behind by Jizo, the world of Star Pupil will become a complete and almost infinite small universe.
Panga created the world. His breath turned into the wind and clouds of the four seasons. His voice turned into the rumbling thunder. His eyes turned into the sun, moon and stars. And his limbs turned into the mountains and mountains around the earth. Do you want to be the Pangu of this small universe?
Fong Tang's mind turned, and his consciousness turned into an invisible shadow and landed on the planet Shindu. The desolate world has regained its vitality, and some unknown creatures have begun to multiply. But the White Jade capital is still completely silent. The surrounding fairy city looks like a post-apocalyptic wreckage, covered with moss. The next moment, he arrived at the shrine where Tang Qingcheng was. Jasper was used as the steps. Zhu Dan hung in the sky, and flowers were spread all around the palace. There was no furniture in the bedroom where Tang Qingcheng had been living. Only a coffin made of sapphire. Fong Tang walked over gently and opened it with a snap of his fingers. He saw a man lying quietly in a jade coffin. That's the real Fa Tong. He was the terminally ill young man who worked hard in the city before he was reborn. He is also the man whose body is taken over by the White Queen in this world. Moreover, this man is an almost perfect coming body. Fong Tang suddenly understood. Tang Qingcheng has been using the resources obtained from Bayou Capital to build this body? She had already predicted the outcome. So she was making amends for me?
Do you want me to stay here and lead Shauna and the others to continue living in this body?
The Xingtong microcosm is a creation of Apocalypse and is not controlled by the creator god. As a complete inner world, it can be said to be a true paradise. But is it absolutely safe? Not necessarily. Fong Tang's consciousness entered the gift left by Tang Qingcheng. The perfect body. Now he could feel real breath, fresh air, real scent of flowers. Outside the palace, you can see the stars in the sky from above, and the earth below. He sat on the palace stage, like a divine king sitting on the throne. The green sun in the sky circulates continuously with 4 beautiful moons. Fong Tang sat there until the sun rose again from the sky before leaving. The White Jade capital city is located on the Emperor Tian Mountain, the tallest mountain in the world. It was originally a sacred mountain designed to rule all living beings in this world. This was probably Apocalypse's wish before he was turned into a descending seed. He created this new universe with absolute wisdom and self-awareness. Fong Tang was thinking in his mind, and unknowingly arrived at the mountainside of Ditian Mountain. There are towering mountain walls with thousands of blades here. A huge stone wall on the mountainside is as smooth as silk. Fong Tang leaned over and saw a familiar Chinese character in the corner of the stone wall. It was the word square, carved with a copper knife. Not far to the right of the word Fong, another word Tang appears. He was shocked and slowly backed away, and saw that all the names were carved on the smooth stone wall. Fong Tang, carve your name on the stone, and you may have 3 lives. Far away on the mountainside, Shauna was wearing white burlap clothes, and her long hair was tied into braids. She was humming a tune. Leaned over, picked a small flower, and put it in her ear. Fong Tang gently stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to touch her hair and smell her. But his body was retreating involuntarily. Behind him, several people stood there blankly. It's the Jins, Kailanlin and the others. Their consciousness was full of confusion. They looked at Fong Tang and asked,
Creation God. What should we do? I'm not your creator, and I don't know what to do.
Fong Tang shook his head gently.
If you want to do something, the creatures in this world will reappear over time, and maybe new ones will be born. Of human beings.
He returned to the temple. He didn't know whether he should go or stay. Start over in a perfect world. Or return to the miserable world to fend for yourself? An earring appeared leisurely. The earrings fell. Cain appears in a white robe. He may have been here for a long time. Cain looked at Mara not far away, with an old father's smile of relief on his lips. He turned around and walked up to the temple, handing the newly brewed wine to Fong Tang.
Thinking too much will give you a headache. Why not learn from me and live one day at a time?
Fong Tang sensed the message he sent.
Ah, the message is left in the eyes of Solomon.
Cain nodded.
As you can see, that information is not the secret of fighting, nor the secret of infinite challenges, but the knowledge of rebuilding a new world, regardless of faith and culture. It is the most basic knowledge that can guide anyone. A race can return to glory, but it takes time and enough manpower.
In this way, the Eye of Solomon, a core treasure, may have come from the hands of Apocalypse. Fong Tang let out a long breath.
Then I can rest assured, with an old guy like you guarding them, the giant spirits and others will not make any mistakes.
He drank all his wine. Cain frowned.
Are you still determined to leave? Yes. It's not that I want to go out and save the world, but I feel that I don't belong here. No matter what outcome the world will face, I, as a member of it, will have to face it. You really don't want me to go out and help. The giant spirit Shauna and the others can go out with your consciousness. And the earrings can also be recast. We may not be able to help you deal with the god of creation, but we still have some fighting ability.
Cain muttered, stand up. Fong Tang laughed.
There is something I really need your help with.
He whispered something, and Cain touched his chin.
You are really unnecessary. If this is a novel, then the ending is really terrible.
Fong Tang had stood up, and his consciousness left his body. Before leaving, he turned back and smiled.
Old man, for me, this is the best ending.
Fong Tang's consciousness left. The body standing in the temple trembled and opened its eyes.
Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?
Cain coughed.
You accidentally hit your head and lost part of your memory. But it doesn't matter. I will help you recover. Well, your name is Fong Tang.
He led the man with the fragment of Fong Tang's consciousness out of the temple and pointed to the stone wall in front of him.
There is a girl over there. Do you see it? Go over and talk to her.
With Fong Tang's first memory, without any memory of the Infinite Challenge game, the man scratched his head and walked toward Shauna under the stone wall. Chapter 747 Demon Moon. The underground city of the Machine Kingdom has completely collapsed. First, the decomposition of underground factories leads to energy compression in underground space. The energy of the underground factories collapsed first rapidly contracted inward, and then exploded uncontrollably outward, as the entrance to Community 4092 collapsed. Due to the underground explosion, Queen of Winter City swelled upwards with countless plankton, directly shattering almost all the buildings in the community. This small underground plate change is no less powerful than a magnitude 8 earthquake. The floating insects underground died one after another in the sunlight transmitted by the particle barrier. Then a heavy snow fell on the ground. However, in the broken world above, the small building that was a replica of the Huyue building still stood. Before his death, Xitigarbha said that there was information about the new generation of Advent children. Another old friend? Tentacle monsters that survived the explosion were everywhere. They opened the logic module almost at the same time, constantly passing information and analyzing what happened. Fong Tang walked out of the ruins and saw a small robot monster pressed under a pile of rubble. He gently went over and lifted the block-shaped robot. It was Pandora. The white jade-like core module was flashing. The transparent crystal tentacle shook, and a wooden doll fell from its tentacles. A gust of wind blew, and the wooden doll turned into ashes. Pandora's emotional module was filled with sadness. She knew that Lord Jizo was no longer here. Fong Tang put her down.
Pandora, why be sad? This is a good thing, because you are free, and the underground factories no longer need workers.
He turned and left, and there was a creaking sound behind him. Pandora transformed into a wheel-shaped module and followed her all the way, her square little body jumping cutely.
Take me with you. I can do many things. I can use the modules to change shapes.
With a pop, she turned into a big-breasted beauty covered in crystal-like metal. She ran to Fong Tang and started posing.
Look, Master, I can become a woman. Get out.
Fong Tang waved her hand and swatted her away. Pandora rolled in midair. There was a clicking sound when it fell, but it turned into a shiny sports car. The door opened and a screaming voice came from the steering wheel.
Master, accept me. I can transform into a car, a train, and an airplane.
Fong Tang still shook his head and raised his palm in warning again. Pandora let out a whimpering cry, returned to its square shape, and rolled unsteadily into a piece of metal ruins. The imitated girl's cry deliberately amplified the frequency of the sound waves, followed Fong Tang closely, and kept moving toward him. Drill into the ear. Fong Tang slowly stopped. He sighed helplessly, turned around and waved, "Come on." Pandora cheered, and the block module was assembled with all its strength, and finally turned into a smart watch, wrapped around Fong Tang's wrist. Fong Tang continued walking towards the small building, finally out of the ruins. He stopped again and looked up, passing through the transparent particle barrier. There is an extra moon in the sky of the outside world. Even in bright daylight, you can still see the new moon composed of countless asteroids and meteorites. Silent, black core, narrow and long bright red light formed a halo surrounding it, like a devil's eye. Is that a natural punishment system? It actually appeared above the earth. The next moment, Fong Tang suddenly sensed its call.
Yes, I have regained the consciousness of Tianqi, as the projection of the god of creation in this universe.
The heavenly punishment system will naturally follow.
Fong Tang raised his palm, and Qingqiu Fox Spirit's chip floated out, suddenly emitting a bright light, passing through the particle barrier, and then flashed again, returning to the eyes of the devil. Pandora was weird.
Master, is this the player core spirit that Lord Jizo mentioned? Why did you give up such a powerful component? Just give it back like this?
Fong Tang was too lazy to answer and continued walking towards the small building. Pandora laughed dryly.
Giggles. Look at me. I'm so stupid. You can react to the heavenly punishment system. What kind of core spirit do you need? If you put it this way, isn't the master on the same level as the god of creation? One the kind that makes all living beings kneel down and worship you once your words are spoken.
Fong Tang continued walking. Pandora was still trying hard to flatter her.
The so-called harmony between man and nature, and following your words and actions are nothing more than your current abilities.
Master. Fong Tang was too lazy to answer and walked to the small building. He raised his head again and glanced at the devil's eye in the sky. The heavenly punishment system was quietly waiting for his instructions. But unfortunately, I am not the god of creation. Fong Tang's consciousness was projected towards the devil's eye, trying to make it explode. Every meteorite on the devil's eye trembled, but soon became quiet again.
It turns out that false gods are false gods.
Fong Tang sighed softly and projected the message again. This time it was a huge flow of information. In an instant, through the transmission of the heavenly punishment system, all Infinite Challenge players received this message, whether they were in the Machine Kingdom or in the outside world. Even those players who were regarded as
humanoid emotional drugs
by the tentacle monsters, all received the information projected by Fong Tang on the heavenly punishment system Devil's Moon.
Everyone.
The secret of the Creator God. The apocalypse that will cleanse mankind. This sounds too sudden and too ridiculous. But that information enters the player's chip directly through Demon Moon's heavenly punishment system. They had to believe it. After doing this, Fong Tang suddenly felt relaxed all over. Damn it! Why should I take on this responsibility of saving the world? I don't owe anyone anything. He pushed open the door of the small building. Stop! A roar came from the distance. In the shattered Queen City Palace, a white figure appeared shining brightly. Chong Beihai stepped on the flying mushrooms with his feet and rushed towards him fiercely. There were white mushrooms floating around him, and those mushrooms had obviously evolved, and the caps were actually coiled up with strips of white worms. The high-form white insect blended perfectly with him. But what's the point? Fong Tang stood motionless when Chong Beihai rushed towards him with overwhelming momentum, and the sharp blade turned into a sharp nail was about to stab him. He softly said 2 words.
Kneel down.
With a whine, the mushrooms all over Chong Beihai's body flew away, and he landed straight on the ground, kneeling in front of Fong Tang with a plop. He exerted all his strength. Blue veins appeared on his forehead, and his white hair turned into thousands of long worms. Trembling ferociously, but he could not even lift his head, and could only maintain a kneeling posture. Fong Tang glanced at the white worm mushrooms scattered around indifferently.
Eat it.
Chong Beihai shook his head angrily, but his hands honestly grabbed pieces of mushrooms composed of high-form white worms, and ate them crazily. His eyes quickly widened, and his mouth was filled with countless mushrooms. White worm. Even so, he still knelt on the ground, desperately searching for the mushrooms around him. It was as if the big hand of a creation god was controlling him, making him perform instinctive actions according to Fong Tang's words. It wasn't until he had eaten all the mushrooms in his right hand that Fong Tang whispered, "Stop." Chong Beihai slumped to the ground, vomiting desperately. Chapter 748 by Mang Mang is so clean. In the machine country, in the chaos of Community 4092, Xiang and the human players in Wang Shuiyan Sanatorium all walked out in confusion. They looked at the devil's eye in the sky, staggered hand in hand, and gathered towards the small building. From a distance, Wang Shuiyan suddenly screamed and looked at the white-haired man sitting on the ground in disbelief. "Captain Beihai Beihai!" She rushed over desperately. The distance between the two was too far, and there were piles of scattered metal fragments between them. Fong Tang gently raised his hand, and the metal fragments covering the road seemed to come to life, neatly separating to the left and right. A huge force even rolled up Wang Shuiyan, and brought her to fall in front of Chong Beihai. Wang Shuiyan trembled and wanted to hug the white-haired man, but was pushed away by Chong Beihai indifferently. Chong Beihai was still staring at Fong Tang. "Wait! What level can you achieve with your ability?" After understanding the secrets of the entire world and the apocalyptic plan of the god of creation, Chong Beihai seemed to be stunned. He thought of many ideas in this moment, but found that they were all dead ends. He now knew that the young man in front of him had power unmatched by any superpower. So this question was full of expectations. Fong Tang could only shake his head. "It's just a false god, facing the god of creation. I am no different from an ant. The law of cause and effect." Chong Beihai coughed violently, and white worms poured out from his wounds, but they could not repair the injuries. It was as if all his powers were imprisoned in front of Fong Tang. "Travel through time and space. Go back to the starting point, and think of a way. You can even go back to the beginning of human civilization and guide us." Chong Beihai pleaded with his eyes. "Guide us to be better human beings and let the creator god change his mind." The law of cause and effect. Fong Tang was shocked, but then he sneered. "It's just a piece of shit, even if it turns into chocolate. Are you willing to eat it?" The light in Chong Beihai's eyes went out. Fong Tang thought of something again, turned around and raised his hand, and the Bodhi branch flew out from the ruins of the factory and appeared in Chong Beihai's hand. "This is what was promised to you. Go to the underground factory to take it out. You have already obtained the God of Wealth core spirit. With this, you can gain power that other players cannot get. Anyway, everyone will be finished by then. How do you want to play? Just play how you want." Not far away, the Great Elder, supported by his tentacles, bounced hard. His logical module was closed, and the emotional module sent out a buzzing information flow. "Mr. Great, what about me? My request. Do you still remember it?" Fong Tang snorted and threw the floppy disk used to control the particle barrier. The Great Elder grabbed it with his tentacles as if he had found a treasure, and said, sincerely, to Fong Tang, "Don't worry. After I lead the robot citizens out of here, I will never do anything to humans. We will never do anything to humans. We will not seize human resources, nor will we turn humans into batteries. We will always remember your great kindness, and we will definitely show mercy to humans." With a ding sound, the Great Elder, who was still making a false statement, lit up with brilliant light. Every part of every module emits amazing energy. It's an alluring energy, with an aura that seduced other cyborg mood mods. Several tentacle monsters with malicious intentions surrounded them. All of them were actually the Great Elder's guards. The Great Elder, holding the disc, switched the logic module and issued a warning information flow. But the energy given to it by Fong Tang is more stimulating than any emotional drug. The robot monsters, who have been surrounded by emotional drugs and are all drug addicts, really can't control themselves. Logic modules have lost their effectiveness. They rushed up, tore apart the Great Elder's parts, and desperately transformed them into their own modules. Soon, they ate almost all of this Great Elder machine. In order to snatch a tentacle, hundreds of robot monsters fought on the spot, using all possible means, and even used self-destruction to prevent others from approaching. The Great Elder, who only had some core modules left, said, "You? What did you do?" "It's nothing. I just gave these tentacle monsters a new human emotion," Fong Tang said indifferently. "That's selfish." The Great Elder, who had lived in human society for many years, understood instantly. With selfish emotions, no matter how many tentacle monsters there are, they will not be able to complete the great task of replacing humans. Even if the end of the world comes,
Even if mankind is to be purged, will we still not have a chance? The last core module of the Great Elder was grabbed by a scavenging robot monster and ate it directly. The floppy disk shattered, and the particle barrier in the sky slowly dissipated. The air from the Earth, from this world, from the Magic City finally entered this machine country. Fong Tang looked around, and his thoughts connected to the devil's eye in the sky instantly scanned every inch of the machine country. Fong Lizi, Fong Qingqing and Miss Yao were not found. Maybe Qingqing and the others, with the consciousness of fugitive machine monsters, would have left here long ago. Judging from the information the Spider Queen possesses, she is second only to Xidagarba. That beautiful and intelligent elder sister may have anticipated all this. But can she stop the coming apocalypse? Now in the ruins, the surviving human players represented by Axiong, and the machine resistance represented by Tang Dechime, and others are all gathering in front of Fong Tang. Axiong shook her tied ponytail.
Tangu! I don't care if you are some kind of creation god now. Anyway, let's find Ayu together. And then, let's go home.
Her expression looked calm, but her voice was shaking badly. Fong Tang saw the hesitant Tangda and Tangair, the children he had created with his own hands. His heart ached, and Tangair bravely rushed over and hugged him tightly. Tangda stood there and knelt down gently in human form for a long time.
Father! From the moment I was born, you gave me a sense of freedom. So today, Tangda wants to say goodbye to you.
Tangda's information flow was full of determination. He stood up and gently held the tentacles of his seventh sister. Behind them were his second brother, and the tentacle monsters of the Great Knights of Logic. This was also the core legion that Fong Tang single-handedly built in the Machine Kingdom. Tangair had already raised his dagger at this time, activating the logic module without any emotion.
Brother, you can't betray your father,
Tangda continued.
If mankind perishes, as a life form created by mankind, I will definitely preserve human civilization to repay my father's creation.
Fong Tang asked.
Where are you going?
Tangda made no secret.
Before the particle barrier disappeared, I received a stream of information from Ba Fong Jaizo's sister. She is now in a huge organization and has enough resources to accommodate us.
Haley from Hapo Jaizo? If Xidagarba Ba Fong still exists in the normal timeline, is Lu Wenwen still alive and changing her destiny? With Fong Tang's current ability, he cannot completely figure out this absolute bug. A complete paradox? Thinking of the law of cause and effect proposed by Chong Beihai just now, his head suddenly started to hurt. Now Fong Tang could only withdraw his mind and nodded slightly to Tangda.
That's fine. You may be able to continue to survive after the apocalypse.
He patted Tangair, who was still guarding in front of him.
Let's go with him.
Seeing Tangair being forcibly dragged away by them, Fong Tang felt a lot more relaxed.
Humph. You are better to machines than us humans.
Chong Beihai, who was helped up by Wang Xueyan, was full of anger.
You are just a coward. A bastard who dares not face responsibility.
His white hair was fluttering, and he suddenly threw the Bodhi branch and the God of Wealth core spirit in his hand to the ground.
Sorry. I don't need these things anymore. No matter what kind of monster I become now, at least I still treat myself as a human being.
Chong Beihai leaned proudly on Wang Xueyan, turned around to face the bewildered human players, and shouted,
Everyone, raise your heads.
Some of these people had expressionless faces. Some had tears streaming down their faces, and a few had already fled. Chong Beihai looked at them one by one and shouted in a deep voice.
Now there is some kind of creation god outside who is going to come to the apocalypse and kill all of us humans. And I decided to go out and stop it. You have to think of yourself as human beings. Just come with me. If you don't want to, then there's no need to live. I'll send him on his way first.
He tied up his long hair and repaired his injuries. He gently patted Wang Xueyan, whose eyes were mesmerized with an adoring look on her face.
Let's go!
From beginning to end, he never looked at Fong Tang again. Community 4092 suddenly became empty. The heavy snow that had lasted for a long time also stopped. At first glance, the vast expanse of white is really clean. Chapter 749 Death is not terrible. The small building is still standing in the heavy snow. Axiong struggled to find a used figure in the ruins on the white corpse of a floating insect.
Ayu is not here,
Fong Tang whispered. Except for Ayu. Even Daji has disappeared. And now the only place that can avoid the scanning of the heaven punishment system is probably this mysterious small building.
Axiong, wait here. I will definitely bring Ayu out.
Fong Tang stepped into the small building. The empty small building was actually filled with a fragrant smell, and the entire space was completely turned sideways. After Fong Tang stepped into the small building, his body was pressed against the floor. He stood up. In the large space, surrounded by fragrant flowers, a blonde girl in a t-shirt opened the beer in front of her and raised it to him.
Come and have a drink.
Although they had never met each other directly, Fong Tang had already established a connection with the heavenly punishment system at this time, so he could directly see through the other party's identity. Hui Yu, one of the 3 major designers, drank beer.
The level I designed has the last level. Just waiting for you to crack it.
Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and the beer in Huiyu's mouth immediately turned into sand. She spat out a mouthful of sand and frowned.
Isn't that too graceless?
Fong Tang stepped forward, and tables and chairs appeared. He sat on the chair.
Lie down.
Huiyu climbed onto the table uncontrollably and immediately lay down. Her curves were exposed, and under her girlish face, she had an extremely mature body. Huiyu smiled.
I can be considered an old woman at my age. Do you still have such a hobby?
Fong Tang was indifferent.
Where is the gate of time and space?
Huiyue could not resist any of his instructions and immediately replied.
I don't know.
Fong Tang raised his eyebrows.
This small building is connected with the Huiyue building you designed. Otherwise, Shauna and the others would not have been able to simply appear behind the second door of Jizo and kill 2 people after they had made it all the way to the end. Different spaces are connected together. Only the Black Door in Kunlun Base can do it.
Huiyu blinked.
Hey, argue the consciousness projection of the Creator God? You should know everything. Right. Why aren't you omniscient and omnipotent? Huh? That's a bit disappointing.
Fong Tang was silent. Huiyu chuckled.
It seems that your words and actions only affect the players through the heavenly punishment system. Other than that, there is nothing special about it.
Fong Tang stood up indifferently. Huiyue seemed to want to die and shouted.
It was my design to lead Shauna and the others into the second door to kill each other with you. Also, your favorite sister, Xiaobizi, was also wiped out of consciousness by me. It has turned into a pile of parts, and everything you cherish most has been destroyed in my hands. So what are you waiting for? Just kill me!
Fong Tang turned around.
Kill you? Erase you? Do you want to die?
He shook his head.
Death is not terrible. As a mind reader, you should understand that sometimes what is more terrible than death is a difficult life.
Huiyue wanted to say something when he found a particle floating on the surface of his body. There was only one, but it made her eyes widen.
Ultimately, this is the ultimate particle.
As soon as the final sequence of particles in its final form appeared, a drop of blood was drawn from Huiyue, surrounded by the ultimate particles. This drop of blood quickly turned into an embryo, and the embryo began to grow. Huiyu's eyes widened.
What did you use my DNA for?
Fong Tang pointed his finger in the air and controlled the ultimate particle to modify the embryo. He only modified one parameter, and the embryo grew into a strong young man. Huiyu looked at the young man.
What the hell is this?
Fong Tang was very calm.
Strictly speaking, he is you and you are him. But the gender is different.
Known as a mind reader, the designer who can control people's hearts immediately understood the man's intentions, turned pale, and almost fainted. Fong Tang snapped his fingers. The boy from Fire Moon DNA threw himself on the table. Huiyu kept calling him pervert, lunatic, bastard, and other meaningless words. Her male copy only knew the instinct of reproduction, and roared like a beast under Fong Tang's control. Hearing another bang, the clone boy turned into blood mist and disappeared. Huiyu was shocked to find that his abdomen was bulging.
You are indeed an old woman. But you are also a woman after all. As an old maid, you should thank me now that I helped you complete the life a woman should have. Get married and have children.
Under the stimulation of the ultimate particle, cell division becomes extremely easy, and the embryo develops faster than imagined. Huiyu gave birth to a crying boy. Fong Tang also released her restraint at this time. Huiyu, who was holding the baby, was trembling and confused for a moment.
Why are you doing this? You can leave. I have modified the designer's natural punishment rules. You don't have to die to crack the level.
Fong Tang looked calm.
At the same time, I have also deprived you of your particles. Now you are an ordinary person.
Huiyu hugged the crying child and subconsciously touched his face, feeling that his whole face was burning. A mirror appeared in front of her. Huiyu saw a middle-aged woman who was fat, ugly, and covered with psoriasis. She screamed desperately. Fong Tang smiled in her ear.
Find a job first after you go out. Otherwise you won't even have money for milk powder. Oh, by the way, you don't have a beautiful face now. You don't even have a good figure anymore. You have psoriasis all over your body. Do you? Don't even think about that kind of business. It's not easy to make money outside. I wonder if you have any academic qualifications. Where are your savings?
This is life. It would be an extremely difficult L for an ordinary person with no education, no savings, no appearance, and no social connections to survive with a newborn child.
I can commit suicide.
He roared. Even the original beautiful voice was gone.
Then think about your son first. Kill him. Give him away. Or send him to an orphanage. It's up to you.
Fong Tang had already walked to the second floor.
Before the apocalypse comes, enjoy the life of an ordinary person. This is me. Punishment for you.
It seems that Huiyue is not the old friend Jizo mentioned. Fong Tang saw Mr. He, who had been dead for a long time, on the second floor. The shoulder blades on his back were pierced deeply into the wall, and his whole body was like a shriveled rat. This person is an acquaintance, but definitely not a friend. Fong Tang stepped onto the third floor. There are only 4 floors in the small building, and the third floor becomes particularly gorgeous, with crystal-like columns everywhere, emitting bright light. In the middle of the crystal cylinder is a giant glass instrument. A boy curled up in the foamy liquid, with lush hair sticking out of the instrument. The almost transparent hair gradually extended, and finally turned into those transparent crystals. Zhao Xiaodong. No. NL017. Gene Potential Activation Direction Auxiliary Line. Potential Activation Part Hair. Activation Ability Electromagnetic Multi-Frequency Oscillation Absorption. Fong Tang released the ultimate particle. Zhao Xiaodong trembled in the instrument and saw him when he opened his eyes. With a wow sound, Zhao Xiaodong cried loudly and regained his freedom. Struggling to crawl out, he was vomiting and crying, and asked,
Tang Zhu, are you here to save me?
Fong Tang glanced around.
Where is classmate Yang Yun?
Yang Yun is not outside, and her consciousness has not been scanned, so she can only be here. Zhao Xiaodong looked up blankly.
Who is Yang Yun?
Chapter 750, A Typical Time and Space. Who is Yang Yun? Zhao Xiaodong looked puzzled.
She is your classmate. She is also a superpower. She has a sister, Yan Hui, who is the manager of the big star Zheng Yang. Yang's superpower is fat heat energy. She had an accident in Maxim High School and was taken into the machine country. I have, after searching the entire machine country, the only possibility is that she is in this small building.
Zhao Xiaodong became more and more confused after hearing this.
There has never been anyone named Yang Yun in our class. Don't look at me like this. The longer my hair is, the clearer my head is. I will never remember it wrong.
Fong Tang pointed his finger on a crystal. The hair at the root of the crystal was connected to Zhao Xiaodong's head. It was not difficult to explore his memory. But there is indeed no memory of Yang Yun in his brain. There are only 2 possibilities. The first is that Zhao Xiaodong's memory has been modified. But the changes in the brain structure of classmate Zhao scanned by the Heaven Punishment System are very clear. This possibility does not exist. There is only the second possibility. Yang Yun did not enter Maxim High School, and she even no longer exists. Fong Tang waved his hand to Zhao Xiaodong, who was in a daze, closed his eyes, and entered the Heaven Punishment System. The ultimate particle connects his perception to the moon of punishment without any delay. As a result, he can sense almost all infinite players through the punishment system, including the information in these players' chips.
I need information. Information about Yang Yun.
He issued an order to the Heavenly Punishment System. So countless pieces of information were gathered together and analyzed instantly. The irrelevant information was thrown away, leaving only the information related to Yang Yun. And then the second and third information analysis and multiple screenings were carried out. As a false god, Fong Tang is not omniscient and omnipotent, but the way he obtains information has reached a god level. Soon, a series of information fragments compiled by the Heavenly Punishment System appeared in front of them.
The superhuman embryo numbered NL03. The first batch of embryos edited by my father was later carried away by Designer Zay. Under the control of Designer Zay, the embryo was first artificially cultivated and then sent to Hepping Street in the Magic City 15 years ago. A baby injected into the body of a woman surnamed Lu was born successfully in a high-end community. His father, Yang Ziming, is a businessman. His mother, Lu Huizhu, is an ordinary civil servant. The embryo was named Yang Yun.
Information flowed, and a piece of bold information appeared.
The embryo's superpowers awakened early. Yang Yun liked to set fires as a child. Her parents once hired a child psychologist for this, but the results were not good. 10 years ago, Yang Yun went out to play with her sister. stayed at Jinjiang's High Business Hotel, was infected with a super virus designed for his DNA on the 3rd floor of the hotel, and died that night. The body was cremated 2 days later at the Baoxing Funeral Home on Jianxi Road. And the cremator was Chen Dongnong.
Fong Tang sensed the mood of heavenly punishment.
Is there anything unusual in the entire message paragraph? The player with company number 2978 was playing an intermediate challenge game at Baoxing Funeral Home. The player's chip contained records of the scene. There was a level 4 abnormality in the records. Call. I want to see. Great Mr. God of Creation. Player number 2978 has long since died in the challenge game. After the chip was recycled, only key information was retained. Now the incomplete information at that time has been recompleted and displayed in the form of memory.
Baoxing Funeral Home. 10 years ago. On the LCD screen of the cremator. The furnace temperature, furnace negative pressure, and other data kept changing. Cremator Chen Dongyan observed the changes in the little girl's body through the rear window and adjusted the buttons. In the cremation furnace, with a temperature of nearly 1000 degrees Celsius, Yang Yun's small body was safe and sound. Only a dark red flame appeared on her abdomen, and the entire furnace began to alarm continuously. This was the first time Chen Dongyang encountered this situation, and he ran out to find a technician in panic. At this time, a girl dressed in black suddenly appeared. The temperature in the cremation room exceeded 40 degrees, but the girl in black was leisurely and contented. She stared at the body in the cremation furnace and snorted. A crystal light flashed behind her, and then an energy body with star feathers on its back appeared. It was a petite-looking girl with pointed ears and a fluffy and cute tail. A strange conversation took place between them.
Xingyu, why can't she be burned to death? Wanlin, you should have let the Genetic Alliance collect the superpower particles from her body before cremating her. She still has superpower particles with her. Humph. I can't wait. After taking back the Gene Alliance, there is a high chance that those old guys will resurrect her or create clones. I haven't fully grasped the Alliance yet, and I will never allow this to happen. Wanlin, if you keep patiently, we can get rid of those old guys right away and drive designer Yun Mingzi out of the Alliance. In this way, the entire organization will be yours.
The Xingyu girl took back the supernatural particles of the corpse, and Yang Yun disappeared in the cremator. Lu Wenwen let out a long breath and threw a piece of paper into the stove. The piece of paper quickly turned into ashes, but Fong Tang could already read the words on it clearly. It reads Human Genome Consortium document on NL03 embryo processing.
The NL03 embryo has determined to be unstable and destructive. Based on the protection of the Alliance, it has been decided to delete all files and conduct a thorough cleanup.
Crushing bones and raising ashes is nothing more than that. Lu Wenwen's revenge was too extreme. In her new life timeline, Yang Yun did not cause the death tragedy of her whole family. Fong Tang opened his eyes and sat in front of Xiao Xiaodong.
Tang Zhu! You? What's wrong with you? Let's get out of this damn place quickly. You must save me. Please!
Xiao Xiaodong cried. Fong Tang shook his head. He had more important things to think about.
I left the crystal with Wenwen's magnetic field soul behind, just as a beautiful wish. But she actually returned to the past time and space. In this case, she will fall into a time and space paradox, and nothing can be reasonably explained.
A massive amount of information and data displayed by the moon of punishment appeared before Fong Tang's eyes.
Well, are you describing time and space to me? Yes. Great God of Creation. This is the law of time and space that you personally designed. In this world, time and space are atypical.
Typical spacetime is linear. Even if the parameters of parallel spacetime are added, there will only be multiple parallel timelines. In a typical time and space, it is possible to interfere with the timeline and produce corresponding results. Although the entire time and space will become intermittent, it will not be destroyed due to time and space confusion. This is the patch laid by the God of Creation for his world. A patch that is the only one that might break. Even in the Star Pupil universe, Fong Tang could not reverse time and space.
There has been something like the gate of time and space in this world. This is something that even the God of Creation did not expect. He cannot change time and space at will, so he can only lay such a patch. All with the purpose of ensuring the stability of the universe. Even if people and things that change time will not disappear because of bug conflicts. Chong Beihai is really a genius. He immediately thought of the law of cause and effect weapon. The law of cause and effect ignores the flow of time and changes the events in the timeline to change a predetermined result. So it's not impossible to save the world and fight against the God of Creation.
Fong Tang suddenly jumped up and walked around the crystal room. The muscles on his face were twisted. His ferocious face frightened Xiao Xiaodong.
What are you doing? I want to go home. I miss my mother. I miss those classmates.
If I can get out alive, I swear I will study hard. Xia Yiming. Wang Xianqian. Where are you?
Xiao Xiaodong read the names of his classmates one by one. Crying like a girl, Fong Tang ignored him and held on to the inspiration he had just received.
First, I need the Gate of Time and Space.
The Gate of Time and Space will not be destroyed or disappear. It only exists in various timeline segments. So Jizo and Hoyue can use part of the power of the Gate of Time and Space. So where should I go to find the door to time and space? Fong Tang immediately thought of the golden boy and the beautiful girl. Their cutting board and the incomplete black door once sent him to the airship outside the space. Even if it is not complete, there are still clues to be found. But what about after finding the black door of time and space? Fong Tang tapped his head lightly with his fingers.
I still need to find the best time segment. The place and time of travel that is accurate to the minute and second.
How can we find the most suitable one among the endless time slices? The natural punishment system cannot be analyzed either. This is actually a quantum science question. At this time, Xiao Xiaodong was still shouting.
Yang Qianqian. Li Yao. Where are you? Didn't I pass the message to your dormitory?
After he finished speaking, he shouted. His voice suddenly stopped. And then he sat there with his head bowed, trembling all over. The surrounding crystals were terrifyingly bright, as if a huge stream of data was being guided into Mr. Zhao's brain along his hair. Fong Tang was reading a girl's name.
Yang Qianqian. By the way, Yang Qianqian.
Number in L02. Mysterious system. Activation ability. Quantum probability control. The last pieces have been put together. The Gate of Time and Space plus Yang Qianqian are the key to reversing all this. Fong Tang took a deep breath and walked towards Xiao Xiaodong.
Stop crying. I will take you now. Who are you?
Xiao Xiaodong, who was sitting cross-legged, raised his head, and his whole temperament changed fundamentally. With melancholy and cold eyes, he stood up slowly.
Oh, Fong Tang. Fong Tang. We finally meet. Sorry. Importing information from the far north is very time-consuming. It also took me a long time to complete this transmission. Chapter 751, Zhulong's Game. Xiao Xiaodong's body is still that of a childish and boring high school student. But the viciousness in his eyes is like a trapped animal. A trapped animal that has just escaped from its cage. He was still muttering.
You are the man who had children with artificial intelligence.
Seeing that Fong Tang was silent, he smiled self-deprecatingly.
In other words, they can't be considered as stupid artificial intelligence at all. Huh? I admit that among all the disciples in Kunlun, my talent is the worst. Maybe there is nothing at all. Talent. I only got that hypocritical title because I was their first student.
Fong Tang still didn't speak. He was looking for the demon moon in the sky, trying to re-establish the connection. From the time Xiao Xiaodong opened his eyes to now, there has been an obvious break between the moon of punishment and the ultimate particle. Just like the feeling of unstable Wi-Fi signal, Xiao Xiaodong was feeling the new body and grinned.
Huh? This feels really good. A young body. What did I say just now? By the way, about artificial intelligence. Humph. The AI in human minds is at most an advanced robot with human emotions. But the White Queen's kind is full of the temperament of a magician, has terrifying superpowers, and abandons the logic of conspiracy and conspiracy. What does that mean?
Fong Tang had lost the sense of the moon of punishment. He took back the ultimate particle and responded in a deep voice.
The god of artificial intelligence. The belief generated by infinitely challenging the player's brain activities becomes more and more powerful, and eventually becomes a machine of God.
Xiao Xiaodong chuckled.
That's right. Then, do you know who I am? The candle dragon in the far north is indeed an old friend.
Zhulong, who occupied Xiao Xiaodong's body, the master who once challenged the company infinitely, has now gathered his long hair, and the crystals all around merged together with a creaking sound, and finally turned into a delicate LCD screen. The LCD screen is still connected to the hair, and each hair strand is stretched out, just like the data cable connected to the monitor. Zhulong took another breath.
Number in L017. Classmate Zhao's gene activation ability is electromagnetic multi-frequency oscillation absorption. So he is a natural wireless router, and can also be regarded as a data receiver with super storage capacity.
Fong Tang nodded.
Being able to transmit data from the base in the far north across thousands of miles. Student Zhao's ability is indeed amazing.
Zhulong laughed.
It's not that exaggerated. Although the electromagnetic oscillation absorption ability can even absorb the particle energy of cosmic radiation when it reaches its ultimate form. That's just a theory. I can transmit the server information in the base, mainly relying on satellites. 14 satellites. The bright Beidou of Hongming Pantheon, and the dark Beidou of Lei Shadow. I divided all the backup information into 14 nodes for transmission. But if you don't open the particle barrier here, I still can't come in.
Fong Tang frowned.
How could Hongming and Lei hand over control of the satellite?
Xulong snapped his fingers.
The winner of the second massacre battle in the far north has been decided. Lei was defeated miserably, so I easily gained control of Dark Beidou. As for the Hongming Pantheon, I and their boss made a deal. What deal?
Fong Tang took a step forward. Xulong waved his hand.
Don't get excited. I know what you want to know most now is the identity of the new Advent Child.
Fong Tang closed his eyes in pain.
I almost already know.
Xulong smiled.
Yes, you should have guessed it. But I think you still have a glimmer of hope in your heart. I hope it's not true. You won't give up until you see it with your own eyes. Right.
He raised his hand and took off 2 strands of hair. And a line of text popped up on the crystal LCD display Iceborne dead. The words, "Start game," appeared under the text.
Come on. Play this game. You will know everything after you finish the game.
Xiao Shadong, who was wearing Xulong, felt gloomy when he smiled. Fong Tang took 2 strands of hair and saw a group of low-level particles moving on the top of the hair. Soon, a game controller made of particles appeared on the hair. Xulong sat down slowly.
Although I have been deprived of my identity as Jizo, I was once a game designer. This is the level I prepared for you. A real video game. Huh? Of course. If you hadn't modified the rules of Heavenly Punishment, I wouldn't have let you play.
Fong Tang modified the rules of Natural Punishment on the 2nd level. After the player passes the level, he, as a designer, will no longer die. Xulong did not hide his humbleness at all. And he did not have the spirit to sacrifice himself for unlimited challenges. Fong Tang sat down cross-legged, holding the controller, and entered the rough-looking game. The first is to choose the game character. There are 2 options. The first one is a teacher wearing a suit and glasses. His name is Zhong Yingji. The second one is a cold and lonely man wrapped in a cloak. His name is Crow. Fong Tang was very familiar with both characters, so he immediately chose Zhong Yingji. Xulong watched with relish and couldn't help but whistle.
It's very smart. Choosing Crow will enter the advanced difficulty by default, while choosing Zhong Yingji will enter the basic difficulty. Moreover, the character Zhong Yingji comes with her own beauty and pets. The loading screen of the game is like a standalone game from the beginning of the century. Both the picture quality and the precision of the model are not worth mentioning. It is roughly equivalent to the level of the first-generation Resident Evil series. Fong Tang controlled Zhong Yingji to a saline alkali land, followed by a pregnant woman and a heroic long-legged hunting dog. Conversations popped up above the woman's head from time to time, mostly pleading words. And occasionally the character's name Qin Yashin flashed across her head. And the dog loyally guarded the mistress, named North Star. The game character led the dog and the woman through the salt marsh, and in the middle of a wetland covered by shrubs. A crow wearing a black cloak jumped out. A series of dialogues appear, but no choices are made at all. The conversation between the 2 was also very simple. The general idea was to work together and go to the company headquarters in the far north. The cutscene of the game ended immediately, when Zhong Yingji and Wu Wu boarded an off-road vehicle with their dogs and women. A group of mysterious enemies appeared. Just by looking at the legendary logos above the heads of these enemies and their bottomless health bars, you can tell that they are all elite-level bosses. The fragile game protagonist and companions are unable to fight back. Fong Tang had no possibility of operation. He only saw a burst of fake light effects appearing on the crystal display. Qin Yashin in the game was holding her belly with both hands, and her whole body was enveloped in golden light. The screen started to freeze, and I could vaguely see small meteorites falling from the sky with flames and golden light, killing those terrible legendary players one by one. Fong Tang frowned. Xulong was a little embarrassed. What's the matter? It's a bit rough, but I did all the planning, art, music, and coding by myself. It's pretty good for an independent game to reach this level. The game cutscene is over. The screen goes black, and a new map starts to load. Xulong chuckled. Originally, I wanted to create 2 interesting levels here. For example, the neutral character Crow suddenly turned black and wanted to take action against Qin Yashin. With a buzzing sound,
Fong Tang clenched his fist, and the ultimate particle appeared in front of Zhulong's eyes, carrying terrifying and angry power. Zhulong raised his hands.
Don't worry. No matter in reality or in the game, it is impossible for the crow to hurt Qin Yashin, even if she doesn't even dare to think about it. You have to know that it is the heavenly punishment system that is protecting her.
The game screen finally appeared. It was freezing cold, and there was only white on the polar glaciers. Fong Tang stopped the action of the game character, touched the game controller made of particles with his fingers, glanced at it, and gently pressed the two combination buttons. With a swish sound, a box popped up on the game interface. Iceborne Red Dead Redemption Modifier version 1.0. Chapter 752, Zhulong's Game. Fong Tang found out all the cheating devices in the game. Zhulong was stunned.
How did you know?
Fong Tang had already turned on the cheat device, jumped directly to the base under the ice field. He smiled coldly.
As a result of your personality, you are naturally fond of opportunism, which can be seen from your experience of being driven out of Kunlun. No matter what you do in the base under the ice sheet, you are always thinking of taking shortcuts, including this time data transmission.
Zhulong was silent. Fong Tang shook his head and watched Zhong Yingji enter the base and reveal the cylindrical server underneath the base. A woman in black appears strangely and calls herself the Black Queen. Fong Tang looked at the introduction of the character card under the Black Queen.
She is actually the leader of the Cell Resistance Organization, codenamed Emperor Cell?
Zhulong shook his head.
The Black Queen is just a puppet under the control of my authority. It is the shadow I use to control the cell tissue. The cell tissue was designed and created by me.
Fong Tang suddenly thought of Principal Li from Maxim High School. As an undercover agent of the Cell Organization, Principal Li once delivered an important piece of information. That was the message from Zhong Yingji, which said that the Cell Organization was a scam, that the organization no longer existed, and that the only hope was the New Ghoul Alliance. The correspondence between the two pieces of information can prove that Zhulong is not talking nonsense. At this time in the game, the Black Queen is confessing the secrets of cell tissue to Zhong Yingji. Fong Tang skipped this lengthy conversation and asked Zhulong directly.
Why do you want to establish cell tissue? It was just a sudden flash of inspiration at the beginning. It doesn't take much resources to create such a small organization. It even only requires the Black Queen to run a little bit on the internet. And it quickly recruited a group of very good martyrs.
Zhulong smiled.
But then, when I was trapped in the server by the Black Queen and only conscious, the cell tissue became my life-saving straw.
Fong Tang continued to load the game. This puzzle and exploration-based game is already halfway through the plot. But what happens next is the most exciting. After a quick jump, the game plot suddenly took a strange turn. With the help of Zhong Yingji and Crow, the Black Queen trapped Zhulong in the virtual reality game he created. Then, the Black Queen took the initiative to hand over her authority control. But under the far north base, there are now two men. In order to compete for control of the Black Queen and to become the master of the base, Zhong Yingji and Crow started killing each other under the deep ice field. The Black Queen took Qin Yashin and Beixing to watch this scene in the safest room in the base.
Look, this is the scary thing about artificial intelligence. It uses the simplest way to achieve the most direct purpose.
Zhulong commented leisurely. In the end, Zhong Yingji died tragically in the hands of the Crow, and the seriously injured Crow was exiled to the cold ice field by the Black Queen. Fong Tang frowned.
Why didn't the Black Queen kill him directly? Did she have to make it so dramatic?
Zhulong sneered.
She is imitating her sister, the real White Queen. You see, she left certain information in Crow's mind. In this case, the two major guilds that rushed to the ice field, Homing Pantheon and Thunder Zay, will naturally start a war over the information in Crow's head. What message is that?
Zhulong stood up gently.
It is the information of the new generation of Advent children. After you were contaminated by the black insects, the White Queen used her genes to reseed and prepare a body for the god of creation.
That is the child in Qin Yashin's belly. Fong Tang looked at the Black Queen who treated Qin Yashin meticulously in the game.
That's not my daughter. She's just a SH.L.
Zhulong flicked his fingers, and the crystal screen shattered little by little. He walked up to Fong Tang and suddenly grabbed his collar.
Wake up! Once your daughter is born, the world will end. How many people do you know who sacrificed themselves just to prevent this from happening? Da Huang Company even releases synthetic hormones that prevent pregnancy. Luai's guild, as the last defender, was almost wiped out by the group.
Zhulong let go of his hand and cut off his hair dully, looking at the crystals scattered like sand. He sighed softly.
But there are always people like Dong Wang. perverts with antisocial personality. But they are extremely looking forward to the coming of the apocalypse. Then he will become a survivor after the catastrophe. And with the sacrifice of the Messiah, he will restart the entire earth and create the perfect human world in his mind. Do you know that the players outside are taking sides now? There are too few players who choose Lei Zai's camp. This is not only a decision of life and death, but also depends on the last bit of backbone in your heart.
Fong Tang shook his head.
So the Hongming Temple has been a believer of the White Queen from the beginning.
Zhulong chuckled.
The White Queen is bullshit. She is just an employee used by the god of creation to manage the earth. Dong Wentai. That guy is the pervert who wants to dedicate himself to the god of creation. Chu Jioga is definitely the best a fanatical believer. If everyone is a chess player. To Dong Wang, the White Queen is just a chess piece.
Fong Tang looked at his ferocious face.
What about you? Do you want to save the world? At least I'm trying.
Zhulong pointed to his head.
Do you know what the data I sent represents?
Fong Tang had already guessed.
It's the virtual reality game you designed. And your consciousness trapped in the game.
Zhulong looked around the small building.
Xidigarba reserved this independent space for me when he established the Machine Kingdom. He is indeed the strongest game designer. And he thoughtfully placed Mr. Zhao in here.
With another long sigh, he looked at Fong Tang again.
Your left eye. The star pupil eye. Have you forgotten its most basic ability? Ingest the souls of the dead and be reborn in a small universe. Fong Tang. Don't you understand? From the day it was born, Star Eyes has been Apocalypse's solution to the end of the world.
Even if the world dies, human souls can be put into the star pupil universe and reborn.
Are you the heir to the Apocalypse consciousness? Why are you so selfish and have closed the last arc of mankind just to satisfy yourself? Fong Tang. You have a choice. When the end of the world comes, send the dead souls to the star pupil universe.
Fong Tang touched his left eye and listened silently to Zhulong's impassioned words. The particles in Zhulong's hand suddenly turned into a revolver, and he put the gun on his forehead.
If you doubt my motives, then I will die in front of you now. I am willing to be the first victim. In Xingtong be an ordinary human being in the universe.
He seemed serious. The revolver contained particles that were about to get out of control and could definitely blast his consciousness to pieces along with Zhao Xiaodong's body. At this time, a deep voice suddenly sounded.
Master, do you think he has such a great mind?
From the fourth floor, a man in a white suit walked down gently. Elf-like balls of light danced around him. The tails of those elves were connected with strips of smart light, all connected to the man's body. He was wearing a ring on his hand, and the gems on the ring spit out transparent colloid little by little. The colloid contained countless bacteria owners, providing the man with a steady stream of high-level particles. This man's appearance was Fong Tang's nightmare, because it was exactly his original body. As soon as the White Queen appeared, it brought indescribable pressure. Zhulong's body trembled, and after a low smile, he screamed,
What I inherited is my father's wish. I have been building a real virtual world these years, just to bring all human beings together when necessary. The souls of the magnetic field are hidden in it. Yes, I am not as good as Tianqi, nor as good as Xidigarba, but I have to do the right thing. At least I will have the courage to try. And you? What are you doing?
The White Queen appeared in front of Fong Tang, and glanced at the tragic Zhulong with emotionless eyes.
Well said. Since you want to commit suicide and become benevolent, and use sacrifice as salvation, then why did you hide the cheat device in your body?
In the virtual code? Zhulong was shocked.
You? What did you say?
The White Queen shook her head.
You just want to live the addiction of the Creator God in a small universe. Bring your cheating device, modify your identity attributes at any time, and then let all human souls be your playthings. Zhulong, compared to Dong Wentai, you are the real pervert.
Zhulong put down his gun and laughed wildly.
So what? I believe that anyone on Earth will choose the hope of life. Even if they want to become my game characters, they will kneel down and beg me without hesitation.
The White Queen's eyes were filled with contempt, turning around and looking at Fong Tang tenderly.
Leave Xingtong to me. I can plead with the God of creation to leave some people you care about and build a real universe for you. Master, in fact, you do not have any imposed responsibilities. There is no need to do anything for others, since nothing can be changed. Why not be the god of a new world?
Fong Tang smiled faintly and looked at Zhulong, who was still looking forward to it.
You know very well that as long as the Star People universe is open, the god of creation can destroy it. From the beginning to the end, you have no intention of resisting. You just want to speculate, want to harvest the survivors when the apocalypse comes, and then pray that the god of creation will not find out.
The ultimate particle shone on his index finger. Fong Tang raised his hand and pierced his left eye. In the blood flow, the trembling eye flew out of the small building with a stream of light and disappeared under the earth in an instant.
I'm sorry. I'm more selfish than anyone else.
Chapter 753. Still a teenager after returning. The star pupil eye disappeared under the earth. And Zhulong looked at Fong Tang with a very strange look. With confusion, regret, suspicion, and some kind of jealousy.
Do you know what you gave up? That is the last Noah's Ark for all mankind.
Fong Tang shook his head.
You cannot represent all mankind.
Zhulong sneered.
Are you still clinging to the so-called free will? Please don't forget that survival is the first need of all species.
Fong Tang still shook his head.
The soul is trapped in a small virtual world and is controlled by a disgusting bastard like you. That's not survival. That's life worse than death.
Zhulong said indifferently.
Now you start to represent all mankind? Believe it or not, if I just launch an online vote, the vast majority of people will choose to enter the small universe.
Fong Tang ignored him.
I can't represent all mankind, but I can make a choice. If you don't accept it, go and recreate a small universe yourself.
Zhulong's face turned blue, and he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed.
I still have the Ghoul Alliance, and I still have the complete virtual game code in my mind. I can build this game before the apocalypse and promote it. Let's see then. Look, how many people will enter my game?
The White Queen silently stopped in front of him. Zhulong smiled ferociously.
Don't want to let me go? Come on. Just kill me.
At this moment, everyone is a little crazy and persistent. And life and death are the simplest choices.
Bye. Let him go.
Fong Tang sat down tiredly. He gradually lost contact with the moon of punishment, and the ultimate particle floated powerlessly. He felt very tired and was unwilling to use the power of particles to repair the wound. Zhulong was still laughing wildly. And when he turned around to leave, a charming voice came from the fourth floor.
Mr. Zhulong, can you take me with you?
Daji came down from upstairs. She was cautious. Her whole body was tense. And she didn't even dare to look at the White Queen. When the Machine Kingdom collapsed, and the message of the apocalypse spread throughout the Infinite Network, she knew that Chang Beihai was useless, and could no longer protect her. So she immediately abandoned her companions, and ran to the small building here with the unconscious Ayu. She knew that this small building was special. But she never expected to meet the most feared White Queen here. In this situation, Fong Tang never dared to count on it. So she could only pin her hope for survival on Zhulong. She used up her last energy to maintain her glory as a sister.
Great, Mr. Zhulong. I am willing to follow in your footsteps. If you want to build a virtual world that carries human consciousness,
you will definitely need a sister-level AI will be used for management. I don't want to boast. I may be the most suitable candidate.
Zhulong stopped, hummed, then raised his hand, and the particles with the cold air of the Arctic turned into a long sword, which penetrated through the back of Daji's head and out of his forehead. A tuning fork frequency controller popped out of Daji's forehead and fell into Zhulong's hands. This is an important component of the first generation of electronic watches, and all the core codes of Sister Number 1 Daji are recorded on this controller. For Zhulong, these codes are enough. He left laughing wildly. The beautiful Daji turned into a piece of human skin on the ground. Most of the artificial organs dissolved in an instant due to loss of power. The White Queen walked over slowly and shook her head.
If she wants to leave, I won't take action. Why would she seek death?
Fong Tang was unable to raise his head and said with all his last strength,
Let you go, and let her go too.
The ultimate particle lost control, rushed out of the small building, and returned to Demon Moon. Everything returned, and Fong Tang's synthetic body gradually lost its vitality. In a daze, he saw bright balls of light swimming with little tails. That's the poke ball on the White Queen. At this time, in the narrow space of the small building, the elf balls with their small tails scattered beautiful brilliance, and then rushed towards the dying Fong Tang and injected them into his body. It's like the most instinctive
reproduction process
of human beings. And every time a fairy ball is given to Fong Tang, a little bit of the White Queen's body will be missing. The ant ring also shattered, and the transparent colloid inside released countless fungi hosts, providing energy for this strange
conversion.
Fong Tang saw his
newborn
arms. In other words,
the returning
arm, because those are exactly the hands of one's own body. What is by doing? Suddenly his eyes lit up, and a white house appeared. Quiet house with a black door. Fong Tang subconsciously pushed the door open and entered. The snowflakes blown by the wind in Kunlun Mountain hit the roof. And in this closed room, all that can be felt is the quiet dust and loneliness. A girl in white turned her back to him, squatting in the corner, drawing something on the ground with her fingers. What? The girl stood up, turned around, and showed a bright smile. Fong Tang, you are here. Where is this? Dawn, this is my memory. What did you just do? I gave my body back to you. Why? The girl in white sighed softly. Because I have completed the instructions set by the Creator God. Now, I can finally do something I like and want to do. I do not understand. The girl slowly approached and hugged him tightly. Have you deleted all the beautiful memories between us? Fong Tang thought for a long time. I'm sorry. I seem to have replaced all those beautiful memories with the energy of the fungus owner. It doesn't matter. Her body was limp, but she wasn't breathing. I still retain many memories. At this moment, those beautiful memories resurfaced. From the first challenging game, even though it was thrilling, desperate, and frightening, there was always a hint of joy in being dependent on each other. Whether it is physical pain or mental torture, there is still the joy of going through hardships together. The girl in white's voice became intermittent, and her body began to fade. Fong Tang was like holding a soap bubble, which shattered with a snap. What? He jumped up and shouted loudly, only to realize that he was still in the small building of the Machine Kingdom. The remaining crystals reflected his face. It's the original body, even younger than before. But all the abilities have disappeared. Whether it is the Tai secret gold body, the elemental elves, or the 24 pairs of gene chains in the body. The Tao Tai core spirit. A piece of green jelly bounced next to him a few times and immediately turned into dry powder. In the powder, the 6-element magic spear, the 5-element pen, and the sword of white dew also lost their former brilliance. As a gust of wind blew, they became sand filling the eyes. But the body feels completely different. It's white. Not only did she give back her body, but she also handed over her personality. Bai is no longer a split personality in the brain. Nor is he an AI directing everything in his ears, but is completely integrated with Fong Tang's soul. Logic, analysis, calculation, hyperthreading processing. Fong Tang rubbed his face with his hands. He was now a complete human being and a true artificial intelligence. At this time, on the floor, the remaining tissues of Daji and Tang Zhu were decomposing and merging. And then a girl in white appeared in front of her. This is the real White Queen and the original White Queen. There was no emotion in her eyes. No sense of personality. She was just a machine that had just been born. Fong Tang stumbled and took a step back. And the girl who was as cold as a machine took a step forward. It's like a personal guard or a pet chasing you. She finally spoke. The personality that emerged from me, the female consciousness that claims to be white, is a heavy burden for me and can be classified as a supervirus that interferes with me. She paused for a moment and then said, after completing the instructions given by the Creator God, she made her own choice, sacrificing herself and reactivating your soul. Now, can I follow you and wait for the final apocalypse together? Why are you following me? Because I have completed the order. Before there is a new order, I can only stand by or hibernate, but I want to be an observer. I will not interfere with any of your actions, nor will I do any unnecessary actions on this planet. According to my calculations, after the apocalypse, I will be destroyed by the God of Creation, and the God of Creation will recreate an AI to manage the new generation of life. Fong Tang had already calculated more than 60,000 possibilities in his mind in advance, and the results after instant algorithm analysis showed that what the girl machine said was true. He walked towards the window, and the girl's machine was just floating in front of him, with no intention of disturbing him. Outside the window, on the chaotic land of the Machine Kingdom, Ashiang was holding Ayu, who had returned to normal, and left quickly. The two girls supported each other and looked back from time to time. Ashiang seemed to want to come back, but Ayu pulled her back. They hugged each other. Ashiang was crying. After crying, she wiped away her tears and helped Ayu to move on. Their shadows lengthened, and the white snow transformed by the mayflies left a deep footprint. An electronic map covering the entire city immediately appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes. As his thoughts turned, the route Ashiang and Ayu walked appeared on the map. He immediately discovered that the 14 nearby blocks were under traffic control, and at least 2,000 special personnel were patrolling around the machine country. With another thought, he cracked the contact channels of more than 2,000
special personnel in an instant, and then simulated an order from the command, ordering them to open the intersection leading to Degenerate Street. At the same time, the photos of Axiang and Ayu were also uploaded to the mobile phones of special personnel, and the instructions were modified to allow them to pass safely. It's been a long time since I've had this familiar feeling of my brain giving instructions and AI ability controlling my actions. But no longer a person and a machine. Fong Tang couldn't feel Bai's existence, and felt that she was everywhere. He leaned over to pick up the watch that Pandora had transformed into, turned around and walked out of the small building. The White Queen in her original form, the cold machine girl, was beside him, like a real observer. Above the sky, there is a bright moon and silver frost. The silvery frost-like glow could not cover up the coldness of the demon planet. However, Demon Moon seems to have changed. It's no longer a complete circle. Its edges have shrunk a lot.
The Demon Moon is getting smaller?
He looked at the girl machine.
Yes, because the apocalypse is coming. The heavenly punishment system has also completed its mission. And with the disappearance of the Demon Moon,
all abilities to challenge players infinitely will also gradually disappear.
Girl machine finally added.
This requires a process.
Fong Tang walked forward slowly under the cold moonlight.
Where is my wife? I'm sorry. I didn't find your legal wife. Qin Yashin.
The girl's machine showed no fluctuations.
Qin Yashin has given birth to a baby girl. Now, she should be taken to the Jing'an Ancient Temple in the Demon City by the Hongming Temple. When the Demon Moon completely disappears, the God of Creation will come.
Jing'an Temple? Fong Tang vaguely thought of something. That vague memory was quickly
locked and then extracted
from the depths of the brain and played in front of my eyes like a movie. It's the message on the note from Golden Boy. On a full moon night, we met at Jing'an Temple. We never thank each other for our great kindness, but we would have a good time over wine. The Golden Boy left a message. But why Jing'an Temple? The robot girl explained.
Jing'an Temple is the birthplace of Dongwang Chujioga, and it is also the headquarters of the Hongming Pantheon.
It turns out that as the last believers in White Jade Capital, the two legendary players Golden Boy and Jade Girl must know some inside information. The so-called appointment at Jing'an Temple on the night of the full moon is actually a decisive battle between the factions. Players from the Lei Zhe camp will attack there at all costs and kill the descending body, the daughter of Fong Tang and Qin Yashin. As for the people in the Hongming Pantheon, they will defend to the death until the apocalypse comes.
How is the Shanghai Guild?
Fong Tang asked again. The robot girl responded without emotion.
It has been split. Different departments, different players, have chosen different camps. The players who chose the Dongwang camp have gathered at Jing'an Temple, while the players who chose the Lei Zhe camp are working hard to gather and prepare for the final battle to win the Advent Children.
The robot girl raised her head.
This is a real
Holy Grail war
about fate.
However, the war is still in the calm stage before it breaks out. Fong Tang had arrived at the edge of the Machine Kingdom, and the scene of Jing'an Temple at this time appeared in front of him. This picture may be from a drone, which is very clear and displayed in real time. He saw various players gathered in the temple area, but the whole area was eerily quiet. Fong Tang frowned.
Now that they have gathered, what are they waiting for? Based on the rules that everyone knows, with the disappearance of the Moon of Punishment, this final rule is that all supernatural powers will disappear.
The girl machine put her hands on the corners of her mouth and made a smiling expression.
If everyone has the chip and the ability of the Tianpu Mall, neither the Dongwang camp nor the Lei Zhe camp is absolutely sure of winning. So wait until the last moment. Everyone's superpowers have almost disappeared before fighting again. Instead, they think their side will have the upper hand.
The real-time picture in front of you zoomed out, and the entire temple was displayed in front of you. For streets centered on Jing'an Temple have been completely blocked. It starts from Yuyuan Road in the north, Jingxi Road in the south, Huashan Road in the east, and Jing'an Temple Pedestrian Street in the west. The two major camps of Infinite Challenge have determined the final battlefield of this
Holy Grail War.
A place surrounded by 4 streets. Jing'an Ancient Temple. Chapter 754 Operation Codename 1968. Fong Tang walked out of the machine country. Above, at least 300 drones immediately locked onto him. Not only that, dozens of military satellites have
made
adjustments in their orbits. It is expected that in 15 minutes, he will be tracked and monitored without restriction wherever he goes. The Devil's Moon in the sky, the huge spherical meteorite representing the heavenly punishment system, is still orbiting between the Earth and the Moon. But it seems that the real world is very peaceful. There are no water or power outages. 5G signals are everywhere. And there is no chaos in the city. People are still going to and from work, working hard for life, and reveling in money.
Even the bustling nightlife of the Magic City was not interrupted. Except for the land on the bank of Huiyun River. This is the former Forest Sanatorium in the Magic City. A forbidden place on Tianhe South Street. More than 2,000 special personnel have blocked all 14 nearby street intersections. Snipers equipped with large-caliber anti-material sniper rifles occupy 28 commanding heights nearby, forming a perfect fire coverage network. At this moment, many special locations, such as Zhongzhou Building, Fong Tang's rental house, the outskirts of Dahuang Company, Fallen Street, and the former Shanghai Guild's headquarters building were also effectively controlled. Fong Tang discovered that the commanding members of this operation were not entirely Chinese. He identified at least more than 30 different special departments, from the CIA in the United States to MI6 in the United Kingdom, including the Russian Security Service, the German Federal Security Service, and the Israeli Mossad. The commander-in-chief has only one codename: Savior. In fact, this is a command headquarters composed of representatives of the 5 permanent countries. As for the deputy commander, he is Tang Yujing, who belongs to the 4th organization. Judging from the intelligence cracked by the headquarters, Tang Yujing's 4th agency did not have the right to speak, but was regarded as Plan B, a backup plan. But it has to be said that this is a joint operation that abandons politics and ideology. The process of allowing so many special personnel to appear on the territory of Shanghai is definitely complicated and difficult. However, the army was not dispatched, presumably because the target was only Fong Tang, which was more conducive to the Secret Service's ability to exert its capabilities. It's just that Fong Tang still doesn't understand. Can't people see the demon moon that appears in the sky? Search for information about Devil's Moon. A video with over 10 billion views popped up. On the screen was the latest interview from David, the president of Manga C. This is an unprecedented attempt. A demonstration of the development of the film industrial revolution at its peak. Complex data connection points pop up from time to time on the body of the man C president synthesized by light and shadow. Of course, only Fong Tang can discover that the guy being interviewed is actually a virtual person. He was talking eloquently. As for the Marvel Hero IP with female characters, we actually considered having a completely different and very cool shooting method before establishing the project, such as this cooperation with NASA and the Chinese Space Administration. The host made an exclamation expression. Yes! No one can think of OH. My god! Setting up a shooting base in the sky to shoot the highlight of the scene purely in real scenes. I am really curious. Dear David, you are like this. Do you have money? David smiled reservedly. Actually, dear Wallace, I have to correct it. It is not in the sky but in space. Of course, the entire shooting location is closer to the Earth's orbit, so we can see such beauty as second moon. The host rubbed his nose. Okay. Actually, before this, I have talked with Dr. Mike from the Air Propulsion Laboratory and a mysterious figure at the Kennedy Center. We believe that the demon moon built in space. This is the nickname given to it by netizens. I think it is very appropriate. Well, all in all, we believe that such a space shooting plan that costs hundreds of billions of dollars is not just for the beauty. Right. David smiled again. Of course. Wallace, you don't think we are crazy, do you? All the assets of the entire Disney Group are not enough to do such a crazy thing. Well, in fact, most of the funds budget from Congress, support from China and Russia. After we finish shooting, the second moon, the Devil's Moon, will become a super space station jointly cooperated by the United States, Russia and China. It's time for us to set your sights beyond the Earth. The host began to applaud, and the audience below cheered. Comments from netizens from all over the world popped up in the live broadcast. Among the huge amounts of data, there were at least 320,000 doubtful discussions. This is a complete lie. Listen, brothers, I have a cousin who takes photos of space meteorites. He shared a lot of incredible photos with me. Do you know the asteroid belt over there on Mars? This message has long since been deleted. And the fat man in Florida who sent the message was also invited to Mexico for vacation not long ago. Information like this is heavily monitored. And among the billions of viewers around the world, there are only a few 100,000 doubters. It has to be said that the truth about Demon Moon has been completely controlled. At the end of the interview, the shocking movie trailer appeared again. In the death realm of the universe, on planet Volvo, Black Widow, who voluntarily sacrificed herself to obtain the Soul Stone, fell off a cliff.
and her soul entered a parallel universe in which all superheroes became women. A false light and shadow synthesis of Devil's Moon appeared in the picture. It was a spherical shooting location, and movie actors even appeared in it. However, the starring role changed from Daji to Zheng Yang. 2 blocks away, in a converted luxury car, Zheng Yang took a deep breath with a pale face. Old Huang, with shiny fur, lay on the ground and dozed off. Several big guys from the Savior Command were in the car. Members of the First Plan team are making final arrangements. As a capable female agent wearing a biochemical mask walked in, everyone else in the car also put on masks. The female agent carefully took out a syringe from the closed and cold box, gestured to Zheng Yang, and then inserted it into her blood vessel. Ms. Zheng, relax. This special vaccine can ensure that you are fine. The female agent exhaled and took out a box of cigarettes from a metal box. Ordinary ladies' cigarettes. The female agent opened the cigarette case and pointed to the 3rd cigarette in the first row. Remember? This one. You must remember it. You may only have one chance. Zheng Yang nodded numbly. The female agent's forehead was covered with sweat, and she handed the cigarette case to Zheng Yang. Miss Zheng, the operation will start in 3 minutes. You can get out of the car and prepare for it. Remember, you are an actor. A very good actor. Now, it's time to show off your acting skills. Zheng Yang stumbled out of the car. The bosses of the Savior Command in the car took off their masks and looked at the female agent from the CIA together. The female agent shrugged. That cigarette contains 27 of the most powerful toxins currently known to the human body. Even if the target holds his breath, it can enter through the pores of the skin, or even the eyes and hair. The plan is perfect. She got off. Members of the Second Plan team enter. The agent from Russia put a pair of exquisite leashes on Lao Huang's body. He made a gesture. Precise high explosive, forming a high-yield explosion in a narrow area. This pet leash is filled with special explosives. And the dog leash is an antenna. We also added armor-piercing nails, incendiary bombs, chemical radioactive material. Gentlemen, no one can stop it. Not even the Hulk. His jokes weren't funny. But these 2 options are already the best options at present. There is still 1 minute left before the action time. I still object. Among the 5 commanders, Mr. Wang, who represents China, shook his head. Gentlemen, I am not questioning the effectiveness of these 2 plans, nor am I doubting the capabilities of the 2 major intelligence agencies. But I think Fong Tang is not our enemy. The other representatives all looked dissatisfied. So, you support what those guys from the 4th agency said? Mr. Wang nodded. I think the peace plan of the 4th agency is more controllable and has more room for success. Because once your 2 killing plans fail, we will not even have a chance to talk to Fong Tang. The bald eagle, representing the United States, clenched his fists. My dear Chinese friends, before September 11th, our thoughts were the same as yours. But facts have proven that we must not negotiate with terrorists. He is not a terrorist. Tang Yijing opened the car door and said coldly. Representatives from the 4 countries sneered together. If those who carry out extermination operations against human beings are not terrorists, then who else can? They immediately voted for votes to 1. And the plan continued. The camera in the car kept flashing, transmitting the details of the current operation to a special room in the Zhongzhou building not far away. Zheng Yang held Lao Huang's hand and held a leather bag in her hand. Inside the leather bag were things that Fong Tang had left with her, including a Qing Sang Sutra, gold, ginseng, and other items. She had passed through the 2nd block and arrived at Tianhe Road South Street. She continued to move forward, only less than 10 meters away from Fong Tang. Zheng Yang looked at the man in front of her and rubbed her eyes vigorously. You are not Tang. You are that CO Bai? What? What is going on? Fong Tang stepped forward, and the distance between the 2 was less than 2 meters. He said softly, Things are complicated, but I am Tang Zhu. Zheng Yang seemed unable to accept this chaotic situation, and took out the cigarette case tremblingly. She opened the cigarette case. Her fingers trembled, and she raised her head suddenly, put down the bag, and opened it. Among these things, there is something that is not Tang's. I put it in on purpose. Please find it. Fong Tang took out the hardcover book. What would happen if the world was disconnected? From his bag, Zheng Yang let out a long breath. Her feet softened, and she almost sat on the ground. She barely managed to stand still, and 1 foot had already stepped into a puddle on the roadside. The corners of Fong Tang's mouth curled up. Zheng Yang seemed to be extremely conflicted,
but finally made up her mind. She opened the cigarette case, pointed at the third cigarette in the first row and said hastily,
"They put poison on it, vaccinated me, and let me smoke in front of you. And then poison you to death."
Leaning over, she bit off the big yellow dog's leash with her teeth. Her lips started to bleed because of too much force.
"Old Juan has a bomb on his back. But it doesn't matter. I bit off the signal line."
Her eyes were full of affection.
"I will never harm you. They will never understand. In fact, I have fallen in love with you a long time ago."
Gunfire rang out. The bullet hit Zheng Yang's back and penetrated her lungs. She was like shattered porcelain, tumbling forward under the impact of the bullet. Fong Tang reached out and hugged her. She lost a lot of blood in an instant, and her lips turned horribly white. She grabbed Fong Tang's arm with both hands and prayed for the last time.
"Can you kiss me? I'm going to die."
No one can refuse this deep love. Fong Tang leaned over, but there was no kiss. He just gently peeled off a transparent film from the woman's lips. The film shone with a strange blue light in the air. As he flicked it away, the film erupted into violent electromagnetic radiation in the air. Its energy was so great that it shook all the shop windows and street lights on the 2 streets. Broken. 2 lies. 1 killer move. Fong Tang put down the dead woman and glanced at her slim legs covered in mud. The trained big yellow dog sat there blankly, not understanding what was happening. Only the robot girl who had been following Fong Tang observed this scene of human intrigue, recording it emotionlessly in her cold eyes. Fong Tang walked towards the street and smiled faintly.
"You have guessed my ability. The ability of artificial intelligence. So you know very well that I can easily decipher all the details of your actions. And you actually kept them in the car. The camera is too obvious."
He continued to walk forward.
"Cigarette toxins and dog bombs are all cover-ups. What you planned is actually a psychological attack, trying to take advantage of my psychological weakness. Faced with such self-sacrifice, Zheng Ying, according to your inference, I must have been unable to resist giving her that kiss. Otherwise, the electromagnetic film bomb would directly enter my mouth and explode in my head."
The 2 planning teams and 5 commanders in the RV, including Tang Yujing from the 4th Agency. What they said and what they did was a carefully designed performance. Even the quarrels between them and the so-called peace plan are all pre-rehearsed lines. Except for Tang Yujing and Zheng Yang. No one else knew the real assassination plan. All this was to deceive Fong Tang. In the view of Tang Yujing, the mastermind behind the scenes, success can only be achieved if it is authentic enough. So the bullet fired at Zheng Yang is also real. The 28 snipers and 56 sniper observers were all holding their breath at this moment. More than 2,000 special personnel began to gather towards South Street. But a buzzing sound suddenly sounded. The sound is getting louder and louder, with huge electronic interference. What is that? Dense locusts appeared in the sky. If you look closely, you will see that they are not locusts, but countless drones. Military, civilian, Eagle, giant drones carrying machine guns, civilian shooting drones with high-precision cameras, and even battery-powered simulation toys. At this time, 28 combat drones appeared above the snipers, aiming their bottom guns, forcing them to put down their guns. Fong Tang blinked, and his brain instantly controlled 2,782 drones. Moreover, more drones are still gathering. When the sky was covered by more than 13,000 drones, the entire savior operation seemed to have completely failed. More than 2,000 special personnel have all been targeted. As long as Fong Tang is a thought, they will all be shot in the head in an instant. There was no chance to even draw a gun and fight back. With this swarm of drones covered by dark clouds, Fong Tang walked to the RV. The car door opened and Tang Yujing got out. Her expression was strange. A little regretful, a little scared but not frustrated at all.
"Fong Tang, I have been studying you for a long time. This plan has exhausted all my abilities from setting to execution. I am really curious. How did you find out?"
Fong Tang looked at her.
"It's the fake Zheng Yang."
Tang Yujing frowned.
"We carefully selected her. She looks exactly like Zheng Yang, coupled with microplastic surgery and hard training. I don't believe that in such a dim environment. You discovered it in such a short time. Flaw. It can be said that there are no flaws. The scene and plot you set are almost perfect. It's a pity."
Fong Tang smiled faintly.
"The real Zheng Yang cannot touch the water with her legs. Otherwise she will turn into a mermaid due to her superpower. I think, you guys, they must have tried their best. But they couldn't find the real Zheng Yang, because she had already entered the Jing'an Temple."
Tang Yujing suddenly realized. lowered his head, and stamped his feet in annoyance.
We once monitored that a member of the Genetic Alliance mutated into a mermaid. It's true that we didn't follow this clue at first, and later lost the relevant traces of Zhen Yang. We were just one move away. It's just one move away.
The moment she lowered her head, the light red scar on her neck became even more shocking. Fong Tang asked,
Are you a modified human or a clone?
Tang Yujing seemed to have regained his composure and said with a smile,
No, I am a normal person. When I was 4 years old, I contracted motor neuron disease, also known as ALS. Before I was 6 years old, all my muscles lost their response. In order to save me, my parents participated in the Infinite Challenge, but they died in the new level. Later, I was found by the Fourth Agency and put into a strange coffin. And that's what happened.
Fong Tang nodded.
The scars on your neck are caused by the sequelae of the gene therapy device.
Tang Yujing touched his neck.
Yes. Now I have to inject 6 different hormones every day. The doctor said I won't live to be 35.
Fong Tang was silent for a moment and then asked,
Do you know whose genes you have fused with?
Tangible, it is the technology closest to the level of unlimited companies.
Fong Tang sighed with emotion.
Yes. Your genes come from Bai Yujing, Tang Qingcheng, who was once one of the strongest players in Infinite Challenge. You should feel honored.
Tang Yujing lowered his head and smiled, laughing loudly.
It's an honor? Do you know how many people in this world have been killed by that Infinite Challenge? And how many families have been torn apart?
Fong Tang shook his head.
As far as the current situation is concerned, those are not important anymore.
The swarm of drones in the sky blocked the moonlight and stars, and it was terrifyingly dark on all sides. Only the light from the RV engulfed the two people facing each other in strange light and shadow. Tang Yujing wanted to say something more,
but was interrupted by Fong Tang.
Where's your plan B?
The woman concealed her momentary panic and asked calmly,
Do you think it is still possible to carry out plan B?
No. She must have a backup plan. Another one. Fong Tang sensed something and looked up at the sky. The drone swarm seemed to be frozen in midair. But some kind of attack was about to be carried out. No. It's impossible for this city to have more than 10,000 drones. Oh. It turns out that this is Plan B. Tang Yujing calculated that I would control an amazing number of nearby drones immediately. So she installed self-destructive weapons in the drones in advance. This is the most terrifying plan. Sacrificing 14 nearby blocks, 2,000 special personnel, and tens of thousands of civilians, including herself. At the last moment, the robotic girl suspended behind Fong Tang raised her hand. On the drone in the sky, electromagnetic bombs placed in advance began to fall. Like gray hailstones, they fell all over the ground, then gathered together and rushed high into the sky, even avoiding the drone swarm, and exploded on the scale of space orbits. Tang Yujing's body softened, and she leaned against the car door. For the first time, she showed panic and fear.
This is impossible. The insider at Jing'an Temple said that as the Devil's Moon shrinks, your abilities will also shrink. It has been greatly restricted, and you are now just a half-human, half-AI monster. Where does this ability come from?
Fong Tang turned his head and looked at the expressionless machine girl. Did she intervene? It goes against her identity as an observer. Although even if the drone explodes, it does not necessarily mean a complete defeat. But it will cause irreparable damage to Fong Tang after all.
What are you looking at? Is there someone behind you? Is it an invisible monster?
Tang Yujing suddenly jumped up. Well, they can't see Robot Girl. Only Fong Tang can see it. At this time, the Robot Girl shook her head slightly. Fong Tang fell silent. Tang Yujing held her long hair in both hands and breathed heavily.
Okay, I admit, we lost.
Several commanders in the car had jumped out and quickly drew their weapons. They have been pampered for so long that their movements have become deformed. A drone above was activated directly, killing 4 people in an instant. Fong Tang walked towards Tang Yujing, who was covered in blood, and grabbed her collar.
You just said that Jing'an Temple has your insider. Who is it? Who is your undercover?
Tang Yujing's long hair was dripping with blood, and she struggled.
I won't tell you. Just kill me.
Fong Tang let go of his hand and began to calculate.
Based on the information obtained so far, it can be determined after analysis that the undercover agent of Jing'an Temple must meet 4 conditions.
An efficient mathematical model appeared in front of Fong Tang, and he began to substitute the known data and perform the simplest and crudest elimination method.
The number 1 undercover agent must be an Infinite Challenge player carrying a chip, because the information about Apocalypse is directly sent to the chip memory through the Tianpu Mall. The second condition is that the undercover agent knows me very well and knows about the existence of Zheng Ying and Lao Huamgo. The third condition is that the identity of the undercover agent does not allow for more detailed information. He should be a mid-level Infinite Challenge player. The third article can exclude Skylark and others. The model instantly eliminated most of the characters, leaving only 7 people. The most critical is the fourth condition, which is also a variable condition. That is, the undercover agent can gain the trust of humans immediately. Fong Tang locked the identity of the undercover agent. There was such a person. He was a subordinate that Fong Tang took in very early, and later joined the Shanghai Guild. And he was also a highly regarded player. The best thing is that this person's identity in real society is both a police consultant and a former American agent. Only he, who has both motivation and ability, will gain the trust of leaders of major countries in the first place. He looked at Tang Yujing. Alice, her Chinese name is Xiao Lizi. He is your undercover agent. Tang Yujing closed her eyes. Even though she knew the abilities this man had, she still couldn't believe that the other party actually named the undercover agent in less than a second. The woman was already a little desperate. At this moment, the highest order of the Savior Council came through her intercom. At 5:28 and 46 seconds a.m. Pacific Time, Operation 1968 will be officially implemented. May God bless us! The instruction ends. In 1969, in order to ensure communications in the event of a nuclear war, the U.S. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA, funded the establishment of the world's first packet switching experimental network, ARPANET, connecting 4 universities in the United States. The completion of ARPANET marked the beginning of the era of computer networking. In theory, 1968 can be regarded as the year when the world went without the internet. Therefore, the significance of Operation 1968 is very clear. Starting from South Street where Fong Tang was standing, then the entire district, a city. The whole city is disconnected from the internet, completely erasing all signals. Drones in the sky began to fall. For a moment, Tang Yujing even suspected that the end of the apocalypse had come early, because the city is dead silent. The traffic lights are in chaos, and the black drones are falling like meteorites. Then less than a second later, the drone levitated again. Fong Tang covered his head, shaking in pain. His brain was going to explode. F.A. What happened? Tang Yujing shouted, but subconsciously reached out and took out the dagger in his boots. She thrust forward, and as soon as the blade touched the man's tattered clothes, a bullet from the drone hit the handle of the knife. This is impossible! Tang Yujing touched the intercom and looked at the command vehicle splattered with blood. All signals were cut off. Operation 1968 should have been successful. The man opposite seemed to be at a loss as well, but he did regain control of the network. Otherwise, those drones would not be so coordinated, as if they were commanded at will by this man's fingers. Now Fong Tang. The Tang Yujing he saw in front of him was no longer a beautiful woman, but a humanoid light energy body emitting magnetic field energy. Tang Yujing's weak human body radiation brought a line running at the speed of light to a sniper 20 meters away. Then another signal line appeared from the sniper, connecting everyone nearby at the speed of light. The scene in front of Fong Tang was extremely dazzling and beautiful, just like brilliant fireworks, radiating outward with countless rays of light. Everyone has become a base station for transmitting signals? The city has 30 million people and 30 million mobile base stations. Everyone is a signal transmitter, and everyone is a server. A glorious scene of people interconnected unfolded before Fong Tang's eyes. These humanoid base stations and servers are all under the control of him, the administrator. The thoughts in his mind radiated outward along these 30 million base stations, impressively covering the entire world. The actual global population, minus the number of deaths, is 779,191,2412 at this moment. The current number of people connected to the brain is 779,191,2200. 212 people are not connected to the network. The data is updated. Within 2 seconds, 8 people were born and 8 people died. 3 people. Data updated. Fong Tang turned off the data update. Even he didn't understand. How is this done? The robot girl floating behind said softly. This is Bai's gift to you. The complimentary plan that started when she established Shanghai TV Station. Shanghai TV Station relied on its crazy free plan to become the largest self-media in Shanghai in a short period of time. A long time ago, when Fong Tang was still in the Machine Kingdom, Shanghai TV had covered the entire Magic City with a population of 30 million. Through mobile phones, TVs, smart speakers, learning machines, tablets and other methods, humans are being subtly transformed.
the energy radiated by the human body is almost negligible. But for signals composed of microparticles, it is definitely an energy that is so powerful that it is impossible to estimate. The method by used was not complicated. But at that time only she, and only she, could complete this nearly impossible plan with the power of the Shanghai Guild at its peak. This complementary plan makes extensive use of Zhulong's virtual online game technology, a science fiction-like advanced technology that uses human body radiation energy to connect to the human brain. But the 30 million people in Shanghai can do this. But how do other people in the world get
connected to the internet?
The robot girl explained.
Based on a very simple mathematical conjecture. That is the 6 degrees of separation theory.
The 6 degrees of separation theory is also known as the small world theory. This theory points out that there will be no more than 6 people between you and any stranger. That is to say, you can get to know any stranger through up to 6 intermediaries. In the 1960s, Milgram, a social psychologist at Harvard University, designed a chain letter experiment. He randomly sent a set of chain letters to 160 people living in Omaha. The name of a Boston stockbroker was included in the letter. The letter asked each recipient to send the letter to the stockbroker he thought was closer. Friend of man. The friend will do the same after receiving the letter. Eventually, most letters reach the stockbroker after 5 or 6 steps.
The 30 million people in Magic City are the number 0 networkers. Based on the theory of 6 degrees of separation, they can connect the rest of the world to the internet through various normal contacts in a very short time. But there are still 212 people who are not connected to the internet.
Fong Tang asked.
Yes. Some of the 212 people are space station astronauts. Some are isolated jungle people. And some are castaways trapped on the ocean.
Fong Tang blinked. As a result, hundreds of messages were sent through humanoid base stations around the world. Among these messages, there are rescue instructions for the people in the isolated island jungle, the specific locations of the victims in the ocean, and an order for all astronauts from the space station to return.
In as little as 48 hours, the global population will have their brains connected to the internet.
As an administrator, Fong Tang can now even extract the memories in everyone's brains, including their unique secrets, life experiences, techniques and abilities they have mastered. But he cannot share a personality. He is also unable to interact in both directions, control the will of these people, or issue instructions to them. If all the above can be done, theoretically everyone will be immortalized in his brain. But he is not the god of creation and cannot do this most critical step. Fong Tang blinked again. In a basement somewhere, Zhulong, who was working hard to digitize the
virtual online game world,
let out an earth-shattering scream.
No! You can't do this! You can't do this! Fong Tang! You bastard! You bitch, damn it! I want to! I want to kill you!
Zhulong's data was completely cleaned. At the same time, Fong Tang asked the confused Tang Yujing,
contact the heads of state and have a meeting with me.
Tang Yujing smiled bitterly.
Who do you think I am? I am just the rotating chairman of the 4th organization. In the entire Savior Committee, my position is only ranked 37th. There are 36 people above me who make the decision. How do you ask me to contact various countries? Summit?
Fong Tang blinked, and then said,
Now! You are the chairman of the committee.
Ah? At this time, in the Zhongzhou building, the temporary headquarters of the Savior Committee, 36 officials lay on their backs. And there was no sound anymore. Tang Yujing was still struggling in the distant block. An adjutant came running desperately from the street entrance, still crying,
Chairman Tang. He is dead. They are all dead. You are the supreme commander now.
Fong Tang smiled.
In military chess theory, if everyone above the platoon leader dies, then the platoon leader will be the biggest boss on the chessboard.
Chapter 755 Finale 1. On the top floor of the Central Continent building, the headquarters of the Redeemer Committee. It's really weird that humans would choose this place as their headquarters. Because not long ago, this place was a Shura field where unlimited players gathered. Tang Yujing, who has become the highest level person in charge, explained in a low voice.
We found an incomplete artificial intelligence signal here. She calls herself Xiao Baiqi and belongs to the sister sequence of Infinite Company. We have okayed her
transformation as the brains of the entire operation. In addition, standing here, through the original smart sightseeing lens, you can clearly see the details of Jing'an Temple.
Fong Tang has connected to the remaining signals of Zai Baizi, which also includes part of the artificial intelligence component from the world snake. Codename
Plato.
Wu Yu has already completely erased Xiao Baiqi's independent consciousness. She is now a functional sister. He clicked on the watch on his wrist. Pandora returned to its square crystal structure. When Pandora received the signals from Xiaobizi and Plato, she became the building's new AI brain. Fong Tang gave it partial authority over the brain network, so that Pandora could help him analyze astronomical information data. Because there is too much useless information and data in the brain network composed of more than 7 billion people, Fong Tang is not willing to waste any energy on that junk information. Tang Yujing stood beside him, commanding the adjutant and a group of agents to clean up the bodies in the room. She continued in a low voice. If we can escape this catastrophe, just some of the technologies left behind by Infinite Corporation can allow us humans to advance hundreds of years. Maybe even a 1,000-year civilization span. What you think is so wonderful? Demon Moon is recycling all the technology from Heaven's punishment. Chips, particles, and superpowers will eventually return to pure energy. Fong Tang said and raised his hand. And Pandora Brain began to operate. The smart lens is focused on the Jing'an Temple in the distance. And the temple shrouded in 4 streets appears on the huge smart glass. Jing'an Temple is actually not big, but its location is really good. It is surrounded by 4 streets. Within the bustling world and outside the mortal world, it is like a paradise. The main rectangular structure has 4 doors. Among them, the south gate is the main one. And there are 4 landmark buildings all the way to the north. Behind the Lotus Dharma Hall, in the southeast is the Tianwang Mountain Gate of Jing'an Temple. After entering the mountain gate, passing through the Guan Hall, walking to the Yongjiang Buddha Pond, and passing through the Bodhi Leaf Viewing Corridor, you will find the largest building in the temple, the Masonic Hall. But the tallest building in Jing'an Temple is not the main hall, but the 7-story Samsara Tower behind the main hall. Tang Yujing had already contacted the Supreme Leader of the Savior Committee, and after sending a message to Fong Tang requesting dialogue, she could only wait. Opposite the smart glass, hundreds of high-definition displays light up. Fong Tang didn't look back, and with a flick of his fingers, real-time images appeared on the display screens. In the picture are the heads of state and leaders of various countries around the world today. Fong Tang turned around, and Pandora instantly generated a language common component. Now everyone can communicate through real-time voice translation software. Fong Tang could have used the ability of the brain network to force these 233 leaders into the chat group of the local brain network. But he had to reserve energy for entering Jing'an Temple. As the demonic moon dissipates, controlling the brain network will be a very mentally draining task. The leaders were initially shouting and calling for their staff, asking why Operation 1968 failed and why the man was still online. But they soon quieted down. The Savior Committee has one last resort. The last resort they don't want to use. But now, they only have one trick. 233 leaders opened the black safe in front of them together and pointed their fingers on the red button. The word failed popped up on the display. The president, who is recognized as the most powerful president in the world, clenched his fists. Gentlemen and ladies, we all know that the final plan must be implemented by everyone together. I don't need to remind you. You also understand that continuously, if the button fails 3 times, this plan will be completely scrapped. Tang Yujing had closed his eyes and said loudly, everyone, please, don't hesitate anymore. This has nothing to do with morality, nothing to do with the law, nothing to do with individuals, and nothing to do with anything. This is for all mankind. Little girl, this has to do with conscience. If we choose to press it, then what qualifications do humans have to call themselves human beings? A leader sighed softly. If all human beings die. Tang Yujing covered his face with his hands, squatted on the ground and cried. Then what's the point of conscience? The second time, the word failure popped up on the screen again. That's enough. A leader smashed the buttons in the safe and stood up to tidy up his suit. I'm going home to be with my wife and daughter. This is your responsibility. The voters chose you and gave you the power and responsibility. You coward. The president yelled. The leader shook his head. I'm sorry. I have lost the ability to be prime minister. But I still have the responsibility of being a husband and a father. That's all. Let me do something within my power. A few more leaders left. And then more and more stood up and gave up. There are less than 10 people left on the screen, all of whom are the most powerful leaders today. The president pushed open the safe and took out a new black leather suitcase. He tore open his suit, opened the suitcase, and punched the button. For God's sake, I can't wait any longer. I'm sorry. I quit the Savior plan. Let's do what we need to do. The next moment, Red lights and sirens appeared on the small display, and a presidential advisor rushed in screaming.
Those missiles have changed their direction and are aimed at us. Oh my god. We are finished.
The electronic map behind the president was filled with blood red. Fong Tang smiled faintly at this time and stretched his fingers in the air. The map behind the president recovered from its blood red state. But the nuclear strike alarm was in a state of erupting at any time. His lips were dripping with saliva. He rubbed his head in a daze, and then laid down on his back.
I'm having a stroke.
Fong Tang smiled at the confused Tang Yujing.
Actually, you don't have to be so nervous. Before they open the box, I control all the nuclear weapons in the world.
Tang Yujing swallowed.
But some nuclear weapons are manually controlled.
Fong Tang didn't want to explain the details, and he didn't need to show off his abilities for Tang Yujing. He just said softly,
my original idea was that whoever dared to press the button would change the target of the attack to his country. But think about this, it's boring. And I don't want too many people to die.
He shook his head.
It is useless to use nuclear weapons to attack the target area. Jing'an Temple is in a state of absolute protection. You should have tried it.
Tang Yujing gritted his teeth.
We have used all attack strategies. But we can't even step into the temple. That's a particle barrier. The barrier is unbreakable until the demon moon completely disappears.
The woman rushed up and grabbed his hand.
You must have a way. Right? I have a plan. Although it may not guarantee success, it definitely has a better chance than yours.
Tang Yujing yelled.
You're kidding. Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Fong Tang's expression remained calm.
Because I want to see if their choice is still worthy of my saving. Moreover, I need one more thing.
The monitors have all been turned off. Tang Yujing knew that humans no longer had any plan to implement. Fong Tang is probably the last hope.
What exactly do you need? A meteorite would have been reduced to fragments long ago.
Fong Tang looked at the picture of Jing'an Temple on the smart wall, and then said after a moment of silence,
there was once a pilot who met a shepherdess in the Kunlun Mountains. The two of them opened a magic box that destroyed the world. And the first meteorite they cracked was in it. A consciousness called Apocalypse was born.
Tang Yujing scratched his head.
What's the point of you still being in the mood to tell stories? Of course it makes sense.
Fong Tang raised his head and thought about something.
I suddenly thought that when Apocalypse was born, the heavenly punishment system had not yet officially started operating. So that meteorite may have contained the first particles. As the devil's moon shrank, the heavenly punishment system, all the particles in the punishment system have been recovered. And the particles in the Apocalypse meteorite may be the last weapon. I am going to Jing'an Temple to make a final decision. How can I do it without weapons?
At this time, 12 light spots appeared in front of his eyes, representing the positions of the fragments of the Apocalypse meteorite. These are 12 different coordinates, scattered all over the world, from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, from a museum in Iceland to a drug lord's garage in Mexico, from an African tribal altar to a Siberian gas mine. The humans closest to the meteorite fragments have received the information he conveyed, and the information is directly engraved in their memories, urging those people to collect it as quickly as possible. Fong Tang calculated that it would take at least 6 hours for all the fragments to be delivered to the Zhongzhou building. To save time, he even controlled and used cruise missiles. Now, he was lying comfortably on the sofa, resting with his eyes closed, and asked Tang Yujing to make a cup of tea. After drinking tea, Fong Tang found an apple in the lounge of the headquarters and ate it. Tang Yujing was confused and anxious, walking back and forth with a haggard look on his face, wanting to hold the man's neck and ask him what his plan was. Time passed little by little, and 1/3 of the demon moon had disappeared. Tang Yujing suddenly felt resigned to her fate. She leaned against the sofa. When she chose to give up, her whole body relaxed and she fell asleep just like that. When she suddenly woke up, only the light red crescent was left in the demon moon in the sky. But the blood red crescent moon was like an eye. When you stare at it, it is also staring at you. Fong Tang was holding a silver white stone in his hand, a complete meteorite composed of 12 fragments. Tang Yujing rubbed his face desperately and asked feebly, what is in your hand? Elementary particles. The most basic particles. Fong Tang replied softly, this kind of particle has no characteristics or abilities. Not to mention high-order particles such as ultimate particles, 9-sequence particles, elemental particles, even secret gold particles and neutrinos are incomparable. But it is also pure enough. It is the first and simplest particle. In a sense, it is the origin of everything. The origin particles were suspended in front of Fong Tang. It was only then that the machine girl behind him blinked, seeming to be a little interested. If everything goes well,
Pandora will help you deal with the aftermath. And we may never have the chance to meet again.
Fong Tang reached out and tapped Tang Yujing's neck and disappeared outside the building. Tang Yujing suddenly found that the scars on his neck had completely disappeared. The side effects that bother the body are also gone.
Do you still have the heart to help me heal it this time? Even if the end of the world is coming soon?
Tang Yujing suddenly gained a little confidence.
Being able to do such boring things at least shows that he is somewhat sure of his plan.
But what did he mean when he said there was no chance of meeting again? Fong Tang left the building and suddenly stopped when he was about to reach Jing'an Temple. He looked around the street, turned and walked towards a shopping mall. The first floor of the mall is full of gold and silver jewelry counters. What are you doing? Asked the girl machine.
Before you propose, you must prepare the ring.
Fong Tang raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The rolling shutter door of the mall counter automatically rises, and the password lock opens automatically. The lights came on, and he started picking. I don't know what style the mother likes. The robot girl floating behind her blinked.
Maybe to Qin Yashin. The style of the ring is not important. What is important is the person holding the ring. That's it.
Fong Tang picked up the most ordinary ring and put it in his arms. He took the ring to the south of Jing'an Temple. Ahead is the only place to enter the mountain gate. The Lotus Dharma Hall. Chapter 756 Finale 2. Fong Tang passed through the barrier with the origin particles.
It was like a knife cutting through the gauze curtain, and like a gust of wind blowing away the fog. In front of the Lotus Hall of Jing'an Temple, there is a bronze incense tower and a wishing pool surrounded by square stones. Incense candles linger on the copper incense tower, and the wishing pool is filled with good fortune sticks. Behind the wishing pond is the lotus pond. The lotus here is very famous. In the past, when the flowers were in bloom, tourists everywhere liked to take photos in front of the Dharma Hall. But now, there are two waves of people gathered here, divided into east and west. Fong Tang looked around and saw that most of the crowd on the east side were foreigners. The leader was a middle-aged man with red hair and an arrogant expression. He was followed by 12 pirates in strange clothes, all wearing old-fashioned navy coats and wearing swimsuits, handkerchiefs and captain's hats, belts decorated with exaggerated silver ornaments, scimitars and muskets. Behind this group of pirates were a few acquaintances. Unexpected acquaintances include Winston, the manager of Chang'an Hotel, and the mermaid Jing Yang. The old yellow dog is also following Jing Yang. At this time, his tail is erect and he is grinning, looking very nervous. The people gathered on the west side of the Dharma Hall are old friends, and they are all people from Depere Street. Chef Kai from Chufeng Gila, the proprietress of Tofu Shisher, Lao Wu who sells mountain products, and the leader of course is Lao Huang from the neighborhood chamber of commerce. A Xiang and a Yu were also among the crowd. At this time, a crisp chirping sound came from the Lotus Hall. Then an electronic synthesized voice appeared.
The machine principality has occupied this place. Please come back.
Old Huang from Fallen Street chuckled.
When the apocalypse comes, all particles will return and decompose into pure energy. You robots and my sister's energy battery will have the same result. Why are you still stopping here?
A person slowly walked out of the Dharma Hall, and it was Fong Qingqing. Behind her were Feng Lizi, Yang Tuki, Miss Yao Yao, Xingjid, Suzaku, and Robot Doll. But inside the Dharma Hall, there were survivors from the Machine Kingdom, including Lanhua, Sydney, Zhu Mei, Bafong Jizo and Tangda. It seems that Fong Qingqing, whose brain is parasitic with machine consciousness, has become the leader of these machines. And Lanhua and Zhu Mei, including the clones of those sisters, have all joined the so-called Machine Principality. Fong Qingqing walked forward slowly.
I alone am a country. The Machine Principality was established at this moment, and will exist forever at this moment.
Lao Huang from Fallen Street sighed.
Don't hold on. You don't even have the nanoparticle glue you need to survive. When the demon moon disappears, your energy will be exhausted. But Spider Queen, why haven't you? Choose a side? Instead, you get together with them?
Feng Lizi still looked stunning, but she only had one spider thread left. At this time, she held the hand of Yang Tuchi, the mouse, and said calmly,
Because my brother is here, the sister can only follow him. I haven't had the chance to take care of him for so many years. So now it's time to do something for him.
Old man Huang looked at the mouse.
Are you from Zon or Shadow Island? Which side do you support?
Yang Tuchi leaned next to his sister, holding his fiancée Xingid's small hand with one hand, and laughed loudly.
No matter whether it is Zon or Shadow Island, including the brothers of the Machine Principality, They will not choose any stupid camp. We don't go anywhere. Just wait for one person.
Lao Huang was stunned.
Who are you waiting for?
Yang Tuchi's heroic spirit didn't last long. He scratched his head and whispered,
Of course, I'll wait for Boss Fong Tang.
Waiting for Fong Tang? Everyone in Fallen Street was stunned. Old Huang shook his head repeatedly.
That Shanghai Guild Master Fong Tang? Ha ha. He won't come. Humph. How do you know whether Boss Tang is coming or not?
Yang Tuki was full of confidence. Lao Huang let out a hey, then lightly stamped his feet, and saw a fine golden line appear under his feet, and then turned into complex symbols. The flowing golden runes have made it very difficult for him. But the ability of chaos deduction can still operate. The tall old man suddenly straightened up his waist. He no longer looked vulgar, but was filled with the aura of a great master.
I'll tell you why. Because in the Tower of Reincarnation, the Son of Advent who destroyed the world is his daughter. I have used Dian Entropy and these deductions have shown that Fong Tang cannot face this situation at all. He will only hide in the dark and resign himself to fate. He will come!
Fong Lizzie took a step forward. Fong Qingqing stood beside her.
No one is qualified to decide whether the child in the Reincarnation Tower is dead or alive. Not Lei Zhe. Not even the gods.
The members of the Machine Principality came up one by one. Miss Yao Yao's jellyfish-like crystal head kept shaking, giving up on the logic module, and finally walked up.
Although I don't know what the so-called human emotions are, it seems that I should stand here.
A Xiong and a Yu in the Fallen Street team looked at each other, walked out quickly, and entered the Machine Principality team. Lao Huang and all the neighbors were dejected.
Miss Xiong, come back.
Old Wu, the mountain goods shop owner, said with affection in his eyes.
You are a kind girl, and Wu really doesn't want to be your enemy.
Chef Kai and Tofu Shisher looked at each other and stomped their feet.
Old Wu, what are you talking about? A country girl has charmed you like that?
Old Wu was still looking at Xiong longingly, recalling the first time he saw this girl in Tongsheng Dining Hall. He suddenly flicked his sleeves, and a slender wooden stick dropped from his sleeves. He held the wooden stick with both hands and shook it in the wind. Suddenly silver light exploded, and a silver spear appeared in front of him. Fong Lizzie's eyes flashed, and she shook her head and sighed.
It turns out that he is the White Robe and Silver Spear Wu Dinghua. The highest ranking on the Infinite Challenge Legend list is 10th. He has been hiding on the street selling mountain products all these years. Who would have thought?
Wu Dinghua's silver gun hung down on the ground, and energy lines were flying like silver scales. However, he dragged the gun to Xiong's side, turned around and handed over his hands.
Old friends, I'm sorry. Old Wu, I have been challenging games all my life, and I have no reputation. I didn't expect to find the love of my life only at the end of the apocalypse. If anyone dares to be rude to Miss Xiong, look at the gun in my hand first.
The energy line swallowed like a snake, shining in the last remaining light of the demon moon. Ah Yu patted Xiong's arm gently at this time. Xiong was already blushing.
Boss Wu, you are crazy.
Chef Kai was furious, reached behind his back, and pulled out a kitchen knife.
I've forgotten my friends after seeing sex.
The kitchen knife suddenly grew in size in his hand, and finally resembled a slicing sword. Chef Kai pounced on the knife with one hand. The huge blade shone with a layer of black light, but it was silent. It was as dexterous as an embroidery needle in his hand. The black knife and the silver gun collided together, and the entire Lotus Hall shattered into dust. A hole was broken in the particle barrier on the top, which was quickly repaired. The two of them only exchanged one move. Wu Dinghua handed the silver spear to his left hand, but the thumb of his right hand was completely broken. But Chef Kai stood there blankly, with the kitchen knife in his hand shattering into pieces. He looked down at the 3 small holes on his chest, raised his head and murmured,
On the Infinite Challenge Legend list, my dragon-slaying knife, Kai Tianan, has always been ranked higher than yours. Above all, have you been secretly letting me go for so many years?
Wu Dinghua smiled honestly.
Your cooking is so delicious. I'm afraid that if I beat you, I won't be able to eat your unique lion head in the future. Besides, there is no difference between ranking 9th and 10th. In fact, except for first. Other positions it all looks the same to me.
Dragon-slaying sword Kai Tianan smiled instead of being angry.
Good brother. With this magnanimity and knowledge, I am not as good as you. Ha ha.
He threw off his coat, turned around and left. The boss lady of Tofu Shisher was anxious and chased her all the way.
Brother Kai.
Don't leave. You. Wait for me.
The two of them left the barrier in an instant and disappeared into the rising fog. Wu Dinghua watched silently.
Yi Shisher. The spring sword who fascinated a lot of legendary players back then. Turned out to have always liked Lao Kai. Well, I guess he was attracted by Lao Kai's cooking skills.
Ah Xiang frowned and came over. Tore open her sleeves to bandage his wound. And snorted.
I cook delicious food. But your finger is broken. From now on, I will take care of you.
Ah! Old Wu's face was glowing with joy. Originally, he could recover his severed finger quickly with the help of his remaining superpower. But now, he secretly gritted his teeth and forced the recovered wound open. Although his whole body was shaking with pain, he felt sweet in his heart. To death. Fallen Street fell apart like this, leaving only Lao Huang standing there, silently calculating something at the runes that appeared under his feet. His eyes became more and more weird, and he suddenly shouted,
"This is impossible. My God. Fong Tang. He..."
Lao Huang turned around and looked into the darkness behind him. The aura of a great master was gone. At this time, applause broke out. The group of foreigners on the east side of the Dharma Hall walked over together. The red-haired middle-aged man clapped his hands.
Senior's chaos deduction is really amazing. Ji Tiando's name. Was so popular when I was a child. Now that all your friends are gone, why don't you join the snake of our world?
Old Huang, the former number 3 figure in the pantheon of gods. The Nan Tianzuan whom Chu Guanfeng trusted the most. An old man named Ji Tiandao. Snorted disdainfully at this time.
Snake of the world? Atlantis. You are again what?
The 12 pirates behind the red-haired man shouted angrily.
Standing in front of you is the new king of Atlantis. The seal of the world serpent. Lord Atlantis.
Ji Tiandao didn't even raise his head.
In Atlantis, those 2 little girls are the only ones who are interesting. How can a waste like you deserve to be the king? This is ridiculous.
The 12 pirates pulled out their scimitars together, and were about to rush forward to fight for their lives. The red-haired Atlantis raised his hand to stop them.
Don't be as knowledgeable as this old antique.
After saying that, he raised his hand coldly. In the night sky, the demonic crescent moon suddenly projected a blue light. The shockwave caused by the blue light ball turned into salty sea rain on the sky. The rainstorm suddenly came, and the wind and clouds surged. The black Poseidon Triton fell from the sky. Atlantis held the strongest core spirit of Atlantis. The Triton swayed in his hand, and the rain in the sky suddenly stopped. He chuckled softly.
Human beings in this world have countless worships. When each worship comes together, a new god will be born. The god of mobile phones. The god of money. The god of entertainment. The god of AI. And I have obtained the creation of the world. God's instructions. After the apocalypse, I will rule the 7 seas and become the new sea god.
Woof woof! While Atlantis was demonstrating its miracles with great momentum, the big yellow dog beside Zheng Yang barked twice at an inappropriate time, and then rushed desperately into the depths of the mist behind. Zheng Yang looked at the big yellow dog anxiously and wanted to chase after him. Atlantis was so angry that he grabbed Zheng Yang's long hair and pulled hard.
My future queen. Where are you going?
Zheng Yang struggled.
Who is your queen? What instructions from the god of creation? It's just a servant from the pantheon of gods who came and passed a message. You think of yourself as a god.
Atlantis's face turned blue.
Smelly woman. If it weren't for your mutant identity, how could I possibly be interested in you?
The Triton shook, and a water ball enveloped Zheng Yang, and she appeared in the water ball as a mermaid. Body. Zheng Yang opened her small mouth in the water balloon and vaguely shouted someone's name. Atlantis's eyes turned white. Like fish eyes.
Fong Tang? You boring guys. That Fong Tang would have died outside a long time ago. If he really dared to come.
Woof woof! The barking of the big yellow dog came again. In the mist, a man walked slowly with his dog and said in a calm tone,
I'm here. What do you want?
It's really Fong Tang. On the ruins of the Dharma Hall, the team of robotic citizens erupted into screams. But they were the voices of joy from the girls in Lanhua. Feng Ling breathed a long sigh of relief. Yang Tuchi clenched his fists in excitement and waved them repeatedly. And Suzaku and the robot doll jumped up together. And the 2 petite figures rushed over desperately.
Dad.
Tang Er and Bafong Jizo hugged the man from left to right. Fong Tang flicked his fingers and injected 2 rich nanoparticle gels into their bodies. He looked at the indifferent Tangda in the crowd and smiled faintly.
Didn't the boss say he was going to lead the team away? Why are he here anyway?
Highly. The incarnation of Hapo Jizo. Snorted.
The second sister brought the eldest brother back and said that if he doesn't come to help, he will chop off his octopus claws.
Tangda lowered his head and came over without saying a word, very dissatisfied.
After transforming the logic module, you two no longer know how to respect me as a big brother. When did I say that I would be a deserter?
Fong Tang nodded and patted Tangda on the shoulder.
You are a natural leader of the machine principality. If Qingqing can't lead you, I still favor you.
As soon as he said something, Fong Qingqing immediately shouted,
I told you a long time ago that I don't want to be a leader at all.
Fong Tang walked over slowly, without moving, but thousands of nanoparticle glue appeared and turned into a line, directly connected to the demon moon. And endless energy was injected into these machines and his sister's body. The robot citizens cheered again. Atlantis' face was bruised and red as he was left standing by. When he opened his mouth, he cursed,
Fuck.
with a bang. The Poseidon Trident in his hand flew out before he could even utter the angry and curse words. Atlantis was so shocked that he reached out to grab it. I didn't catch the trident. My vision went dark. Snap! Snapped. Got slapped twice in a row. Fong Tang stood with his hands behind his back, his trident floating in front of him. Atlantis was completely stunned. He couldn't help but step back, taking 7 steps back, and spit out his teeth again.
This is impossible. What I am holding is the Poseidon's halberd. The demon moon in the sky has not disappeared. With the power of this top core spirit.
Why? He was still getting nervous when the ghost-like man appeared again and slapped him twice in the same position and with the same intensity. With the slap of Origin Particle. Not to mention him. An intermediate player of World Snake. Not even GT Ondao dared to confront him head-on. Atlantis' face was sunken. His ears were bleeding. And his head was jumping. And something even more terrifying happened. The man opposite, Fong Tang, who had heard his name countless times, stretched out his hand to hold the Poseidon's halberd, and then kneaded the great Poseidon core spirit into a piece like kneading noodles. A lump of dregs. The Poseidon Trident turned into Origin Particles in Fong Tang's hands. Atlantis screamed, blood spurting from his mouth. But his knees subconsciously softened. Suddenly, 12 more blades flashed, and 12 scimitars stabbed neatly into the chest of the new Sea King. The 12 pirates knelt down in panic at this time.
The great Mr. Fong Tang, the 12 captains of our World Snake, have been looking for the whereabouts of President Coco. This time, they were forced to follow. He came with a traitor who seized the throne. Do you know the whereabouts of Master Coco?
Fong Tang snorted coldly.
Have you finally remembered your Lord Coco now?
The surrounding seawater and the water curtain in the sky, under the control of his Origin Particles, gathered into a ball, tightly covering the 12 traitor pirates. The huge water ball compressed rapidly. When the water molecules were compressed together, the 12 pirates were already shattered into pieces. Until then, Winston, who was standing aside in a daze, rushed forward and split open the water ball that wrapped Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang fell down, her tail swaying, and her tears couldn't stop. Winston screamed strangely, covering his arms and retreating continuously. Fong Tang raised his hand,
and the surrounding water balls gathered under Zheng Yang and forcibly turned into a stream. Zheng Yang flipped up her tail and swam quickly along the stream. She looked at Fong Tang and was in a daze.
You are not Tang Zhu. Are you Mr. Bai?
Fong Tang pointed and injected this intricate memory directly into her consciousness. Zheng Yang watched this memory over and over again and lowered her head for a long time. Her voice was full of sadness and regret.
I'm sorry. I like Tang Zhu. Not you. Although you have changed back now. You are not me no matter what.
The one you like.
Fong Tang blinked. He really didn't expect her to say that. And Zheng Yang's fishtail has gradually disappeared. Because half of the devil's moon in the sky has disappeared. The spell that bound her was almost gone. The fishtail turned into legs. And the stretched skirt fell down again. Zheng Yang hesitated and walked barefoot to the big yellow dog. The big yellow dog looked around, then reluctantly stuck out its tongue and leaned at the feet of the beautiful woman. Zheng Yang was very uneasy and looked at
President Bai.
Cautiously.
Can I take it away?
Fong Tang nodded slightly to her.
You are already a normal human being. Let's go. Things here have nothing to do with you. Isn't it, Tianchi? In fact, it has something to do with me. But, I can't help.
Zheng Yang bit her lip.
Also, Tang Zhu. Forget it.
She turned and left. Fong Tang looked at her back and came behind her in a flash.
Tang Zhu has disappeared forever. During this time, that guy has only been attracted to one girl.
After saying that, he turned around with a smile, and Zheng Yang wiped away her tears and finally left with a smile. Fong Tang turned back. Ji Tiandao, who had been staring at the chaos deduction, laughed and said, "I saw you lie just now. During that time, the one you really had feelings for was another woman." Fong Tang was speechless. "Old senior, are you still in the mood to joke at this time?" Ji Tiandao touched his chin, his eyes bright and scary. "Now that you are here, my deduction has seen different results related to father and mother." Fong Tang was shocked. "Senior, what did you figure out? Where are my father and mother?" Ji Tiandao's body stooped, and the last trace of his supernatural power was about to be exhausted. He breathed out with difficulty. "After my father and mother disappeared, no one has seen them so far. There are various theories, but the reason is actually very simple. Because they should not exist. But they must exist." Ji Tiandao was about to continue explaining when a strange light and shadow appeared and hit him in the head. The old man fell to the sky. His whole body was wrapped in transparent particles, and his consciousness was instantly decomposed and returned to the universe. Fong Tang looked at the robot girl who suddenly took action. "Don't you want to interfere in anything?" The robot girl was indifferent. "Before this, I intervened once and saved you. So this time it is even. Father and mother. They should not exist, but must exist." What does Ji Tiandao's final deduction mean? Chapter 757 Finale 3. Fong Tang couldn't understand the meaning of Ji Tiandao's last words. Because of the forced action of the machine girl, he did not have the chance to find out the answer. At this time, Feng Lizzie, who had been silently observing from behind, suddenly flashed over, and the last spider silk in her hand shot out, stopping Winston, who was trying to retreat to the main hall. Winston stopped and looked at Feng Ling with strange eyes. "Spider Queen, what are you doing?" Feng Lizzie stared at his arm. "Are you injured?" Winston stood up slowly and said in an indifferent tone, "I am a lowly little character. Isn't it normal for me to get hurt?" Fong Tang appeared behind him. "No one hurt you at all just now." Feng Lizzie smiled coquettishly. "It seems that Zheng Yang's tears splashed on your arm. Why don't you let me see how the injury is?" Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Zheng Yang was still in her mermaid state just now. Her tears. Mermaid tears! He immediately remembered that Winston had been injured by mermaid tears when he was still at the Chang'an Hotel, and that was seen in the memory fragments Feng Lizzie ingested. Why does Sister Feng Lizzie keep pursuing this matter? At this time, Feng Lizzie put away the spider silk, rolled her eyes, and slowly took a step back. The tears of the mermaid are definitely a sacred item of great healing for human beings. Why did it hurt you again and again? Winston looked up, no longer in that humble posture, more like an unsheathed sword. He smiled slightly. Fong Tang, you shouldn't have let Zheng Yang go. Ha ha. I'm not exaggerating. Now, only mermaid tears can restrain me. Fong Tang closed his eyes, and the human brain network appeared in front of his eyes. Pandora in the Central Continent Tower was still helping him process data like stars, but could not find any information related to Winston. Fong Tang immediately came to Feng Lizzie. Sister, what is going on? Feng Lizzie looked nervous. Do you remember what I told you? Humans, machines, sisters, no matter what they are composed of, cannot be corrupted by the tears of the mermaid, unless they are the legendary demons. Fong Tang immediately shook his head. There can be no such thing as a devil in this world. Feng Lizzie gritted her teeth. I'm not talking about the legendary devil, but a special player. The legendary devil. At this time, Winston laughed in a low voice. You must have noticed it. You are worthy of being a former comrade. Spider Queen. He raised his right arm amid deep laughter. The muscles on the arm have been completely corroded by the tears of the mermaid, revealing a pale skeleton. The entire palm was also corroded, leaving only 5 white bones. As it trembled, a black air floated on the finger bones. Feng Lizzie's eyes widened. It's really you who has inherited the title of Nan Tianzuan of the Gods of Gods, and is the third master on the legendary list known as the Lord of Demons. The man known as Nan Tianzuan sighed. I used the pseudonym Winston and lurked in your data department for many years. Later, I worked as the manager of Chang'an Hotel for 5 years. Until today. The hotel manager's demeanor took a surprising turn. The man who seemed to be as humble as dust was now filled with a cold and terrifying aura of black death. Nan Tianzuan of the Hongming Pantheon is the number 3 figure, second only to Dong Wangtai and Bei Tianzuan. Feng Lizzie held Fong Tang's hand, whispered a word of caution, then turned around and asked, Nan Tianzuan, why are you lurking in the hotel? In your capacity, are you willing to be a lobby manager? Winston smiled. Everyone's pursuit is different. As a professional player, I pursue the most perfect demonic power. To be honest, when I obtained the core spirit of the first Apostle Chiyu, my greatest wish was it is to collect the 12 Apostle core spirits and then inherit the power of the Dark Demon Sky from the Dark Queen Mother of the West. Only Dongwon can help me complete all this. So I agreed to him and lurked in the most needed position as an undercover agent. It's been nearly 10 years since I came here. The Queen Mother of the Dark West is a legend about darkness spread with an infinite challenge. This theory holds that when 12 Apostle-level core spirits are gathered together, they can be transformed into the Fairy Emperor representing light or the Plague Queen representing darkness, according to the holder's choice. This is also consistent with the contradictory statement of the Queen Mother of the West in the myth. Some people say that she is the leader of the goddesses in all realms. A graceful female emperor. The Queen Mother of the West in the classic of mountains and seas. Looks like a human, but has the tail of a leopard and the teeth of a tiger. She is the kind of monster who is often angry and manages plagues and demons in the world. Fong Tang looked at Winston. So, you have achieved your wish? Winston nodded and smiled. Lord Dongwon took out all the core spirits from the Moon of Heaven's punishment and gave them to me. In return, I will kill all of you. 12 shining core spirits appeared in front of him. Although with the return of Demon Moon, these core spirits were no longer as powerful as before. But when gathered together, they were still filled with unspeakable evil power. Winston leaned down and pinched an earthworm from the soil of the ruins. The most ordinary earthworm. But as the black energy in his finger bones was injected, the 12 Apostle core spirits rotated crazily and gradually turned into a black halo. The earthworm swelled impressively. It quickly transformed into a super monster that was full of mucus and had a mouth full of sharp teeth. The demon transformed from the earthworm was 10 meters long and looked like a dark red python with horizontal stripes. The sharp teeth in its mouth turned like gears, and it chewed up the bronze incense stand in one bite. Winston stepped back, and another lizard appeared on his knuckles. The black aperture reappeared, and walking out of it was a T-Rex, like Godzilla. Winston held another piece of grass with his fingers. The grass grew wildly and turned into an ancient tree. The roots were coiled. After being pulled out of the soil, it transformed into a tree man full of thorn whips in the dark aperture. This is my ability! To darken all matter and turn it into a monster in human nightmares. Winston opened his arms. So what if the apocalypse? When humans disappear, I will be accompanied by billions of creatures on the earth. I will build a real demon kingdom. He laughed wildly and drove the 3 monsters to rush towards everyone. The silver light exploded, and Wu Dinghua, a white-robed silver gun, took the lead, protecting Xiang and other humans who had no fighting ability, and blocked the earthworm demon's surprise attack. Feng Lizi took Tang Air, and Ba Fong Jizo to stop Godzilla. Hapo Jizo's elemental energy could only release finger-sized light balls, which could barely harass the lizard monster. On the contrary, the physical damage caused by Tang Air and Tang Da's joint attack caused some damage to Godzilla. The remaining sisters, led by Miss Yao Yao and Qing Qing, stopped the tree man. Fong Tang walked towards Winston, who was standing behind him. He knew that his side could not last long, and Winston could transform more dark monsters at any time. The origin particles began to rotate at high speed, forming strips of particle energy bands in the air and on the ground. These bands are like the halo of a planet and are extremely beautiful. You shouldn't let Zheng Yang go, but her mermaid mutation will disappear soon. Thinking about it, there is no point in staying, Winston Nantianzun said leisurely. Fong Tang smiled faintly. You think you have invincible power, but in fact you are just a loser who is afraid of the little girl's tears. The so-called Queen Mother of the Dark West is vulnerable to me. Winston's eyes changed. He had endured this for so many years because of his only weakness. The little mermaid's tears are the sword of Damocles that he fears the most. The surrounding particle halo has completely enveloped the two of them. Winston couldn't wait any longer and leaned over to grab a stone. Fong Tang, human eyes may not be able to see it, but we all know that such a smooth stone is actually full of microorganisms, even bacteria and viruses. And these will be transformed into nightmare-level demons by me. And you can't defeat me, no matter what level of particles you have. Fong Tang's figure was already shaking, like an oil film in the water. Winston felt something was wrong. The stone in his hand had turned into sand, then from sand into dust, and finally disappeared completely. All the surrounding matter is disappearing rapidly. Fong Tang stretched out his finger, and the last particle of origin joined the super-speeding halo. What a pity! Your ability of the Dark Queen Mother of the West has a huge weakness. That is, it requires material support.
His erratic figure gradually lengthened.
Now, enjoy the unique zero matter space I created for you.
In the zero matter space, Winston no longer has any matter to borrow. His eyes widened, finally showing fear. But in the midst of intense thinking, he suddenly laughed wildly.
I almost fooled you. What a zero matter space. That's nonsense. I can still hear you talking. One of the conditions for the propagation of sound is that there must be media. There must be material here. Don't bully me for not going to school.
Fong Tang's figure has been integrated with the particle halo, and he also smiled loudly.
Yes, there is indeed material here. That is you. Your own body.
Every hair, every drop of blood, every piece of flesh, every of bone.
Winston was stunned and didn't understand what he meant until a mite in the pores of his skin mutated and transformed from a black halo into a giant beetle monster. As a tiny animal in the Arachnida class of the phylum Arthropoda, the mite parasitic on the human face is magnified countless times, and what is revealed is a deformed monster with 4 sharp claws and 3 vellus hairs on its back. More mites began to mutate, as well as the germs in Winston's body, starting with these microorganisms, then his hair,
skin.
At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of Fong Tang's laughter. He himself was about to be decomposed into countless monsters.
No!
Winston yelled out one word, and his entire tongue popped out and turned into a huge pink
slime.
The slime twisted and was immediately surrounded by 32
skeleton soldiers.
The 32 teeth from Winston's mouth have the hardest SHL in the human body. The monsters were killing each other, but Winston could no longer see them. 2 spherical monsters covered with blood-red tentacles are jumping out his eyeballs. The monsters they transform have a natural ability, which is to
gather light.
When the last bone in Winston's body transformed, the skeleton army composed of teeth and bones became the final winner. The battle between the monsters decomposed from the human body ends here. 12 core spirits fell. All monsters disappear. Fong Tang's figure reappeared, and the origin particles returned to him sparsely, with less than half remaining. The ground was covered with sticky human remains, and the earthworms, lizards and saplings behind him also changed back to their original shapes. Everyone is looking at him.
Dad, what should we do in the future? Do we really want to return to the Demon Moon and completely turn into energy?
Tangda and Tangair asked. This is also the question of the members of the Machine Principality. Fong Tang looked at Fong Qingqing and highly.
Dad, do you want us all to become humans? That means giving up the machine's immortal body and natural computing power. We even have to give up the logic module. As a copy of my sister, I will no longer share memories and life.
Fong Tang touched the heads of the 2 children and waved Tangda over.
There is still a little time. For you. This time is enough to think and decide.
After hugging them gently, Fong Tang walked towards the main hall. Fong Lizzie chased after her and whispered,
If Nan Tianzuan is here to guard the gate, the guardian of the Great Hall must be Bei Tianzuan from the temples. As far as I know, his ability is even better than that of Dong Wangtai stronger. A truly invincible strongman.
Fong Tang nodded and said sincerely,
Thank you for taking care of me these days.
Leaving behind the sad Fong Lizzie, he walked through the ruins of the Lotus Dharma Hall, through the Tianwang Mountain Gate, along the Guayin Hall and the Yongjiang Buddha Pond, and finally walked through the Bodhi Leaf Viewing Corridor and came to the
Mengxiang Hall,
the largest building in the temple. Crowds of people gathered in the small square in front of the main hall. They were sitting or standing, but they were all listening quietly to a dog talking. Chapter 758 Finale 4. In front of the Mahavira Palace, Luo Changjun of Dahuang Company stood at the back with Colonel Gong's son, and beside him was a girl in a wheelchair. She was Fang Wuyang, the daughter of the Dragon King of Yunhai and Princess Wujiang. Next to Fang Wuyang stood Song Wanlan. The woman held a small white fox tightly in her arms. The leader of Luoy's. The little fox has lost all her aura, and she has truly turned into a white fox. On the right side of Song Wanlan, there is a group of ninja players from the land of 1,000 cranes in Japan. They are surrounded by the beautiful Hibari, as well as the biological transformation master of Akitomi Kaori, and Minister Morimoto, who have all joined the ranks of the land of 1,000 cranes. At this moment, Mr. Morimoto still chose the team of his homeland. There were corpses everywhere around Mr. Morimoto. One of whom had his head cut off was the president of the country of 1,000 cranes. It looked like a tough battle,
but the winner was Skylark. Opposite the team from the land of 1,000 cranes are the remains of an even more tragic battle, with at least 200 corpses of the Ghoul Alliance, covered in white worms. Fong Tang saw Zhulong in the corpse. And there was another person, who seemed to be Mu Fongsuan. Among the dead bodies were many little players, who usually lived alone, including the Korean girl Jiang Qianxian. She seemed to have lost her powers, and was killed by a sword through the heart. Zhulong was still holding a mobile phone tightly until his death, and his game cheat codes were dancing on the mobile phone. Judging from the state of the corpses, and the damage at the scene, they should all have died due to some kind of swordplay. When Fong Tang thought of this, he immediately spotted several figures standing under the Bodhi tree. Xia Sanchua, whose arms were injured and couldn't even hold the sword, was accompanied by Anan, the lost Xia Yuming, and a Shuang, a young man from the Sword Tomb, who was chained by a black chain. With the strength of a few of them, it is really not difficult to kill the Ghoul Alliance that has lost their powers. Anan was saying something in Uncle Xia's ear. Xia Sanchua nodded lightly, and patted the listless Xia Yuming.
Let's go. There are all crazy people here. It's too boring. Let's go home. Which home should I go to? The rental house on Fallen Street or the Sword Tomb?
Shuang shouted as he was locked up.
Of course we are going back to the Sword Tomb. The Iron Sword Order has been sent over there a long time ago. Don't even think about untying the chains before you go back.
Xia Sanchua shook her head.
Young Master Shuang, no matter whether Tianqi comes or not, you must go home. Let's have a reunion dinner.
Shuang struggled.
I have to wait for him. At least ask him clearly whether he likes me or not.
Xia Yuming yawned.
Fong Tang? President Bai? No matter who that is, it's impossible for him to like you. Didn't you see there are several beauties waiting for him over there? Are you comparable to them?
Shuang stamped her feet anxiously, but was still dragged away. Fong Tang gently raised his hand, wanting to stop them and tell them Xia Yuming's true identity. Classmate Xia may be the last surviving game designer, a designer named Yunming's. But looking at a family of 3 pulling a Shuang's back, he shook his head and smiled.
For them, nothing is more important than family reunion. Isn't it a good thing that Xia Yuming can never remember his identity?
Boom! Like the sound of a glass-breaking gunshot, the bullet was shot down by the origin particle. Fong Tang turned around, and in the shadows of the trees, the blonde Zhao Lizi held a silenced pistol and kept shooting at him. Every shot was aimed at the vital point. She is still a blonde beauty with an explosive figure and a charming face. But the soul in this body, Zhao Zhongqing, is also familiar and cold and determined.
Fong Tang, Tali is your daughter. Only by killing her can we save the world. I am determined.
You are not allowed to pass.
The bullets were quickly exhausted. Fong Tang looked at the bullet casings on the ground.
Old Zhao, what do you think I am here for?
Zhao Zhongqing changed the magazine.
Fong Tang, I know you too well. You are not here to kill your relatives for justice. You are here to find your hacking wife and children. Regardless of whether the world will be destroyed, you will not touch your daughter. With just one finger, you're here for a family reunion.
Unexpectedly, he could see it so clearly. Fong Tang knocked him out with a snap of his fingers, shook his head, and walked toward the crowd. In the circle surrounded by people, the familiar Beijing, a famous ancient dog with white hooves, was speaking.
You are all asking me where my father and mother are. To be honest, I don't know.
Luo Cha-jun from Da Huang Company frowned.
Are you really the Black Queen?
Beijing stuck out his tongue.
Of course. I wanted to find a better body in the far north. But in the end, I found that this pet raised by Fong Tang was the most suitable because it has the most complete core spirit.
Song Wenlan said coldly.
Except for the White Queen. You are the artificial intelligence closest to my father and mother. Although it is only a failed work, you definitely know their whereabouts.
The Black Queen swung her tail.
Idiot. I can't explain it to you.
At this time, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor on the west side of the main hall. Lu Wenwen, president of the Jin Alliance, was gloomy in front, holding 2 star feathers firmly in her hands. Behind her were several girls from Class 7, Grade 3. Wang Xianxian was bald, had tattoos at some point, and had silver rings pierced on her nose. Li Yao and Yang Qianqian still looked like students, but one was barefoot and the other was in tattered clothes, looking very embarrassed. Wang Xianxian was still mumbling.
Tangzhu can't be found, so I can only ask who Fong Tang is.
Yang Qianqian bit her lip.
Stop talking and help me find some clothes. That barrier is too powerful.
Li Yao blinked.
Qianqian, you are the most powerful. The ability affected by the probability field is still functioning, but my eyes' feet are useless.
It seems that they found a special entrance and came here directly from outside the particle barrier. Lu Wenwen's face was stained with tears, and she seemed to have cried. At this time, she rushed up with Xingyu in hand.
Who is in charge here? My friend has disappeared. Who can resurrect her?
No one could understand her words. Only Bei Xing, transformed by the Black Queen, was smiling.
Your friend's name is Xingyu, right? That creature who belongs to the energy of heaven's punishment has now returned to the demon moon. Don't even think about resurrecting her.
Lu Wenwen said proudly.
Do you know who I am? I am the queen of the Genetic Alliance. There is nothing in this world that I cannot do.
The Black Queen barked.
It turns out he is an arrogant idiot.
At this time, Yang Qianqian, who was in tattered clothes, suddenly trembled and waved her hands in front of her eyes.
What is this?
All the complicated numbers in front of her disappeared, leaving only a huge data that filled the sky. This data kept changing, and her head was about to explode. The Black Queen was also stunned, and the words that came out of the dog's mouth were full of shock.
You little girl. You have mastered the supreme state of meditation. Is this the chaos deduction of Dian's entropy reversal?
Yang Qianqian shook her head blankly.
What kind of chaos deduction? I can only see numbers. What number is it?
The Black Queen rushed over, wagging her tail, her eyes widening. Yang Qianqian became more and more confused.
It seems that the number of father and mother is getting smaller.
Fang Weiyang's eyes flashed in the wheelchair, and he actually stood up.
Her ability is the influence of probability field. It can be said to be a combination of meditation and chaos deduction. If anyone can solve the problem of father and mother, it is only her.
Got it. Everyone swarmed over. Yang Qianqian rolled her eyes and murmured unconsciously.
The existence of father and mother is disappearing, and the numbers are getting smaller.
She seemed to see some kind of numerical deduction.
Why?
Everyone was asking. Yang Qianqian shook her head.
Because there is someone who is affecting all of this. He came to me. He also needs the gate of time and space.
Ah.
He wants to change history.
Everyone looked at a loss. Only the Black Queen screamed.
It's Fong Tang. Every time he takes a step closer to here, the existence of father and mother will weaken a little bit at the source of the timeline.
Yang Qianqian was the first to understand.
In the timeline, he wanted to force his father and mother to disappear, so that the apocalypse of the Creator God would not come. At least in our time dimension, there would be no apocalypse. But why? Why do I still see the end of the world?
The Black Queen barked.
That's because the timeline of this universe is atypical, and in a state where paradoxes can exist. But the existence of paradoxes will affect the universe. One paradox will cause more paradoxes. What would be the result?
Yang Qianqian grabbed her head.
Fong Tang made his father and mother disappear, causing countless paradoxes. Paradoxes cannot be eliminated by the normal laws of time and space repair. When they are gathered, they will cause the collapse of the entire universe. Even the God of creation cannot change it.
Crash. The Black Queen waggled her tail.
This is not the kind of small-level time and space paradox created by Xidagarba. The paradox damage caused by the disappearance of classmate Yang Yun is only small-scale. But if we go back to the Kunlun era, we can directly kill his father and mother. The destructive power produced at that level is what classmate Yang calls the collapse of the entire universe.
Countless numbers appeared in Yang Qianqian's eyes again. She knelt on the ground.
This is unsolvable. If we don't change history, then the Creator God will come, and all humans will disappear. But if we change history, the result of the paradox will be the arrival of the entire universe, including the Creator God. Finished.
The Black Queen stuck out her tongue and gasped.
Yes. It depends on your choice as humans. Are you willing to sacrifice the entire race in exchange for the survival of other creatures in the universe? Or die together with the Creator God, and the entire species in the universe will perish together?
It is not a matter for one group of humans, but a decision related to the entire universe. Luo Changjun of Dahuan Company, including Colonel Gongsun, were in despair.
We fought back and forth, holding high the mission of saving the world. But actually thinking about it, it was just to protect ourselves. Human beings have been at the top of the food chain for tens of thousands of years. Isn't it time to sacrifice for other species?
This idea is not only absurd, but also violates the first law of survival. No human being would say that. Yang Qianqian has collapsed. As a little girl, she cannot bear this kind of deduction. She staggered up and tried desperately to escape, but she ran into a man's arms. Fong Tang put his coat on her body and hugged her. Everyone spotted him and exclaimed together. Each of them has a different expression, including joy, fear, and confusion. Fong Tang walked over slowly.
You guys, have you forgotten that there is a situation of existence and non-existence at the same time? The life and death of father and mother, no matter what the outcome, is something we cannot bear. But if father and mother both exist and do not exist, what will be the outcome? Both exists and does not exist.
The number in front of Yang Qianqian in his arms changed, starting from 0 and growing more and more, and finally reached 99, which was only one number away from 100%. She shouted loudly,
Schrödinger's cat. The most discussed theory, which few people on Earth can fully understand, in a broad sense, is actually the state of
existence and non-existence coexist at the same time. Later, Fang Wuyong shook his head sadly.
But there are observers. As long as the traces left by Infinite Challenge are still there, father and mother will definitely be remembered, which is equivalent to being observed. Then they will forever be if it cannot become a superposition state. Your theory is invalid.
Fong Tang looked at the daughter of the Dragon Clan. The intricate blood relationship between the two was no longer important at this time. What everyone needs is an answer. Fong Tang looked at them and said softly,
I have found the only solution. Ah, what on earth are you going to do?
Fong Tang smiled.
First of all, you have to forget everything, whether father and mother, or the Infinite Challenge. In short, everything. Completely erase it from your memory. In this way, without any observer, I can change the result.
The superpowers of Infinite Challenge will eventually return and become ordinary people. Members of the Machine Principality must not continue to exist. And Fong Tang has already solved this problem in front of the Lotus Hall. In this way, as long as there is no living being in the universe who will remember the Infinite Challenge, there is a chance that the father and mother will be in a
Schrödinger's cat, superposition state.
The world may have a chance to return to its original state. Fang Wuyong was still shaking his head.
This is a mess. Infinite Challenge has left too many traces, which are all over the memories of robots, sisters, players, and many humans.
Fong Tang interrupted her.
You are wrong. This was indeed a huge mess. But the God of Creation helped us solve the biggest problem, which was energy return. The traces representing the Infinite Challenge were forcibly recalled by it, and the transformation the energy we need for ourselves. So this day of apocalypse is our best chance to end everything completely. Fang Wuyong stared at him.
You have forgotten that there are more than 7 billion humans on the Earth. Even if there is only one insider left, the information will spread. How can you erase the memory of all humans?
Fong Tang looked up at the demon moon, which had only a glimmer of light left.
Let me solve the memory of all mankind.
Brain networking is unfolding again. Pandora in Zhongzhou Tower was saying goodbye to him. Demon Moon has entered its final stage and begun to summon the machine consciousness of the entire planet. In front of the main hall of Jing'an Temple, the scene was completely silent. No one believed that Fong Tang could do it. Only the Black Queen saw something. Before Demon Moon summoned her consciousness to return, she asked frantically,
Where's White? Can she stay? Why? Why do I have to return?
Fong Tang pointed to his heart. Beijing barked twice. The core spirit and the Black Queen return under the dimming Demon Moon. In the silence, a grain of sand suddenly shot out from the palace and slowly flew towards Fong Tang.
Tang! Be careful!
Yunk, who had been silent all this time, gritted his teeth and rushed over, but was pushed away by Fong Tang. That grain of sand locked onto Fong Tang. Its speed was ridiculously slow, but the energy it carried was infinite. A sand with infinite superposition of energy. Chapter 759 Finale 5. A man walked out of the main hall. The last and strongest player from Hongming Pantheon. Bei Tianzuan. Violent energy surged. At the moment when the Demon Moon is about to disappear, such a violent power appears. Bei Tianzuan has the exact same appearance as Chu Jiuge. Or, he is simply the clone of Dong Wangtai. The sand continued to advance slowly. Another grain of sand appeared on Bei Tianzuan's finger.
Nan Tianzuan doesn't understand that an overly complicated ability combination is a drag. The simplest and most crude ability is the way to go. I have no other ability. Only one ability. Then it's infinite superposition.
Infinitely superimpose basic matter and even energy. And then kill everything instantly. No matter you are a person, a wall, a mountain, a city, or even a planet. In the face of infinite superposition, they will all be destroyed. The sand had already approached 3 meters in front of Fong Tang. No one can stop it. The grain of sand in Bei Tianzuan's hand changed from 1 to 2, then 4, and 8. Under the exponential growth, the sand gathered together, but the volume did not increase. When the energy of billions of sand grains is superimposed together, the destructive power produced can be said to destroy the world. In the Jing'an Temple shrouded in the remaining light of the Devil's Moon, there is no doubt that Bei Tianzuan is in an invincible position.
Because I can superimpose energy, your zero-matter space move seems to be useless. I think your particles are not enough to stop my attack.
Fong Tang moved a little, and the last remaining particles of origin tried to interfere with the sand grains on the opposite side. However, the grain of sand had no effect and was still aimed at Fong Tang's eyebrows. An origin particle impacted away at the final speed of light. According to the mass energy equation, the energy generated by this superspeed impact was almost astronomical. However, no matter how powerful it is ultimately limited. The other party is infinitely superimposed. Each superposition will increase by 2 times, which is a blow that can theoretically destroy the universe. One by one, the origin particles hit and blocked. Finally, hindered by this near-chronic death, the power of the sand was reduced. But it's still deadly. Suddenly 2 graceful figures appeared. They were 2 women wearing cloaks, and behind them were a group of weird animals. There are white deer, black deer, parrots, and small chinchillas. A woman lifted up her cloak and took action with her 2 swords. With the remaining power of the black insect, she struck the sand hard. The sand actually changed its direction a little. Bei Tianzuan exclaimed,
"Is there such a master at this time?"
Under the cloak, Zuichuan quietly turned to look at Fong Tang and showed a bright smile. She wanted to stop him with her own body. There was another bang, but a black cutting board struck and blocked Zuichuan's silence. The golden boy and the beautiful girl jumped down from the main hall. One held a dagger, and the other swung the shield-like cutting board. Together with Zuichuan, they used their full strength to slow down the speed of the sand a little. But it was in vain. Bei Tianzuan pointed out with his finger. Another infinite superposition. With a swish sound, Fong Tang arrived first and stopped directly in front of the 3 of them. The sand passes through my chest. Fong Tang was covered in blood, struggled for a while, and fell to the ground. The golden boy and the beautiful girl rolled back. The 2 of them and Zuichuan Jingjing were covered in blood, miserable and hideous. Zuichuan knelt down on one knee. The 2 knives in his hand shattered, and looked blankly at the dying man. The golden boy reluctantly raised the black cutting board and looked at his lover anxiously.
"Old lady, are you okay? Bei Tianzuan is indeed worthy of his reputation,"
Jade Girl said sadly.
"If it weren't for Fong Tang, we would all be dead."
The golden boy's eyes flashed.
"Use that move."
Jade Girl nodded, and they forcibly set up a black cutting board. Bei Tianzuan's face changed color.
"Gate to space?"
With a whine, the black cutting board was unfolded in front of Bei Tianzuan, and his figure disappeared behind the door panel. People rushed towards the seriously injured Fong Tang, shouting. Golden Boy coughed up a mouthful of blood.
We just sent that bastard into the jelly airship in the sky. With his power, Demon Moon is invincible until it disappears. He can break open the airship in a few minutes at most." Skylark rushed over, knelt beside Fong Tang, turned around and shouted,
"Professor Morimoto."
Mr. Morimoto scratched his head, and after coming over, he opened his last magic weapon, a folding multifunctional medical machine. It's definitely not as good as the treatment equipment of Infinity Company, but at this moment, it's still a technology far ahead of the rest of the world. The medical machine was only the size of a palm, and fine silk threads quickly popped out of it and penetrated into every part of Fong Tang's body. The test results will come out soon.
First of all, he needs a blood transfusion. It must be blood that is suitable for him. It needs to be a large amount.
Morimoto looked at Ibari and smiled bitterly.
Where can I find suitable blood in this place? I'm afraid there is nothing we can do.
The wheelchair turned. Fong Weiyang rolled up his sleeves and shouted,
My blood can do it.
Professor Morimoto hesitated for a moment.
The energy damage of the sand belt is too strong. You can't do it alone, even if you use up all your blood.
Fong Tang struggled for a moment.
Absolutely. Absolutely not.
Fong Weiyang got off the wheelchair and rushed over, holding his hand.
It's okay even if it doesn't work.
Fong Tang's vision was blurred and he forced a smile.
I still don't know whether you are my sister or my sister.
Fong Weiyang blinked, held back his tears, turned around and said,
I was born a little earlier than you. We are twins, and we are the closest by blood.
Fong Tang shook his head. At this time, a lazy and nice voice came.
Sister, from a genetic point of view, you are really not the closest to me. The closest to me is obviously me.
Xie Qingning, another cloaked woman with a group of animals, took off her hood, rolled her eyes, rolled up her sleeves and walked over.
In a sense, I am his clone.
At Hibari's urging, Professor Morimoto immediately did a blood test. He was a little stunned.
Two girls. Strictly speaking, your genes are not complete.
What do you mean? The two women yelled together. Morimoto looked at the data in the instrument.
The blood of the two girls does not contain enough DNA to repair Mr. Fong Tang's injury. It only contains part of it.
Of course. Fong Weiyang's younger brother. That poor child only accommodates part of Tianqi's consciousness and is not the complete source of Fong Tang's DNA. When Xie Qingning, the former pagoda, turned into a human form, the DNA she used was also mixed with parts of the bodies of two girls
named Xia Mei and Qing Ning. Professor Morimoto was scratching his head.
We only need to add a small part of the DNA from Mr. Fong Tang. The most suitable one is, of course, the baby girl in the Tower of Reincarnation. She is Mr. Fong Tang's flesh and blood in a complete sense. But we can't get it.
Morimoto continued to scratch his head.
Is there no other way?
Morimoto thought for a while.
There is a slight probability that we know that Mr. Fong Tang once incarnated into another body, and that body should also contain part of his complete DNA. Tang Zhu? Yes. But Tang Zhu's body has been completely destroyed. Where can we find the DNA he left behind?
The DNA left by Tang Zhu? Hibari suddenly turned red and whispered something in Professor Morimoto's ear. Professor Morimoto was overjoyed.
So you and that Tang Zhu?
He stopped awkwardly and coughed again.
No problem. Because Mr. Fong Tang's DNA, no matter what body it is incarnated into, has strong vitality. No matter how long it takes, it will keep some of it. I think it should be enough together with what Lord Skylark provided. Go away and tell me how to operate this machine,
Skylark ordered. After a while, the three women carried Fong Tang deep into the woods beside the temple. At this time, the invisible machine girl looked down at Fong Tang.
Skylark is the only girl you fell in love with later. Right.
Fong Tang no longer had the strength to say anything. After a while, Xie Qingning and Fong Weiyang helped Fong Tang out. The medical machine has been completely scrapped. But Fong Tang's injuries have almost completely recovered. But he is just a little weak. Morimoto rushed up with people from the country of Thousand Cranes and asked repeatedly,
Where is Hibari-sama?
Xie Qingning and Fong Weiyang both had a strange blush on their faces.
Young, it's not convenient for her to come out for the time being. Don't worry. She's fine at all. She just spent some energy.
Everyone around him frowned, and the atmosphere became a little weird for some reason. At this time, the black wooden board in front of the golden boy suddenly made a bang and completely shattered. After the smashed cutting board, something strange seemed to rise into the sky and penetrated directly into the top of the reincarnation tower.
What is that?
It took a long time for the golden boy to call out.
It's the Gate of Time. The Black Gate in Kunlun is divided into two. What we got is the Gate of Space. The Gate of Time is at Dongwang Tai.
Now, the Gate of Time and Space combined into one is completely controlled by Dongwang. However, Fong Tang looked at the last remaining origin particle in front of him. This particle actually retained a little bit of the power of space and time. This amount of energy certainly cannot allow a person to travel through time and space. But if it consumes smaller items, Fong Tang coughed, and his tone was hoarse but confident.
Bei Tianzuan is dead.
No one could believe what he said. Just now, the most powerful people in the field joined forces, and couldn't stop even a grain of sand from Bei Tianzuan. If that bastard destroyed the jelly airship and came back in a fierce manner, how could he possibly fight against it? Somewhere in the sky, the jelly airship was forcibly broken apart by the infinite superposition of energy. Jelly particles scattered in the sky above Jing'an Temple are everywhere. Bai Ishanzan appeared in front of the main hall again, like a god descending to earth. He was already angry.
Fong Tang, you are dead.
This time, a huge stone appeared in front of Bei Tianzuan. If these stones were stacked, it wouldn't take several stacks to smash most of Jing'an Temple into pieces. Fong Tang staggered forward, groping with his right hand on the ground, and found a broken blade. The broken knife from Zhuchuan. The last particle of origin was injected into the broken knife. Fong Tang looked at Bei Tianzuan, who was still superimposing, and said lightly,
Sorry, you are dead.
The stack of boulders in front of Bei Tianzuan caused a roar like a storm, and Fong Tang made him laugh.
It turns out that the famous Mr. Fong Tang is just a talker. The real power lies with me.
In your hands. You.
His words stopped suddenly.
The violent energy superimposed in front of him dissipated instantly, and the stones fell down. Everyone was stunned. Bei Tianzuan lowered his head and looked at the red plum-like blood stain on his left chest, with a confused look on his face.
What the H.L. is this?
Fong Tang shook his head.
You are too arrogant. If you superimpose energy infinitely on the surface of your body, then no one can hurt you, and you will be truly invincible.
Bei Tianxuan looked at the blood flower that was gradually enlarging at the heart.
But how did you do it?
Fong Tang dropped the blade.
It's just a small causal weapon. I reverse the power of time and space carried by the origin particles, so that the result appears before the process. My sword did not have a process, but it has already caused the result of your heart being pierced. Bei Tianxuan suddenly realized.
The gates of time and space have just been combined into one to reverse the order of results and processes. Only in this way can the results of the assassination precede the process of the assassination.
He explained it very clearly. So he died happily. The invincible Bei Tianxuan collapsed. Now, there is only one tower left in front of Fong Tang. In the tower are his women and children. Chapter 760 Finale 6. Fong Tang walked into the main hall. The Buddha statue has long been broken, and there is no Guanyin. There is only an immortal lock, a wishful thinking hanging on the main hall, and a wooden prayer plaque. Fong Tang recognized the calligraphy of Chu Jioge on the wooden sign. The handwriting was flying, but it read,
"Pray for my best brother. Pray for my precious goddaughter, and my rich sister-in-law."
He shook his head and was speechless. Walked along the steps behind the main hall, climbed to the second floor, passed through the wooden corridor, and entered the Samsara Tower. Go all the way up to the 7th floor. The demon moon showed its most beautiful glory before disappearing. On the 7th floor, a burst of chanting was heard.
Going back to the wild geese. Weary travelers miss home. The gold cup is wrong, and the jade hand is playing the pipa. When people grow old, their hair turns gray in the west wind, and when butterflies come back, they will see the yellow flowers. Looking back at the end of the world, there is a touch of stars and moon, and I can count the jackdaws.
The 7th floor is spacious, but it is divided into two halves by a screen. Behind the screen is a bed, and there is a faintly seen woman sleeping with a baby in her arms. Next to the screen is a small table, which is full of the most expensive baby products. Under the table, there is a pile of Qin Yashin's personal belongings scattered around. Fong Tang glanced at the pile of things, his eyes fixed on a clay doll, and then he raised his head. The person standing guard in front of the screen was a handsome young man, still with a little pride, a little indifference, and a familiar face. He held a gun in his hand and was tapping the floor in front of him, singing his favorite Yuan song. Fong Tang lowered his head. He now no longer has any combat abilities, except for brain network. But Chu Jioge, the Emperor of the East, is not within the human brain network. Outside the tower, only a thin line of moon marks remained on the Devil's Moon.
Dong Wang, my wife and children.
The boss of the Hongming Pantheon and recognized as the strongest legendary player today. Chu Jioge shook his pistol.
Brother, where are you thinking? How could I be rude to my sister-in-law and forget our agreement back then? Your daughter is also my goddaughter.
Fong Tang interrupted him.
My brother is Shizhou, not Dong Wang Tai. Don't say that. Although your best friend Chu Jioge was my clone in high school, the memories are shared. The person I stand in front of you now is still the same Xiao Jiu.
The handsome young man stood up. Fong Tang nodded.
I never thought that I would have to fight you one day.
Chu Jioge threw away his pistol and rolled up his sleeves.
It's not a fight. It's a battle of life and death. Now that we don't have any special powers, I won't use a gun, in case you don't accept it.
Fong Tang rushed up and punched him in the face. Chu Jioge stumbled and knocked over the small table next to the screen. He stood up and touched the blood at the corner of his mouth.
I haven't tried this feeling. The feeling of real bleeding. For a long time.
He raised his foot and kicked Fong Tang over, then came up and clamped his neck. Fong Tang twisted his body, pulled him down, and hit his chest hard with his elbow. Chu Jioge gasped and pressed his knee against Fong Tang's vital part. Fong Tang's painful forehead was covered with sweat, and he almost stopped breathing. The two struggled again. There are no thrilling supernatural showdowns, nor exciting brain battles. This is the last battle related to the survival of mankind. It is purely a rough fight between two ordinary people. Although both of them had sister-level combat programs and were extremely familiar with meditation and nerve isolation techniques. At this time, without any support from supernatural powers, those things were too fancy. On the contrary, it is more practical to pierce the eyes, scratch the face, kick the crotch and strangle the neck. Fong Tang can obtain the combat experience of the strongest fighter on Earth through the brain network, but he is too weak to use it. Chu Jioge once again had the upper hand. Veins popped out in his hands. and he pinched Fong Tang's neck with his white fingers. He gasped and yelled angrily. Fool! Fool! Why are you forcing me like this? Why don't you come with me? You are not a savior at all. And you can't be a savior. Can't you be my brother? Fong Tang rolled up his eyes and foamed at the corner of his mouth. But he fumbled with his right hand and grasped what he had been looking for. That clay doll that rolled into the corner. The traces of the demon moon are about to disappear. Fong Tang crushed the clay doll. In the doll, the dry vine shattered, and a black dot flashed out and penetrated into Chu Jioga's arm. There was only the last black worm left, relying on the last energy of the demon moon, which was enough at this time. Chu Jioga was stunned for a moment and let go. Fong Tang coughed violently and looked at Xiao Jiao, who was in a daze. I'm sorry, but as long as my plan succeeds, you won't die. From the beginning to the end, I have no intention of killing you. Chu Jioga had a strange expression and pressed his fingers on his head, as if he could feel the black insect moving toward his brain along the blood. He slowly sat down, and soon blood dripped from his nose. Oh, the clay doll you gave Qin Yashin. Is it the one in Silent Valley? Fong Tang moved with difficulty, and moved to lie down next to him. Yes. I put the vine into the clay doll, and gave it to Yashin to carry with her. She has never used it. Chu Jioga lowered his head and coughed, coughing up a large mouthful of bloody sputum. Huh. You had this disease at that time. What did the doctor say? Fong Tang rubbed his neck. The doctor said that it is a very rare parasitic melanocytic virus. As the brain's blood supply system enters the deep nerves of the brain, the melanocytic virus has only appeared in laboratory rat culture samples before. Reproduce in the human brain. You might be the second. Oh, or the third. It doesn't matter. Chu Jioga touched his body, took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a long puff. So I'm dead? Fong Tang reached for his cigarette, as if he had returned to the days when we shared the last cigarette together in high school. This virus can replicate itself and constantly evolve to a high level. Drugs are basically useless against it. And even radiation is ineffective. Kill it, because it is equivalent to hiding in your brain nerves. And your brain has now become its armor. Chu Jioga exhaled the smoke and lay beside him. You win. Go ahead. You still have some time. Go see your wife and daughter. I'm so hacking bored here. I've been helping you think of your daughter's name. How about calling me Fong Fong? Vulgar. So damn vulgar. Fong Tang flicked his cigarette away and staggered to his feet. Pushing open the screen, Qin Yashin held a baby spitting out milk foam and stared at him blankly. Fong Tang reached out and took out the ring with difficulty from his arms. He knelt down and said, Qin Yashin, marry me. Qin Yashin slapped the ring away. Then what the L is going to happen to our daughter soon? Please ask for your sister's hand in marriage. The ring flew up, bounced on the screen, flew back again, and landed right in the baby's arms. The baby girl woke up with a start, grabbed the ring tightly with her little hands, and started crying loudly. Don't cry! Don't cry! Baby, don't cry! Mommy is here! Fong Tang straightened his neck and stared intently. She looks like her mother. A good thing. She will definitely be beautiful when she grows up. Qin Yashin raised her head, with a scary look in her eyes. You are here to kill! Fong Tang covered her mouth. Don't let Fong Fong hear these words about beating and killing. Qin Yashin leaned in his arms, and the two of them looked at the devil's moon with only a little light left. The name Fong Fong is absolutely unacceptable. Let's call it a nickname. It was given by the strongest person in the world today. Humph. It's up to me to decide whether my surname is Fong or not. A violent coughing sound was heard from outside the screen, accompanied by the strange sound of vomiting blood. There are still 30 seconds to the apocalypse. Stop being so hacking pretentious. Just call Fong Fong. Fong Tang hugged Qin Yashin tightly, and her daughter smiled in their arms. Her little hand grasped the big ring and refused to let go, smiling more and more happily. Qin Yashin shrank and said, It's the last 30 seconds. You should stay with me and the child. Right. Fong Tang reached out and touched the black wood piece in the middle of the screen. The door of time and space opened slightly. He smiled at his wife in his arms. I will stay with you for a lifetime. 100 years. Is that enough? There are 20 seconds left. Chu Jioga continued counting from outside. Fong Tang, Qin Yashin, and Fong Fong had already fallen asleep. The final brain network. In the deep dream state of continuous immersion, Qin Yashin hugged Fong Fong and suddenly opened her eyes. She looked blankly at the crowd of people around her. Jing'an Temple is full of tourists who come to pray. The husband carries a big bag on his back,
holding a diaper in one hand and a baby bottle in the other.
Hurry up! Hurry up! The first instance. I hope our daughter will be admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University.
Qin Yashin pursed her lips and smiled.
If you return to Tsinghua University and Peking University, you will definitely be sent to study abroad.
The couple squeezed into the Samsara Tower and burned incense. After rushing back to the Biha Garden Villa, their parents-in-law, mother-in-law, and parents started arguing there. The four elders argued for a whole day over whether to use diapers or disposable diapers. The husband made a gesture.
Let's go hide at the Silent Valley Resort.
Qin Yashin thought of something and grabbed his ear.
Are you looking for the Japanese beauty in the scenic spot?
The man smiled and picked up her and the child.
Then go to Chang'an Hotel. The head office of the hotel I designed myself.
The couple's life was actually very ordinary. And they had quarrels and reconciliations. I don't know how many years ago. After her grandson was born, her husband simply retired and stayed with her at home. The year their great-grandson was born, they held a diamond wedding to celebrate their 60th anniversary. It seems that it was done twice more later, holding hands for 100 years, never leaving. Looking back, it feels like a dream. Qin Yashin opened her eyes. Wake up from the dream and return to reality.
10 seconds left.
Fong Tang lowered his head and kissed him.
Sorry. This is the only thing I can do for you and the child. In the subconscious dream of 1 second and 10 years, they lived a perfect life. The house is full of children and grandchildren. Safe and happy.
Thank you.
Qin Yashin looked at the half-open black wooden door.
Actually, I've had enough. 100 years is still too long.
Fong Tang laughed loudly and erased all mankind's memories of infinite challenges in the brain network, including Qin Yashin and her children. The brain network disappeared. And then he stepped into the black wooden door at the last second. Chapter 761 Finale 7. Within the gate of time and space, twisted lines form complex patterns. This will be a long journey. The funnel-shaped gate of time and space directly connects the entrance and exit.
The robot girl appeared in front of Fong Tang and turned around.
You haven't won yet.
She decomposed in an instant, leaving only one head.
You can change your father. But what about your mother? The prerequisite for reversing everything is that both of them must be changed at the same time.
Fong Tang looked at the mass of consciousness separated from himself, representing Bai's consciousness. He smiled.
Yes, I need it.
Bai's consciousness was suddenly pulled away from his body and fell downwards at the end of the time and space tunnel. Below is the majestic Kunlun Mountains. The robot girl completely disappeared, turning around to look at the opening of the door of time and space. In that real world, the god of creation has arrived, and the world is peaceful. The door to time and space closed, and Fong Tang jumped down along the end. Mr. Wang from International Records Company has immigrated for many years, although he is concerned about the unrest in his motherland. As his wealth and status increase, he is more concerned about his rebellious son, Prince Wang, who had always wanted to be a pilot, got mad again and had to fly directly to China with a batch of supplies. Mr. Wang has just completed the company merger, and the CTR company he formed is preparing to change its name to International Business Machines Corporation.
We might as well call IB Company to produce computers in the future.
Prince Wang drank tea and said with a faint smile.
What the L kind of computer? Do you understand the company's business?
Lao Wang was furious. Prince Wang shook his head.
The automatic meat cutting machines, scales, and employee punch-in machines we made in the past were all useless. You always remember. First make a card counting machine, get the president's New Deal project, and then develop computer experiments. Building an enterprise-level laboratory?
Lao Wang touched his chin.
This is still an idea, and the company directors also think so. In short, the war will definitely come, and the United States will definitely join the war when there is a Manhattan Project in the future. You must participate.
Prince Wang put on his Air Force jacket.
Take care of yourself. Please forgive me for being unfilial. You bastard. You really want to go.
Lao Wang was anxious, and then his eyes became dizzy.
You unfilial son. Actually put medicine in the tea.
Prince Wang boarded the plane and headed straight to Kunlun. After crossing the border, he destroyed his personal information, took a deep breath, and transformed back into the familiar Fong Tang. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, there is also a father who is worried about his child. Old Granham looked at his daughter running on the grass and smiled bitterly at the old scholar in trouble.
You are a wise man from the Central Plains. Can't you really talk about her? She is like a naughty lamb now, everywhere running around.
The old gentleman stroked his beard and said deeply,
Your daughter is not immortal. I have never seen such a smart person. Not to mention that she never forgets everything. She is like a supernatural being. Yesterday's
Schwanzi.
I have been studying it all my life. It's not as good as what she realized in one night.
Old Granham rubbed his hands and looked at his increasingly beautiful daughter, feeling increasingly uneasy. The children who are herding sheep in the mountains are all blushing red from the sun. And the wind and sand in the valley are unbearable for a child. Not even the strongest yak. But Shayna Gully is getting more and more beautiful. The skin is as white and tender as the snow on the mountains. And the body is as healthy as the eagle in the sky. The most powerful thing is her wisdom. That's not what a human being should have. Could she really be the reincarnated mountain goddess? Old Grandam was thinking something silently, when he saw a line of purple flames falling from the sky with black smoke. He jumped up in surprise. And the old gentleman opposite also turned pale.
The meteorite is originally a great disaster. But why is there such a sign of great auspiciousness in the fire and smoke? Could it be that there is also something in the wild land of Kunlun?
Is it such a change?
Shayna Gully drove the sheep back to the fence,
put on a white sheep coat, carried a musket, and hurried to her secret base. That is the cave where the Kunlun Taoist inscriptions are hidden. In front of the cave, there were plain wreckage everywhere. Fong Tang set up a tent with a parachute and waited silently for something. A stone flew over and landed at his feet. Fong Tang raised his head, pursed his lips and smiled.
Little girl, I see you.
Shayna Gully appeared with a gun raised, her beautiful big eyes blinking.
Hey, are you okay?
Fong Tang sighed.
A little hungry.
A leg of lamb wrapped in grass blades was thrown over, followed by a water bag made of yak gall. Fong Tang ate meat and drank the fishy goat milk from the water bag. The girl observed in secret for a long time, then boldly approached.
Hey, can you get out of the way? I want to enter the cave.
After Fong Tang had eaten and drank enough, he leaned in front of the cave entrance and stretched himself comfortably.
I'm sorry. You will never want to go in again. Why?
The girl wearing a white sheepskin coat widened her eyes.
For no reason. I just won't let you in.
The girl couldn't understand his intention and raised her gun.
I will kill you. You can't.
Fong Tang yawned.
Not only will you not beat me to death, you will also give me mutton and goat milk every day. You're talking nonsense. No matter how powerful the wolf is down the mountain, no matter how terrifying the snake is, I have killed it.
The girl raised her mouth and said,
Why should I give you food?
Fong Tang blinked.
Because I am your master.
The girl left angrily. From that day on, she came here secretly every night. For some reason, she couldn't help but bring delicious food and drink every time, and looked depressed as the boy blocked the entrance of the cave and refused to leave. The grass in spring turns yellow. The desert wind and sand rise suddenly in summer. The meadows in autumn have red fruits, and the mountains in winter are covered with ice and frost. Every day, the young man stood guard in front of the cave entrance. He has a handsome appearance that Shayna Gully has never seen before, and a strong will that she has never imagined.
Do you really want to stop me for the rest of your life? Oh, yes. You have to stay with me anyway.
Fong Tang looked at the girl with long hair shawl across the rocks.
Maybe one day, we will get married and have a bunch of children. I am the father, and you are the mother.
Shayna Gully shook her head.
It's impossible. The teacher said that getting married requires the help of a matchmaker.
The father smiled.
Heaven and earth are our matchmakers, and the mountains and grasslands are our wedding rooms. Never possible.
The mother hugged her knees shyly.
I don't like to have a hard time giving birth. 2 of my sheep died while giving birth to lambs.
The father nodded.
So we should obey God's will. You may be the mother. Maybe not. I may be the father. Maybe not.
Mother couldn't understand him. The Kunlun Mountains don't know how many great changes have taken place in the outside world. The White Queen's ambition to transcend the world also dissipated with Fong Tang's entanglement. She and him still saw each other every day, chatting and quarreling. They may never fall in love. They might fall in love with each other after all. Who knows? The young man stayed at the foot of the mountain night after night. The girl came quietly day after day. The boy and the girl stayed together like this under the mountains until the universe perished.